Chapter 1. In a room that possesses a faintly sci-fi ambience, various incomprehensible instruments are scattered about. At the heart of the room, a metallic platform is anchored with an egg adorned with peculiar patterns. From external perspective, this egg appears unremarkable save for its size and design. Yet from within, a strange creature opens its eyes. It has been long since the accumulated energy is finally ready to hatch. The unique being, which had been curled up, now stretches its body, peering through the eggshell to observe the world outside. Its torso, mane, tail, and the darker aspects of its visage are delineated by gray vertical stripes. For sharp limbs culminate in golden hooves. The mane rises exuberantly from its head, while its face is gray with green eyes and red pupils, encircled by circular green patterns. In another realm, this creature is known as Arceus, revered as the mythical Pokemon that created the world. However, this Arceus is not the original. The story must begin anew. In a modest rental near a university, a Sunto graduate is engrossed in playing Pokemon Legends, Arceus. Suddenly, the doorbell rings, piquing his curiosity about who might be visiting at such an hour. Yet, as he rises to investigate, a miniature model of a truck unexpectedly appears at his feet, causing him to stumble and fall, his switch flying from his grasp. Upon regaining consciousness, he finds himself enveloped in a state of chaos. He senses a transformation in his body, yet he finds himself unable to act, as a peculiar consciousness seeps into his mind. This is a newly hatched Arceus. Soon, a wave of drowsiness washes over him, leading him back to slumber. When he awakens once more, he possesses the ability to perceive changes in the external world, though, to be precise, he had previously sensed the surroundings, albeit in a chaotic manner. During this time, he has absorbed the knowledge intrinsic to this body and come to terms with the events unfolding around him. Acceptance is his only recourse in this state. He is rendered powerless. At this moment, he is not Arceus, but merely an Arceus egg, encircled by 18 stone tablets that safeguard the life within. Then, seemingly drawn by an unknown force, he traverses a solid barrier, arriving in a wholly new world. In the process, several stone tablets scatter to protect the eggshell upon colliding with that mysterious power, while he and the remaining tablets descend to the land below. To attain a body capable of free movement, the most effective strategy is to gather those tablets. With their power, he could swiftly liberate himself from the eggshell's confines. Yet, an egg is incapable of seeking out tablets on its own. Having fallen here, only 3 tablets remain nearby, and he is unaware of the whereabouts of the others. He can only sense and manipulate these tablets within a certain proximity. At this juncture, peculiar indigenous people encircle him, their black wings unfurled, flames flickering from their backs. This sight illuminates the uniqueness of this world, though he remains oblivious to the fact that these beings belong to the Lunalia tribe, the legendary moonfolk. Having perused a plethora of manga, he had previously abandoned the One Piece series during the Wano arc. For various reasons, to be precise, his interest waned during the Dressrosa arc. Regarding this mysterious tribe that emerged later in the narrative, he has no recollection. The indigenous people appear to revere him as a sacred relic. An egg descending from the heavens certainly does not seem ordinary. This behavior ignites an idea within him. Although he is immobile, he could devise a means to compel these natives to search for the tablets. With wings to fly, their range of movement should be extensive. However, he can only perceive changes in the external world and lacks the ability to communicate with it. Unlike the world-creating Arceus, he remains in a larval state, reliant primarily on the tablets for power. During his transdimensional journey, the connection between the tablets and his essence has weakened, and the impact of his descent has scattered most of the tablets to unknown locations. Thus, he is unable to engage in mental communication with others. Nevertheless, solutions often outnumber obstacles. Among the remaining 3 tablets, one is the Fireball tablet, and during a sacrificial ceremony, he observes these people wielding the power of flames. Consequently, during a subsequent sacrificial event, he taps into the power of the Fireball tablet, bestowing some of the indigenous people with enhanced control over fire. He reasons that since these natives can swiftly approach this vicinity, they must have witnessed his descent. The force of his fall was immense. Either these individuals are remarkably resilient or possess extraordinary speed. Either way, they would serve as excellent agents in the search for the tablets. By making them aware that the tablets can grant them power, they would likely take the initiative to seek similar stones, whether by directly locating the psychic-type tablets or acquiring additional tablets. Once he regains his strength, he will be able to communicate with these natives. As for the language barrier, he discerns that they communicate in Japanese. Having watched countless anime over the years, he has self-taught the language, and comprehension poses no issue for him. At that point, he could offer them rewards for their efforts in finding more tablets. Once he hatches, he will be able to accomplish far more. He is uncertain how long hatching will take, but his instincts inform him that the tablets can expedite the process. While the ideal is alluring, reality is often harsh. Initially, as he had anticipated, the natives treated him with greater reverence after receiving their newfound powers. Even the sacrificial ceremonies became notably more elaborate. Through these rituals, he learned that the name of this tribe is Lunalia. However, a problem arises. Although he overheard discussions among the chiefs and prophetic figures regarding the tablets during the sacrificial rites, and they dispatched individuals to search, none have ever been found. Thanks to his fusion with Arceus essence, he is not short of time, leading him to devise a plan B. As long as time permits, the power of the remaining 3 tablets is sufficient to facilitate his hatching. At that point, he can be born as a sacred relic and continue to enlist the aid of these people in seeking out the tablets. Thus, he enters a state of slumber, awakening periodically to assess external changes. However, as time progresses, unforeseen complications arise. It seems war has begun. Outsiders are assaulting this place. Logically, he should harbor no particular feelings for the Lunalia people. Yet due to his current condition, he regards those who have devoted themselves to his worship day and night as his own kin. He has formed certain deductions regarding his situation akin to the nearby empty nest elder. His transformation into an undead creature has influenced his thought processes, gradually aligning them with those of the undead. His cognitive patterns, however, are also influenced by the creator deity Arceus. Unlike the undead, this influence manifests more as a fusion of divinity and humanity, with the agency remaining firmly his own. Such actions that harm his subjects have crossed a line, yet as merely an egg, he is powerless to act. He can only temporarily channel the power of the fireball tablet to bestow it upon the chieftain. This method, however, depletes a significant portion of his current energy, leading him to enter yet another cycle of slumber. Before succumbing to sleep, he hears the chieftain's final command, urging the remaining tribesfolk to escape with what is perceived as a sacred artifact. Each time he awakens, the faces of the Lunalia tribe surrounding him have changed, and their numbers dwindle. From hundreds to tens to 2 families, until only 2 remain, a boy named Abel and a girl named Shayna. Upon awakening again, he discovers an overwhelming number of unfamiliar faces outside, alongside various strange devices, while his memories of Abel and Shayna have vanished. Initially, he assumes that the 2 have met the same fate as the previous Lunalia tribespeople, falling victim to the onslaught of enemies. However, he soon realizes he is mistaken. He encounters these 2 again, but their condition mirrors his own. They are subjected to peculiar experiments. The individuals above are also eager to uncover the nature of the Lunalia egg. Over the course of time, they have attempted to hatch it and even destroy it. Yet with no success, the eggshell remains impervious to their efforts. They have placed the egg, along with the stone tablets obtained from the slaying of the tribe's leader years ago, in the same research facility as Abel and Shayna. Due to the Lunalia people losing 1 stone tablet during their escape, only 2 tablets remain. While the experiments conducted on him cannot damage the eggshell, the bizarre machinery inflicts discomfort upon him. If he feels this way, one can only imagine the plight of the 2, whose situation, influenced by both their own essence and that of Arceus, is accumulating with rage. That as of today, the energy he had accumulated was finally on the verge of hatching. 2 stone tablets lay beside him within the range of his perception. Harnessing the power of these tablets along with the energy he had gathered over time, he was sufficiently capable of leading the two children away from this place. However, the first task at hand was to locate the boy. They were typically kept in different locations, and recently, he had been with Shayna, but Abel's whereabouts remained a mystery. Just as he was preparing to act, he felt the tremors of an explosion from the outside. The previously sealed metal door swung open, and this time, it was not the researchers who entered, but Abel. Clutching a long knife stained with still fresh blood, he appeared somewhat fatigued yet exhilarated. At his feet lay numerous bodies, evidently the original guards of the facility. Arceus was uncertain how Abel had managed to break free from his restraints, but for him, it was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. There was no need to search for Abel. He could simply take the two little ones and leave. On the path of escape for the Lunaria tribe, many had chosen to perish alongside the enemy to protect the unhatched Arceus and the stone tablets. Abandoning these two children to escape alone was inconceivable to him. Shayna, I have come to rescue you. Abel, you're still alive. That's wonderful. Yes, we will soon be leaving this place. We are free. Abel swiftly disengaged the device restraining Shayna, eager to lead her away. I know my own body well. I cannot last much longer. Accompanying you would only be a burden. Just take the artifact and go. I will stay behind to hold them off. Unlike Abel, who still possessed ample strength, Shayna, having endured far more, was significantly weaker. She was acutely aware that, given her current condition, she could not fly very far. Moreover, the blaring alarms echoed around them, and they could hear the sounds of footsteps and shouts from the corridor outside. The specimen has escaped. You four head to Area A. You go support Area C. The rest come with me to Area B. In such a situation, anyone left behind would inevitably be pursued. The Lunaria had always operated this way in the past. Whenever they encountered an inescapable foe, someone would make the ultimate sacrifice. Yet this time was different from all previous occasions. It's all right, Shayna. There are allies waiting outside. We just need to rush out together. Before Shayna could inquire about the source of the adult assistance, a group of guards charged in. Do not use firearms. They are precious specimens. They must be captured alive. The administrator observed Abel and Shayna and made an immediate decision. In his view, these easily recruitable guards paled in comparison to the two invaluable specimens. Even if these two posed a lethal threat, he insisted his subordinates use non-lethal weaponry. Abel, I leave everything to you. I will carve a path for you. Shayna, clench her fists. The Lunaria tribe possessed formidable innate talents, and their unique upbringing further enhanced their power. They were certainly far stronger than these ordinary guards. The flames that had been igniting behind Shayna began to extinguish. The Lunaria could summon flames, but when they died down, the individual's defenses would weaken, correspondingly enhancing their speed. Shayna was prepared to fight to the last breath. She did not believe anyone would come to their aid. To her, those were merely comforting words from Abel. Nevertheless, they had to first deal with the enemies before them. Their artifact was a colossal egg, towering over 2 meters even in its juvenile form of Arceus. Carrying such a burden would undoubtedly impede their agility. Not to mention the stone tablets, nearly 3 meters in size. He could not simultaneously bear such a massive tablet and the egg. Given Shayna's lack of stamina, she had no choice but to temporarily relinquish the tablet. They were not giants in their youth. They still fell within the realm of normal human size, and moving with such heavy objects was already a considerable challenge. These adversaries were not overly powerful, yet they were well-equipped and numerous. The confines of the room limited the scale of the battle at any given moment. They would not face too many foes. However, after they dispatched another wave of incoming enemies, Abel sensed something amiss. The guards flooding him were not focused on him, but rather on what lay behind him. Out of the corner of his eye, he could also perceive something glowing in the rear. Then, a beam of light infused with terrifying power shot forth from behind the two, launching the guards at the entrance into the air. The fearsome light did not cease. It pierced through the walls of the entire research facility. Through the traces left by this destructive beam, one could even glimpse the distant sea. The artifact. It's the artifact. Shayna, look. The artifact has hatched. Turning back, Abel's voice was laced with astonishment, and Shayna too gazed at the spot where the enormous egg had once stood. At that moment, the egg had vanished, and a uniquely shaped creature stood tall in its place. Undoubtedly, the recent attack had emanated from it. The Lunaria tribe has always believed that this egg would eventually hatch, and today, they finally witnessed that moment, albeit too late, as the Lunaria tribe has completely withered away. Abel, Shayna, you have worked hard during this time. A voice, somewhat neutral in tone, resonated beside them. Following the sound, they turned their gaze toward Arceus ahead. You know us? Of course I do. Ludo, Emil, Avnish, Esrin, Nadia. A string of names flowed from Arceus's lips. There might have been omissions, but he remembered every name of the Lunaria people he had heard upon awakening, these being the most recent, and also the ancestors of Abel and the others. To Abel and his companions, these figures were familiar. I am sorry. The incident from years ago caused me to lose most of my power. It is only today that I have emerged from this egg. However, such a thing will not happen again. Once I reclaim my strength, I will seek justice for the Lunaria tribe, but first, I must address some immediate concerns. Meanwhile, 2 stone tablets were drawn by an unknown force. Their once grayish-white surfaces shimmering with brilliance, and then they shrank in size, merging into Arceus's being. A unique energy coalesced at his forehead. And the weakened Shayna was also drawn by that mysterious power, suspended in mid-air, her life force, which was on the verge of extinguishing, reignited with the infusion of power. Holy beast! Shayna's transformation brought joy to both her and Abel. For Abel, Shayna was his last remaining kin. Perhaps elsewhere in the world, other tribespeople were struggling to survive. But among those he knew, only Shayna remained. I am Arceus. There is no need for astonishment. Shayna's weakness is also related to me. A suggestion proposed by someone indicated that the blood of the Lunaria people might catalyze the hatching of this egg. Thus, they treated Shayna like a blood bank, extracting from her without restraint, for her endurance could not match Abel's. In their eyes, Abel was a more suitable subject for experimentation. Therefore, they chose to experiment on Shayna. He referred to himself as Arceus. The name was merely a moniker, inherited along with all that Arceus encompassed. Now, it is time for us to depart. Certain matters require long-term deliberation. He had initially believed that upon hatching, enhanced perception would allow him to locate the scattered tablets, yet aside from the 2 present here, he could sense no other tablets. This world seemed to possess a peculiar magnetic field that disrupted his perception. Only within a certain proximity could he detect the presence of the tablets. Observing the guards arriving outside, he contemplated unleashing a destructive beam of light. The 2 tablets he absorbed were the fire-type fireball tablet and the ordinary purification tablet. The recent destructive beam had drawn its power from the purification tablet. The paralysis that should have accompanied the destructive beam dissipated in the presence of the creator, but before he could unleash it, the guards appeared to be attacked from behind. And a man wielding a spiked club entered the room, tall and muscular yet somewhat lean. Clad in tight leather pants and sporting a pair of enormous horns atop his head, it was the youthful Kaido. Too slow, Abel. The pests outside are multiplying. The already precarious door crashed to the ground as Kaido stepped inside. This was a research facility affiliated with the world government, yet Kaido's presence here was entirely unremarkable. He had been captured more than once. During his time in the Vodka Kingdom, he had become the strongest soldier of the Wok Kingdom at the tender age of 10. Thanks to his exceptional talent. Due to the national situation, the Wok Kingdom acquired heavenly gold to deliver to the celestial dragons through warfare. Kaido had originally served the kingdom, but that year, the king forcibly enrolled him in the Navy's massive conscription in a bid for participation in the World Conference. When Kaido refused, he was captured and handed over to the Navy, rejecting his role as a political tool for the king. He destroyed a warship that day and embarked on his pirate career. Since then, being captured has become commonplace for him. He regarded prison ships as his dining halls. Afterward, he joined under Rox's command, and now, with Rox being a thing of the past, he found himself captured once more. This time sent here for research on endurance experiments and bloodline factors. For him, not only was capture common, but so too was escape. And he intended to recruit new companions this time. Abel was the individual he had set his sights on. Having observed the events unfolding around him and developed an interest in the Lunaria tribe's talents. Thus, he released Abel, who expressed a desire to leave with others. To which Kaido acquiesced, eager to see the extent of Abel's abilities. He was the so-called rescue personnel Abel mentioned. It seemed that not only was Abel formidable, but he had also gained more than anticipated. Though Kaido appeared to be a reckless brute, he was far from lacking in cunning. He had intended to make a notable appearance at a critical moment. Given Abel's prowess, it was impossible for him to break free from here alone. He had been observing the situation closely, The girl possessed considerable strength as well, but the most crucial factor was the recently hatched Arceus, whose aura of destruction piqued his interest even further. Hey Arceus, right? Would you like to join my crew? You seek to reclaim your power. If you join my pirate crew, I will assist you in recovering what you have lost in the future. He had overheard their earlier conversation and noted that Abel and Shayna represented rare combat capabilities, sufficient to become a person's right and left arms. There was initially no issue. After all, he was the one helping them escape. However, Arceus's emergence indicated new developments. Given the circumstances surrounding the Lunaria tribe, they would likely adhere to the words of this sacred beast with utmost reverence. If he could bring it under his banner, not only would he gain a stronger force, but he would also further bind Abel and Shayna to him. He appreciated capable individuals, regardless of their identity, previous affiliations, or race. As long as their abilities impressed him and they were willing to join him, he would not refuse, and he possessed ample patience. The combat prowess displayed by Arceus and its remarkable means of replenishing energy had captivated his interest. In Kaido's view, the fact that the other party had only recently been born made this an opportune moment to recruit them. However, the unfolding events were not as he had envisioned. Pirate crew? What is your name? Gazing at the tall man with horns, Arceus recalled certain matters, his visage gradually aligning with images he had seen on forums. Yet, there were distinctions between the two-dimensional and three-dimensional realms. Arriving here necessitated further confirmation. Kaido, Abel has already agreed to join me. They are members of the Lunaria tribe, which is already a wanted existence. Leaving here will only exacerbate that status. The world is vast, and relying solely on one or two individuals to locate something is simply inadequate. Lord Sacred Beast, Kaido saved me, hence It is perfectly normal to repay the kindness of others. Your life is not subject to the interference of others. Arceus was more preoccupied with another matter, the name Kaido, who intends to establish a pirate crew, coupled with the fragments of information gleaned from the Lunaria tribe in the past. He finally discerned the location, the world of the Pirate King. However, later on, he merely occasionally perused the storyline through forums or data analytics. Although he was aware of Kaido as a future Emperor of the Sea, he remained oblivious to the intricate details. Arceus was unaware of the more comprehensive information regarding the three calamities, thus he did not know that Abel would eventually become the foremost among them, the Flame Calamity, Ember. Thus, the identities of those who captured the Lunaria tribe become unmistakably clear. The enigmatic interference field can now be elucidated. He remains oblivious to the whereabouts of the remaining stone tablets, which could be scattered across vast expanses, the seas, the Grand Line, the Red Land. Such a wide range necessitates a greater number of hands for the search. If he were to undertake the search alone, it would be an indeterminate amount of time before he succeeded. He is not yet capable of flight. The loss of the stone tablets has deprived him of the ability to soar, as the tablets associated with flight, superpowers, and phantoms are absent from his possession. And he has yet to fully mature, rendering his own form incapable of flight, uncertain of the perceptive range of the tablets. He deems it more prudent to dispatch individuals to gather information rather than flounder about aimlessly like a headless fly. Objectively speaking, the world government stands as the most effective tool for such endeavors. However, he cannot establish a connection with them. As this stems from the influence of his character's fusion, he remains himself, albeit tainted by certain inclinations of the original Arceus. Betrayal and deceit are unforgivable, as is the covetousness towards the stone tablets, not to mention the treatment of him as a mere subject of study. The future of the Four Emperors group holds considerable promise. Whether they are navy or pirate matters little to him at present, as his sole desire is to reclaim his stone tablets. Yet, he cannot bring himself to join another's ranks. His inherent nature is not so haughty. Society serves as a whetstone, and experience has honed him, for without sufficient background, his sharp edges would not endure. At present, the beast pirates are in their nascent stages, and joining would elevate him to the status of an elder. From the perspective of numerous divine observations, Kaido has always been generous towards capable subordinates. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he is destined to become the Emperor of the Sea, representing one of the greatest forces. However, Arceus is distinct. As the mythical Pokemon that creates all, the creator god is his identity. He now inherits the innate pride of Arceus, evoking a nostalgic sense of returning to his youthful fervor. His objective is to collect the stone tablets. Yet valuing the outcome does not preclude appreciation for the journey. I shall not join anyone's ranks, however, in light of your rescue of Abel. I propose a transaction, a deal you cannot refuse. A deal I cannot refuse? You seem to have just hatched. What do you possess to trade? I concede your power is commendable, yet it lacks sufficient weight for a transaction, and this seems no different than joining me. Why not simply align with my faction? What of the bounty? You may remain behind me. I shall not surrender you to anyone. In Kaido's view, the only leverage the other possesses is this very strength, which he admires, yet he desires to recruit the individual. He has an affinity for Zoan-type users, and this notion has sparked within him, leading to his ambition of creating a Zoan army. Although Arceus is not a Zoan user per se, rounding up, he embodies the strength and wisdom of a formidable creature, making him an enticing target. Kaido awaits Arceus's response, yet at that moment, reinforcements arrive, stirring Kaido's irritation. A powerful aura emanates from him, and the Conqueror's haki sweeps through the area, causing the oncoming guards to collapse like harvested wheat. He is showcasing his qualifications, striving to attract competent subordinates. After all, one must possess merit to recruit effectively. Kaido primarily targets the guards, yet this overwhelming presence also affects Arceus and his companions. In the next instant, an even mightier aura ascends, pushing back Kaido's Conqueror's haki. Born from the egg of the chaotic realm, Arceus created the entire world. His new existence begins at a pinnacle unreachable by many. However, the loss of stone tablets has significantly diminished his power, as their absence means he cannot be immune to certain elemental attacks, and the rate of energy recovery is hindered. Nevertheless, the essence of the creator god remains unyielding. He has formed a rough estimate of his capabilities. In the most unfavorable and unrefined scenario, his physical form could sustain injury from a meteorite, which should more accurately be termed a small asteroid. Moreover, at that time, Arceus did not shatter it, but wholly negated its impact. Fujitora has the ability to summon meteorites, which he considers a formidable move. According to peculiar relativistic theories, only an admiral-level adversary could inflict such damage upon Arceus, and this is the most pessimistic conjecture. Had Arceus been more rational at that moment and employed alternative methods, the outcome would likely have been superior, though he has just emerged and lacks numerous stone tablets. Kaido is not at the zenith of his strength, having departed from the Rocks Pirates not long ago, and the Beast Pirates are still in their formative phase. While Kaido may grow stronger, Arceus believes in his own potential for greater strength. The clash of their auras yielded no definitive victor, and both parties instinctively retracted their energies. Following the conclusion of this encounter, a smile slowly crept across Kaido's lips, and he erupted into raucous laughter. Ha ha ha. How fascinating, truly fascinating. Such a future is indeed intriguing. The aura emanating from Arceus does not belong to the Conqueror's haki. He can distinguish between the two forms of might. Yet one who possesses such an aura cannot be an ordinary individual. The stronger the other party, the more Kaido yearns to recruit them. What began as mere intrigue has now transformed into an overwhelming desire. Should the other be an enemy, he would have imprisoned them for a gradual resolution. However, the current amicable relationship due to the Lunaria tribe suggests a more gradual approach. First a transaction, then a recruitment. Although the content of the transaction remains unknown. With such strength and presence, the specifics become inconsequential. Yet, they must first depart from this location, for his senses indicate that an increasing number of individuals are approaching. Let us leave this place. Other matters can be deliberated at our leisure. Kaido's form begins to swell, and soon a colossal blue dragon bursts through the roof, exhaling a wave of scorching breath towards the encroaching crowd. Lord Sacred Beast, shall we also depart? Can you fly? Shayna and Abel unfurl their wings, preparing to take flight. But upon observing Arceus, who lacks wings and possesses somewhat short legs, Shayna timidly inquires. If he cannot fly, they would have to carry him away. However, Kaido has always been benevolent towards his own. Observing the situation below, a vast plume of fiery clouds emerges, lifting Arceus and his companions into the sky. Soaring through the air, Kaido occasionally releases a blast of scorching breath, igniting the surroundings into a sea of flames before intending to depart. Yet, Arceus urges him to halt. Wait. What do you intend to do? First, let us reclaim a bit of interest for the Lunaria tribe. They have tended to us far too kindly during this time. Let us commence here. A ring-like object at his waist transforms into a vibrant crimson, and a stone tablet materializes behind him as a sphere of light begins to coalesce above his head. Judgment Light Shard. The sanctioning of radiant shards, Arceus's exclusive ability, stands as his most formidable skill at this moment. Here, he and Kaido engage in a battle of wills. Kaido seeks to recruit him, while Arceus aspires to secure a more dominant position in their negotiations. An energy ball ascends into the sky, detonating with a thunderous explosion above the urban landscape below, unleashing a cataclysmic rain of fiery meteors that obliterates the structures beneath. Those who were previously engaged in firefighting and salvaging documents, upon witnessing the celestial upheaval, are compelled to abandon their escape. While human-made disasters can be evaded, how does one flee from a calamity of apocalyptic proportions? Kaido's fiery breath transforms the ground into a sea of flames, while Arceus's radiant shards reduce the area to mere ruins. Is the power of these two slabs truly limited to such an extent? Arceus does not hold back. He wishes to ascertain the full extent of his might, though he finds himself somewhat dissatisfied with this display of power. The energy expenditure is considerable, and such a full-force attack can only be executed thrice. However, as Radiant Shards is a wide-range area attack, concentrating its power could amplify its impact. You are indeed formidable. This power rivals that of the Demon Slayer order. Such exhilarating firepower. Kaido's elation is beyond mere words. It is an intoxicating strength, one man comparable to an entire army. Where are you headed? To a prearranged meeting with an individual, not far from here. Kaido soars into the clouds, circling widely before returning, where remnants of their prior destruction can still be observed. Sometimes, the most perilous places are ironically the safest. The test subjects fleeing are right beneath their noses, a notion beyond the grasp of many. The architecture of the island suggests it is a hub of commerce, with numerous individuals gazing at the distant plumes of black smoke, speculating on the events that have transpired. Their conversations reveal that explosions are a frequent occurrence in that direction, to the extent that the locals have grown accustomed to it. Kaido descends into the island's uninhabited zone, drawing little attention, yet upon entering the town, they inevitably capture many curious glances, not due to their bounties or identities. Aside from those who are pirates themselves or closely linked to piracy, such as Navy personnel and bounty hunters, ordinary folk are often oblivious to the identities of most pirates unless their notoriety is widespread. Although Kaido has established a reputation, it has not yet reached universal recognition. However, none among their company appear ordinary. While this world boasts a plethora of individuals with peculiar physiques, the majority are of average stature. Kaido's giant frame naturally attracts attention, as do the wings of Abel and Shayna, which cannot be concealed despite their attempts to shroud themselves beneath voluminous black cloaks, obscuring their features. Coupled with Arceus's unique appearance, their group is undeniably striking. Abel, you are strong enough. From now on, you shall be known as king. Your previous identity is ultimately a complication, drawing unnecessary troubles. The world government has never ceased its bounties on the Lunarians. Simply sharing information can lead to substantial rewards. The distinct characteristics of the Lunarians make it perilous to traverse openly. Doing so invites innumerable predicaments. The identities of both Abel and Kaido must remain concealed. He then turns his attention to Shayna. I envision assembling 3 powerful individuals to serve as my mightiest forces, the calamities of my banner. King and Queen have already been chosen. Would you consider taking on the title of Jack? Listening to this designation, Arceus gazes at Abel, whose fiery abilities and black wings mark him as the future leader of the Beast Pirates' calamities. Yet, there remains a disparity in size, suggesting he will grow significantly taller in time. As for Shayna, she hardly seems the type to embody the notorious title of Ship King. Indeed, given her circumstances, she ought to have perished. It was his use of the stone slab's power that rejuvenated Shayna's life force. Without it, she would not have endured until now. Furthermore, the earlier confrontation within the research facility indicates that Shayna's prowess rivals that of Abel, and the title of Jack is one she could bear, though she is yet to accept it. Thank you for rescuing Abel, yet the true savior of my life is the sacred beast. Whether in the past as a Lunarian devotee or now, my allegiance lies solely with the sacred beast. It is indeed a pity. Just a moment ago, Kaido was sighing, and in the next breath, he suddenly burst into tears, seemingly overwhelmed by a torrent of emotion stemming from his repeated recruitment failures. Nevertheless, this turmoil only solidified his resolve to bring Arceus into his fold. The terrifying firepower coupled with another exceptionally gifted young individual rendered his excitement beyond description. At that moment, Kaido appeared to be uncontrollably emanating his aura, causing those nearby to distance themselves from this madman. The streets quickly became desolate, devoid of any curious gazes. Shayna opted not to assume a code name akin to Jean, as the likelihood of her identity being exposed through her name was minimal. The world still harbors a vast population, and the occurrence of name duplications is quite common. Even doppelgangers are not an uncommon phenomenon, as long as one remains vigilant in concealing identifiable traits. Other matters can be managed with relative ease. While her wings and flames are indeed conspicuous, there exist methods of concealment, such as the devil fruit, whose peculiar abilities serve as an excellent means to obscure one's distinctive features. The presence of a flying Zoan-type creature could easily mask the existence of wings, And in this day and age, the use of fire has become so prevalent that even the most mundane of creatures can wield such powers. As the passers-by were frightened away by Kaido's imposing presence, a solitary figure on the empty street became exceedingly conspicuous, tall and rotund. With a mechanical prosthetic for his left arm, he donned sunglasses, his lips adorned with purple lipstick. A golden braid crowned his head, complemented by 2 golden whiskers gracing his chin, and a golden scorpion braid trailing behind. This was none other than the individual Kaido sought. The future Marquis of the Beast Pirates, the Plague Queen. Queen's presence here was tied to his previous identity, just hours prior. He was a member of MDS, a deranged research group led by the so-called genius who was 500 years ahead of his time, Dr. Vegapunk. Not long ago, MDS operated as an illicit organization, but it has since been incorporated, executing various research projects at the behest of the world government. The research facility where Arceus and his companions had been was one of Mads's projects. Within MADS, however, each member harbored their own ambitions. As they had initially congregated to explore the frontiers of knowledge, many could be deemed mad scientists. The world government, however, valued only Vegapunk. With little intention of absorbing the entire group, MDS has effectively disbanded, with Vegapunk having departed for Mariewa under the escort of CP to negotiate specific details. This was also the reason for the research facility's somewhat weakened defense. Kaido's escape is closely linked to Queen, who had liberated him from the restraints within the research facility. With Mads's dissolution, its members were naturally compelled to seek new paths. For instance, Vinsmoke Judge intended to return to the North Blue to revitalize the German kingdom, buoyed by the support of a long-standing faction. Vegapunk now enjoys the backing of the world government, while Queen recognized Kaido's potential. Each member of MADS possessed unique expertise, such as Judge's focus on bloodline factors and Queen's proficiency with viruses. Such research cannot rely on a solitary individual, prompting Queen to free Kaido and indicate that if Kaido managed to escape, he could seek him out. Even without Queen's intervention, Kaido could have extricated himself, however. Upon encountering Abel, he chose to linger a while longer. The device binding him did not utilize Sea Stone, as only a handful knew of Kaido's abilities at that time. Before joining the Rocks Pirates, he had experienced multiple incarcerations, during which he had yet to consume a devil fruit. His fruit was gifted to him by Charlotte Linlin after the disbandment of the Rocks Pirates following the Battle of God Valley, marking the first time Kaido had been captured since that event. To be precise, it was his hunger that led him to seek a buffet. Thus presenting himself at the door, this was not an unprecedented occurrence for him. He was quite accustomed to it. Vegapunk had drawn Kaido's blood, but before he could analyze it, he departed with the samples. Although Vegapunk eventually synthesized the first artificial devil fruit from Kaido's blood, that was a matter for the future. The research had yet to commence. This marks the first occasion he boldly employs his abilities. Though the research facility has been utterly obliterated beneath the sanctions debris, the news has likely already spread. Ah, you've managed to escape. It seems I shall henceforth refer to you as Brother Kaido, Quinn exclaimed, clutching a large iron barrel as he addressed Kaido. Whether Kaido could extricate himself from the Institute served as a test for Quinn regarding his chosen captain. And within the barrel was a delightful concoction of sweet rice cakes and red bean soup, the sugary aroma wafting through the air. However, Brother Kaido, it appears you have found some capable subordinates. Hey, what are you doing? Before Quinn could finish his sentence, a figure materialized before him, a fiery right leg striking fiercely at his face. The iron barrel absorbed the blow, but became deformed in the process, scattering the remaining sweet rice cake and red bean soup across the ground. You scoundrel! You were part of that research facility, weren't you? I shall never forget your face. The assailant was Shayna, and since Quinn had previously been affiliated with that institute, he had participated in various research activities. Her visage etched into his memory. Neither she nor Jean adhered to a particular fighting style. They merely acquired skills to enhance their combat prowess. Each excelling in their own domains, Jean favored bladed weaponry, while Shayna was adept in hand-to-hand combat and possessed remarkable kicking techniques. How outrageous. I am not the leader, and my sweet rice cake and red bean soup. I had only just taken a bite. His mechanical left arm intercepted Shayna's kick, the searing heat causing his mustache to curl slightly. The spillage of his beloved soup was the source of his ire. Arceus did not intervene. Well aware of the anger Shayna had amassed during these days, every individual from the research facility had become a target for her wrath. And it appeared Quinn had also become a subject of Kaido's recruitment. Don't you care? It's merely a fight. Why bother? If we are to work together in the future, rather than engage in daily scheming, it would be better for her to vent her frustrations. But she hasn't agreed to join you. Yet she is obedient to you. Have you considered fully joining my pirate crew? I could offer you the position of Vice Admiral. Not interested. Before he could finish, Quinn felt something wet drench his head. Upon looking up, he discovered Kaido inexplicably weeping, a wine barrel appearing from nowhere, pouring its contents. What a pity. Truly a pity, Jean. Do as you wish. After today, it will no longer be feasible. He sensed that Jean harbored similar resentment towards Quinn. Though it was not as impulsive as Shayna's, Kaido's words seemed to activate Jean, and Quinn found himself at a disadvantage against Shayna. Despite his larger physique, he could not reach her, and she exploited her aerial advantage to its fullest. In the next moment, Jean joined the fray, and Quinn was knocked aside like a ball. The duo's collaboration impeccable. They had fought side by side throughout their past lives, their synergy exceptional. Observing Kaido weeping and drinking nearby, Quinn comprehended that Kaido had no intention of stopping this altercation. He wished to see if Kaido truly possessed the ability to escape the research facility. And it seemed Kaido shared the same sentiment. You two scoundrels, I am enraged. Quinn's skin began to roughen, a brown hue spreading across his form. His already stout body growing even larger as a colossal Apatosaurus materialized before them. The dragon fruit, an ancient breed, in the form of an Apatosaurus, was an exceedingly rare animal-type ancient fruit. However, unlike typical animal-type users, Quinn bore evident signs of modification, not only his left hand, but even his tail and the tips of his head bore mechanical claws. Although the previous attack had inflicted considerable damage, animal-type users possessed remarkable stamina and recovery abilities. And he was far from his limit. To Quinn's astonishment, 2 gun barrels extended from his mouth, unleashing a barrage of bullets towards Shayna. In response, Shayna merely shielded herself with her wings, flames enveloping them, successfully blocking all of Quinn's assault. The flames of the Lunaria became increasingly potent, enhancing her defense. Though at the expense of speed, the ability to seamlessly transition between forms was crucial in their combat. Subsequently, Jean took Shayna's place, and Shayna's flaming feet kicked towards Quinn once more. Lacking weaponry, Jean found himself at a disadvantage, as Shayna's combat prowess surpassed his in this scenario. Fiery girl. Let us see how you fare against this move. New feast hot fist. The mechanical claws at the end of her braids ignited with flames, lunging towards Quinn under her command. However, as the flames behind Shayna extinguished, her speed surged, delivering another kick to Quinn's face. Though her current weakness and size disparity meant it yielded limited results, her potential for growth was immense, yet she remained somewhat inexperienced, lacking the enhancements provided by the devil fruit and mechanical modifications. Nonetheless, in the 2-on-1 scenario, Quinn was thoroughly overwhelmed by Jean and Shayna. As they vented their grievances, Kaido called for an end to the skirmish. Past grievances were now laid to rest, and moving forward, they would all be comrades aboard the same vessel. Nevertheless, Quinn remained defiant. If you have the ability, take me on one-on-one. You two, engage in a duel. I shall show you what true power is. Is that all reliant on your bulk? You little girl, cease your prattle. I am muscle all over, and my corpulence is merely a concern. If I were slender, my handsomeness would be irresistible, and you would be utterly captivated by my slim figure. Dream on, you narcissistic buffoon. Even if you slim down, you won't be formidable. Yet, animal-type users were notoriously resilient. Having just been thrashed, Quinn was already bouncing back to life. Shayna, do you desire similar powers? Arceus inquired of Shayna, and upon receiving an affirmative response, the fireball stone tablet materialized. This passage reflects his introspection on his abilities over the past. Arceus, the creator of the world, gave rise to Pokemon, possessing the innate power to create them through the use of tablets. With a slight modification, the force of creation could achieve numerous feats. Though it had yet to be put into practice, this represented his endeavor to explore his own capabilities. A unique energy surged within Shayna, a searing sensation coursing through her veins, causing the flames behind her to flare uncontrollably. Holy beast, what is this? Give it a try. It should be akin to that so-called devil fruit. Following Arceus' instructions, Shayna summoned the power within her, transforming her hands into claws, while a crimson mask materialized upon her visage. Witnessing this transformation, Kaido suddenly regained lucidity, akin to encountering a long-lost beloved. As the subject of this change, Shayna felt the shift within her. In that moment, both she and the observer, Jean, were filled with a fire named hope. The powers of those endowed with abilities stem from the devil fruit, a common knowledge among the seafaring folk. Anyone with a modicum of awareness would recognize this truth. Should this ability manifest elsewhere, it would be perplexing. However, since this power derived from Arceus, their revered holy beast, everything fell into place. Why carry a giant egg while fleeing? This is a question posed by every newborn of their kin. At such times, parents would recount the age-old tales passed down through generations. The revered sacred objects bestowed them with enhanced fiery prowess, and those graced by divine favor basked in its glow, becoming the mightiest warriors of their clan. Once, this had been an ethereal legend, yet today he witnessed the might of Arceus. The sacred relics, worshipped through the ages, had awakened, and under this radiant power, the glory of Lunaria would surely bloom anew. However, Arceus was not entirely satisfied. He discerned that the direct bestowal of abilities incurred a significant toll on his stamina. Arceus possessed the capacity to create deities like Dialga and Palkia, but that required the might of the tablets. Currently, he wielded only 2 tablets, rendering his power incomplete, and the expenditure appeared rather considerable. Nevertheless, this validated his assessment of his own capabilities. He could, indeed, base his power on the human form and directly grant abilities to Pokemon, albeit at the cost of his own vitality. The individuals endowed with abilities arising in this manner do not harbor any fear of seawater. To be precise, what they dread is not the seawater or the sea stone itself, but rather a unique component known as pyrobroin. It is the substantial presence of pyrobroin particles within the sea stone that nullifies the powers of the devil fruits. Similarly, the seawater in this world is imbued with pyrobroin, which causes it to exert effects on the endowed individuals akin to that of sea stone. However, this particular particle bears no influence on the abilities of Pokemon. Regarding the methods to conserve stamina, Arceus has his own notions. One approach involves modifying the devil fruits, or perhaps experimenting on those who have already consumed them. Alternatively, he contemplates the creation of an apparatus akin to a learning machine to allow certain animal-type endowed individuals to learn and adapt. Naturally, these endeavors require numerous trials to ascertain their outcomes. For now, the focus is on observing the specific effects. Shayna's physique has not undergone significant alterations, merely increasing in height by a few centimeters. In addition to the flames originally present on her back, fierce flames now erupt from her feet and wrists. Through the modification of her bloodline, her abilities have been rendered akin to those of a devil fruit, specifically aligning with the powers of a Blaziken. According to the terminology here, it ought to be referred to as the bird fruit, mythical beast type, Blaziken form. The ultimate form bestows a definitive ability. While directly creating a Pokemon could allow it to evolve gradually from its initial form, bestowing abilities is a path fraught with complications. The choice of Blaziken stems from the Lunalia tribe's inherent affinity for fire, coupled with Shayna's expertise in kicking techniques. Furthermore, one of the 2 tablets she possesses is of the fire element. As long as one of the attributes encompasses that of the tablet, she can proceed with creation. The energy expended in creation is proportionate to the strength of the recipient of the power and the inherent strength of the Pokemon itself. Initially, she had intended to attempt the creation of a fire-type deity, but the energy cost has temporarily quelled that ambition. A crimson mask obscures much of her visage, while white hair cascades in 2 segments. Her body is enveloped in red feathers, and she presently exists in a hybrid form. The distinction between the Blaziken's beast form and this current state is not particularly pronounced, with the only notable feature being the partially exposed skin. In this guise, no one can discern her true identity, and there are indeed individuals with darker skin tones. Well then, now you all possess abilities. If you believe you can prevail in a one-on-one confrontation, why not give it a try? Upon hearing Arceus's words, Quinn broke out in a cold sweat. His earlier bravado was but a fade. He found it challenging to contend with either Shayna or Jean without abilities. And now that Shayna has suddenly acquired powers, resembling those of a mythical beast, he feels utterly outmatched. Observing Shayna's fidgeting demeanor, Quinn places his hopes on Kaido. Let it be. Let it be. We are all allies now. Engaging in conflict would only disrupt our harmony, don't you think, Brother Kaido? He yearns for Kaido to intervene, yet receives no response. Turning to Kaido, he notices a flushed complexion and a glimmering gaze, as if he has stumbled upon a great treasure. The wine jug in his hand has inexplicably fallen and shattered on the ground. Soon, an uncontrollable mirth overtakes him. The already turbulent seas are bound to become even more captivating, at least in Kaido's eyes. The mere act of conjuring endowed individuals, rather than the shock of such powers' emergence, is what he perceives as significant. What a splendid power, Quinn. You have officially joined my pirate crew. Haven to you? Indeed, Brother Kaido. It would be rather unfortunate for allies to engage in conflict. No, this is the best way to demonstrate value. My first captain's order is for you to engage her once more, this time in a one-on-one duel. He desires to discern the essence of this ability. Having been a mere observer in the previous skirmish, facing a familiar opponent will allow him to better perceive the changes. Quinn is left perplexed by Kaido's demand. At this moment, he feels as though he has boarded the wrong vessel. His emotions are tumultuous. He is not of the Lunalia bloodline and does not share their reverence for Arceus, nor does he possess Kaido's audacity. Feeling only exhilaration at the sudden emergence of an endowed individual, this phenomenon is so fantastical that it shatters his understanding accumulated over the years. The ensuing minutes could be described as the darkest of Quinn's life. With the acquisition of Blaziken's powers, Shayna has transformed entirely, her physical prowess significantly enhanced, particularly the strength of her legs, which has increased exponentially. The legs of a Blaziken can effortlessly leap to the height of 30 stories. When this force translates into a kick, even animal-type endowed individuals would struggle to withstand it, not to mention the flames now burning with intensity far exceeding their previous state. After several exchanges, Quinn finds himself sprawled on the ground, opting to concede defeat. Meanwhile, Arceus regards Kaido with disdain. The sight of a towering man exhibiting such peculiar fervor sends shivers down his spine. Is this what you refer to as an ability? Indeed. If you procure the tablets for me, I can bestow similar abilities upon your chosen individuals. By the way, the more tablets I possess, the stronger my abilities become, enabling me to create even mightier powers. As for the potential of a traitor, since I grant the abilities, I have methods to reclaim them. Attempting to use those powers against me would be utterly futile. Very well, where are those tablets? I can hardly wait. Let us seek them out immediately. If I knew where those tablets were, would I need to engage in this transaction with you? I simply require more manpower to gather information. Within a certain radius, I can sense the presence of the tablets. Oh, and do you possess any devil fruits? I wish to experiment with other possibilities, to see if I can transform ordinary animal-type abilities into those of mythical beasts, allowing the powers to be preserved indefinitely while you search for suitable candidates. He refrains from stating that direct modification would be excessively laborious, choosing instead to present an alternative rationale. The reason for focusing on animal-type fruits lies in their unique properties, as they can not only bestow powers upon inanimate objects but also possess their own distinct will. Modifying fruits of other types would likely require more effort than simply granting abilities to living beings. Such items remain exceedingly rare. However, I do have an idea to assemble a legion of animal-type endowed individuals. We shall take our time to locate them. Just as he speaks, a plump, black-purple fruit rolls to their feet. Its variety is indescribable, somewhat akin to a dragon fruit, adorned with what appear to be bat-like wings. It collides with Arceus's feet and comes to a halt. This is indeed a devil fruit, correct? The peculiar and bizarre patterns left Arceus in a state of bewilderment. It was the first time he had encountered such a phenomenon. Logically, this should be a devil fruit. Yet the manner of its emergence eluded his comprehension. Dubbed the treasure of the seas, its estimated worth and future market valuation would exceed 100 million berries. A staggering figure even by current standards. Should the powers of this fruit be known, its value would only increase. Just a moment prior, Kaido had been lamenting the rarity of such items, and the next, one rolled right towards them, creating an almost surreal tableau that left him in disbelief. Beside them, Quinn gazed at the rolling fruit with equal perplexity. Having been thoroughly bested by Shayna, he felt a twinge of irritation but had little to express. So he vented his frustrations on nearby objects. Conveniently, a wooden crate filled with apples stood close by. A swift kick sent it crashing, and out tumbled the very fruit in question. Kaido bent to retrieve the fruit, feeling as though he had yet to fully awaken from his inebriation. The fruit's entrance was undeniably fantastical, yet it mattered little. One does not refuse a devil fruit when fortune smiles upon them. As to why Arceus did not seize it himself, he currently lacked hands and could not utilize telekinesis. He was averse to the idea of picking it up with his mouth, believing he could resolve this quandary once he acquired a few more stone tablets. Should that fail, he would have to seek out the human fruit. Luck was indeed on his side. What one speaks often manifests, though the specific variety remained unknown. Recalling his time at the research facility, he had perused the devil fruit compendium, and the pattern suggested this was the dragon fruit, ancient type, in the form of the pterosaur. Quinn reminisced, then produced a reference copy from seemingly nowhere to compare. Devil fruits do not replicate abilities. They only reappear randomly in some corner of the world upon the death of the previous wielder. Many powers from the past have been documented in the compendium, which included devil fruits among the subjects studied by MDS. The members of MDS hailed from diverse locales, many possessing extensive knowledge, and thus, such a compendium existed. This one was Quinn's own reproduction. This fruit, being of the ancient type and capable of flight, was exceptionally rare. Ha ha ha. Kicking out a devil fruit truly pays off. The exact number of devil fruits remains a mystery, yet the Zoan category indeed boasts the most extensive subclassifications. The mythical Zoan types, considered rarer than the Logia types, and the exceedingly rare ancient types, are all difficult to encounter. Among these fruits, those with flight capabilities are even scarcer. Not all formidable beings possess the ability to fly, and even those who have mastered the 6 styles, Saru, are but a select few. In this world, the vast oceans encompass the majority of the surface, and possessing the ability to fly almost guarantees a strategic advantage. On the sea, the destruction of an opponent's vessel can leave even the most formidable individuals in disarray. Thus, in naval battles, the primary objective for many is to protect their own ships. Moments ago, Arceus mentioned the need for a devil fruit, and now the fruit has arrived. Kaido glanced at Arceus beside him. Now that the fruit is in hand, what do you intend to do? Naturally, it is to transform, specifically the ancient species of the toothless pterosaur, a perfect opportunity to test my hypothesis. This time, it was not merely a solitary stone tablet, but rather 2 tablets, untouched by the forces of attributes, instead embodying the pure essence of creation inherent within the stones. Shayna's fiery chicken was the result of his choice to consciously control his power for evolution. Now, he wished to experiment, without guidance or the application of attributes. Merely indulging in spontaneous mutation, what outcomes would this yield? Within this fruit, he even sensed a unique will, yet, confronted by the overwhelming presence of Arceus, it quickly chose to submit. In Kaido's vision, the devil fruit in his hand underwent a transformation, as a grayish-white hue enveloped the original fruit. This approach has indeed proven to be less laborious. The variable fruits are evidently less demanding than those with stable changes, however. The nature of such transformation seems to be dictated by the type of fruit itself. The parameters are insufficient, and there remains much yet to explore. Contemplating this, he spoke to Kaido. I have succeeded, yet there are still several experiments to conduct. 1 fruit is insufficient. Abel, this fruit is for you to consume. Shayna has already acquired her abilities, while Quinn and Kaido are inherently power bearers. The characteristics of the modified devil fruit still persist, allowing only 1 to be consumed. Once devoured, exposure to seawater renders 1 powerless, transforming into a landlocked state. However, for the flying Lunaria, the ability to swim is of little consequence. Would you like to eat it? It's notoriously unpalatable. The taste will remain etched in your memory for a lifetime, even worse than excrement. Quinn whispered to Jean, anticipating that once Jean ingested the fruit, he might be able to manipulate him. It seemed that he could only claim a minor advantage verbally at this moment. But Shayna did not indulge him. Is that so? So you have indeed tasted that thing? Oh, what do you say? I am a power bearer. Did you not see? No. I mean, have you eaten excrement, which is how you know this is worse. A legend. A legend of the sea. Are you truly that ignorant? You fool. Quinn was uncertain who had uttered such words or how the comparison emerged, yet rumors of the devil fruits have always circulated thus. He could not allow Shayna to place the blame upon him. Mr. Kaido is also a power bearer. Why has he never spoken of such things? It seems you have indeed had your own experiences. The term incompetent rage aptly encapsulated Quinn's current state, unable to argue and incapable of overpowering. He harbored a deep-seated resentment towards everyone from the research facility due to his experiences there. Such matters cannot simply be resolved with a mere beating. Arceus finds it challenging to ascertain whether Shayna possesses an inherently sharp tongue or if her barbs are specifically directed at Quinn. Nevertheless, their actions did not impede Jin's progress. Without hesitation, he consumed the fruit entirely. You truly are a formidable individual. A single bite suffices, for only the one who takes the initial taste gains the ability, rendering subsequent bites worthless. Jean paid no heed to Quinn. Instead, his form underwent a dramatic transformation, his skin turning a pale gray as he morphed into a colossal pterosaur. Although still a pterosaur, Quinn was certain this was not a toothless variety. The sharp teeth within its maw and the stone-like texture of its skin distinguished it from the toothless pterosaur. At this moment, Jin's power was referred to as the fossil pterosaur, a far cry from the appearance of a toothless pterosaur. As a scientist, Quinn's technical prowess remained intact, with human modification and viruses being his primary focus. In this domain, biology is an indispensable component. It is not uncommon to find living pterosaurs on certain ancient islands, let alone fossilized ones. The toothless pterosaur lacks the robust tail that Jean possesses, and the width of its lower and upper jaws far exceeds that of a pterosaur's beak. The pair of wings seems somewhat excessive. After all, your Lunaria tribe is inherently capable of flight. That insufferable girl has significantly increased her flame's temperature. What about you? Quinn appeared to regain his vigor, or perhaps he had not been overly intent on fighting just moments prior. Within him lay countless modifications, augmented by the recovery abilities of ancient species, and he had nearly returned to his former state. Researchers often possess an unusual curiosity for exploration. However, as these thoughts crossed his mind, he suddenly felt a twinge of regret. At that moment, Jean was in his complete beast form, his size resembling that of a pterosaur, soaring gracefully through the sky. When Quinn questioned his abilities, a dangerously glint flashed in Jin's eyes, accompanied by a subtle smile at the corners of his mouth. Hey, you wouldn't. Quinn swallowed hard, and the next instant, Jean flapped his wings, conjuring 4 colossal stones, each the size of a house, which promptly buried Quinn beneath them. The weight was manageable for Quinn, and after a struggle, he emerged, albeit looking quite disheveled. Yet, it seemed the tribulations he faced today had multiplied. Aren't you a pterosaur? Why on earth would a pterosaur wield the power of stone? This is absurd for a transformed phantom beast. Are you an imbecile? Phantom beasts are labeled as such precisely because of their illogical powers, Jean retorted. Quinn fell silent, staring at the enormous stones that had appeared out of thin air, lost in profound self-doubt. Just minutes prior, neither of these individuals had exhibited any abilities. While ancient species may not be as formidable as phantom beasts, they were nevertheless rare among animal types, with significant amplification capabilities. Yet, in a brief span, he had witnessed these two transform into phantom beasts. Who would complain about possessing greater abilities? After all, once one becomes a non-entity, stronger powers are undeniably advantageous. At times, people tend to seek warmth and companionship, and Quinn instinctively turned his gaze toward Kaido, whom he presumed to be devoid of powers, only to discover that Kaido was also a phantom beast. Not to mention, the origins of Jean and Shayna's abilities ultimately traced back to Arceus, whom Shayna consistently referred to as the divine beast. Quinn was acutely aware of the peculiarities housed within that research facility, which had only dispatched that strange egg and 2 stone slabs along with these 2 lunarians. He doubted that something like, well, an alpaca or a horse could emerge from the stones, nor could he discern the true nature of Arceus, but it was likely that it had hatched from that egg. As Quinn scrutinized Arceus, the latter was likewise observing him. Having experimented with the abilities of non-entities and the unpredictable mutations of demon fruits, Arceus contemplated the need for more demon fruits to explore other transformations. At that moment, he was eager to see what would transpire from altering an ability user. And there were indeed ready subjects available. While Kaido could be disregarded, Arceus was aware that the stronger the original entity, the greater the consumption required for transformation. Thus, modifying Kaido would be an arduous task. In comparison, Quinn was not significantly different from the powerless Shayna, making him a rather suitable candidate for experimentation. Quinn, unlike Jean and Shayna, did not forge a relationship based on racial ties. Although Arceus remained uncertain about the direction of transformation, it was evident that the enhancement of Shayna and Jean was advantageous for the pursuit of the stone tablets. This also allowed Kaido to perceive the potential benefits he might gain. While strengthening Quinn posed no issue, he felt that this portly individual should possess greater value. For instance, if this fellow was indeed affiliated with the Research Institute, he ought to have knowledge regarding the whereabouts of some stone tablets. The stone tablets were released from within Arceus, each floating before Kaido and Quinn. There remained 16 such tablets, which were rightfully part of my power. In certain games, Arceus did not possess ordinary tablets, for an Arceus devoid of tablets was merely ordinary. However, upon becoming Arceus, the ordinary aspect transformed into a facet of power, with each tablet representing immunity to a specific attribute attack. In reality, there was no restriction to carry only one tablet. Once he reclaimed all the tablets, not only would his attacks be effective, but he would also secure his own invulnerability. Kaido, let me reiterate, these are the items I require. Bring them to me, or provide me with information regarding their locations, and I shall reward you with the abilities of a mythical beast. This constitutes our agreement. Is there any objection? Not at all. Then our alliance is hereby established. At this juncture, a celebration should be in order. In pirate culture, a feast is customary upon forming alliances, celebrating good fortune, or even for no reason at all. Even the Rocks pirates have been influenced by this tradition. Every pirate inherently possesses a heart inclined toward feasting. However, in this desolate town, it hardly seems suitable for such merriment. It became evident that Kaido had not succumbed to a mindless state and understood the inappropriateness of holding a banquet here. Of course, primarily, he enjoyed feasting but detested organizing it himself, especially with only a handful of subordinates at his disposal. Perhaps the matter of the banquet could be postponed. Yet we should still partake in a toast to our brotherhood. When one pirate crew decides to join another, both parties partake in a ceremonial drink. Similarly, when two equally matched entities choose to ally, they engage in this act to express their sincerity. Although merely a matter of appearances, this tradition has endured. From the rice cake soup shop where Quinn had just been, several vessels were procured, 2 large and 3 small. It was at this moment that Kaido declared the formation of his pirate crew, the Beast Pirates. Arceus did not join the Beast Pirates, however. He intended to utilize their name to seek the tablets, thereby avoiding unnecessary complications, until he acquired the majority of the tablet's powers. He preferred to remain out of the spotlight. Presently, only these few individuals were aware of his emergence from that mysterious colossal egg. Should this information reach the world government, it could incite considerable trouble. Notably, Shayna assisted Arceus in lifting his drinking bowl. The core of the Beast Pirates was hereby established, while Kaido gazed contemplatively at Arceus's tablets. Seemingly lost in thought, Arceus chose not to disturb Kaido but instead turned his attention to Quinn. You were once part of that research institute. You should know how those tablets came to be, correct? Indeed, one was delivered alongside these two fellows, while another was sent by the world government after a collaboration with Vegapunk. I am not privy to the details, but it likely originated from the Lunarians. The information aligned perfectly. The Fireball tablet had initially been lent to the leader of the Lunarians, and it was not surprising that it fell into the hands of the government after his defeat. The ordinary type's nullification tablet had consistently been carried by Shayna. Does the government possess other tablets? How could I possibly know such matters? Prior to this, I was entirely unaware of the existence of so many. However, from the conversations of those individuals, it appeared they believed there were more than 2 tablets, and another one should indeed be in the possession of the world government. Quinn did not assert this with certainty, as it was merely conjecture. Nevertheless, Arceus felt that his deduction held merit. A tablet had indeed been lost during the Lunarians' flight, and it was entirely plausible that it had ended up with the world government. They seemed to have conducted research on these tablets, yet their conclusions were limited to the notion of indestructible tablets, which they believed harbored immense power and could unconsciously influence their surroundings. Those individuals had urged Vegapunk to attempt to harness the power contained within the tablets, but he had remained utterly baffled. This is indeed a normal occurrence. Arceus is the sole master of the tablet. While the tablet may unconsciously influence its surroundings, no one can harness its power without his consent. By the way, some researchers attempted to create a device to locate the tablet, but this proposal was ultimately discarded. In the research facility, the tablets resembled ordinary stones, devoid of any identifiable special components. The principle was akin to that of a metal detector. One individual believed the tablet contained a unique substance, and that by creating an instrument to analyze this substance, one could search for the tablets over a wide area. However, the issue remained that the tablet had never shed any residue, making implementation impossible. Indestructible and unanalyzable, there was even a suggestion to use it for crafting armor, but that was rejected. According to previous accounts, the Lunarians might possess a unique connection to the tablets, which is why the Fireball tablet was sent to this location for experimentation. I recall seeing something similar during my time on the rock ship. Human potential can be awakened under extraordinary circumstances. Initially, Kaido had little impression of the tablet, but its ability to create phantom beasts captivated him. The technology was exclusive to Arceus, and naturally, he sought to locate those tablets. Through recollection, he finally understood why it felt familiar. The Rock's Pirates' treasury contained a plethora of treasures, with gold and silver being merely the most commonplace. Devil fruits, rare minerals. These were items that Rocks had seized from across the world, including from the celestial dragons, and among them was this tablet, used as a cushion at the bottom of a box. Rocks? Yes, Rocks D. Zebek, the pirate crew I once belonged to. Rocks was a true monster, with ambitions of becoming the king of the world. However, 5 years ago, the Battle of God Valley led to the complete annihilation of the Rocks Pirates, scattering the remaining members in various directions. The Rocks Pirates were the true maritime overlords. Both captain and crew were renowned figures: young Whitebeard, Gold Lion, Charlotte Lin, and Kaido had all been part of that crew. Kaido was even considered a mere intern aboard that ship. Unlike adventurers who band together due to shared dreams, this was a violent group forcibly united under Rock's absolute power. The crew was inherently suspicious of one another, and when the situation turned dire, they naturally dispersed. At this point, only 5 years had passed since the Battle of God Valley. Although the world government had erased Rocks from history due to his heinous crimes, forbidding any discussion about him, the time since was too short for his existence to be forgotten. Many still remembered him, and in a few more years, he would gradually fade from memory. Moreover, Kaido, as a first-hand witness to those events, would certainly not heed the government's edicts and spoke of rocks without reservation. Of course, the experiences aboard the rock ship were not particularly significant, so he opted to omit those details. Given the demise of the Rocks pirates, where could that tablet have gone? In God Valley? No, the so-called God Valley has long vanished from the seas. There is nothing left there. As I mentioned, the crew members were each driven by their own motives. Some perished, some were captured, but many others managed to escape. The one most enamored with treasure was undoubtedly John. It would be no surprise if he took advantage of the chaos to abscond with the ship's loot. But where is he now? I do not know. However, finding his whereabouts should not pose much difficulty. Yet, confronting him would be another matter entirely. Given his avaricious nature, retrieving anything from him would likely require a confrontation. Nevertheless, he was an elder from my former crew, making such an altercation quite inconvenient. What? Is there a code of honor among pirates? Did you not claim that Rock's crew was united solely by self-interest, with infighting being commonplace? Kaido is indeed benevolent towards his own, exhibiting remarkable tolerance. But that is predicated on the individual possessing sufficient strength to earn his favor. It is evident that Arceus is the one Kaido values most and wishes to recruit, as he possesses the abilities Kaido has long coveted. However, Kaido does not believe he holds any sentimental attachments to John. My relationship with him is not particularly amiable. What I mean is, that fellow is a tough opponent. While locating him may not be overly challenging, it would require considerable time and compensation. 5 years ago, he was merely an intern in the Rocks Pirates, but times have changed. 5 years have elapsed, and he is no longer the same. He owes John nothing. So at this juncture, he must maximize John's value. Kaido did not demand much in return, but proposed an advance payment, as he could no longer wait. That is not impossible. Quinn, come here. He intended to experiment further with Quinn's abilities, and this was an opportune moment to provide Kaido with a taste of success. Furthermore, apart from Quinn, there was no one else around. A similar surge of power coursed through Quinn's body, consuming less than Shayna's yet more than Jin's. Striking a balance in between. Quinn was already a formidable individual capable of bizarre transformations, so he was not averse to this. However, upon utilizing his abilities, he discovered a cluster of bananas sprouting from his chin. Quinn did not immediately transform into his beast form. Instead, he opted for a hybrid form, retaining the main structure of a brontosaurus. Yet, he keenly sensed the additional weight on his chin, and upon grasping it firmly, he realized it was indeed a banana. In addition, his shoulders and crown were adorned with green leaves, while 4 massive banana leaves unfurled from his back. The moment a devil fruit is consumed, the eater acquires its fundamental abilities, although the extent of subsequent development depends on their direction of evolution. Among the various categories of devil fruits, the Paramecia type undoubtedly offers the broadest avenues for development, while the ordinary Zoan type is comparatively simpler, requiring little time to master the 3 transformation stages. Conversely, the mythical Zoan type necessitates gradual exploration of its capabilities. Unlike Shayna's intense flames and agility, or Jin's ability to conjure rock formations, the bananas on his chin certainly appeared peculiar. Nevertheless, the power emanating from within assured him that the reality was far more extraordinary. As he flapped the large banana leaves on his back, he was astonished to find himself soaring into the air. This defies logic. How could such banana leaves support such a massive form? Is this the ability of a mythical Zoan? It seems my modifications can indeed encompass a broader array of possibilities. With the tail trailing behind him, Quinn pondered numerous matters. The tropical dragon, by its very nature, lacked a tail. The appendage Quinn possessed was a remnant of the Brachiosaurus fruit itself. Arceus's transformation was not a complete substitution. Instead, he had harnessed a portion of energy to activate the latent power of the Brachiosaurus fruit within Quinn, allowing it to undergo unpredictable mutations. Although Quinn's Brachiosaurus had metamorphosed into a tropical dragon prior to the completion of the transformation, Arceus could not ascertain what form the Brachiosaurus would ultimately assume. Nonetheless, this mutation would undoubtedly be rooted in the anatomical structure of the Brachiosaurus. Possibilities included the Great Zucchini or the Isansno giant dragon. The transformation into a tropical dragon might stem from Quinn's fondness for sweet delicacies and his yearning to soar. Shayna, Jean, and Quinn represented 3 distinct types of entities. Despite the successful endowment of abilities, the limited reference points left Arceus uncertain about the conditions underlying the transformations. He possessed the capability, yet it did not imply a comprehensive understanding of the operational processes of that power. just as the skill of Judgment Shard was etched into his mind. Utilizing Judgment Shard was as instinctive as eating or drinking. However, he remained oblivious to the intricacies of its execution, though Arceus was revered as the creator god. Divinity merely represented a spectrum of power, never an omniscient being. For instance, can a deity create a stone so heavy that he cannot lift it? One argument posits that prior to its creation, he could not lift it, yet afterward, he could. This debate yields no definitive conclusion. As more transformation subjects emerge, the principles will become evident. Observing Quinn soaring through the sky, Arceus conceived a new idea, until he regained his own ability to fly. Quinn might serve as his designated mount. Among the 5 present, he was the only one incapable of flight. Shayna was a girl, Jin's current size was insufficient. And even if he transformed into a pterosaur, he could not bear Arceus's weight. As for Kaido, although he could conjure flame clouds to carry others aloft, he was presently the captain, albeit without a ship, and the governor of the beast's pirates could not simply act as a mere steed. Quinn, having transformed from a brachiosaurus into a tropical dragon, was sufficiently large to accommodate everyone aside from Kaido upon his back. It was evident that both Shayna and Jin harbored reservations towards him, considering he was once a member of that research institute. Had his primary research project not been unrelated to the Lunaria, perhaps matters could not be resolved with a mere skirmish. To say something inappropriate, prolonged companionship with a pet cultivates affection, how much more so with humans? Shayna and Jin might very well be the last Lunarians upon the ocean. Hence Arceus's demeanor towards Quinn was not particularly amiable. Such a labor force, if not exploited, seems rather inappropriate. Quinn, contemplating his physical transformation plan in the sky, remains oblivious to the fact that he is on the verge of being labeled as a favored steed. After a brief period of acclimatization to his new form, Quinn descended back to the ground. As he relinquished his powers, the banana in his hand did not vanish. While in the sky, he had experimented with various things. Although he could remove the banana from his chin, it was remarkably resilient, unless he consciously desired to pluck them away. Those bananas were as firmly integrated into his being as any corporeal part. There were 3 bananas in total, and upon detaching one, it did not regenerate. Firstly, the creations of the devil fruits are consumable. For instance, the long bread produced by the Bito Bito no Mi, the biscuits conjured by the Gori Gori no Mi, and even the cabbages illustrated by Kinemon's Moku Moku no Mi are all edible. However, these belong to the paramecia category, and the consumed portions are not part of the user's own body, but rather fabricated entities. The paramecia fruits can be broadly categorized into 3 types: body modification, supernatural abilities, and creation. Supernatural abilities grant the user various magical powers, such as slowing down or creating vibrations, though these do not pertain to edibility. There is often an overlap between supernatural abilities and creation. For instance, the Bito Bito no Mi can be said to create new food while also transforming inedible items into food through its supernatural power. Creation refers to the ability of the user to conjure various items out of thin air, and naturally, the food produced by this category of paramecia fruits is edible biscuits, rice cakes, cream, none of which are linked to the user's physical form. Body modification, on the other hand, purely alters the user's bodily structure. Take, for example, Gasper's gummy fruit, which transforms the body into gummy candy but does not allow for the creation of gummy items. The taste is quite unpalatable, a fact personally validated by Luffy in the theatrical version. Undoubtedly, the Zoan category falls under body modification, as the fruit can manifest on the bodies of animals, which is truly fantastical. Observing the banana in his hand, Quinn made a choice. He peeled the banana and promptly placed it in his mouth, revealing an expression of delight. Sweet and soft, this was the most delectable banana he had ever tasted, being a connoisseur of sweetness. It was no surprise that he was fond of sweet dishes like rice cake with red bean soup. However, from this banana, he experienced a unique sweetness that seemed to encapsulate the essence of all fruits. Coupled with the banana's texture, he discovered a delicacy that could rival the rice cake with red bean soup. Subsequently, he employed his abilities again to detach the remaining 2 bananas. Quinn, in his brontosaurus form, had assumed a more gargantuan size, leading to the bananas being correspondingly larger. Yet for those of them who measured their meals by the barrel, these 3 bananas merely served to whet their appetites. The first task Quinn set upon in developing his new abilities was not anything else but to explore how to cultivate bananas. After several fruitless attempts, he turned his gaze towards Arceus. This capability was developed by him, thus he must certainly possess some insights. Quinn approached, his face adorned with a servile and obsequious smile. Human augmentation is one of his greatest passions, and in this realm, Arceus's prowess has reached its zenith. The bestowal of such abilities is akin to a direct alteration at the genetic level. Should one unravel the intricacies of this power, Quinn shall undoubtedly emerge as the most prodigious genius in this domain. Not to mention the extraordinarily sweet and enchanting bananas. Oh, you surely comprehend how to cultivate bananas with this ability, do you not? Furthermore, how precisely is this transformation achieved? Show some respect towards the esteemed divine beast. Quinn found himself face to face with Shayna, whose hands were enveloped in flames. Allowing this besotted rotund figure to approach would undoubtedly constitute a dereliction of duty for Shayna. Following the acquisition of her new ability, Shayna opted not to relinquish her powers, instead maintaining her transformed state. In her beast-human form, the distinctive features of the fiery chicken's head had morphed into a mask. She held a deep fondness for this crimson mask that obscured her visage. For a considerable duration, both she and Jean were fated to conceal their true appearances, hence she persisted in this form. Except for a small portion of her chin. Her limbs were enveloped in a peculiar bandage-like material, and her once black wings had transformed into a striking scarlet hue. The Lunaria race inherently possesses formidable physical prowess and remarkable endurance, and after the enhancement of her abilities, Shayna exhibited even greater resilience. Merely sustaining this state required minimal effort on her part. Her powers are entirely derived from Arceus, and while they bear resemblance to the abilities granted by devil fruits, they are fundamentally distinct, requiring significantly less energy to maintain. Jean, too, now displays the manifestation of his abilities. However, unlike the fiery chicken, the fossilized pterodactyl does not possess a bill and mask, thus his head remains entirely in the form of a pterosaur. This is also one of the distinctions brought about by Arceus's abilities. The avian zoan-type fruits possess a unique characteristic. Unlike other zoan forms where the human head undergoes transformation while retaining the limbs, the avian, along with the pterosaur variant, alters the anthropomorphic form in such a way that the wings merge with the arms, preserving the appearance of the feet and head. When Jin's toothless pterosaur transformed into a fossil pterosaur, his hybrid form also underwent a transformation, with his hands retained and his head taking on the characteristics of a pterosaur, while the black feathers on his back morphed into the membranous wings of the pterosaur. Furthermore, the wings are adorned with 2 small hands, allowing him to be considered as possessing 4 hands in this form. However, his concealment is somewhat inferior compared to Shayna's, leading him to contemplate the need for a garment that includes a hood in the future. Although Jin's powers are derived from the fruit, the energy consumption is notably lower than that of a typical zoan type. This distinction between the embers and the sand is imperceptible to most, yet Quinn, being an innate power wielder, is acutely aware of this transformation. Upon assuming the form of a tropical dragon, his energy expenditure in a normal state is considerably less than that in his previous state as a brontosaurus. The awakened beast type is endowed with an inexhaustible reservoir of stamina. Although the modified abilities do not equate to a full awakening, they nonetheless represent a significant enhancement. Frankly, Quinn is elated by Arceus's formidable capabilities. Since his assistance in releasing Kaido, which indirectly led to the destruction of the research facility, there has been no turning back. Only a select few are privy to this information. Should the beast pirates encounter misfortune in the future and the world government become aware, he fears for his obliteration. While he remains uncertain about the world government's specific policies, there exists an unspoken leniency towards this ocean, coupled with a tendency to redirect conflicts. Those who transgress the world government's taboos face a policy of total annihilation. To eradicate rocks, the Navy has even allied with pirates, and such occurrences are not singular. The allure of Arceus's abilities is undeniable, should they inadvertently fall into the hands of the world government, and his identity be disclosed alongside the matters concerning the Lunarians. Quinn's aspirations of entering the underwater prison would be nothing short of a fantasy. Thus, he naturally hopes for the beast pirates to grow increasingly powerful. Whether for the convenience of his future research or other endeavors, this outcome is most desirable. Although Quinn is not a Lunarian, he currently stands in solidarity with them. Therefore, he is eager to learn the method of banana cultivation, as he refuses to believe that such bananas are merely one-time yields. Faced with Shayna's obstruction, he made a rather straightforward request. "Oh, great beast, could you enlighten me on how to utilize this ability to cultivate bananas?" The name change is inconsequential to him. Observing Kaido's recent exuberance, he was nearly ready to form a pact with Arceus. A mere change of title does not affect anything. Consuming more fruit will allow those bananas to absorb the sugars from the ingested fruits. The typical yield is twice a year, and no matter the quantity of fruits consumed, it merely enhances the sweetness of the subsequent yield. After becoming Arceus, his mind has been enriched with numerous memories regarding Pokemon, encompassing their types, traits, abilities, preferences, and behaviors, including the growth cycle of tropical dragon bananas. The notion of waiting 6 months for such delectable fruit struck Quinn like a thunderbolt. Enduring such torment was akin to hell. He regretted consuming them all and wished he had considered cultivation sooner. At this moment, he resolved to seek out a tropical island to cultivate bananas during the next growing season. Of course, that is a matter for the future. The pressing issue now is their departure. With news of the stone tablet at hand, he has no interest in lingering. Kaido, stop drinking and quickly locate the John you mentioned. You truly are impatient, but it is time to set sail. Quinn, where is the ship you prepared? Over here. Let us embark, though it may be somewhat cramped. Quinn indeed had prepared a vessel, but it was designed solely for himself and Kaido, lacking a dock. Despite his commendable skills, Quinn cannot simply summon a ship like a ferry. Before them lies merely a large fishing boat, albeit with a modified engine. With the addition of Ember, Shayna, and Arceus, space on the boat has become exceedingly limited, making even turning around a challenge. Aren't you all capable of flight? Why must we crowd onto this small vessel? To Arceus, the most straightforward solution would be for Kaido to summon flame clouds and transport everyone away. Yet, surprisingly, Kaido eagerly boarded the small boat. Compared to the diminutive vessels and barrels used by Luffy and Blackbeard, this engine-equipped fishing boat is undeniably advanced. Though its speed pales in comparison to flight, this marks the Beast Pirate's inaugural voyage. What use is a shipless journey? A larger vessel will come in due time. But for now, let us set sail. Why? This is my prepared ship. Why must I scout the situation? Surely your flying speed surpasses mine. Over the vast ocean. Transformed into a tropical dragon, Quinn flew alongside the small boat, begrudgingly assigned to scout the nearby waters. Mr. Kaido is the captain, and the great beast is not yet able to fly. I must attend to the great beast. If I do not go, who will? But there's Ember. How much space does he occupy compared to you? Moreover, Ember needs to steer the ship. And don't you think the entire vessel feels more spacious once you take to the skies? If you had prepared a slightly larger ship, we wouldn't be facing this predicament. Quinn remained at the ship's railing, engaged in a verbal spar with Shayna. Besides, did you not just express your desire to test your new abilities? What a splendid opportunity. Off you go. Kaido showed no intention of intervening in the quarrel between Shayna and Quinn, viewing it as entirely normal. He also had to concede that among those present, Quinn indeed occupies the most space. Once he takes flight, the vessel not only feels roomier but also gains speed. Quinn flapped his leaf-like wings and ascended into the heavens, eager to familiarize himself with his new form, occasionally unleashing attacks from the heights above. By the way, where exactly are we? Gazing at the endless expanse of ocean, Arceus yearned to ascertain the nature of this sea. Is it the four seas or the Grand Line? If it is the Grand Line, is it the first half or the latter? At this time, Roger had yet to ascend to the title of Pirate King. Yet the seas remained teeming with formidable warriors, and the adversaries encountered varied across different maritime domains, a fact that warranted careful consideration. With the prowess of their humble vessel, they could navigate with considerable audacity, provided they remained outside the treacherous New World. Apologies, Lord Sacred Beast, but we are unaware of our current location. Prior to our capture, we were situated near the Sabaody archipelago. However, we have lost track of the laboratory's whereabouts. That research facility lies upon the Red Line, from which we descended directly. We find ourselves in the South Sea, and our present course leads us towards the doldrums. After circling back, Quinn returned to provide Arceus with the information he sought. The Grand Line and the Red Line, akin to lines of latitude and longitude, divide this world into 4 distinct quadrants. Flanking either side of the Grand Line are the vast, windless zones, while beneath lies the lair of the Sea Kings, colossal creatures that pose the greatest peril to seafaring vessels. For ordinary pirates, the sole route to enter the Grand Line is to ascend the irrational currents of Reverse Mountain. However, for their airborne kind, Reverse Mountain is no longer a requisite option. Traversing the doldrums proves far more advantageous for them. This is also one of the means to depart from the Grand Line. Reverse Mountain is a one-way passage, devoid of underwater caverns akin to Fishman Island. Entering the Grand Line is a formidable challenge, and likewise, departing from it proves equally arduous. Ordinary individuals with wealth can traverse Mary Geos, reaching any destination in the 4 seas overland, albeit requiring a change of ships. However, pirates are deprived of such privileges. For those pirates yearning to escape the Grand Line and return to the 4 seas, they must either abandon their vessels and scale the Reverse Mountain, evading the watchful eyes of the world government on their way back, or traverse the Calm Belt. The The calm belt is not necessarily a death sentence. As long as the ship possesses an alternative means of propulsion and fortune smiles upon them, allowing them to steer clear of areas teeming with sea kings, they may indeed return safely. The world government and the Marines permit those troublesome pirates to enter the Grand Line, refraining from establishing fortifications at Reverse Mountain and Sabaody Archipelago, likely with a calculated intent. Compared to the vast expanse of the Four Seas, the area of the Grand Line is considerably smaller. While it is true that stronger foes abound here, the bedrock of the world government and the primary contributors to its revenue are the common folk, whose numbers far exceed those within the Grand Line. The departure of these insurrectionists is, in fact, a favorable development, allowing for a more concentrated effort to address them. This may be one of the reasons. Ultimately, the decision rests with the world government. However, the actions of the world government are unrelated to Arceus. What has become clear to him now is that it is Quinn who is guiding him, not Kaido. Kaido, what is the meaning of this? Don't tell me that Quinn also knows where John is. Ever since Kaido mentioned having seen the tablet in the treasure vault of the Rocks Pirates, he has been intent on locating John as swiftly as possible. Even if Kaido cannot defeat John, it matters little. As long as he approaches a certain vicinity of the tablet, he can compel it to return to its rightful place. The absence of power has rendered him rather inconvenient, to the extent that he cannot even scratch his back. Moreover, the special ring at his waist, known as the Thousand Cosmos Arm, is also a manifestation of his power. After all, in legends, Arceus is said to possess 1,000 hands. The good news is that the Thousand Cosmos Arm does not hinder his movements. Although it appears incredibly sturdy, it is actually controllable. For instance, when he wishes to bend down, the Thousand Cosmos Arm will soften rather than stiffen, preventing him from being stuck in place. To harness the power of the Thousand Cosmos Arm, he likely requires 4 tablets, a number sufficient for him to master the abilities of transformation and flight. Naturally, it would be preferable to locate the psychic tablet directly. There is a 1 in 16 chance that the tablet among Captain John's treasure is indeed the wondrous psychic tablet, and he has already prepaid for its acquisition. Procrastination is not an option. Quinn, of course, is unaware of this. I have also stated that I am currently uncertain of his whereabouts. We must first gather some manpower. Otherwise, there will be too many tasks to handle alone. Rest assured that fellow S temperament will not allow him to remain in the Four Seas. Initially, due to a lucrative opportunity, those individuals congregated. I can ascertain 2 things. That legendary treasure has yet to be found, and it must be located within the Grand Line. John is exceedingly greedy. He will not overlook this. To illustrate this point, Kaido said to Quinn, "Quinn, fetch me a Din Din Mushi." After receiving the Din Din Mushi from Quinn, Kaido dialed a number. Brobro, brobro, brobro. Following a series of sounds, the Din Din Mushi transformed into another appearance, and a woman's voice emerged. "Mama, Mama, Kaido, you little rascal actually called me. This is quite rare. After so many years without a word. I thought you had perished in God Valley. Enough of the jesting, Lin Lin. I certainly wouldn't die in such a place. I have a question for you. You should know where that fellow John has run off to, right? Charlotte Lin Lin, also known as Big Mom, is an old acquaintance of Kaido and was once a member of the Rocks Pirates. When Kaido was merely an apprentice, Lin Lin was already a full-fledged crew member. Upon Kaido joining the crew, she cautioned him that Rocks was not to be trusted, offering her assistance whenever needed, and regarded Kaido as a younger brother. On the day the Rocks Pirates were annihilated, she entrusted Kaido with the Fish Fruit, mythical Zoan, Azure Dragon form. It can be said that Kaido's escape from God Valley was largely due to the devil fruit gifted by Charlotte Lin Lin. Thus she has consistently claimed that Kaido owes her a significant favor. Now, just 5 years after the demise of the maritime tyrant Rocks, and before Gold, Roger ascended to the title of Pirate King. The concepts of a Pirate King and a Sea Emperor had yet to take root in the seas. However, many formidable pirates existed. They regarded certain islands as their domains, nurturing their powers and establishing themselves as local emperors. Among these pirates, those from the New World held the most esteemed positions. Charlotte Lin Lin is such an individual. She currently possesses her own territory in the New World and is more knowledgeable about various intelligence than Kaido. John, what do you seek him for? At that moment, Charlotte Lin Lin's pirate crew was on an island abundant with fruits, where her chefs were preparing a vegetable and fruit cake, while she herself was tenderly rubbing her swollen belly in anticipation of childbirth. In the early days of the Four Emperors, Whitebeard was busy collecting adopted sons. Kaido was running a kindergarten, Shanks was scouring the world for companions, while Big Mom was tirelessly searching for a husband, inadvertently establishing her own family. The primary members of the Big Mom Pirates consist entirely of her offspring, sons-in-law, and daughters-in-law, making it the most family-oriented crew. At that moment, she was expecting her 40th child, although she was quite pleased to receive a call from her little brother Kaido. She did not anticipate that he would inquire about John's whereabouts right off the bat. "You need not concern yourself with that. I merely wish to know where John is." Kaido, is this how you address your benefactor? I have told you, stop fixating on that matter. Do you or do you not know John's whereabouts? Mama. Kaido, you remain as impatient as ever. It is rumored that he possesses a substantial treasure. Are you coveting it as well? Shall we join forces to share that treasure? John is not an easy adversary. Big Mom laughed nonchalantly on the other end of the din mushy, yet she gestured to Sparrow beside her. No need. I only desire his location. How heartless of you. You were not like this before. He was spotted recently on Hakanoso Island and subsequently headed to the paradise. Many in the New World have their sights set on him. Beyond that, I know not. Observing the information brought by Sparrow, Big Mom relayed it to Kaido. Just as her words fell, Kaido ended the call abruptly. Looking at the din mushy in her hand, a displeased expression crossed Charlotte Linlin's face. But she soon forgot about it amidst the aroma of the freshly baked cake. Her interest in Captain John's treasure was not particularly high. Primarily due to the disproportionate relationship between effort and reward, her territory was already generating sufficient income. After all, John was a member of the Rock's crew. And there were no weaklings aboard that ship. Everyone who managed aboard possessed unique skills. To contend with John, her children lacked the necessary strength. And she would have to intervene personally, yet at present, she was preoccupied with childbirth. Moreover, with John's erratic movements, she only knew that he had departed the New World for the first half of the sea. Should Kaido locate him, she would be willing to assist, provided the remuneration was adequate. However, since Kaido had declined her offer, she saw no reason to pursue the matter further. Now, it can be confirmed that John is not in the New World, but in the paradise. That woman's words hold validity. Not only the Navy is attentive to the movements of those notorious pirates, but other pirates also keep a keen eye on them. Indeed, a portion of pirates ventures into the sea for adventure or out of necessity. However, this group is exceedingly rare. The Navy, too, harbors its share of corrupt elements. Yet the majority of the populace still chooses to place their trust in the Navy rather than in pirates. In an era devoid of great treasures, those who take to the seas primarily seek wealth, pursuing their own interests. Raiding and departing is an act reserved for the most primitive of pirates. The more formidable ones maintain their own territories and may even act as protectors for the residents within, albeit while demanding protection fees, essentially transforming into alternative lords. Few would engage in the folly of exhausting their resources. Even rabbits refrain from consuming the grass around their burrows. They would not plunder the inhabitants of their territories. At least not those who aspire to grow and thrive. Charlotte Linlin is among the more ruthless pirates, according to the conventional timeline. The future of the nation of Wanakuni is to be governed by the currency of lifespan. Yet, even so, a considerable number of ordinary individuals are willing to reside within its borders. Ordinary folk seek shelter, for the Navy only safeguards the member nations of the world government, leaving those outside its reach to seek suitable protection. They require secure lands for their existence, while the great pirates depend on these lands to nourish themselves and their subordinates. To prevent others from encroaching upon their territories, it is only prudent to monitor the activities of the powerful pirates. Today, the seas are teeming with formidable figures. And among them, Charlotte Linlin, Shiki the Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and Captain John, former members of the Rock's Pirates, undoubtedly stand as paragons. As their fame grows, so too does their notoriety. Their personalities and preferences become well known to the world. For instance, Captain John is known for his affinity for wealth, spending his life in relentless pursuit of riches. It is said that a common man is innocent, yet bears the burden of possessing treasures. At some point, rumors began to circulate that Captain John possessed a vast hoard of treasure, leading to an increasing number of individuals fixating on his riches. He is not invincible. The New World is fraught with threats to him. Thus, after careful consideration, he resolves to retreat to the earlier segment of the Grand Line, known as the Paradise region, to secure his treasures, ensuring his safety. We shall enter the Grand Line, gather a crew, and gradually seek out John's whereabouts, though the parameters you provided are rather vague, necessitating a slow search. Kaido does not wish to solely pursue an elite path. He requires high-level combatants, but equally desires a multitude of subordinates. In his youth, he was a warrior of the Wokai Kingdom, understanding that numbers are crucial in warfare. However, the people of the Four Seas are too feeble. which is why he has chosen to recruit followers directly from the Grand Line. The power devices crafted by Queen boast commendable efficiency. Though their energy source relies on pedal charging, treading for a time accumulates sufficient energy. While it may defy conventional physics, it is entirely plausible in a world where even cola can serve as a power source. Newton's principles have long been rendered obsolete. Arceus, too, has treaded upon that pedal, mainly out of boredom. During the voyage, aside from the monotony, Arceus finds no fitting descriptors for the experience. Days pass without sight of any islands, surrounded solely by water. In such a state, even the notion of fishing eludes him. If this continues much longer, he may have to enter a state of dormancy. Since his call with Big Mom, Kaido has consumed the remainder of the liquor, showing no signs of awakening after several days of slumber. Queen dedicates himself to self-examination during reconnaissance missions, primarily focusing on modifying his mechanical arm. Jin and Shayna occasionally engage in sparring but often gaze aimlessly at the distant coastline. Their thoughts unknown. Queen, how long until we enter the doldrums? Approximately 7 days, but we must resupply at a nearby island. Our provisions are running low. Fortunately, Kaido has been sleeping, or we would be in dire straits. It would be best to exchange for a new ship. When Queen mentions provisions, he primarily refers to fruits, vegetables, and staples. Fish and meat are abundant in these waters. Although Arceus cannot fish, Queen has devised a method for electric fishing. Since tasting the tropical dragon's bananas, Queen has developed a particular fondness for fruits, consuming most of the ship's supply. For Arceus, sustenance is not a necessity. He can absorb energy from the ambient environment through his stone tablet, with eating and drinking serving more as habits or to satisfy certain cravings. Kaido belongs to a distinctive race, and moreover, he has been in deep slumber. The Lunarians are not to be trifled with. They can survive in various environments, even enduring solely on water for extended periods far surpassing that of ordinary humans. Queen is the most ordinary among them, yet he is a cyborg, thus exempt from the maladies that typically afflict seafarers, such as scurvy. For this small group, resupply is not an urgent concern. Yet, who would wish to endure discomfort while sailing? Are there islands nearby? Certainly, this is the South Sea, not the Grand Line. Nautical charts remain beneficial. Just as this was mentioned, a news bird flew overhead. See, the news bird has arrived. These creatures have flight limits, so its presence indicates proximity to an island. News birds are diligent workers, and their rise has been relatively recent. The world is ever-changing. Not only are pirates and the Navy evolving, but the news industry is flourishing as well. A few years ago, the teenager Morgans burst onto the scene, bringing with him the newsbirds that now populate the globe. Morgans, a Zoan-type devil fruit user with the ability to transform into an albatross, initially concealed his true appearance by presenting himself in a human-animal form. Despite being a bird-type fruit user, he lacks the ability to fly, yet journalism is his passion. Under his stewardship, the World Economic News Agency has rapidly expanded. Partly due to these newsbirds, Morgans appears to possess a unique ability to communicate with birds, and this highly intelligent species has become his most valuable employees. Each morning, they collect newspapers from designated locations and fly within their respective territories, approaching ships to see if anyone requires a newspaper. A few years ago, the cost of a newspaper was 40 belly. Now, it has risen to 50 belly, and in a few decades, it may reach 100 belly. Newsbirds don uniforms and carry specialized pouches. Even pirates generally comply with payments when confronted by them, as they are a crucial source of information. While reports may not always be entirely truthful, they at least provide insight into the external world. Otherwise, sailing for months could result in dire consequences. Not paying is an option, but it leads to being blacklisted by the newsbirds, who will no longer approach anyone aboard that pirate ship. Furthermore, newsbirds seem to possess an innate ability to sense the death of their companions, should a pirate kill a newsbird. Their ship may be perpetually haunted by a flock of them, as birds possess unique physiological structures to reduce weight. This implies that these individuals will perpetually endure the baptism of bird droppings, as well as the attention drawn by the naval forces. To evade complications, pirates are unlikely to quibble over a few belly. In fact, there are numerous pirates who willingly part with their coins to make purchases, a strategy employed to sidestep troublesome situations. The pirate community is predominantly comprised of scoundrels and rogues, and for the majority of them, refraining from murder and robbery is considered an act of benevolence, let alone spending money on goods. Thus, those who dare to engage in commerce with pirates typically possess a measure of martial prowess to deter the latter from reneging on payment. Pirates, keen to avoid trouble, will obediently part with their coins if certain conditions are met, such as the proximity of a naval base, formidable bounty hunters, or rival pirates. Such factors can significantly influence the mindset of these marauders. The pursuit of wealth is ultimately for expenditure. If everything were to be obtained through theft, then pirates would have no need to seek treasures, not to mention the member nations of the world government, naval outposts, or kingdoms with robust garrisons. Even the mere display of a notorious pirate flag can instill a sense of security in many. Ultimately, it is the ordinary individuals, devoid of strength or connections, and unfortunate enough to be born in non-member nations, who suffer the most. Even within member nations, one must consider the circumstances of their own birth. The definition of a pirate here is quite broad. Even those who have formed alliances with figures like Kaido, such as Arceus, are inevitably regarded as pirates. However, one's identity is not the most crucial aspect. Even the nefarious navy is not devoid of wrongdoing. Arceus would not be transformed into a ruthless brigand simply due to an alliance with Kaido. It is ultimately an individual's actions that define them. The conflict between the world government and the Lunarians is irreconcilable. The once glorious lineage of gods is now on the brink of extinction, treated merely as subjects for experimentation and research. This enmity has been established, and even without the integration of Arceus's form, the situation remains unchanged. Big Brother Kaido. You're in the news, Quinn remarked, glancing at the newspaper. The article detailed an explosion caused by a meteor striking a laboratory, resulting in a breach in the pipes. Although the coverage was scant, it seems you two needn't worry for the time being. After a cursory glance, Quinn handed the newspaper to Shayna. At that moment, both she and Jean were in their ordinary human states, so there was no concern about their identities being revealed. A pharmaceutical research laboratory? They certainly have the audacity. Shayna seethed upon reading the paper. The red line had indeed been reduced to rubble, a fact that could not remain concealed. Yet, the essence of that facility was misrepresented as a significant site for pharmaceutical research. Not a word was mentioned regarding the Lunarians. But the front page reiterated their characteristics and promised hefty rewards for any information provided. Indeed, it was a pharmaceutical research facility housing the world's foremost analytical institutions and equipment. Quinn only partially voiced this truth before retreating under Shayna's murderous gaze. The laboratory was known for producing highly effective drugs, experimenting directly on various races. As for human rights, do non-member states count as people? Are slaves considered human? Those individuals were merely consumables in that context. The Lunarians, albeit unique with their heightened resistance, were strikingly similar to humans, making them perfect subjects for observing drug reactions. The newspaper emphasized the laboratory's significance and announced plans for its reconstruction in the near future. Let them repair it. We can always obliterate it again, Arceus stated nonchalantly, indifferent to the repercussions of such destruction. The once humane flying squirrel had increasingly shed its humanity, aligning more closely with the undead. While Arceus shared similarities, he remained distinct. He was the true orchestrator, though in certain matters, he was influenced by Arceus, particularly in his extreme aversion to deceit. In his prime, Arceus could create not just Pokemon, but a deity of world creation itself. Destroying a research facility was trivial. If anyone dared to cross his threshold, annihilating a nation was well within his capabilities. Retrieving the stone tablets, reclaiming his power, and toppling the throne were the tasks that lay ahead. The roots of a grand tree were already decayed. Trimming its dead branches would serve no purpose. Only by addressing the root cause could the issue be resolved, or by planting a new tree altogether. Lord Beast, there is no need for you to intervene. I will incinerate them all with the power you have bestowed upon me. Shayna continued perusing the newspaper, eager to catch up on recent events, having been somewhat out of touch with the world alongside Jean. Notably, the world government not only refrained from mentioning the Lunarians but also presented a skewed portrayal of Kaido, merely stating that he had escaped from prison again and acknowledging his status as a devil fruit user. Upon reading the article, Arceus felt a pang of regret. An opportunity for profit had slipped away. Kaido's identity as a devil fruit user has been exposed. I initially intended for him to help us gather some resources. Gather resources? Quinn inquired. Indeed, you are all still unpursued, while only Kaido bears a bounty. You could masquerade as bounty hunters, deliver Kaido to the Navy base, claim the reward, and then let him procure his own freedom. What a splendid opportunity. Is the Navy's bounty settled immediately? If the base's budget is sufficient, they would settle it right away. Otherwise, it would take some time to process. Given Kaido's bounty, the South Sea branch likely wouldn't be able to muster that amount. Most pirates carry bounties, thus giving rise to the profession of bounty hunters. Corruption was indeed rampant in the branches compared to the headquarters, but they typically refrained from touching these funds. The higher the bounty, the less likely they were to do so. Even the most lethargic Navy officers desired some semblance of order within their jurisdiction. Capturing a pirate and delivering them to the base signified superiority over that pirate. Only a fool would risk a stronger pirate for a handful of berries. Nonetheless, such fools occasionally emerged. 12,730,000,000 berries. What a pity. If we could manage two such endeavors, our funding would be assured. Upon hearing Arceus's plan, Quinn felt a surge of temptation. 12,730,000,000 was Kaido's current bounty, and the purchasing power of berries was significantly higher now than it would be 30 years hence. Even a single success would alleviate his concerns regarding research funding. As one of the veterans of the Beast's pirates, Quinn had made substantial contributions. The entirety of this pirate crew owed its existence to his unwavering dedication. He had procured the ship, charted the course, and financed their endeavors. One could not expect 3 escapees from a research facility, along with a freshly hatched individual, to possess wealth. Kaido, in his youth, had occasionally adhered to a code of ethics, initially consuming resources from kingdoms, then switching to the Navy after being hunted, ultimately surrendering to the Navy when famished, only to escape once satiated. Thus, Arceus contemplated exploiting Kaido. He had grown accustomed to it. Previously, he feasted at prison banquets. This time, he would likely not refuse to partake while also taking what he could carry. The stipulation, however, was that Kaido's identity as a devil fruit user remained undisclosed. Otherwise, with numerous sea prism stone restraints, he would become powerless, and along with the Navy guards, it would consume valuable resources to rescue him. Though memory served that Kaido had survived dozens of captures, the means by which he achieved this remained a mystery. Should things go awry, his chief subordinate would be lost. By the way, Quinn, how much money do you have left? A few million, perhaps, but it doesn't matter. A ship can be seized easily. Isn't Big Brother Kaido looking to recruit? His recruits will undoubtedly have ships. No, I merely need to buy a few supplies during resupply. Kaido, wake up. Don't sleep. As Arceus perused the articles, engaging in idle chatter with Quinn, he abruptly halted mid-sentence upon encountering a particularly intriguing piece of news. The John pirates have surfaced in the South Sea. The Navy's 277th branch has come under attack. In the vast seas, no pirate would audaciously assault a naval base, nor do they possess the capability to do so. The newspapers clearly stated that the John pirate crew hails from the Grand Line. He now requires Kaido to ascertain whether this John is indeed the one they seek. One cannot awaken someone feigning slumber. If they can be roused, they are truly asleep. Kaido, still groggy, sat up to find the newspaper thrust against his face. John? This fellow has ventured to the South Blue and attacked a naval base? Gazing at the news, Kaido's expression was one of disbelief, given what he knew of John. Such an act was inconceivable. So, the John in the newspaper is the same you were familiar with? The photograph resembles him. Kyrilla Island. Queen. Where is this island? It lies near the doldrums, not far from our intended course, yet why does this situation appear so peculiar? Is this individual mad? After checking the compass for direction, Queen adjusted the course and resumed perusing the newspaper. While the information may not be entirely accurate, it still holds some referential value. As for Queen's assertion of the other being mad, it stemmed from their actions, which were a blatant provocation of the Navy's dignity. The article further detailed John's recent endeavors. He was brazenly disseminating information at the naval base, recruiting pirates to form the John Grand Fleet. While it is not unheard of for pirates to attack a naval base, to do so and remain to recruit followers rather than fleeing is the mark of a lunatic. If such an act were committed by Rox, it could be understood, as he was infamous for his reckless behavior. However, Captain John, despite his notorious reputation over the years, was primarily known for plundering, with scant reports of direct confrontations with the Navy. Even Kaido, who once sailed alongside John, found this perplexing. The Navy or world government would not publish news of pirates recruiting crew members, yet the current leading figure of the World Economic News, Morgans, is known for his fearlessness. Sensational news is his forte. The more it stirs public interest, the more he is inclined to report it. Although he may exaggerate or even fabricate details to capture attention, nothing can hinder his desire to report. A pirate daring to commit such an act is indeed a rare spectacle, and he would not overlook such a story, devoting an entire piece to it. A madman? I perceive this as sheer folly, even if this is the South Blue, to engage in such overt provocation. Does he regard the Navy as mere decoration? Shayna arrived at a new conclusion. The Lunarians have harbored grievances against the world government for centuries. And since the Navy is an agency under its jurisdiction, she has inevitably crossed paths with them during her fugitive life. The Navy remains the most formidable power at sea. And even decades later, amidst the myriad forces such as the 4 emperors, 7 warlords, In Revolutionary Army, the Navy will still command supremacy. Due to numerous constraints and the policies of the world government, the seas maintain a relatively chaotic state, allowing pirates to wield power in certain territories. Yet they remain no match for the colossal navy. Even decades hence, this remains true, let alone today. While the new generation of the Navy has yet to mature, the veterans still strive on the front lines, especially following the God Valley incident 5 years ago, when the hero Garp's emergence significantly boosted naval morale. Roger had not yet uttered that iconic phrase, and overall, the seas were markedly more tranquil. Though the navies of the four seas may not be particularly strong, such actions would not go unaddressed by the naval headquarters, as long as there is even one soul among them. You are correct. Only a fool would undertake such an endeavor, not even Rox would dare. John is well aware of Rox's capabilities. Moreover, that individual is adept at avoiding danger, though greedy. He is not foolish, and would not commit such a reckless act. While Kaido often engages in seemingly impulsive behavior, it is because his strength allows him to bypass the need for careful consideration. Why ponder when he can simply charge forward? The term cunning aptly describes him. Even as an apprentice, John was already a cadre aboard the ship. In Kaido's eyes, the pirates of the four seas are exceedingly weak. Even promising talents have yet to flourish. To travel from the Grand Line to the four seas for recruitment is a notion only conceivable if John's mind were addled. Perhaps he could deceive those unfamiliar with him, but for Kaido, this news is riddled with inconsistencies. So, is he a charlatan? Yet do the pirates of the four seas possess that capability? Hearing Kaido's remarks, Arceus felt a tinge of disappointment, intertwined with skepticism. In this world, there exist numerous individuals with uncanny resemblances and those afflicted by prosopagnosia. Coupled with an errant technological evolution, information in certain locales is not readily accessible, compelling individuals to ascertain one another's identities solely through wanted posters, perhaps never having encountered the actual person in their lifetime. By donning distinctive attire as indicated on the posters and emblazoning the Jolly Roger, impersonation becomes a trivial endeavor. However, according to Quinn, the naval base on Catra Island is notably formidable within the South China Sea, not to mention the presence of warships and coastal artillery within the base, rendering any attempt to seize it virtually impossible without considerable strength. It is indeed plausible that this figure resembles John, and the destruction left in his wake bears similarities to John's handiwork, yet his temperament appears dissimilar. Over the course of 5 years, it is conceivable that this individual may have undergone a transformation, and a visit would reveal the truth. Merely relying on this newspaper, Kaido cannot ascertain the full extent of the situation. Thus, a first-hand investigation is the most prudent course of action. However, this necessitates a swift journey rather than a leisurely sail. The news reported is already a day old, and mobilizing troops from the Grand Line to this location would not take long, so it is imperative to uncover the true nature of this John before the Navy arrives. Kaido's form began to swell, azure scales surging to the surface, and the flames beneath his claws lifted the small vessel below as he soared towards Catra Island. Simultaneously, on the Red Line, a contingent of elite Navy personnel was in the process of changing ships to head to the South China Sea. At this juncture, Vegapunk had just aligned with the world government, and the technology to integrate Sea Prism Stone into the hulls of warships, thus masking them from Sea Kings, had yet to be realized in tangible form. Even if the Navy fleet were to traverse the windless zone directly, it could result in unnecessary casualties. Although the specifications of the ships in the four seas are slightly inferior to those of the main fleet, this is of little consequence. The true prowess lies in the soldiers and commanding officers. Transitioning vessels from the Red Line may consume some time, yet it is a more secure approach. Nearby Catra Island, various pirate ships of all sizes are also converging. The ocean is home to both clever individuals and fools alike. Pirates and the Navy are inherently opposing factions, and typically, it is the pirates who evade the Navy's pursuit. A pirate breaching a naval base would undoubtedly attract considerable attention from fellow pirates. Hey, have you heard? The naval base on Catra Island has been overrun by pirates. Yes, I've heard. I plan to lay low. This place is too close to Catra Island, and I fear trouble. On the islands surrounding Catra, the townsfolk are abuzz with discussions regarding this unprecedented event. In the four seas, this is colossal news. No one anticipated that a naval base could fall to pirates. Where do you intend to go? The naval base has been breached. We're safer on land, but if we encounter those pirates at sea, there will be nowhere to flee. But what if they come to plunder here? I think I will head to the Fader Kingdom. It is a member of the world government and should offer more safety. The tranquility of the four seas has been shattered by this incident, instilling a sense of dread among the populace. Moreover, Other naval branches in the South Sea opted not to provide assistance, instead choosing to consolidate their defenses. The Captivity Island Naval Branch is already the strongest in the South Sea, akin to Smoker's stationing in Log Town. The commanding officer here is also a colonel, leading a cadre of elite forces. The defeat of such a branch renders the contracted divisions utterly ineffective. Additionally, the facilities at Captivity Island remain largely intact, making the prospect of revenge for the South Sea Navy quite unrealistic. Nearby branches have no choice but to prioritize self-preservation, resulting in rampant piracy in the South Sea recently. This is also the reason why that individual seeks refuge in the Federal Kingdom. As a member state of the world government, their nation is similarly fortified with a considerable naval presence, and their royal military is not to be underestimated, with a relatively stable domestic environment. The journey from here to the Federal Kingdom would require at least 3 days at sea, and the vessels capable of such a voyage have either long since fled or are too fearful to venture out. Would you prefer to row your fishing boat, or shall we retreat to the mountains for a while? Those pirates are merely motivated by greed. Surely they would not venture into the deep, dense forests. On Shar Island, situated at a considerable distance from Captivity Island, 3 ships are engaged in a fierce cannonade upon the waters. 2 of these vessels belong to pirates, while 1 is part of the Navy. In terms of both tonnage and firepower, the naval ship holds a distinct advantage. Although recent orders in the South Seas dictate that the Navy near Captivity Island refrain from initiating attacks and instead consolidate their defenses while awaiting reinforcements, not all naval personnel can abide by such commands. Among the Navy are fallen vampires who, despite their allegiance, engage in actions akin to those of pirates. Yet, there are also those who adhere to their sense of justice, striving to protect the safety of the populace. Despite the orders, some factions continue their campaign against the pirates. Major, we are running low on ammunition. Previous supplies have been held up at Captivity Island, and we are out of shells. Close in, prepare for close quarters combat. Where on earth are these accursed pirates emerging from? Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot falter. If we retreat, what will become of the residents on the nearby islands? Prepare yourselves. We shall advance. Ultimately, one of the 2 pirate vessels managed to escape while the other was captured, with the remaining pirates aboard taken into custody. Major, it's the colonel on the line. We must return to base immediately. Other pirate crews have appeared near the base, and our personnel are stretched too thin. Recently, the number of pirates in the South Seas has surged. Those who were previously hesitant have joined the ranks of piracy in light of the current circumstances. When desire stirs within, a person's descent into depravity can occur in an instant. The surge in the number of pirates, coupled with orders from headquarters, has left the Navy severely undermanned, with those still on duty facing increasingly strained conditions. The Navy chose not to pursue the fleeing pirate ship, as it was heading towards Captivity Island. The Major, though principled, was not naive. The sheer number of pirates congregating there far exceeded what his medium-sized warship, depleted of ammunition, could handle. Moreover, the orders from headquarters were clear: allow the pirates to pass and await reinforcements for a decisive strike. While the pirates reveled in their audacity, a vast net of encirclement was being woven by the Navy. However, the pirates remained oblivious to the Navy's maneuvers. These marauders, who roamed the seas, had no inkling of the terrors that lurked within the Grand Line. Their reckless actions had crossed the Navy's threshold of tolerance, bringing shame even upon the world government. Consequently, a fleet led by a naval admiral was hastening to the scene, albeit the admiral usually attended to more pressing matters, thus requiring some time to arrive. Meanwhile, the pirates remained lost in their revelry, with an increasing number flocking to Captivity Island. Captain, are we truly headed to Captivity Island? Surely we will be nothing more than cannon fodder there. The first mate's voice was tinged with hesitation. The combined bounty on him and the captain barely amounted to 3 million berries, and he felt unworthy of participating in such a venture. Yet, amidst those intoxicated by desire, there were still a few clear-headed souls, though they were powerless to alter the captain's orders. Fear not. The Navy of the 277th Division has been vanquished, and we are facing none other than the legendary pirate from the Grand Line, Captain John, with a bounty of 2 billion berries. Such an opportunity cannot be overlooked. By aligning ourselves with this individual, we too may venture into the illustrious Grand Line. The bounties issued by the Navy to apprehend pirates have instead become a source of pride for these rogues, a phenomenon not commonly observed in the New World, where individuals understand that bounties serve merely as a reference. True strength is the essence. However, across the 4 seas and even in paradise, many pirates perceive the bounty as an alternative manifestation of their prowess. It is crucial to note that bounties are established based on a comprehensive assessment of one's power and the severity of their transgressions. Some individuals are assigned bounties unrelated to their strength, merely due to the gravity of their crimes or the knowledge they possess. As he spoke, he pulled the first mate closer and whispered, "Moreover, even if we are to serve as cannon fodder, let it be those fools who bear no bounty. Listen up. Accelerate. Captain John has proclaimed that he will share the greatest treasure in the world with us, a wealth that you could never exhaust in your lifetime. It is fortunate that Kaido is not present. Were he to hear such words, he might laugh himself into fits. One of the greatest jokes of the Rocks pirates is John's willingness to share his treasure. Were it not for the striking resemblance between the marks in the photograph and those caused by John, Kaido would have deemed this John an imposter solely based on his claim of sharing riches. At this moment, in the room of the former commander of the Navy's 277th Division, a figure clad in a crimson coat, with a western dagger and a longsword hanging at either side of his waist, lounged in a chair with his legs crossed. Before him lay a telephone bug that had yet to be fully closed. However, it seemed the call had already ended, and a peculiar smile lingered on his lips. Although the telephone bug had disconnected, its expression had not yet entirely reverted. The half-closed eyes revealed an expression strikingly similar to that of John seated in the chair. Adorning itself in a guise reminiscent of a mask, the shell of this telephone insect bears a striking resemblance to its master, its expressions mirroring those of the individual on the other end of the line. Comparatively, the telephone insect on the table and Captain John's attire exhibit certain distinctions, yet they also share similarities. He grasped a bottle of wine from a nearby table, uncorked it, and began to drink directly from the neck, a look of sheer enjoyment gracing his visage. A cherished reserve from the commander, these naval days are indeed indulgent. As he spoke, he approached the window, gazing out at what once was the naval training ground, now overrun by a chaotic throng of pirates. Brawls, scuffles, and gambling ensued, with various factions delineated by their respective pirate crews, poised to erupt into large-scale conflict at any moment. Captain John, another pirate crew has come to ally with us. We now boast over 70 ships and more than 6,000 pirates. The Great John fleet is nearly assembled. 7 of them carry bounties exceeding 10 million. When shall we embark on the quest for that legendary treasure? John's countenance remained unchanged. Neither the 70 vessels nor the multitude of pirates, nor even those with bounties surpassing 10 million stirred his interest. The firepower of pirate ships naturally pales in comparison to the naval warships. Among those 70 vessels, many are mere small boats capable of accommodating only a handful of crew, a stark contrast to the formidable warships stationed at this base. Presently, their primary strength relies upon 2 commandeered naval vessels and the munitions stored on Catra Island, supplies yet to be distributed by the Navy, now firmly in the hands of this band of pirates. Patience, for this is the largest treasure in the world, ample enough for all to share. The more hands we have, the swifter we can secure it. Yet, Captain John, our numbers are swelling, and the base's resources will only suffice for 3 days. Then we shall seize more. Must I instruct you on such matters? We have already plundered everything. Catra Island was never a commercial hub, lacking in resources, and our ranks continue to swell. The naval garrison stationed at Branch 277 numbers merely 1,000, just a single large warship and a few additional troops. However, this territory encompasses the 4 seas, and having 1,000 stationed at a branch is considered substantial. This place was originally stocked with sufficient supplies to sustain this branch for 2 months. However, with the influx of numerous pirates and their extravagant wastefulness, these provisions are being consumed at an alarming rate. Moreover, the upheaval here has severed all trade routes, and it has been quite some time since fresh vegetables and fruits have been seen. This scarcity is one of the reasons why the pirates frequently engage in brawls to vent their frustrations. Captain John, it would be wise for you to soothe the spirits of the crew. The newcomers are feeling quite uncertain in your absence. The temporarily assembled pirates lacked any genuine cohesion. They were merely drawn here by the infamous reputation of John. However, as they lingered without purpose, their patience began to dwindle. It was during such moments that John needed to step forth and placate them. It certainly was a nuisance. You go and inform them that we shall set sail within 7 days. Those who do not wish to wait may depart. I will join you shortly. At that moment, a brawl erupted in the training grounds, once belonging to the Navy. The cause of the conflict was lost to all, and onlookers gathered, eager to witness a clash to the death. Captain, must we continue to wait? This Captain John has lingered here far too long. What is he truly awaiting? Is it the Navy's arrival? Not everyone was a fool. Seizing the Navy's base would undoubtedly provoke a counterattack. They had anticipated that John would seize the opportunity to recruit some manpower and venture into the Grand Line. Yet he remained ensnared in this place. After such a prolonged delay, leaving now would be a pity, especially as he was a pirate himself. It was unlikely he would broker any deal with the Navy. As everyone had witnessed, he had severed the colonel's head, eliminating any possibility of reconciliation. In a secluded corner, an inconspicuous pirate picked up a transponder snail and made a call. John remained inactive, seemingly awaiting something, still uncertain whether the treasure he spoke of was indeed Rock's treasure. After conveying this thought, he did not wait for a response, but promptly hung up and departed. He was a spy from CP-7, dispatched by the CP's commander due to his proximity to the area. Following the eradication of the Rock's pirates, the world government had failed to uncover Rock's treasure. A vast wealth that even captivated the attention of the government, prompting them to monitor the situation closely. Should John act prematurely, he would be responsible for relaying information upwards. Conversely, if he attempted to depart alone, he would likewise transmit information to enable the government to devise new strategies. At this juncture, John exited his quarters, wielding a Navy loudspeaker to entice the pirates below. His words resonated profoundly, eliciting cheers from the gathered crowd with each proclamation he made. The scorching sun rendered the training ground uncomfortably warm, yet the excitement of the pirates remained unaffected by the heat. The lure of treasure held immense allure for them, serving as the primary motivation for most pirates to set sail. A gust of wind swept through, casting shadows over the training grounds, providing some relief for the pirates, though they failed to notice that the cloud was lower than usual. Moreover, the shape of the cloud was unusual. At that moment, Arceus and his companions had arrived at Catcher Island, observing the scene below from atop Kaido's flame clouds. They beheld John, standing at the center and delivering his speech. This fellow's voice and tone resembled John's, yet the content of his words was distinctly different, indeed, a peculiar individual. In the sky, Kaido listened intently to John's address, forming his own assessment. Although they were still at a considerable altitude, where ordinary sounds would not reach, his enhanced observation haki allowed him to hear John's words clearly. Each phrase fell distinctly upon his ears. Compared to the versatility of armed haki, the capabilities of observation haki varied greatly among users, with some possessing innate, unique abilities. Listening to the voices of all things, achieving vast perception, utilizing their powers for mind reading. Foreseeing the future, what one could accomplish depended on their mastery of observation haki and their inherent strength. Some of these abilities are cultivated through development, while others are innate gifts. In comparison to the aforementioned skills, the power of observation haki possesses an even more formidable potential. This observation of the color of observation haki allows one to perceive the psychological changes and emotional thoughts of their targets, to empathize with the joys and sorrows of others, and to convey one's own consciousness into another's heart. It enables one's thoughts to influence the mindset of the target, creating a profound resonance in their mind, subtly altering their values, akin to a form of brainwashing. However, this highest level of observation haki is innate and cannot be enhanced through future training. Those who possess such extraordinary abilities are far scarcer than those endowed with Conqueror's haki. Aside from Princess Otoheim of Fishman Island, no other individual has exhibited similar capabilities. Kaido's observation haki lacks such extraordinary abilities, yet he is still proficient in the fundamental enhancement of perception. Given this, let us find a suitable place to land. In Arceus's view, although this John raises numerous doubts, even if he were a counterfeit, he would likely possess some connection to the genuine John, and valuable insights could potentially be gleaned from him. However, Kaido chose not to pursue this avenue, deeming time spent with a counterfeit to be futile. No. It is far too troublesome. Ascertaining whether this individual is the true John is a matter of utmost simplicity. With that, Kaido opened his mouth wide, and scorching energy began to coalesce. Flame breath. The searing dragon fire erupted, aimed directly at the center where John stood below. John had once been a cadre aboard the Rock's pirate ship. If the John below were genuine, his attack would likely be met with a countermeasure. Conversely, if he were a fraud and unable to withstand the assault, he would simply have to face the consequences of impersonating another, a heavy price to pay indeed. Kaido is not one to concern himself with the welfare of others. At times, even his own comrades are not spared from his collateral damage, let alone those who bear no relation to him. The searing dragon breath descended, and the pirates near John faced an unforeseen calamity, reduced to charred remnants by the flames. No one intervened to halt Kaido's actions. Queen lacked the capability or desire to do so, dismissing the lives of these individuals as inconsequential. Jin and Shinra shared a similarly indifferent attitude. During their escape, their adversaries were not limited to the world government. The Navy, pirates, bounty hunters, and even ordinary people could all be enemies. Their hearts, tempered by the trials of the world, had long since grown callous, and matters unrelated to the Lunarians failed to evoke their concern. Arceus possessed the power to impede Kaido, yet he found no justification for doing so. His influence allowed him to observe the unfolding events with detachment, as even the human heart within him lacked the urge to intervene. The situation within the naval base was far from favorable. The citizens of Katra Island bore the brunt of this upheaval. Though his current identity was that of an ally to pirates, it did not signify that he would descend to such depths of depravity. What is that? Kaido's flame breath captured everyone's attention as the clouds parted, revealing his colossal form in the sky. The primary target of his earlier attack had been John. Yet it had also claimed the lives of nearly 100 nearby individuals. The still-burning corpses undoubtedly spread fear among the crowd. Initially, they had hoped to draw closer to John, seeking familiarity, but now they wished only to distance themselves from this perilous place. The crowd erupted into chaos, only to be quelled by a roar that restored their composure. Who dares to ambush me? John was still alive. The flames had yet to extinguish. Yet his voice resonated through the smoke. Indeed, we have Captain John. Captain John is still alive. We still have Captain John. He was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 2 billion berries. Captain John, show that beast your might. In the Grand Line, those endowed with devil fruit abilities are not uncommon. Most of those traversing its waters are well aware of the powers these fruits bestow. However, this was the South Blue, where some pirates had likely never ventured beyond the vicinity of their birth islands, and the legendary devil fruits were but tales they had never encountered. To them, Kaido's massive dragon form was merely a monster, while their Captain John was their dragon-slaying hero. While some continued to flee, many others halted in their tracks, beginning to chant John's name. John, spotting the source of the attack, Kaido soaring through the sky, narrowed his eyes, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Enough of this incessant chatter. Ants should recognize their insignificance. The crowd's fervent cries seemed to provoke Kaido as his conqueror's haki radiated outward from him, enveloping the entire naval branch. Regardless of whether they were mere fodder or the previously mentioned pirate with a bounty exceeding 10 million. They fell like wheat before the scythe under the influence of Kaido's haki, many foaming at the mouth and rolling their eyes, littering the ground. Only those who had not ceased their flight retained some clarity, yet confusion and bewilderment marked their expressions. They were utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. Arceus leaped down from Kaido's flame cloud, his physical prowess proving adequate. As Kaido released his haki and descended, he merely created a large crater upon impact, suffering no other consequences. Where's the real Captain John? He could sense the palpable fear emanating from the individual before him, based solely on this. He could not be the infamous John. While John's hefty bounty was indeed tied to his notorious exploits, his strength was formidable. Having been a cadre aboard the Rock's pirate crew 5 years prior, Kaido's earlier attack had been but a playful display. If even such an assault could not be repelled, this could not possibly be John. He now sought to uncover the connection between this John and the authentic one. What are you saying? I am John. The mere ability user is nothing to be arrogant about. The talking creature, in John's eyes, was merely an animal-type ability user. And at that moment, Kaido had already transformed back into his human form, landing on the ground. Do you still remember me, John? Kaido, is that not an old friend? It has been ages. Why must you appear in such a manner? The mention of an old acquaintance cast a shadow over Kaido's countenance. Indeed, there were individuals aboard the Rock's pirate crew with whom he shared a cordial rapport, yet his relationship with John was unequivocally not among them. This implies that they have mistaken the person. An old friend? Well, you shall now experience the warmth of an old companion. Kaido's face darkened significantly. He was inherently emotional and notoriously capricious. For Arceus, a misstep simply meant another attempt. The stone tablets remained intact, impervious to destruction. While the error might not provoke significant emotional turmoil for Arceus, the scenario was markedly different for Kaido. Previously, aboard the ship, he had envisioned leading a legion of mythical beasts into a grand war. Ultimately, he discovered that he had been deceived, without locating the true John. The treasure of rocks remained elusive. Without the treasure, the whereabouts of the stone tablets were also shrouded in mystery, rendering his transactions impossible and pushing his dreams further from reach. For a pirate, what could be more catastrophic than the thwarting of one's aspirations? Kaido seized his kanabo, which had dangled from his belt in dragon form, a testament to the quality of his belt. You are John, are you not? Then surely you can withstand this. Thunderbagwa. It was peculiar that the crew aboard Rocks had never clashed, had it not been for Rock's overwhelming power. Those monsters would never have congregated. The consequence of this was a lack of cohesion within the pirate crew. When faced with dire peril, most chose to scatter, for otherwise rocks would not have been so easily defeated. Although Kaido and John had no significant animosity, their relationship was far from cordial. This strike, however, could have been countered even by the John of 5 years prior. The Kanabo, imbued with Conqueror's haki, descended upon John's head, no matter how he attempted to evade it. The weapon remained locked onto him. Reluctantly, he raised his blade to deflect the blow. Yet, at the moment of contact between the sword and the Kanabo, an unimaginable force coursed through the blade into his wrist. The blade, crafted from an unknown material, surprisingly did not shatter under Kaido's assault. But he could not maintain his grip. The overwhelming might of Kaido caused it to slip from his hand. This fellow is utterly inept with a blade. His stance was peculiar, and the disparity in strength between his left and right hands was glaring, lacking the finesse of a dual-wielding fighter. Quinn and Jean commented on John's performance. Neither were swordsmen. Though Quinn sported 2 blades at his side, his arsenal was more varied, often producing an array of unusual weapons in combat. As for Jean, the blade was merely a tool, devoid of fixed techniques, existing solely for battle. To their eyes, John appeared to be an amateur, completely unskilled with weapons. But do you not find him peculiar? Quinn remarked. Compared to a normal person's movements, John's actions seemed somewhat stiff. While Quinn and Jean focused on the clash of weapons, Shayna perceived a disconcerting lack of bodily coordination. He resembled a mere puppet rather than a living being. Meanwhile, a strange transformation occurred on Kaido's side. After John's weapon slipped from his grasp, the Kanabo struck his head before plummeting to the ground. However, Kaido sensed something amiss. The object he struck felt more akin to wood than flesh. As the dust settled, no blood was visible on the ground, only fragments of an indeterminate material, interspersed with bone-like white objects and a mask shattered into pieces. A stand-in? A user of powers? Observing the puppet revert to its original form, Kaido remained puzzled by the bizarre turn of events, as the tenuous lead he had grasped seemed to slip away. Quinn approached, unabashedly collecting the debris from the ground for examination. This appears to be a humerus, seemingly dried and pieced together through some special means, yet it can speak. Kaido disregarded Quinn's analysis and strode toward the base ahead. Although the puppet had vanished, he sensed a unique aura within the establishment. At that moment, those pirates who had succumbed to his conqueror's haki began to rise, their eyes still glazed over, seemingly controlled by an unseen force. A multitude of pirates blocked the entrance to the base, showing no intention of allowing Kaido to enter. Simultaneously, the intercom in the base blared, "Kaido, what business does a pirate like you have in this place? Huh? Do I require the oversight of a cowardly wretch such as yourself? I am merely here to find that fellow John. What is your connection to him? Bring him out, or tell me where he is. I have no interest in you." If this was merely a case of impersonating John, it would be impossible to leave behind marks of a similar nature. And the attire of this individual bore an uncanny resemblance to John S., suggesting prior knowledge of his interpersonal relations, evidence of meticulous planning. Kaido's voice was not particularly loud, yet it garnered a response, as though he possessed a unique way of communicating. Seeking John, are we? Find me first, and then we shall see. Pirates of the Four Seas are indeed a bunch of worthless scum. This is the best way to exploit their value. The crowd surged forward, resembling a horde of zombies. Encircling Kaido and his companions, Quinn, Jean, Shayna, and even Arceus found themselves besieged by numerous pirates. However, before Arceus could take action, 2 figures, one engulfed in flames and the other in rock, sent the pirates flying, establishing an impenetrable barrier. I have not weakened to such a degree. Lord Beast, if anyone could approach you so freely, it would be a true disgrace for us. You need not lift a finger, Jean, and I shall handle them. At that moment, an incongruous voice echoed from behind. Hey, can you two at least say something? You suddenly vanished, and it's quite troublesome for me. Quinn transformed into a colossal tropical dragon as the fearless pirates began to clamber up his legs. The abrupt departure of Jean and Shayna left Quinn facing a greater number of pirates simultaneously. Although they were mere foot soldiers, they posed a significant nuisance, especially since he was not equipped with heavy weaponry and his internal arsenal was still lacking ammunition. The capabilities of the tropical dragon had yet to be fully developed, forcing him to rely solely on brute strength with his massive form. Meanwhile, the voice from the broadcast continued to taunt. Kaido, you are merely an apprentice. Cease your arrogance. In terms of manpower, you are at an absolute disadvantage. Manpower? What use is such a worthless thing, no matter how abundant? How naive you are. Kaido propelled himself into the air, activating his abilities to assume his hybrid beast form. Descent of the 3rd generation. Indra's Fall. He swung his iron staff down from the heavens, But his target was not the pirates, it was the building within the naval base. The pirates appeared fierce and undaunted, yet they were inherently weak and could not impede Kaido's advance. As a result, he completely disregarded them, crashing down upon the structure and creating a gaping hole in the ground. Beneath lay the basement of the naval base, where a figure sat cross-legged, meticulously carving a mask. As he beheld Kaido's sudden appearance, a look of incomprehensible shock crossed his face. "I found you. Your aura amidst this rabble is as conspicuous as a torch in the night. Every individual possesses a subtly distinct essence, and through my expansive perception, I can discern these nuances. Although I may not see their faces, I can distinguish each one even in blindness." While Kaido's observation haki had not been developed in this direction, the ability to sense the strength of individuals could be considered a fundamental aspect of it. With refinement, one could make a general assessment of an enemy's prowess. Despite the presence of multiple energies within the building, the infusion of a relatively potent aura among the rabble of pirates could not escape Kaido's notice. "You possess such knowledge, yet lack the most basic common sense. Where did you crawl out from? I will ask one last time. Where is John? The knife marks outside are clearly his handiwork. He must have been here. Where has he gone now?" The figure remained silent, instead lifting the mask he held and placing it upon his face. The mask, adorned with a pair of demonic horns, bore an abstract design, yet unmistakably resembled Kaido. I am the user of the paramecia type Hito no Mi model, Nika. Your powers will ultimately serve my purpose." As he donned the mask, his form underwent a startling transformation, morphing into Kaido's likeness, though not in his hybrid beast form, but rather in his human form. The Hito no Mi granted him theatrical abilities, and the previously unconscious pirates appeared like puppets under the influence of his powers, puppet play. Within the confines of his stage, he could manipulate others as puppets to enact a theatrical performance. However, the stronger an individual, the more challenging they were to control. Even someone of Quinn's caliber could not be easily puppeteered. Nonetheless, puppet play prioritized quantity over quality. He had initially intended to incite chaos among the Navy when they arrived, but unexpectedly found himself utilizing it on the pirates instead. Moreover, Kaido had inadvertently aided him, had it not been for the unconscious state of those pirates. Controlling such a multitude of puppets would have been nearly impossible. Furthermore, he could only manipulate puppets within the confines of his stage, and he had remained in this location for days, transforming the base into his theatrical domain. At the center of the stage, John served as his theatrical doppelganger. Through the mask he had carved, he could create replicas identical to the depicted figure, commanding them, though this required some blood or body part from the original for authenticity. The mask now adorning his face represented another application of his ability, theatrical embodiment. The doppelganger could sense the strength of foes, while the original could craft masks based on the feedback received, allowing him to harness the power sensed by the doppelganger. However, this could only be achieved if the power had been sensed within a few hours. Moreover, he could only acquire physical strength if the opponent were a devil fruit user. He could not claim their abilities as his own. In essence, he was now using the mask to imitate Kaido's power to combat Kaido himself. As he uttered the word props, a Kaido-like kanabo materialized in his hand. Within his stage, he could procure any props necessary for his performance, weapons included. Kaido's actions took him by surprise. Seeing that he could not replicate the abilities of the devil fruit, Kaido reverted from his hybrid form. A disguise? No wonder you can impersonate John. Let me see just how far this counterfeit can mimic. Not only did he impersonate John, but he also seemed to possess a rudimentary knowledge of things John should know, such as being an apprentice, yet he was oblivious to the relationship between John and Kaido. This indicates that he has encountered John. Kaido sought to extract information from him, eager to experience the thrill of combat firsthand. However, after a brief skirmish, the smile faded from Kaido's face, replaced by a sense of disappointment. What is this? Is this fellow merely mimicking the force of a strike? How utterly disheartening. Even the foe Kaido could unleash a thunder bagua, yet the strength he wielded was merely the same force he had used against the false John, lacking any enhancement whatsoever. After several exchanges, he could certainly discern the situation. The most crucial aspect was that this individual's mastery of haki was woefully inadequate. His rudimentary armament haki was unworthy of his thunder bagua, more aptly referred to as a mere thunder one bagua. The abilities may appear peculiar, yet the inherent combat prowess was feeble. This was Kaido's assessment, leading him to lose interest in this tedious spectacle. Come, experience what true thunder bagua entails. A colossal humanoid imprint remained amidst the ruins of the base, while the other pirates lay incapacitated on the ground. Once the ability user lost consciousness, their powers would also dissipate. Thus, when the user of the drama fruit fell into a stupor, this theatrical performance would reach its conclusion. Surely, this fellow has not perished? No, I have held back. He ought to know the whereabouts of John. Kaido possessed extensive experience in bringing foes to the brink of death, executing it with remarkable ease. Arceus and his companions chose not to linger at this base, instead carrying the unconscious individual away from Branch 277, conveniently seizing a patrol vessel, leaving behind the pirates sprawled in unconsciousness. The earlier fleeing pirates had long since departed by ship, drawn here by the allure of profit, and it would indeed be strange for them not to flee upon sensing danger. As twilight descended, Queen navigated the expansive waters aboard the vessel. Although this ship paled in comparison to the large warships capable of accommodating over 800 personnel, it was considerably more spacious than Queen's previous small craft. Such vessels are quite manageable, and a mere 2 or 3 individuals can navigate them with relative ease. Even if they were provided with a large warship, they would lack the necessary manpower to operate it effectively. Within the patrol ship, there exists a prison designed for the confinement of pirates. A particular individual is currently shackled inside with sea prism stone handcuffs. Thanks to Kaido's restraint, he is gradually regaining consciousness. Lord Saint Beast, Brother Kaido. We have ascertained the identity of that individual. He is this year's supernova, with a bounty of 200 million berries. Death actor, Pluto. The simplest method to verify a pirate's identity is to examine the Navy's wanted posters, which are typically cataloged in a booklet aboard the warship, detailing the bounty criminals of recent years. This information was provided by Kaido. When boarding the ship, he was not particularly familiar with the Navy's patrol vessels. However, while Quinn was still exploring the structure, Kaido accurately identified the location of every compartment on board, the holding cell, the ammunition storage, and especially the kitchen. He was remarkably clear about it all. The reason being, he had been on such ships several times before and was well acquainted with their layouts. This type of vessel had been Kaido's favorite in his earlier days, offering abundant provisions and minimal enforcement, allowing one to feign capture, eat to their heart's content, and then depart, a veritable buffet at sea. He had also stumbled upon the booklet during a previous capture, which allowed him to blow it apart with ease. Priltert's abilities were formidable, possessing a rudimentary yet potent haki that set him apart from the ordinary. Thus, Jean had been perusing the wanted posters and had finally identified a target. At that moment, Quinn was at the helm. Shayna was in the ship's kitchen preparing meals, while Jean and Arceus remained outside the holding cell, where the sound of clanking chains reached them as Priltert struggled upon regaining consciousness. This fellow had awakened. He likely possessed useful information. Kaido kicked open the door to the holding cell, and the dying rays of the setting sun illuminated the cabin, casting light upon his bandaged face. Kaido did not hold back, dragging Priltert onto the deck, a testament to his resilience despite the disfigurement. Speak. Where's John? Kaido's spiked club struck the floor, creating a deep crater and sending splinters flying, some of which even hit Jin's face. Kaido, be careful not to damage the ship. Fear not. There are plenty more where this came from. If need be, I'll simply commandeer another one. Under Kaido's intense questioning, Priltert remained silent, turning the tables by threatening Kaido instead. You bastards. I'm a prized newcomer of Captain John. When he comes looking for me, he won't let you off lightly. Kaido, I know you. You're merely an apprentice. You could never match Captain John. You seem to misunderstand the situation. Observing Priltert's continued defiance after waking, Kaido resolved to make him comprehend the gravity of his predicament. Just as he prepared to introduce Priltert to the sensation of his club, Jean intervened. Jean, what are you doing? Brother Kaido, let me handle this. I have my methods to make him talk. For reasons unknown, Arceus detected an unsettling emotion in Jin's gaze, prompting Kaido and Arceus to exit the holding cell at Jin's request. As the sun sank beneath the horizon, its light faded into silence. Quinn dropped the anchor, bringing the ship to a halt in the rocky waters where nighttime could easily spell disaster for vessels. When he left the helm to seek sustenance, he was struck by the sound of anguished cries emanating from below deck. He also caught sight of Kaido wearing an intriguing expression. Is that the fellow's scream? What transpired? Jean was interrogating him. Kaido responded nonchalantly. To him, it was hardly worth concern. After some time, the cries shifted from agonizing to weak, eventually fading into the distance. And Jean emerged through the door. Lord Beast, he is willing to talk now. You may proceed with your inquiries. I have matters to attend to. Jean wiped the blood from his hands before departing toward the deck. However, before leaving, he cast a glance at Quinn that hinted at a sinister intent. Well, Is Jean a bit of a freak? Brother Kaido, you might want to keep an eye on him. Quinn peered inside and, even with his accustomed exposure to various experiments, could only describe Priltert's state as tragic. His arms were broken and contorted, his face charred, and a stone had pierced his shoulder blade, with blood staining the floor, narrating the horrific events that had transpired. Nevertheless, the lad's methods were rather skillful, avoiding fatal injuries and leaving behind only terrifying wounds. Human modification requires an intimate understanding of anatomy. Thus, Quinn immediately discerned Jin's actions. Quinn tended his injuries. You and Kaido can interrogate him. I shall return shortly to ensure nothing was overlooked. What are you going to do, Lord Arceus? Quinn, not being of Lunaria descent, found the title of Lord Beast peculiar. In truth, Arceus had previously informed Jean and Shayna that they could address him by name, but they had declined, whereas Quinn felt compelled to use honorifics. He initially considered addressing Kaido in the same manner, but the thought of receiving dangerous glances from Shayna and Jean deterred him, leading him to use titles like Lord or Sir instead. I wish to check on Jean. He seems somewhat off. Anyone could take statements. Having Kaido inquire was more convenient as he possessed greater knowledge about John. However, Jean and Shayna were currently his closest subordinates, and he was more concerned about their well-being. Were it not for his incomplete powers and considerations regarding energy expenditure, he could enhance their abilities significantly, but that was a matter for another time. On deck, Jean leaned against the ship's railing, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. Abel, you appear troubled. I am not. Lord Beast, you worry too much. Your emotions are written all over your face. There are no outsiders here. Keeping things bottled up is counterproductive. Speaking out can bring relief. If you truly wish to remain silent, then so be it. Jean fell into silence. After a prolonged pause, he finally spoke. Lord Beast, do you know that I am not skilled in interrogation? Then what was that just now? I merely replicated the experiments those individuals at the research facility had conducted on me. Breaking bones to test the body's healing speed, draining blood to assess regeneration, injecting unknown substances to study their effects and toxicity resistance, enduring extreme cold, heat, and dehydration. These were all trials Jean had faced during his time at the research facility. Some thoughts he had buried deep within, contemplating them alone, but once the topic arose, he could not cease speaking. For Jean, Arceus was not only a revered figure among the Lunaria, but also an elder with whom he could share his innermost thoughts. These words bear a resemblance to lamentation. He too feels that confiding in the sacred beasts regarding such matters is inappropriate. However, upon the vast ocean, he can find no familiar elder to turn to. Uncle Ludo has vanished in an effort to divert the navy, while Brother of Nish perished alongside a band of pirates. And Emily met her demise at the hands of the CP agents of the world government. What transgressions have we committed? From the very moment of our birth, we have been members of the Lunaria clan. We have done nothing, yet ordinary people seek to exchange us for bounties. While the world government desires to use us for research, yearning for greater power, that pirate endured for less than a quarter of an hour. Yet Shayna and I have endured such torment for a full 6 months. Jin recounts the trials he has faced. The fading of those names signifies the departure of loved ones, including his and Shayna as parents. The torment inflicted by prolonged experimentation is excruciating. Unknown substances seep through his blood, coursing into every corner of his being, with each inch of skin radiating excruciating pain. He has even forgotten how he managed to persevere. In his heart, there existed but a singular thought: he must survive. He seeks vengeance. He yearns to find a land where the Lunarians can live freely. These are the sentiments he has buried deep within his heart. He bears considerable pressure in his daily life, often haunted in his dreams by familiar smiles and detestable faces. This is also the reason he cast a menacing glance towards Quinn at that moment. He harbors no fondness for the researchers at the Institute. Even though Quinn's project bears little relation to them, the flames of resentment burn behind him, causing cracks to form along the ship's railing under the pressure of his palm. The sea breeze lifts the spray from the waves into the air, unknown droplets cascading at his feet, dampening the deck. He has witnessed countless betrayals and conspiracies, experienced the terrifying grip of greed, and endured innumerable battles and escapes. All these experiences easily overshadow one crucial aspect: his age. At this moment, Jean is merely 14 years old, with Shayna being a few months his junior, having recently celebrated her own 14th birthday on the cold examination table within the sterile walls of the Institute. They are but 2 adolescents, yet they are burdened with weights far beyond their years. I apologize, Lord Arceus, for rambling on so unnecessarily. I should not complain. It's nothing. Carrying such heavy thoughts is not beneficial. But Shayna, come here. You've been listening for quite a while. Arceus did not turn around but spoke with certainty to the figure behind him, his physical senses still remarkably acute despite the loss of most of his plates. No. Lord Arceus, I merely wish to call Jean for dinner. Must it come with tears? And Abel, your own tears have already fallen. There's not much food. Just some curry. It's from cutting onions that stung my eyes. That is merely seawater, Lord Arceus. Both had their reasons to dismiss such matters. Yet how could one not feel sorrow when reminiscing about losing all family at the tender age of 14? Shayna, Abel, listen closely. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. Everything they owe to the Lunaria tribe must be returned with both principal and interest. I, in the name of Arceus, assure you that you shall once again witness the glory of Lunaria blaze across the crimson earth. The people revere the divine, and in return, the divine responds. Initially, he had his own motives in granting power to the Lunaria tribe, and they, in turn, protected him until the last, even when only Jean and Shayna remained. They did not falter. Such devotion deserves a promise. The flames behind the two illuminated the deck, and in that moment, the fire of Lunaria, nourished by hope, kindled a new spark. Arceus momentarily played the role of a psychologist, allowing the two to express their emotions, yet the matter was far from resolved. Jin's state unsettled him. The shadows of childhood can sometimes haunt a person for a lifetime. Their experiences do not merely constitute shadows in the youthful years meant for exuberance. They have been exposed to the world's darkness, potentially leading to later corruption. Abel, what was that expression you had after the interrogation? Lord Arceus. I cannot quite describe that feeling. However, afterward, I felt a strange sense of relief. Post-traumatic stress disorder is evident. Jean has clearly been left with psychological scars from his experiences, and he inflicts his pain upon others, using interrogation as a means to alleviate his inner turmoil. This elucidates why Quinn refers to Jin as someone with an unusual penchant for torturing others. Without the assistance of Arceus, Shayna would have perished within the research facility, leading Jin's psyche to become warped, a development that is hardly surprising given the loss of all his kin. Jin perceives this behavior as a means of emotional release. While a certain degree of emotional venting is permissible, one must not become ensnared by such feelings. It is imperative to master one's own body rather than be governed by it. This world is inherently brutal, and a saintly figure cannot survive here. In other words, the grim fate awaiting captured adversaries bears little significance. If it serves as a cathartic outlet for Jin, it maximizes value, provided he does not devolve into a state where he cannot function without torturing others. Rest now. Feel free to share any thoughts with me. The time is nigh, and I shall go check on Kaido and the others. Having endured Jin's methods, Prelter divulged everything he knew with the ease of pouring beans from a bamboo tube. The South Sea Navy branch was indeed destroyed by John, and he had indeed been to the South Sea, albeit having departed long ago. In truth, the fall of the naval branch occurred even earlier than reported in the newspapers. It was merely John's fruitability that staged a theatrical performance, prolonging the timeline. I encountered Captain John at the Sabaody archipelago, where he recognized my strength and invited me to join his pirate crew, issuing me this command. He instructed me to impersonate him to recruit crew members, thereby drawing the attention of the Navy and other pirates, while he sought the genuine treasure. Hey, you theatrical bastard, we have no interest in your experiences with John. What we need to know is where John is, do you understand? Quinn remarked, growing impatient as he listened to the lengthy discourse devoid of useful information. Should I fetch that twisted brat to discuss this with you further? No, absolutely not. By the way, Captain John gave me something. Possessing it will surely lead us to him. It's a small piece of paper tucked within the lining of my hat. Quinn tore open his hat, revealing a piece of paper fluttering northward. Is this John's life card? Brother Kaido, with this, locating John will be considerably easier. BRR. At this moment, the telephone bug previously retrieved from him began to ring. When answering the call, it is prudent to know what to say and what to withhold. Quinn held the telephone bug before Pritchard, revealing an equally perilous smile. However, when the voice from the other end resonated, no one anticipated that Pritchard harbored quite a few secrets. Pritchard, this is Spandam. Zephyr's fleet will arrive at branch 277 in 2 days. You must make your escape swiftly. Understood? Yes, I comprehend. Your manner of speaking is rather peculiar, and what exactly transpired there? Why has no information returned from the others? The pirates have erupted into conflict. Perhaps your appointed personnel have sustained injuries as well. Pritchard, it would be wise for you to remain honest. The treasures of rocks are beyond the reach of someone like you. Zephyr is nearing. Do not allow yourself to fall into his grasp. With that, Spandam severed the connection. and an even more dangerous smile crept across Quinn's face. "Oh, it appears you have not disclosed the entire truth. And no, wait, I simply haven't finished speaking. You haven't even inquired about this matter. Now you may come clean. Why do you have connections with Spandam of CP9? Spandam, son of Spandam, is the current commander of CP9. Although the world government publicly recognizes only CP1 to CP8, CP9 and CP0 are not secrets to those of considerable power. Quinn, with his extensive experience in illicit research groups, is well aware of this, especially since Spandam led the recruitment of Dr. Vegapunk by the government. For a pirate, particularly one newly embarked upon the seas, even if he is a supernova, having ties to both the world government and a notorious pirate raises suspicions. Under the shadow of the terror brought by the flames, Pritchard finally divulged the entire story. He had been apprehended long before reaching the Captivity archipelago, originally. He was to be sent to the underwater prison Impel Down, but he encountered Spandam instead. Following the demise of the Rocks pirates, the seas did not return to tranquility. Given the current policies of the world government, the eradication of pirates is an impossibility. The prevailing conditions of the seas are a direct result of their negligence. Rocks was akin to a colossal chain, forcibly binding the monsters of the sea together. His defeat signified the complete dissolution of this restraint. Today, a significant portion of the monsters within the New World were once crew members of Rocks: Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, Gold Lion, Shiki, Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, Captain John, Wang Ji, Silver Axe. They nearly dominate half of the New World. They harbor no fear of pirates or their formidable strength. Their concern lies in the unpredictable nature of these pirates, who might act irrationally, much like Rocks did in his time. His ambition was widely acknowledged. Yet none anticipated his audacity to directly assault the celestial dragons, to prevent encounters with another madman like Rocks. The CP of the world government has commenced efforts to infiltrate the ranks of pirates, ensuring timely feedback on such occurrences. This was Pruult's original mission, to enter the New World and join the ranks of a pirate, periodically relaying intelligence back. A portion of his bounty was deliberately instigated by Spandam. While Spandam's abilities were not particularly remarkable, his connections within the world government were exceedingly powerful, as evidenced by his ability to elevate the inept Spandam to the position of CP9 commander. Later, Pruult encountered John in the Captivity archipelago and was once again overwhelmed. In the first half of the Grand Line, those who relied solely on the powers of devil fruits could easily dominate, with the Logia type holding a particularly exalted status. To those just setting sail, the Logia type seemed synonymous with invincibility. However, upon reaching the fiercely competitive New World, where hockey became widely prevalent, those who depended solely on their fruit powers found themselves easily overpowered. The play fruit rendered Pruult's physical combat skills inadequate, as he could mimic abilities using masks and even command a puppet army. With these powers and Spandam's machinations, he navigated the initial phase of the Grand Line with relative ease. John's sudden strike delivered a harsh lesson about the brutality of the pirate world, leading Pruult to regret his decision to venture out to sea. However, John's interest in his mask's abilities resulted in Pruult being recruited into John's crew. At this juncture, Pruult was filled with trepidation. He expressed to Spandam his desire to avoid venturing into the New World and mentioned John's involvement. To his surprise, Spandam offered him a new proposition. If he could infiltrate John's pirate crew and uncover clues to treasure, the world government would annul his bounty, allowing him to reclaim his status as a legitimate citizen. Many were captivated by the allure of Rock's treasure, including the world government. This treasure belonged to the entire Rock's pirates crew, and it was unlikely to be mere coins. It must have been something of immense value. However, aside from rescuing the celestial dragons and defeating Rocks during the God Valley incident, there were no other spoils, and Rock's treasure vanished without a trace. The world government remained perplexed about the treasure's whereabouts. Yet, according to the testimonies of surviving pirates, it was highly probable that this wealth was connected to John. Despite this, they did not pursue the matter vigorously, primarily because John's whereabouts were elusive. His abilities made him exceptionally difficult to target, rendering any search a fruitless endeavor. John was the only pirate in the New World without a fixed territory, constantly seeking or plundering treasure. Furthermore, much of Rock's treasure was pilfered from the vaults of allied nations. If news of the treasure's recovery became widespread, the royal treasures would have to be returned. However, if they discreetly located it, not only would the wealth belong to the world government, but Spandam would also reap substantial benefits, which is why he made such a request of Pruult. In pursuit of a return to ordinary life, Pruult accepted John's invitation. Subsequently, John personally attacked a naval branch in the South Seas, transforming Prult to resemble him and disseminating information to recruit for John's grand fleet. John was aware that numerous individuals had their eyes on him. Rock's treasure was a fortune capable of driving anyone to madness, and wealth was merely the most mundane aspect of it. The aim was to attract attention. While he seized the opportunity to locate those treasures, Rox was a pirate, not a mobile bank. He did not carry all his wealth during his voyages. Much like how the green pepper of the flower country concealed all his treasures in the eternally frozen ice continent. The bounty he carried aboard his ship was merely a fraction. The majority of his wealth was hidden in locations known only to himself. Fully aware that few among his crew were trustworthy, each harbored their ambitions, and once released from his control, such ambitions would inevitably erupt. It took John 5 years to uncover clues regarding Rock's treasure, leading him to Hakanosu in search of a crucial lead. Prult was privy to little more than this. He knew that John had obtained a clue, as John had shared much knowledge with him to aid in his camouflage. Prult replicated his abilities, rendering ordinary pirates no match for him. The formidable monsters predominantly resided in the New World, and returning from the New World to the South Seas, even for those who could fly, was a time-consuming endeavor. Moreover, any notorious pirate would be wary and would not engage him directly. If Prult were to attract such attention, it would actually work to his advantage. Only those who had once sailed with Rox would recognize this flaw, yet those individuals were all in the New World. And one was right beside him. He never anticipated that a wild card like Kaido would happen to be in the South Seas. All the information seems to be in alignment. Quinn, dispose of him. Wait, I haven't lied. I've told you everything. Why do this? Didn't I say you would let me go? When did you develop such a delusion? Even during the interrogation, Jean never uttered such words. Kaido scoffed, fully aware that even a door could not obstruct the enhanced hearing of an observation hockey user. Wait, I can be your informant. Enough. You are utterly untrustworthy, and you are far too weak. I have no interest in someone like you. Quinn, throw him into the sea. For a devil fruit user, sinking into the sea was tantamount to a death sentence. A regular person would need to be weighted down with stones and bound to ensure they sank. Yet for a user, even this step could be bypassed. Upon submersion, they would automatically enter a state of weakness and would be incapable of swimming. Nevertheless, just as Quinn intended to cast him into the sea, they encountered Arceus, who had come to assess the situation. What are you doing? He is of no use anymore. He has divulged all he knows. Big Brother Kaido instructed me to deal with him. So, you plan to simply toss him into the sea? Ah, he is a devil fruit user. Isn't that straightforward? How can you be so heartless? Arceus's words stirred a flicker of hope within Prult, but the subsequent statement shattered his optimism. What if he possesses fishman ancestry and can breathe underwater? What if he is consumed by a large fish and subsequently caught? If we are to dispose of him, let us do it thoroughly. Ensure his death before casting him away. Eliminating a witness without a thorough kill was a grave misstep, especially considering he was a seasoned double agent. The events on Katra Island clashed with his moral compass. He had no interest in Prult's fate, merely instructing Quinn to clean up after the deed. The outcome remained unchanged, only with additional steps involved, such as decapitating him before tossing him into the sea. Afterward, Arceus inspected the meager fruit supply in the kitchen. Once a devil fruit user perished, their fruit would randomly reincarnate in some corner of the world, if fortune favored. It could potentially reappear nearby. Perhaps he might even procure a randomly generated magical backpack. However, it was evident that no one aboard this ship possessed such luck. The fruits remained unchanged, yet as Arceus observed them, a question arose. Coincidentally, Quinn approached and picked up an apple. Having increased his fruit intake to produce tastier bananas in the future. Quinn, devil fruits can randomly inhabit other fruits, correct? That is indeed the case. Is there a problem? A certain individual endowed with extraordinary abilities, upon consuming a piece of fruit, may inadvertently encounter a bizarre transformation of that very fruit. Should they happen to bite into it, allowing its juices to flow into their mouth, a rather unsettling consequence may ensue. It is no secret that ingesting 2 devil fruits can lead to catastrophic results. Nor is it unknown that these fruits can regenerate at random. However, the terrifying prospect of these 2 phenomena occurring simultaneously cannot be overlooked. Despite the improbability, the possibility remains. Staring at the fruit in his hand, Quinn hesitated momentarily. Subsequently, he retrieved a small knife and sliced the fruit open, reasoning that even if the fruit were to regenerate, it would only do so within the confines of an intact specimen, thus ensuring his safety. From that point forward, even when indulging in grapes, Quinn would meticulously cut them open, never again consuming an entire bunch in one go. Now, they had a navigational direction, yet a new dilemma arose. The life card could indicate direction and even reveal the owner's vital status, but but it offered no information regarding distance. They remained oblivious to the duration required to locate John. Prielter merely mentioned that John was situated somewhere in the first half of the Grand Line, but the exact location remained undisclosed. Nevertheless, they had secured a sense of direction, and the patrol vessel continued its voyage towards the Grand Line. 2 days later, the naval headquarters dispatched a team to completely seal off the waters surrounding Catcher Island, gradually tightening their encirclement. The extended duration of this operation was attributed to the necessity of expanding their net of containment. The assembled pirates stood no chance against the elite fleet of the headquarters, being completely annihilated in a remarkably short time, due to Kaido's overwhelming presence. Most were left in ignorance of what had transpired. A few who witnessed the events could only recount the sight of a colossal dragon, while the true instigator, John, had vanished without a trace. Nevertheless, the Navy disseminated the narrative of a resounding victory, claiming that John had fled, as they desperately needed a triumph to uphold their dignity in the face of provocation. A multitude of pirates was escorted to various prisons, many of whom lacked even the qualification to enter Impel Down. Zifa, still the merciful admiral, dealt the most significant blows to these pirates, with Kaido ultimately being the source of their devastation. Spandam was the first to learn of these developments, and John's disappearance led him to believe that he had fled alongside him. Under his direction, a team of agents commenced the search for their whereabouts. Meanwhile, Arceus and his companions lingered near an island. Quinn had dismantled their original small vessel, repurposing it into a modified patrol ship. They were nearing the doldrums, where sailing by wind alone was implausible, prompting him to equip the ship with new propulsion systems. Arceus gazed out over the vast expanse of the doldrums, sensing a stirring presence that was in motion. The only thing capable of evoking such feelings was the stone tablet, yet mingled with his excitement was a sense of anger. He perceived that something was moving, indicating that his tablet had been stolen. His control over the tablet extended within a certain radius, and now it had entered his awareness, though it remained beyond his grasp. "Kaido, it's time to act," he called out. "What is the matter?" Kaido replied, "I sense the presence of the tablet. It's out there on the sea, and that scoundrel is lurking nearby." With his observation haki fully engaged, Kaido failed to detect any presence, as his focus lay not on range but rather on the essence of perception, leading him to a newfound understanding of Arceus's capabilities. This, however, did not impede his actions. Transforming into a giant dragon, he soared into the skies alongside Arceus, heading toward the direction indicated. Shayna and the others remained perplexed, trying to comprehend the unfolding events. By the time they realized what was happening, Kaido and Arceus had already vanished from sight, while Quinn continued to toil over the ship's modifications. Nearing the completion of the new propulsion system, his need for a subordinate had escalated, as he required someone of lesser status to assist him. He found himself unable to command any of his crew, and due to technical constraints, he simultaneously assumed the roles of ship's doctor, helmsman, researcher, combatant, and miscellaneous worker, with only the kitchen being managed by Shayna. Initially, Quinn had overseen the kitchen, but his inclination toward overly sweet dishes had led to Shayna taking over. Outside, Shayna and Jean were installing the new propulsion system when they heard Arceus's voice and witnessed Kaido take off. "We are still too weak," Jean mused, his psyche slightly distorted, finding solace in tormenting others to vent his emotions. Shayna, in contrast, directed her pressure inward. She had come to view weakness as original sin. If one were strong enough, they would not be relegated to flight but could unseat those atop their thrones. Yet, her current weakness left her unable to assist Arceus further, relegated to merely observing their efforts. "We will grow stronger. We have time and the support of the sacred beast." Even before the sacred beast hatched, it empowered our kin, how much more so now, she declared. "It is due to the sacred beast stone tablet." Speaking of which, whatever happened to the tablet we lost back then? Jean pondered. "It was lost long before our birth, but if I recall correctly, Brother Avanisha mentioned it was hidden on an island, with all those in the know having perished. I only know it was said to be an island abundant in gold." "Indeed, but Brother Avanisha heard that from our grandfather. An island rich in gold is far too vague. Due to the world government's machinations, they had been rendered homeless, with the Lunalia tribe's escape routes crisscrossing the seas and the Grand Line, leaving no place secure. Mobility had become their norm. The Grand Line's most peculiar trait lay in its ever-changing climate and diverse island cultures. One island might boast advanced technology, while the next could be teeming with dinosaurs. The seasons followed no discernible pattern, and the question of how much gold constituted abundant remained ambiguous. "First, let us complete the ship's modifications," Locating John is paramount, Arceus urged. Agreed. The two lifted the massive propulsion system, reinforcing the ship's exterior. At that moment, Kaido, guided by Arceus, soared through the doldrums. East, approximately 2 kilometers. No. He has changed course, now heading south. Damn it, he has veered back north again. I swear I'll catch that wretched thief. His quarry darted aimlessly, evading capture with surprising speed. After a lengthy pursuit, Kaido finally closed in, yet the target remained elusive until it finally halted, with Arceus and Kaido arriving directly above it. The night had fully descended, shrouding the doldrums in darkness. As Kaido descended, the sea remained desolate beneath him. You didn't misperceive, did you? He inquired. Impossible. It's right below us, though submerged. Submerged? In the doldrums, it can only be the lair of the Sea Kings. You don't mean to suggest that it has been devoured by them, do you? The vast ocean harbors a unique creation, the Sea Kings. Colossal monsters lurking beneath the waves. Their sizes often reach dozens of meters, with some exceeding 1,000 meters, possessing not only immense physiques but also considerable intelligence. Among the 3 ancient weapons, the Sea King Poseidon wields the power to control these gargantuan beings. While formidable foes may find them manageable, their sheer size renders them mere targets. However, for ordinary individuals and naval fleets, these Sea Kings can unleash catastrophic destruction. The largest among them can even consume entire islands in a single gulp. Though some may show no fear of the Sea Kings, this is contingent upon the creature's surfacing. In the abyssal depths, few dare to confront such titans. Vessels that pride themselves are but toys in the presence of these behemoths. Not everyone possesses the courage of Jack, who boldly faced such a formidable figure. After 5 years, empowered by the mythical Zoan fruit, Kaido has grown significantly stronger compared to his days as an apprentice aboard the rock ship, yet he remains acutely aware of his limitations. Despite his remarkable vitality, the ocean is a perilous realm for him. As a user of powers, sinking to the depths would spell disaster, and if the Sea Kings remain hidden in their lairs, he is left powerless. Nonetheless, he acknowledges that this creature has entered his sphere of influence. He decides to descend towards it. The calm belt may lack wind, but it is not devoid of islands. Some within harbor abundant resources, albeit with considerable risks in accessing them. Yet, solutions often outnumber challenges, as evidenced by Nine Snake Island, which utilizes venomous serpents to navigate the calm waters. However, the island Kaido is currently descending towards is uninhabited, merely an ordinary desolate isle. As he enters his domain, Arceus begins to summon his tablet back to its rightful place. The ocean's depth is not uniform, the seabed is uneven, with locations like Fishman Island resting 1,000 meters below and others reaching the floor within a mere kilometer. At approximately 3,000 meters down, the waters grow murky, and something begins to ascend. Amidst the dimness of the deep, a brilliant golden light emerges. The radiance expands, illuminating the surrounding depths as if a new sun has appeared beneath the waves. As visibility improves, the silhouette of a massive creature becomes discernible, a supersized anglerfish. Its glowing lure not a sun, but the bioluminescent bait atop its head. Known colloquially as the lanternfish, this creature uses its luminous appendage to attract light-seeking beings, making it a master angler of the abyss. However, this particular anglerfish is grotesquely oversized, dwarfing even some islands. The Sea Kings can take on any form. One with the head of a giraffe or rhinoceros wouldn't be surprising, and an anglerfish variant is considered relatively normal. It surfaces due to an internal pain. In a direct line between 2 points, Arceus directs the tablet to fly towards him, unaware of its precise location. This flight might encounter obstacles, and indeed, the tablet gets lodged within the creature's gastric wall, struggling to ascend. Although the 3-meter tablet is inconsequential next to the Leviathan, the discomfort from its stomach wall induces irritation. Ascending will alleviate this pain, prompting the creature to swim upwards. While the intelligence of Sea Kings surpasses that of ordinary marine life, it is merely a relative measure. Kaido. The creature is emerging. Brace yourself. Ah, I see it. Just in time. I have a technique to deal with this giant. Even without Arceus's words. The churning sea and the luminous glow in the depths have caught Kaido's attention. The enormous Sea King breaches the surface, its bait illuminating the surroundings, overshadowing the moonlight. Even in the night, its crimson skin is visible, and at this moment, Arceus's control over the tablet intensifies. Guided by Arceus, the tablet bursts forth from the giant anglerfish's body. The size of the wound is akin to a pinprick for such a colossal being, capable of rapid self-healing. However, the emergence of the tablet inflicts excruciating pain, and upon being summoned, it radiates an even more blinding light. cleansing the creature's exterior before soaring towards Arceus, merging with him. The trail left behind in the night sky is not lost on the giant Sea King. Its intellect connects the dots between its agony and the two diminutive figures before it. A terrifying roar erupts from the anglerfish, which may resemble one but is structurally distinct, belonging to the realm of oceanic monstrosities rather than mere fish. Its gaping maw, lined with razor-sharp fangs comparable in size to their previous patrol vessel, opens wide as if intending to swallow the very island they occupy. Isn't this thing a bit too large? Kaido muses, momentarily awestruck by the creature's dimensions. With a firm stance, he raises his kanabo, ready to test a legendary technique of the giant race. His muscular arms swell as he swings the kanabo down with great force, unleashing a vast shockwave from his strike. Elbaf's spear. Kingdom. Elbaf, the realm of giants, is home to beings naturally endowed with massive physiques, rendering them formidable even without training, each one a born warrior. The Elbaf spear is a technique unique to the giants, typically inaccessible to outsiders. Although Kaido is not well acquainted with the giant's abilities, he is familiar with Big Mom, who bestowed upon him the fish fruit, a mythical zoan, and taught him this formidable skill. The giants also possess cooperative techniques, such as the combined assault of the Blue Ogre, Don Quixote, and the Red Ogre, Bragi, capable of piercing a sea-devouring monster, a creature akin to this massive anglerfish. Kaido can likewise collaborate with Big Mom to unleash a devastating attack, as the foundation for such a union begins with his own execution of Kingdom. Thus, he has mastered this technique of the giants, receiving significant aid from Big Mom in both technique and ability. Given her nature, it would not be surprising if they shared a deeper bond. However, Kaido has yet to reach his zenith. His execution of Kingdom lacks the full potency necessary to obliterate the Sea King, merely inflicting a significant wound. Yet, in light of a Sea King's vitality, it remains alive and now recognizes the peril posed by these small entities, aware of their lethal capabilities. Its immense form begins to sink as it attempts to escape this treacherous environment, but due to its size, its descent is sluggish, requiring time to retreat into the depths. In this interval, it faces Arceus's destructive beam attack, sustaining another grievous injury. Amidst its anguished cries, it expels debris, including fragments of islands, from its cavernous maw. While blood pours forth from the gaping wound, it appears that rather than consuming the stone tablet, it inadvertently ingested it while devouring an island, swallowing the tablet that happened to fall onto the land. The radiance overhead remains striking, yet this colossal anglerfish has already descended into the depths of the ocean. The tablet has fully integrated into its being, restoring the lost power. Meanwhile, Kaido perceives a transformation emanating from Arceus upon absorbing the tablet. A sinister and malevolent aura surged from him. Although this presence has since dissipated, Kaido is confident in the accuracy of his perception. That aura just now, a fragment of my power, not exactly what I yearn for most, yet still rather commendable. His greatest desire lies in the realm of superpowers, for in reality, the applications of such abilities are vast, whether in form alteration or telekinesis. Their practicality is undeniably high. However, the tablet within this anglerfish is of the evil nature. The tablet of malevolence, which explains Kaido's awareness of that fierce aura. With a power restoration to 318, each additional tablet signifies mastery over a new skill set. The skills of the evil nature hold significant utility as well, though they lack the convenience of superpowers in daily life. With the tablet secured, Kaido and Arceus returned to their original island, whereupon the surface of the sea revealed a lizard sprinting across. On this unknown isle, Kaido consumed the remaining alcohol in the patrol ship, and Arceus, having found the tablet, was pleased, which spurred him to indulge in drink, leading to bouts of unconsciousness. However, truth be told, whether Kaido becomes inebriated is not dictated by the quantity of alcohol but rather by his desire to become intoxicated. If he wishes to remain sober, it is exceedingly difficult to numb his senses with alcohol. Conversely, if he desires to indulge, even a modest amount suffices. Currently, Kaido is inclined to experience the sensation of drunkenness, resulting in misfortune for the island's inhabitants. The island's ecosystem forms a closed biological loop. Yet the apex of the food chain has now been reduced to mere sustenance. Grilling, humanity's most primitive cooking method, yields delectable results when executed with proper heat and ample seasoning. The wilderness survival knowledge bears little relevance to them. Apart from the necessity of avoiding the accidental incineration of the entire island, danger poses no significant threat to them. The night envelopes the surroundings in silence, interrupted only by the occasional crackle of burning wood, while a figure swiftly approaches the island from the sea, not by swimming or flying, but entirely by running on two legs. This being possesses a green physique, towering over a human, resembling a hybrid of serpent and lizard. Its elongated neck and bipedal stance lend a dinosaur-like quality, with broad webbed feet aiding its rapid movement across the water's surface, complemented by a lengthy tail that maintains its balance. This peculiar creature, known as the serpent-like lizard, is an oddity that should have long since perished. Upon its back rests a rudimentary saddle, upon which sits a young girl. Her golden hair cascades down, and she is adorned in a purple dress, with a simple red ribbon tied atop her head. The sea creature occasionally consumes a variety of things, which serves as her source of sustenance. Elizabeth, let us venture towards the light. I can scent the aroma of food, the tantalizing fragrance of meat. It has been an eternity since I last tasted flesh. As the words escaped my lips, saliva began to pool at the corners of my mouth, a reaction mirrored by the lizard, referred to as Elizabeth. This lizard possesses a gentle temperament, making it easily tamed. It boasts a long lifespan and is omnivorous, yet it lacks significant combat prowess. Most of its diet consists of plant matter or small creatures. However, its previous habitat lacked birds as it resided within the stomach of a colossal anglerfish. The gargantuan sea creature, known for swallowing islands, housed 3 stomachs, each containing a miniature island, and the girl was a survivor from one of those islands. The prior attacks from Arceus and Kaido had pierced the creature's stomach, expelling various contents. And it was during this chaos that she and the lizard seized the opportunity to escape, thanks to Elizabeth's ability to run atop the water and her exceptional endurance. They successfully navigated away from the calm zone, the lizard's movements barely disturbing the surface, undetected by the sea creatures below. Those awakened beings had turned their attention to the severely injured anglerfish. After running across the water for an extended period, the girl and the lizard inadvertently found themselves near the island where Kaido and his companions were temporarily stationed. Drawn in by the flickering flames and the tantalizing aroma of meat, at the island's edge, the girl and the lizard believed themselves to be unnoticed, unaware that Jin, who was keeping watch on the ship, had already spotted them upon their arrival. He intended to capture the little one but was halted by Shayna, who had come to relieve him. "Why are you stopping me?" Jin whispered, oblivious to the fact that the girl crawling below had caught the attention of 2 individuals on the ship. Most aboard the vessel would not sleep on it after it docked. Despite its fine construction, the gentle swaying from the waves could make resting on board uncomfortable. For those who traversed the seas, finding solid ground to rest upon was a rare comfort, a fact well understood among seafarers. The girl, merely a few years old, had not contemplated such matters. She was solely focused on the remnants of the roasted meat. Let her be. The pangs of hunger are unpleasant. Only those who have endured such a feeling can truly comprehend its torment, a pain that words cannot convey. The Lunaria tribe is resilient, but that does not exempt them from hunger. They simply possess a greater capacity to endure it. Their lives of escape and experiences in laboratories have exposed them to various hardships. Observing the young girl, Shayna felt a twinge of sympathy. Nonetheless, sympathy aside, she extinguished her flames and spread her wings, flying towards the girl. "You continue your watch. I will see what she intends to do." She would assist those she wished to help within her means, yet would not hesitate to snap an adversary's neck upon recognizing a threat. Arceus was currently absent, experimenting with the effects of various skills on the island's wildlife, such as the malevolent provocation ability. Some skills manifested effects akin to those of rule-based powers, perplexingly intricate. For instance, the provocation skill in games incites fury in opponents, limiting them to damage-dealing abilities for 3 turns. However, reality is not turn-based, and the effects of provocation are far more varied. At present, he had instigated infighting among some beasts. Once he located the verdant grass slate, he planned to experiment with the grass knot technique. He pondered what effects it would yield against a creature of Oz's size. The greater the weight, the more damage inflicted by grass knot. However, the skill as principle is to trip the opponent. The giant race would likely not knock themselves unconscious from a tumble at least. He hoped so. Practical application is the sole criterion for verifying truth. Without concrete practice, he could not ascertain specific outcomes, as the effects of provocation far exceeded expectations. Meanwhile, the young girl and Elizabeth had arrived at the remaining roasted meat, their bellies now round and full. In this world, the inhabitants' stomachs evidently possess a greater capacity than ordinary humans, and those with large hearts are not uncommon. For example, Kaido lay nearby, deep in slumber, a heart so vast that he could continue his dreams while indulging in more food. "Have you eaten your fill?" "Yes, I have." Suddenly, a voice interrupted. "Who is there?" The girl hesitated for 3 seconds, sensing something amiss, just as Quinn, who had ventured out for a midnight snack, arrived on the scene. To expedite the modifications to the power device, he had been working on the ship, and now that the task was complete, he sought something to eat. Shayna had initially intended for the girl to eat her fill and depart swiftly. However, her arrival, coupled with Quinn's unexpected presence, seemed to frighten the girl, leading her to take an unimaginable action. She had taken Kaido, still asleep, hostage. Drawing an antique knife from her waist, she rolled over to Kaido's side. "Stay back. If you come any closer, I will kill him." Shayna's expression twitched, and Quinn dropped his cigar in shock. They were momentarily at a loss for words. Had Morgans been present, tomorrow's headlines might have already been written, with his penchant for exaggerated descriptions birthing titles like the mysterious young girl, a new star of the era, Kaido taken hostage. While the size difference was stark, the sight of her holding a small knife to Kaido's neck appeared almost comical. Neither Quinn nor Shayna regarded it as a serious threat. Such a knife could scarcely pierce Kaido's skin, even in slumber. "Aren't you and Jin supposed to be on watch? How did she get here?" "Just a little thief," Quinn replied. "I've been keeping an eye on her. What danger could such a small girl pose?" "So what now? Who do you think is the real danger?" Quinn retrieved his cigar, only to toss it away again in shock as he realized he had been holding it upside down, burning his lips. Shayna was correct. In this situation, the real threat was not Kaido, a creature hailed as the strongest, impervious even to the guillotine, let alone a mere dagger. This realization astonished Quinn. Although not everyone could recognize Kaido's identity, it was evident that he was not an ideal target. And the girl's audacity was remarkable. Hey, don't ignore me. I'm serious." "Huh? Did I grow taller?" She had been brandishing her knife at Quinn and Shayna, only to suddenly feel herself rising in height. Of course, she was not actually growing. Kaido had awakened. Sitting up, he effortlessly lifted her, explaining her sudden perception of increased height. "Little girl, are you trying to take me hostage?" "Indeed, brother Kaido. This little girl dares to treat you as a hostage. Perhaps we should just kill her." Quinn, the least concerned with the lives of outsiders, regarded the life of a small child as inconsequential. Such words frightened the girl, who wildly swung her knife at Kaido's arm, only for it to snap upon impact. Staring at the broken knife in her hand, she felt a moment of bewilderment. Why was there a person whose skin was harder than steel? What kind of monster is this? Am I going to die? No. I just escaped from Lantern Lord's belly. Yet Kaido did not retaliate. The girl's audacity seemed to pique his interest. Well, what an interesting little girl. Unfortunately, you are far too weak. How about coming aboard my ship as an apprentice? I believe your courage will lead to remarkable achievements in the future. It is well known that Kaido possesses a plethora of hobbies, one of which is the recruitment of various subordinates. These followers are not merely the formidable individuals he admires, but also children he recognizes. Whether through talent, status, or character, the new generation of the Beast Pirates is predominantly comprised of those Kaido has brought back himself. While he is generally magnanimous towards those willing to join him, he is far from naïve. When surveying the future of the Beast Pirates, the trio of calamities alongside the Flying Six, apart from the seasoned veterans Queen and King, are largely individuals he has raised from a young age. These are the true backbone of the Beast crew. He has collected numerous children from various locales, and in contrast to Big Mom, who bears her offspring, or Whitebeard, who favors adopting sons, Kaido could well be regarded as the foremost headmaster of a kindergarten in the New World. A young girl may be weak, unable to even scratch his skin, yet he is fond of her audacious spirit. She dares to treat him as a hostage, subsequently attempting to stab him. And even after her knife breaks, she boldly resorts to biting him. This fierce will to survive greatly pleases him. Without a heart of a warrior, it is impossible to become one. One may exhibit cowardice or timidity in everyday life, but it is those who dare to stand firm in critical moments who are deemed true warriors. If luck and the color of one's haki are considered separately, one can think of Buggy the Clown, the only person at sea who does not show deference to Shanks, yet sails smoothly in his endeavors. All right, I shall join you. Pfft, who would want to join you? I loathe pirates. The moment you let your guard down, I will escape on Elizabeth. This is her innermost thought, however. The issue lies in her having articulated these feelings. She presents herself as merely a child, yet in truth, she has surpassed the age of 150 years. The ring adorning her hand contains a fragment of a rare metal known as pure gold, esteemed for its capability to purchase the entire world. The essence of this metal is its power to suspend one's physical growth, which is the reason for her prolonged existence. Having spent over a century within the belly of a sea king, she has not encountered another living soul, save for a solitary lizard, thus developing the unfortunate habit of speaking to herself. She had anticipated that Kaido would erupt in fury. Instead, he continued to chuckle. If you possess the ability, then attempt to escape. However, should I capture you again, the consequences will be quite painful. What is your name, little one? Olga, Miskina Olga. I am Kaido. Remember this name, for it shall be your captain henceforth. When Arceus concluded the experimental skill and returned to this place, he was met with the inexplicable sight of an additional person and a lizard. Subsequently, Shayna succinctly elucidated to Arceus the events of the previous night, before tugging on Olga's ear to impart some counsel. As the sole female aboard, Kaido entrusted Olga to Shayna. However, Olga harbored some reluctance about being brought onto the ship by Kaido. Once, she had a blissful family, but due to the allure of pure gold, hordes of pirates besieged her island, resulting in her mother's demise, which instilled within her a deep-seated aversion to pirates. Pure gold had long since vanished from the world. Yet her father, utilizing ancient texts, recreated it in an effort to stymie the viral affliction within her, enabling her survival. Regrettably, this act attracted pirates, leading to her mother's death. Subsequently, the pure gold summoned a colossal sea king, engulfing the entire island. Her father concealed this truth from her, which fueled her resentment towards him for over a century. Had he not produced pure gold, none of these calamities would have transpired. She contemplated an opportunity to flee. Yet at that moment, Elizabeth faltered. Upon encountering Arceus, she lay prostrate on the ground, signifying submission, showing no desire to depart. Leaning against the ship's railing, Olga's gaze darted, pondering her escape, while Quinn had already arranged his propulsion system, preparing to set sail in search of John. Just before the vessel departed, a man clad in a tattered dinosaur costume drifted in from the sea. Is it the same aura? Are you certain? It was commonplace for various peculiarities to float upon the ocean. Pirates typically retrieved only what piqued their interest. Such bizarre, unidentified creatures rarely found their way aboard. Nonetheless, Elizabeth informed Arceus that she detected a familiar scent emanating from beneath the surface. The genetic composition of the serpent-like lizard is exceedingly intricate. As a reptile, they possess an exceptionally advanced sense of smell, capable of capturing airborne scent molecules. She had just detected an odor akin to Olga's. While most dismissed his ramblings, only Arceus comprehended Elizabeth's discourse. Jean, retrieve that creature from below. Understood. Jean spread his wings and leapt from the ship's railing, pulling the unidentified being from the ocean's surface. Beneath the dinosaur costume lay a disheveled, blond man, his face adorned with stubble, his form portly, seemingly swollen from prolonged immersion in water. Olga, Elizabeth claims this unidentified creature bears your scent. Do you recognize him? But I do not know him. Lord Sacred Beast, can you comprehend Elizabeth's words? In the hours preceding, Shayna had imparted a brief indoctrination to Olga, summarizing that while Kaido's words should be heeded, her attitude towards him could be indifferent, as he would not mind. She was to regard Jean and Shayna as older siblings. They were not difficult to engage with, while Quinn, the rotund one, could be disregarded. He would confront her if he dared to instigate trouble. Arceus, as the sacred beast, warranted utmost respect. Any disrespect towards him would yield dire consequences. The final remark was to emphasize this point. Her intellect was intact. Surviving in solitude alongside a lizard for over a century without succumbing to madness was no small feat. An adult stranded on a deserted island for years might not withstand such isolation. Yet, her lack of companionship meant she had no models to learn from or reference, leaving her mentality tethered to that bygone era, retaining a childlike disposition. As fellow females, their rapport was rather amicable, and Olga's inability to conceal her thoughts made it easier for Shayna to understand her. Grasping Elizabeth's words posed no challenge. She was confident Elizabeth had not erred. With that, Arceus scrutinized the unidentified creature, reaffirming Elizabeth's statement. In terms of olfactory and perceptive abilities, he far surpassed this serpent-like lizard. His disinterest in the ocean's unidentified flotsam, however, remained apparent. This character merely serves as a supporting role in the feature film. Arceus has slumbered within the egg for a period far surpassing the time she spent dwelling in the belly of the sea creature. Thus, it is entirely natural for her to be unable to recall such matters. Could it be that this individual is my despicable father? It has been over a century since we last met. Although he remains alive within the body of the Lantern Master, illuminated by the pure golden light, his appearance has undergone a profound transformation, rendering Olga unable to recognize him. Surely, he has not perished? Her feelings towards her father are rather complex. He is her only remaining kin, yet he is also responsible for her mother's demise, which ultimately summoned the Lantern Master. At this moment, The enigmatic creature opened its eyes, and upon realizing that it was still alive, an involuntary surge of exhilaration coursed through it. Originally, it had been swallowed by a sea creature, only to find itself in another stomach, on an island inhabited by countless dinosaurs. For the sake of survival, it masqueraded as a dinosaur hatchling, subsisting solely on meat for over a century, deprived of any fruits or vegetables. This stood in stark contrast to Olga, who, day after day, consumed only vegetables and fruits, never encountering any meat. After the sea creature was vanquished, it managed to escape through the gaping wound left in its wake, fortuitously surviving the ordeal and drifting to this very place. I say, can any of you activate the outer wheel? Must I undertake all responsibilities aboard this vessel? Youngster. At the very least, a trainee should contribute something. After an extended wait, the external mechanism had yet to activate, prompting Quinn to emerge with an expression of displeasure. He believed that having another individual on board to command was advantageous, only to discover another presence on the deck. Once he had vacated the dinosaur's lair, he naturally shed the dinosaur coat. Olga, bearing pure gold, maintained her garments in their original state, though they were now tattered and worn. Influenced by the brilliance of the gold, the Sea Kings, creatures of immense size, favored pure gold as their sustenance, with the bait comprising entirely of substances evolved from it. The intense radiance even illuminating their very being. The only intact item on him was his belt, and the inscriptions upon it, along with the designs adorning Olga's dress, piqued Quinn's interest. Initially, when Olga appeared amidst the darkness, he overlooked the intricate details of her dark attire. However, he now discerned something crucial. This pattern alchemy. Are you from the island of alchemy? Yet, that island is said to have vanished over a century ago. Do not look at me, my knowledge is limited. And this matter is somewhat related to you, Mr. Arceus. Even Vegapunk struggled to analyze the elemental composition of your tablet. In this regard, alchemy's expertise is unparalleled. Which is why the Research Institute was replete with literature on alchemy, enabling me to recognize it. Ah, indeed, I am from alchemy. My name is AC, Miskina AC. You are truly alive. It is unbelievable. Am I that renowned? Of course, Vegapunk admires your genius in materials science and mineralogy. You are a prodigy in crafting pure gold. The individuals at MADS Institute often boast of their brilliance, each believing themselves to be the true genius, yet they reserve their accolades for one demographic, the deceased. To extol the virtues of a long-gone predecessor is commonplace. AC belongs to that category, as he has become a mere ghost in the eyes of those acquainted with him. The island of alchemy having vanished entirely. Otherwise, the world government would have long since apprehended him, for pure gold is lauded as a metal capable of purchasing the world. Sought after by the celestial dragons at any cost. Pure gold greatly prolongs biological growth processes. In other words, it is a treasure that promises immortality. Over a century has passed, yet Olga remains unchanged, driving those in power to madness. However, pure gold attracts the wrath of colossal sea kings, resulting in the island's demise, thus rendering the substance merely a legend. What kind of genius scientist is he? He is a scoundrel. Such a substance as pure gold should not exist in this world. Quinn's praise for AC ignited Olga's ire. In her view, pure gold was the harbinger of misfortune. Olga. You are Olga, correct? Splendid. You are still alive. AC was overjoyed to see Olga, yet she did not share his sentiment. After more than a century, she had countless inquiries for her father. Questions that had long gone unanswered. Why? Why did you create such a thing? It attracted those pirates. Speak. Why do you remain silent? I no longer wish to behold pure gold. In her fervor, she removed the ring from her finger, preparing to cast it into the sea, prompting a reaction from the previously silent AC. No, stop. Olga, please. In the past, Olga would not have dared such an act, for the gold ring would summon the colossal sea king known as Lantern Lord. However, that creature could no longer keenly sense the movements of pure gold. Moreover, the ring had once been her sole keepsake. Now that AC was alive, the situation was different. With his corpulent frame and years of inactivity, AC's movements were sluggish, and he could only watch as the ring flew further away. However, in midair, Quinn's mechanical claw shot forth, reclaiming the ring. Olga had declared her desire never to see pure gold again, and her act of throwing the ring signified its composition of pure gold. Do not squander it. It is a valuable item. Mr. Arceus, Vegapunk once proposed a hypothesis. What if we could discover the elemental composition of your tablet, combined with a sufficiently unique core metal? We might be able to construct a machine to analyze the powers of the tablet. The principle of that machine is not overly complex, with adequate equipment. I could fabricate it myself. With slight modifications, we might detect signals from the tablet. And as this tablet belongs to you, you must possess profound knowledge regarding its composition. If all goes well, we should be able to develop a related device. Is pure gold that special metal? Perhaps, perhaps not. Vegapunk has experimented with most substances, yet none have sufficed. This legendary pure gold might be the answer. Vegapunk is a genius, his techniques centuries ahead of contemporary science. However, future technologies may not replicate ancient marvels. Each individual possesses their own areas of expertise. In the realm of pure gold fabrication, Vegapunk too finds himself lacking. He is a genius, but not an omniscient being. There are matters beyond his capability or proficiency. Quinn too was uncertain if it could indeed be achieved. He merely articulated a notion from that time. However, Arceus would not overlook any potentiality. If Quinn's proposition could be realized, they could expedite the collection of tablets through divided efforts. Quinn's enthusiasm was primarily driven by a desire to ascertain whether Arceus possessed any methods to expedite banana cultivation. The slow-growing tropical bananas were a torment. For some time, Quinn had been subtly probing this matter, and Arceus had discerned his intentions. Once you have procured the necessary elements, I shall refine my power in this regard. If you wish for the tropical dragon's bananas to mature rapidly, we must harness that characteristic, which requires a minor activation. After all, Quinn had long consumed the devil fruit, resulting in random mutations, differing from Shayna and Jin's means of acquiring abilities. Their powers are more complete, merely needing development. If you require pure gold, I can assist in its creation, but could you return that ring to me first? His tone conveyed a sense of urgency, raising suspicion in anyone who heard him. You scoundrel, father, you still wish to pursue such a thing. Without the island's equipment and my mother's assistance, you cannot ugh. AC covered her mouth, but it was too late. To be honest, I detest being lied to in my presence. I can indeed recreate pure gold, but I require time, manpower, equipment, and materials. The original data has been destroyed. Everything must begin anew. He had not touched equipment in over a century, although his knowledge remained. It had become quite rusty. As for that ring, AC glanced at Olga and spoke the truth. Olga is afflicted by an incurable illness. My pursuit of pure gold production is to harness its power to suppress the progression of her ailment. Without the pure gold in that ring, Olga's body cannot endure for much longer. This revelation caused the struggling Olga to halt her actions, as she had never anticipated that Ashier's research on pure gold was intended for her. When his wife passed away, Ashier mourned more deeply than anyone else. Yet he had to maintain a facade of composure before his daughter, concealing the truth to prevent her from shouldering the burden of his sorrow. What followed was a poignant father-daughter moment, but even Olga felt a twinge of anxiety. These individuals were pirates, and for ordinary folk, pirate was hardly a commendable term. Even though she had been designated as an apprentice aboard the ship, her true intention was to seize an opportunity to escape. Would pirates truly consider anything beyond their desires? What ailment had she contracted? If the goal was to alleviate her condition, it was paramount to address the illness first. According to Quinn, pure gold was merely a core component. They could resolve other issues prior to integrating the core. Currently, with John still unaccounted for, a slight delay was acceptable. The primary concern was that Kaido had taken a liking to this brave little girl due to Olga's audacity, while Arceus was intrigued by Ashier's expertise. Scientific innovation is the foremost productive force. If he could fabricate pure gold, creating simpler items should pose no challenge. The South Sea Emperor's disease originated from the South Sea, afflicting a monarch with a malady deemed incurable. The South Sea Emperor's disease? Indeed, which is precisely why I say it is hardly a terminal illness. It was conquered many years ago. Upon hearing about this ailment, Quinn scoffed. As a virus expert, he regarded the South Sea Emperor's disease as inconsequential. After all, it had been vanquished long ago, with treatment protocols already published. This demonstrates the advantages of longevity. What was once a fatal affliction a century prior has become curable in the present day. With that, he returned to the ship's cabin and prepared a syringe using the pharmaceuticals available aboard the patrol vessel. All right, one injection and the illness will be resolved. I am quite the expert in this matter. He then observed as the brave girl, bold enough to abduct Kaido, instinctively fled at the sight of the syringe. No, I am terrified of injections. Everyone has their vulnerabilities. The courageous girl who dared to seize Kaido now found herself in a frenzy, evading the syringe. However, in such a confined space, her escape was futile. Before she could take 3 steps, Shayna had caught her. Come back. Although the South Sea Emperor's disease has been conquered, neglecting timely treatment could still lead to fatality. Quinn, administer the injection. Rest assured, I am quite adept in this area. After securing Olga's arm, his mechanical hand swiftly executed a series of disinfection procedures, and then the syringe was plunged directly into her shoulder. Little one, you are bold enough to kidnap Kaido. A mere syringe is nothing to fear. Gazing at Olga's tear-filled eyes, Quinn found it perplexing how she had summoned such courage the previous day. Despite her likely unfamiliarity with Kaido, the stark contrast in their sizes would deter most. He handed her Kaido's bounty notice, which was already present on the patrol ship. Pirates typically do not panic at the sight of bounty notices, but rather regard them as symbols of pride. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million. 1,200,000,000. As she counted the lengthy string of zeros on Kaido's bounty notice, Olga's expression twisted with disbelief. The value of belly had been depreciating over the years. The purchasing power of 1,200,000,000 belly from a century ago far surpassed that of today. Not to mention, there were additional cents involved. Generally, the greater a pirate's bounty, the more formidable they are. This is common knowledge on the seas. Though bounties are assessed based on a combination of strength and perceived threat by the government, there exists a direct correlation between strength and monetary value. After narrowly escaping from the belly of a sea king, the father and daughter found themselves aboard a pirate ship within a day. However, technically speaking, they had been rescued twice by the beast pirates. Arceus and Kaido had liberated them from the Sea King's grasp, while Quinn addressed the South Sea Emperor's disease. Of course, the latter was not an insurmountable challenge. Any island with adequate medical facilities could provide the necessary vaccine. It would be exceedingly difficult for her to slip away from a pirate with a bounty of 1,200,000,000, particularly since Elizabeth had betrayed her, fully submitting to Arceus, thereby severing her chances of escape, especially with her father present. Yet, unlike Olga, Ashier harbored less aversion towards pirates. His adult perspective allowed for deeper contemplation. His creation of pure gold was not motivated by fame or fortune, but rather to resolve Olga's health issues. Thus, after successfully producing pure gold, he refrained from publicizing the achievement. He understood the repercussions that could follow, knowing well that while pure gold had its benefits, it also imposed limitations that hindered physical development and strength progression. However, the promise of prolonged life was enough to incite madness, particularly among the celestial dragons, who, possessing all worldly luxuries, yearned most for time. The exorbitant price of the surgery fruit and its secrets regarding eternal life were inextricably linked. Even the islanders remained oblivious to his true endeavors. The production of pure gold was solely a collaborative effort between him and his wife. Although the islanders aided him in transporting materials, they could never fathom the true purpose behind such acquisitions. Different materials were procured in batches, for instance. Charcoal was purchased for grilling, sulfur for soap making, and saltpeter for ice production. Yet, when these components were combined, they could yield gunpowder-specific ratios. Well, that's a question best left unasked. The materials for his pure gold followed a similar pattern. Initially, he had no certainty that these items could produce pure gold. This raises the question, who leaked the information about his creation of pure gold to those pirates? The only entity likely capable of deducing his intentions from his material purchases and discovering his success would be the world government. This is his conjecture. The world government seeks to monopolize pure gold while concealing this ambition from other aspirants. Thus, they have allowed certain information to leak, intending for pirates to initially manage the situation, after which the government would intervene to eliminate any excess witnesses and seize Arceus, masquerading as saviors to compel him into producing pure gold for them. The higher one has status, the more one becomes aware of the insidious darkness concealed beneath the order of the world government. However, this remains merely his speculation. It is not beyond possibility that the world government would resort to a demon-slaying decree to obliterate alchemy. Yet such an action would necessitate a pretext to mitigate the ensuing repercussions, a price too steep to pay when they could simply exploit the pirates instead. Yet, they failed to anticipate that the devastation heralded by pure gold pertains to the colossal sea kings. Those pirates are but vicious wolves, while the true perpetrator lies behind the veil, transmitting information. Over a century has elapsed, and those individuals from that time have likely perished. Now, he merely wishes to live harmoniously with his daughter, rendering his stance of little significance, for with his skills, he will invariably find his place in the world. Here lies the vicinity of the doldrums, and for now, he can only accompany Kaido and his crew. However, he staunchly opposes his daughter's decision to become a pirate, preferring instead to enlist Olga's assistance in his research under the pretense of academic necessity. Yet, these matters are to be addressed later. At present, Arceus and his companions have commenced their pursuit of John, guided by the life card provided by Prylert. Meanwhile, Spandane is in his office, furiously slamming his desk. The situation in the South Blue has been quelled by the Navy, and Zifa has acquired another accolade. Yet, this does not concern Spandane. For the personnel he left at Branch 277 have perished. The pirates did not surrender immediately to Zifa's fleet. And Spandane's undercover agent fell into a coma after colliding with the window frame due to Kaido's Conqueror's haki, ultimately succumbing to the Navy's indiscriminate AoE fire. The battleships from headquarters possess artillery of a caliber vastly superior to that of the Four Seas, creating a significant disparity in firepower. Although Zifa is known as the admiral who does not kill, this only applies to those he personally captures. He is not rigid. He will not permit his soldiers to incur heavy casualties in the pursuit of capturing the enemy alive. Subsequently, Spandane dispatched personnel to various prisons to interrogate the pirates. But none possessed knowledge of the unfolding events. The only information he gleaned was that Prylord had engaged in combat with a notorious pirate. After some time, Spandane made a phone call. "Woolite, have you located that scoundrel?" "Not yet, Commander Spandane, but the response from the lifeguard is intensifying." "Seize that rascal. I want him to know the consequences of betraying me." Gazing at the half-damaged lifeguard in his hand, Spandane seethed with anger, unaware that this card did not belong to Prylord at all. When Prylord was captured and subsequently released as an undercover agent, Spandane ensured that he had a contingency plan in place, crafting the life card before setting out. If it were anyone else, it would be inconsequential, as the corresponding life card could certainly be fabricated. However, Prylord, being a user of the string fruit, possessed various materials, such as strands of hair from different individuals, to create puppets. The materials Spandane acquired were not from Prylord, but from others. Thus, a life card made from external materials could not represent Prylord, which explains why the card remained unchanged despite Prylord's demise. The agent he referred to as Woolite had already entered the Grand Line, following the fluctuations of the life card. But by a twist of fate, he found himself in the right place, as the individual Prylord used to create the life card had inadvertently joined the True John pirate crew. Therefore, Woolite failed to locate Prylord, but instead stumbled upon John, leading him to a firm conclusion. Prylord had indeed betrayed Spandane's agreement and fully aligned himself with John's crew. "Commander Spandane, I am currently in the first half of the Grand Line, in the Kingdom of Nether. I have not found Prylord, but the life card's response is quite vigorous. He should be nearby. Additionally, I have discovered John. That fellow's fruit ability allows him to disguise others. It is normal for you not to see him." "Are you certain it is John?" "I am certain." Accompanying him is another notorious pirate, temporarily identified as Silver Axe, inside an inn in the Kingdom of Nether. Woolite cautiously reported his findings. The gathering of 2 remnants from rocks is not favorable news for him. According to his investigation, they have resided in the Kingdom of Nether for an extended period. If Prylord's prior messages were indeed truthful, it is likely that Rock's treasure is significantly connected to this location. The nations within the Grand Line vary greatly in size, their unique geographies fostering distinct island cultures. Smaller nations can be traversed within a day, while larger ones boast expansive territories and populations. The Kingdom of Nether, being one of the larger nations in the Grand Line, spans approximately half the area of Alabasta, with a temperate climate that resembles spring throughout the year. It is also a member of the world government, compelling Woolite to exercise caution in his dealings here. "Commander Spandane, should we request assistance from the nearby branch?" "Fool. If those Navy personnel were to learn of this, everything would be exposed. But the threat posed by these individuals. The Kingdom of Nether is a government member state. If trouble arises, it would also be difficult to explain. They have not taken any action yet. Continue observing. I will request reinforcements to assist you. With this treasure, my future within the world government will be assured, and you shall not be deprived of your share." Understood. As an agent of the CP, he finds himself in perilous situations daily. His aspiration is to ascend to the position of an office commander, where he can merely issue commands. The accolades from the Treasure of Rocks are sufficient to facilitate such an ambition, and according to his investigations, John has been biding his time, presenting himself in a manner that is far from that of a typical pirate. Although the Nether Kingdom is a member state of the world government, the latter shows little concern for the internal affairs of its affiliates. In times of trouble, assistance is far from guaranteed. However, should this nation fail to deliver its tribute of heavenly gold, it risks expulsion from the ranks of member states. At that point, the country would be abandoned by the Navy, becoming a lawless expanse. Thus, member states strive diligently to maintain their status. While membership does not necessarily ensure the safety of its citizens, the perils of non-affiliation are undoubtedly greater. The world government seeks only heavenly gold, indifferent to its origins. For instance, the Woka Kingdom, from which Kaido hails, amassed its wealth through foreign warfare. The Nether Kingdom operates similarly, with its fleet even possessing the status of legitimate pirates, a factor that explains its tolerance of piracy. This nation is often referred to as a Grey Kingdom, a haven for many pirates to dispose of their ill-gotten gains. To safeguard their interests, it is said that the pirate community has its own unwritten rules. Wolfit has disguised himself as an ordinary smuggler and settled in, while Arceus and his companions, guided by the life card, have gradually approached this location. John's previous position has been perpetually shifting, necessitating that Arceus and his group adjust their course intermittently. Since their departure, over 3 months have elapsed in their journey. The doldrums pose no hindrance to them. With Quinn's propulsion device coupled with the outer wheel, they can advance at a swift pace even in calm waters, and the Sea Kings present no threat, thereby saving considerable time. At this juncture, they are still utilizing that patrol vessel, during which time Axie and Quinn have enjoyed a delightful camaraderie. A pleasant exchange between two sweet-toothed individuals. Due to a century of exclusively consuming meat, Axie harbors an extraordinary fondness for fruits and vegetables, which sparked his initial interaction with Quinn. Moreover, his unparalleled talent in materials science and chemistry eclipses even that of Quinn, fostering a congenial relationship between the two eminent scientists. Crucially, Axie's non-competitive nature allows him to engage in mutual flattery with Quinn, thus satisfying his vanity. Of course, there is a more significant reason. He finally has someone to assist with menial tasks aboard the ship. In contrast, Olga's existence has not been as joyous. A century has passed without her engaging in any form of study. As a scientist, Axie is acutely aware of the importance of education, prompting him to begin tutoring her. Kaido, too, is intent on having Olga serve as an intern aboard the ship, demonstrating a level of responsibility absent in Rox, who took a more laissez-faire approach. Kaido, on the other hand, is committed to teaching, overseeing Olga's physical training daily. Jean and Shayna are engrossed in their own training, having entered the realm of hockey mastery, with the remaining task being refinement before advancing to more sophisticated techniques. According to the life card's readings, they are drawing closer to their objective, and Arceus, having fully assimilated the evil-type tablet, has summoned Shayna. Lord Arceus, is there something you require? Shall I dance? Shayna, perplexed by Arceus's inquiry, nonetheless responds, I know a bit. It is an ancient ritual dance of the Lunaria tribe. If you desire to see other dances, I can learn. No need. I wish to teach you a special dance. The dance of war, sword dance. As Pokemon undergo transformation, their inherent skills gradually awaken in accordance with the user's mastery of their fruit. Arceus can expedite this process or enable them to acquire skills that would otherwise necessitate the use of a technique machine. The sword dance falls into this category. When compared to damage-dealing skills, in this reality where combat is not turn-based and lacks specific damage metrics, inherent enhancement of one's attack power proves to be the most efficacious. If sword dance skills can be widely disseminated, the future of the beasts may witness a profound transformation, with their adversaries exchanging fierce banter before battle, while the beasts engage in synchronized dance. Naturally, this is an exaggerated notion. Instructing in the sword dance is not akin to teaching social dance. The Void Stone tablet materializes, channeling a power unique to Arceus into Shayna's mind. Subsequently, her consciousness is transported to a distinct realm, where an apparition resembling her appears, mechanically repeating a singular movement, demonstrating the flow of power before her. This is a unique learning space, entirely disconnected from the outside world. When Arceus imparts a specific skill, one's thoughts are drawn into this realm. This power was regained after the evil eye slate restored a portion of its strength. Otherwise, he would have long taught them new abilities. This method of transmission also consumes part of his own energy, though the expenditure is significantly lower than directly altering a devil fruit. It can only be utilized during skill transmission and cannot serve as a training space. The power of time and space is something he mastered only at the height of his capabilities. Shayna is uncertain how long she has been learning. But when she finally opens her eyes, the sun has ascended above the horizon, casting its golden rays upon the deck. Arceus called her out during the night, indicating that at least 7 hours have elapsed. Yet in her memory, it feels as though she has studied for an entire week. Now, let me observe the effects of the sword dance. The learning process concludes under 2 circumstances, upon mastering the skill or when the body reaches its limits, prompting an automatic withdrawal. Given the constitution of the Lunaria tribe, 7 hours would not suffice to reach such a limit. Thus, It is clear that Shayna has indeed mastered the skill. As her body moves in accordance with her memory, several sword-shaped phantoms materialize around her, only to merge back into her being within approximately 7 seconds. Do you feel anything? During the sword dance, the body cannot perform other actions, as any deviation would lead to interruption. However, I sense that my lack of proficiency is the issue. With further familiarity, I believe I can resolve this problem. These are some minor issues she has noticed during usage. It can be said to have the same effect as a block of iron. While an ordinary person remains immobile when using an iron block, a sufficiently skilled individual can move while maintaining the iron block state. The phantoms that emerge during the sword dance are also a form of energy. If executed properly, this energy should be able to merge with the external armament of Haki, creating a unique form of defense. The combination of fruit abilities and Haki is a reasonable method of technique development. The learning environment is solely responsible for teaching them, but mastering the skills relies on their own efforts. As for the effects, the sword dance enhances physical attack power by 2, though the significance of this increase remains unclear. And even Shayna cannot articulate it. Well, Lord Sacred Beast, I'm not certain. Perhaps we should ask Quinn for assistance? She can sense an increase in power, but the specific effects elude her. The Navy and the world government possess methods to test combat prowess. However, such knowledge is foreign to pirates. The reason for seeking Quinn is that he has previously fought against an unenhanced Shayna, making him more attuned to these changes. You should go find him. Jean should be finishing up soon. Beside them, Jean is in a similar state, evidently learning other skills. Just after waking, Quinn is met with his first piece of distressing news for the morning. Due to mastering a new skill, he is requested to assess the amplification ratio. Initially, he protests, asserting his equal standing as the ship's doctor, scientist, helmsman, navigator, and combatant. Arceus finds some merit in his argument. After all, they are all aboard the same vessel and should not be treated too differently. Thus, under the pretense of accelerating the growth of his bananas through the harvesting trait, Quinn willingly agrees to the task. All right, I'm ready. No slapping, and do not mar my handsome visage. Quinn, dear brother, remember to smile. A handsome face should always bear a grin. This is AC, who has grown familiar with Quinn, and they share a consensus on their own attractiveness. Although AC and Olga are physically older, they choose to overlook the century spent within the belly of a sea king. Otherwise, Kaido would have to refer to Olga as an old woman. Lord Sacred Beast, may I kick both of them into the sea? Calm down. Focus on your strength. AC cannot withstand your kick, and Quinn cannot swim. If he falls, you will have to retrieve him. Half of the individuals aboard this vessel possess extraordinary abilities. Although AC and Olga are capable swimmers, they are clearly unable to support Quinn's considerable bulk. The same holds true for Elizabeth. Should Quinn find himself overboard and Arceus choose not to lend assistance, Shayna would be left to rescue him on her own. Hey, you, woman, refrain from kicking me, he exclaimed. Kicking here is futile. My hand is crafted from a special metal. Last time, you struck it, and only the alterations on its surface provided any measurable result. Are you attempting to utilize me as a gauge of force? Quinn could distinctly sense Shayna's desire for retribution. After several months at sea, Jean was somewhat manageable. While he would exchange barbs with Quinn verbally, his actions were far more restrained. However, Shayna bore a grudge, and this was an unmistakable opportunity for vengeance. Under the pretext of conducting a superior test, she delineated the parameters of her assault. Despite her abilities being augmented, Shayna's strikes seemed to inflict even greater damage upon him. He speculated that this was due to the plant-based composition of her wings, which might be particularly susceptible to flames, and he contemplated undergoing another round of modifications. Although Shayna's kick was not misdirected, Quinn still felt as though his shoulder might dislocate. Based on the degree of deformation in the metal, it appeared that the force behind that kick was approximately 65 stronger than before. What an impressive enhancement. How long can you maintain this state? About half an hour, she replied, but the expenditure of energy is not substantial, so the duration should not be significantly affected. At this juncture, Jin concluded his learning process, and the ship resumed its skill experiments, albeit with Jin's newly acquired abilities markedly distinct from those of Shayna. The flames behind Jin blazed with greater intensity, altering the sunlight in the process. What had once been the gentle glow of the rising sun transformed into something far more radiant following the deployment of Jin's skills. On this splendid sunny day, both Blaziken and Tropius thrived under the clear skies, and the ensuing battle with John promised to be chaotic. To achieve optimal results in combat, collaborative efforts became increasingly crucial, and Jin assumed the role of the weather controller. Under the blazing sun, the potency of fire-type moves would be amplified, and the solar flare would eliminate the need for charging. Consequently, Jin's own flames would experience a notable enhancement in this sunny environment. The prowess of Aerodactyl granted Jin a distinct aerial advantage, making him the most suitable candidate for the position of weather controller. The energy expenditure required to alter the weather far surpassed that of the self-empowerment derived from Sword's Dance. Thus, it was imperative to manage the combat range effectively, as Shayna tended to act impulsively, making Jin's rationality more fitting for the role. The next endeavor involved a novel approach. Could the skills imparted by Arceus be learned through indirect teaching? Specifically, Jin would instruct Quinn in the art of Sunny Day, while Shayna would guide Kaido in mastering Sword's Dance. Even a mere glimpse of the technique by the opposing side would signify the potential for indirect learning. Moreover, the enhancement from Sword's Dance is contingent upon the user's own strength, although Kaido had yet to reach his peak. Accumulating additional buffs would still pose a significant threat to adversaries in terms of offensive capabilities. This process spanned 7 days, during which Quinn managed to grasp a glimpse of the pathway to radiant sunshine. However, Kaido remained utterly perplexed by the art of Sword Dance. This confirmed one undeniable fact. Individuals possessing abilities related to Arceus could acquire a broader array of skills through indirect learning. Conversely, those whose powers bore no connection to Arceus found themselves incapable of mastering such skills. Subsequently, Arceus endeavored to instill in Kaido the methodology of Sword Dance. This time, success was achieved. Yet, unlike Shayna, the Sword Dance Kaido executed, despite yielding similar effects, demanded greater energy and had a significantly shorter duration. The disparities in physicality are the root cause of this situation. Utilizing such skills with an unaltered body is akin to donning ill-fitted shoes. Yet, traversing a path strewn with gravel, ill-fitted shoes are preferable to being barefoot. For Kaido, however, this is not a significant concern, as his stamina can withstand the exertion. The perennial issue remains. The modifications currently required for Kaido entail substantial energy expenditure, and for the moment, he must make do with this arrangement. After a period of navigation, Arceus and his companions have entered the waters of the Natho Kingdom, bearing witness to the fierce spirit of its people. Nearby, vessels adorned with the Natho Kingdom's flag are embroiled in a fierce skirmish with a band of pirates. The conflict arose when these pirates attempted to sell the plundered goods they had seized within the Natho Kingdom, refusing to share the spoils with the kingdom, thereby igniting this battle. Arceus and his party, passing by, pay little heed to the fray and instead accelerate toward the main island of the Natho Kingdom, aided by the enhanced speed of their modified ship. It has been 5 years since I last encountered that fellow John. He is a dual wielder, and at that time, he was regarded as the weakest among the cadre. He was no match for Ling Ling, yet he possesses strength, distinct from the imitation of John by that fellow Prilt. Kaido is currently engaged in elucidating John's abilities as he remembers them. You are not his equal? No, with the fruit's power. I should be on par with him in direct combat. Kaido, ever astute, does not shy away from employing various tactics to achieve his aims, especially when faced with a temporary adversary. He has significantly strengthened since 5 years ago, and barring unforeseen circumstances, John poses no threat to him. However, these 5 years have not seen John stagnate. Coupled with his subordinates, our forces are somewhat insufficient. The tablet remains our primary objective, yet I have not sensed its presence. Either this area is too vast, and the tablet has not yet entered my perceptual range, or it simply does not exist here. Thus, I must resolve the issue with John, as there is no possibility for negotiation. He treasures wealth above all, unwilling to relinquish any treasure, even those lacking personal significance. Nevertheless, the treasure is likely located here, as John's position has remained unchanged for quite some time. Observing the pulsating life card in my hand, Kaido surmises that the frequency of its movement indicates the distance between the holder and the target. At great distances, the life card will only shift slightly toward that direction, whereas as the proximity decreases, the card's vibrations will intensify. Based on the fluctuations in the life card during this period, it can be deduced that John has been wandering recently, yet for over a month, he has remained stationary on this island. As they approach the shore, Kaido resolves to abandon the ship. The Natho Kingdom enforces stringent entry inspections. Approaching the shore would inevitably draw their scrutiny, which Kaido wishes to avoid. Furthermore, this vessel has begun to fall short of their needs. Due to the gray areas in the region, the shipbuilding industry in the Natho Kingdom is quite advanced, and Kaido plans to acquire a new ship here, as relying on a Navy patrol vessel is not a sustainable strategy. Initially, AC and Olga intended to remain aboard. Not to escape, but for their safety, as the dangers of the Grand Line are beyond their capacity to handle. However, Quinn delivered a harsh reality check. Do not jest. This is the Natho Kingdom, a gray area of the Grand Line. Those who dock their ships at the port here will assist in guarding them for a fee. But a Navy patrol vessel adrift at sea? Are you not inviting an abundance of pirates? Generally, when faced with a large warship, ordinary pirates will tend to evade it. But a small vessel, in the eyes of many pirates, presents an enticing opportunity for revenge. The combat prowess of this father-daughter duo is merely a means of delivering provisions when faced with pirates. Even Kaido's presence in Orga does not alter this fact. Intangible results will not manifest swiftly. Thus, their optimal outcome would be to accompany Kaido onto the island and subsequently remain within the cities of the kingdom. Kaido and Arceus entered the kingdom of Nather, while Willett continued his surveillance duties. During this period, John remained inactive, resembling a mere holidaymaker. He observed the target of the life card, whose appearance differed from Prylart's. However, given Prylart's capabilities, it was highly plausible that the individual was employing a disguise, leading him to harbor no suspicions. Based on his recent intelligence gathering, he anticipated the emergence of a unique maritime phenomenon in the kingdom of Nather, the Great Low Tide, 3 days hence. And he mused that John had been biding his time for this very occurrence. Nather is the name of the kingdom, yet the island itself bears another name. Akin to Alabasta being situated on Sainton Island, the land of Nather is referred to as Donut Island, due to its appearance resembling a colossal donut when viewed from above. The island is circular, with a vast inland lake occupying more than 1/3 of its total area. The so-called Great Low Tide does not pertain to changes in the outer sea, but rather describes the inland lake of the kingdom, which experiences a peculiar phenomenon every 3 years on the night of the full moon, when the water mysteriously vanishes for 3 days, revealing the lakebed beneath. Willett pondered that the prolonged stay of John and his companions here could solely be attributed to waiting for this event. However, the unfolding events were no longer of concern to him. He possessed a clear understanding of his own abilities, although a member of CP9 proficient in the 6 styles. He could contend with the pirates of the first half of the Grand Line, yet he lacked the capacity to intervene against a bounty monster like John. And distant surveillance was his utmost limit. At this juncture, he had completed the handover of his mission, and 2 CP0 operatives from Mariewa had assumed his responsibilities. This location served as the base for John and his associates, who procured supplies daily at 2 in the afternoon and from the top floor of my residing hotel. I could observe their movements. Willett briefed the 2 unremarkable middle-aged men on the intelligence he had gathered over the past days. Their appearance so ordinary that they would vanish into the crowd. Not all CP0 agents donned white suits and masks during operations. Their primary aim was to fulfill their missions, often adopting multiple identities and appropriate attire to achieve this end. At this juncture, the ensuing tasks bore no relevance to him. Regardless of the outcome, Willett's mission was accomplished, and a successful execution would naturally yield his due accolades. Unlike Spandam was not only adept at flattery but possessed genuine competence, which explained his success across various institutions. And he was acutely aware of what accolades were not to be trifled with. Having handed over what he presumed to be Prylart's life card to the 2 CP0 agents, Willett resolved to depart from this treacherous locale, where John's relentless pursuit of wealth was common knowledge. The endeavor to seize this treasure could hardly be a tranquil affair, and remaining on the island posed no advantage for him. He began to gather his belongings in preparation for departure. However, en route, he encountered Kaido and his entourage. Orga remained adorned in her signature purple dress, though it was not the original. That garment held special significance and had been stored away. During a previous resupply at a certain island, she had commissioned a seamstress to create a dozen identical dresses, complete with matching patterns derived from ancient alchemic script. To the untrained eye, these patterns appeared as mere ordinary designs, yet those well-versed could discern their connection to alchemic lore. Willett was not a scholar of ancient scripts, and the government prohibited such studies. Only designated departments were permitted to delve into such matters. Nonetheless, the current prohibitions had not yet become overly stringent. O'Hara still existed, and nothing untoward would transpire before they encroached upon the forbidden. However, Willett was aware of alchemic matters, as each year, new celestial dragons, having learned of the existence of pure gold, issued orders for its retrieval. This had, over time, evolved into a reliable means of embezzling funds. Yet, deceiving the celestial dragons required considerable effort. While some among them were foolish, not all were devoid of intellect, for ambition resides within every individual. and none would allow a cadre of utter incompetence to hold dominion over them. At the very least, a satisfactory report must be submitted, and through this process, they had garnered sufficient understanding of alchemic matters. A singular pattern might be attributed to chance, but a complete set could not be mere coincidence. As he observed Arceus and his companions pass by, he withdrew his transponder snail and sought a secluded spot. "Commander Spandane, what is it? Will it? Have you had contact with the CP0 operatives?" "Indeed, Commander Spandane, we have completed the mission handover. Is there any further task?" At the moment the call connected, he hesitated. Spandane's success within the world government was largely due to his extensive network. If he could establish ties with the celestial dragons, his prospects would undoubtedly improve significantly. Why should he share the fruits of this achievement with Spandane? Thus, he refrained from disclosing the truth, allowing a glimmer of self-interest to take root. "No. Attend to the remaining matters as you see fit. Whether you assist them or return early is at your discretion." "Understood." After terminating the call, he retraced his steps along the same path. There was only one direction to follow, and during this time, he was not likely to lose track of them, especially given the considerable foot traffic within the Kingdom of Nether, which drew little attention to him. However, Willett committed a rather elementary error for an agent. Captivated by the alchemic script on Orga's attire, he failed to recognize the imposing figure draped in a cloak beside him, Kaido himself. At the Central Hotel of the Kingdom of Nether, a facility that consumed a significant portion of the kingdom's treasury, it served as a hub for dining, lodging, and commerce. Reputedly accommodating even giants, anyone willing to pay could secure a room, and no one scrutinized the identities of the guests, with the only stipulation being that fighting was strictly prohibited within the premises. Thus, beings such as Arceus and Elizabeth could enter the hotel rooms without hindrance. "You two shall wait here. Once matters conclude, we will depart. Quinn, go to the dock and procure a new vessel. This place is known for its readily available stock. By the way, have you sensed the presence of your tablet?" Olga and Ashier were ill-equipped to partake in such a grand scale of combat. Though Kaido believed that battle was the most expeditious means of enhancement, he was not inclined to allow a mere apprentice to engage in skirmishes of this magnitude. Keeping them here was the safest course of action, while he arranged for Queen to procure vessels. Although Arceus' scheme to exploit Kaido had not come to fruition, their journey had yielded substantial financial gains from the contributions of various companions. The Navy's bounty distribution was not bound by a real name system. As long as one was not wanted, they could claim their rewards. Furthermore, in confrontations among pirates, neither side would squander such resources. In certain locales, black markets thrived, with intermediaries facilitating the transfer of defeated pirates to the Navy in exchange for a share of the bounty, a tacit understanding within the underworld. Even the notorious pirates of the New World would capture or eliminate those who disrupted their territories, engaging in similar practices, which had become a critical economic source for some. However, it seemed that John needed to be dealt with. Yet, the number of individuals here appeared excessive. Many seemed to be locals. Why were they mooring their vessels in an open area? The expanse was dotted with numerous large ships, seemingly stranded and long deprived of navigation. The vessels were tethered to the ground with thick iron chains, suggesting they could not be moved far. This was the unique phenomenon of the great tide of Nether Kingdom. When the central inland lake dried up, the surrounding sea levels would instead rise, inundating the low-lying areas until the tide subsided. Apart from the elevated regions inhabited by royalty and nobility, the remaining areas were subject to such flooding, hence the presence of large ships for refuge. Nevertheless, this hotel served as a boundary for the submerged regions, attracting many visitors. At this moment, Queen had taken on the role of a guide, elucidating the singular occurrences of Nether Kingdom. It was precisely this peculiarity that rendered the kingdom incapable of sustaining agriculture over the long term, as the triennial occurrence of the great tide wreaked havoc on local farming endeavors. As time passed slowly, Queen resolved the issue of the vessels, and Kaido located John's whereabouts. His crew had stationed themselves near the inland lake, seemingly awaiting the onset of the great tide. On the night of the third day, alarms echoed throughout Nether Kingdom, prompting citizens to gather their belongings and seek refuge, while various factions commenced their maneuvers. "John, are you certain that Rock's treasure lies here?" inquired a diminutive man clad in heavy medieval armor, a shield affixed to his arm, and a gleaming silver axe slung over his shoulder. Known by the moniker Silver Axe, his true name remained a mystery even to those aboard the Rock's ship, as he had never removed his armor. Indeed, this clue was unearthed on Hachino's island. The great tide will occur at the full moon, revealing the treasure's true form before us. Our treasure, John replied, confidence resonating in his tone. He harbored unwavering faith in his treasure-hunting endeavors, viewing this as his final quest in search of the legacy left by rocks. A fortune sufficient for him to vanish and forge a new life. However, the multitude of individuals present was disconcerting. The treasure belonged solely to him, and he had no desire to share it. Had it not been for the necessity of their strength in the treasure hunt, he would not have allied with them. Yet, John only spoke half the truth. The treasure indeed resided here, but the environment was perilously treacherous. With a little cunning, he could ensure that these individuals would be forever entombed here, signaling to the world that the John pirates had been eradicated and Captain John was no more, thus allowing him to embark on a new chapter of existence. As for his crew, their fate held no significance for him. At that moment, a unique smile crept across Silver Axe's lips beneath his helmet. It seemed he too was unwilling to share the treasure with John. His hand pressed a button on a din-din mushy, and as he did, a pirate ship revealed itself off the coast of Donut Island. At the prow of the ship stood a man clad in golden armor, sporting a long beard. Although the members aboard the rock ship often clashed, certain personal connections endured, such as the camaraderie between Big Mom and Kaido, or Silver Axe and the ship's captain, Wang Ji, a former officer of the Rock's pirates. Trust aboard the Rocks was a farce, prompting Silver Axe to contact Wang Ji with the intent of eliminating John together. After assessing the maritime situation, Wang Ji's ship had lingered nearby for half a month, poised to surge forth during the great tide when external waters would rise. Simultaneously, two of John's subordinates lay lifeless in a shadowy alley, replaced by two members of CP0. Above, in the clouds, Kaido, in his azure dragon form, readied himself for action. As the full moon illuminated the sky, the great tide unfolded as anticipated, the central lake's waters receding to unveil the slick lake bed. While the original inhabitants of the lake had vanished, the encroaching seawater began to inundate most of Natter Kingdom's land as the great ships in the plains began to float, marking the commencement of a protracted aquatic existence for the kingdom's denizens. The lake bed's form resembled a skull. Observing from above provided clarity. Though the lake had appeared as an irregular circle when filled, upon the water's retreat, the shoreline and submerged rocks formed a striking resemblance to a skull. Perhaps rocks had a penchant for such shapes, as Hachino's island bore a similar design, showcasing an uncanny accuracy. Subsequently, John produced an insignia featuring two semicircular spheres, folding it to create a spherical shape that he raised high. The reflected moonlight illuminated a rock, revealing a spherical aperture upon its surface. Undoubtedly, this was the key to the treasure. At that moment, a gunshot shattered the silence. One of Silver Axe's subordinates collapsed, felled by an assailant disguised as a member of the John Pirates, belonging to CP0. They sought to prevent further knowledge of the treasure's specifics from spreading, as they were but two in number, and it was impractical to restrain hundreds of pirates. Moreover, within this group were high-ranking individuals with bounties exceeding 100 million. And inciting discord among pirates was, after all, part of their strategy. Silver Axe and John, already suspicious of one another, found the shot to be a catalyst, igniting tensions like a powder keg. John, you've acted rather swiftly. Pa, do you believe this was my intention? John retorted, insisting that such actions were not part of his plan. His design was to ensure Silver Axe and his crew vanished entirely, not to engage in conflict before even unlocking the treasure's gate. He had never issued such a command. It was evident that someone had stirred the pot, infiltrating their midst. However, Silver Axe was oblivious to these machinations. Witnessing John's aggression, he abandoned his intention of waiting for Wang Ji to act first. Everyone, attack. Just moments ago, those around him were allies, yet in the blink of an eye, they had turned against one another. Betrayal is a common occurrence among pirates, most of them, at the moment of forming an alliance, are already prepared for internal strife. They may unite for shared interests, but they can just as readily engage in fierce conflict over those same interests. The trustworthiness of an ally and the depth of collaboration depend entirely on one's judgment. Arceus possesses an irresistible temptation for Kaido. After all, Kaido is decidedly more reliable than John. Their interests do not conflict. Arceus seeks manpower to locate the stone tablets, while Kaido desires a legion of capable fighters and formidable companions. Unless someone were to present Kaido with a tree bearing devil fruits, or arrive before Arceus with a dozen stone tablets, this alliance remains remarkably robust. Moreover, Arceus harbors a profound disdain for betrayal and deception. While he may not control the actions of others, he certainly will not indulge in such treachery himself. The Silver Axe and John's subordinates engaged in a fierce battle, gunfire erupting intermittently from below. Firearms, as a form of modern weaponry, remain crucial, as they allow for immediate combat readiness. Unlike cold weapons that require extensive training to wield effectively, the less skilled the combatant, the more significant the role of firearms becomes. Even a powerful marksman can inflict fatal damage upon a well-armored adversary, though such individuals are few and far between. Cold weapons continue to dominate. Swords, axes, and even shovels or picks for treasure digging have morphed into instruments of war. They are all formidable pirates of the New World, yet their subordinates vary in strength, with not all possessing mastery over haki. In the initial skirmish, over 100 pirates fell, while the clash between John and the Silver Axe was just beginning. The Silver Axe, though relatively short in stature, possessed immense strength. Hailing from a nation renowned for its forging prowess, the armor he donned was crafted from a unique metal, heavy yet exceptionally protective, glimmering with a silvery sheen under the moonlight. With powerful swings of his axe, he launched a series of strikes toward John, who, wielding twin blades, opted not to confront the Silver Axe directly. Instead, he deftly evaded the onslaught, closing in on his opponent. As a strength-focused heavy warrior, engaging the Silver Axe head-on was far from a prudent choice. As John charged forward, the Silver Axe did not flinch. Instead, he gripped the axe handle firmly. Based on his understanding of John, he deemed it unnecessary to raise his shield, confident that John could not breach his defenses. His armor, save for a narrow observation slit at the eyes, was nearly seamless, with only the joints offering a modicum of vulnerability. Yet, bolstered by haki, he believed he could withstand John's assault. Thus, he raised his great axe, intending to absorb John's strike while simultaneously eliminating him. However, John merely feigned an attack, sliding past the axe's blade and swiftly thrusting his sword beneath the Silver Axe's ribcage. The Silver Axe scoffed at this maneuver, as the armor on one side was enveloped in a thick coating of haki. He swiftly pivoted to strike John, for the axe, being a heavy weapon, could inflict significant damage even without its blade. Yet, in the next moment, his movements faltered. When did you consume a devil fruit? The long blade pierced through the armor without leaving a mark, yet the Silver Axe could feel that John's sword had penetrated his body. Accustomed to donning heavy armor, the Silver Axe typically applied his haki to the exterior of his armor, rarely reinforcing his body within. Hence, when John's attack bypassed the armor, his flesh was left vulnerable to being pierced. This is not the result of internal destruction caused by the armament haki. He could feel the blade within him. And only those bizarre abilities could achieve such a feat. How could I possibly divulge this to you? John twirled the blade in his hand, intending to deliver a fatal blow to the Silver Axe. However, inflicting such a wound was still insufficient to render a creature of this caliber combat ineffective. When faced with the massive axe swung by Silver Axe, he could only evade the oncoming strike. Missing the opportunity to defeat Silver Axe in one blow left him with a sense of regret, for such chances were rare. Having learned from his lesson, Silver Axe would undoubtedly channel his haki into his very being, yet the blood flowing from the joints of his armor indicated that John's strike had indeed produced commendable results. After the Battle of Goddess Valley, John had discovered a devil fruit and discreetly became a wielder of its powers, known only to a select few trusted crew members. The Paramecia-type door fruit allowed him to open a corridor in space, enabling his blade to bypass the haki-imbued armor and create a passage directly within it. However, the door fruit could only open doors in directly opposing directions. Otherwise, he might have opened one directly at John's throat. I truly underestimated you, but I still possess a trump card. As the battle intensified, the two found themselves amidst the lake, the ground turning into a treacherous mire, a disadvantage for Silver Axe. He then produced a flare from seemingly nowhere and shot it into the sky. This was the signal agreed upon with Wang Zhi. As the flare exploded above, Wang Zhi's pirate ship appeared to have received the signal. Although the ship was some distance away, cannonballs were already hurtling toward them. The target was none other than himself, as a barrage of cannon fire completely enveloped the area. This was the original plan of Silver Axe and Wang Zhi, to corner John's crew and annihilate them with heavy artillery. Shielded by his armor and haki, Silver Axe emerged unscathed from the bombardment. Yet, minutes later, when the cannon fire ceased, John remained unaffected, his clothes free from any dust. Utilizing the door fruit, he had directly entered another space, completely evading the artillery attack. What fruit did you consume? Only a fool would reveal that blow should have pierced your kidney. I am eager to see how long you can endure. At this moment, he regarded the artillery operators as mere subordinates of Silver Axe. Only when Wang Zhi arrived with reinforcements, cornering the rest of John's crew in the lake area, did he realize the gravity of the situation. Wang Ji. John, open the treasure door. Even as a wielder of powers, you stand no chance against the two of us. Well, it is no surprise that you two are entangled. But if you desire my treasure, you may as well wait for the next life. Concerning the treasure, John showed no inclination to compromise. An unusual force emanated from his body into the ground, for this was the grave he had chosen for these intruders. Wang Ji tightened his grip on his great sword, seemingly ready to behead John. However, the treasure had yet to truly manifest, and CP0's actions prompted Silver Axe to act prematurely. Many coveted Rock's treasure, which remained untouched after 5 years simply because no one could locate it. If they were to directly confront John, they might not even obtain the treasure. Just as they found themselves in a standstill, 2 members of CP0 could no longer remain idle. Their plan was to incite infighting between John and Silver Axe. But Wang Ji's appearance disrupted the original balance. CP0 was revered as the strongest shield of the Celestial Dragons, the most formidable intelligence agency in the world. The selection of CP0 members is exceedingly rigorous. Mastering the 6 powers is merely the basic requirement, and they must unconditionally support the Celestial Dragons, obeying their commands and those of the world government. The exact number of CP0 remains unknown, as they typically operate in secrecy, investigating arms smuggling, conducting clandestine assassinations, and engaging in covert dealings with non-world government-affiliated nations or pirates. Their strength varies, but even the weakest can secure a place in the New World and hold a leadership position among those formidable pirate crews. Initially, they merely blended in among John's crew, putting on a facade, but Wang Ji's arrival disrupted their plans. They had anticipated facing either an injured Silver Axe or John, not 2 pirates with bounties exceeding 1 billion. The alliance of Wang Ji and Silver Axe offered them no advantage. CP0 excelled in assassination, and in this dim environment, with the attention of Silver Axe and Wang Ji predominantly focused on John, they could have seized the opportunity to rebalance their strength, yet someone moved far more swiftly. Thunderclap. The night sky was surprisingly clear, though a few dark clouds lingered. They did not obscure the moon, whose luminous glow still bathed the muddy lake bed. Yet, that was merely a fleeting moment, as a deluge of lightning descended from the heavens, indiscriminately targeting the crowd below, although the bolts primarily honed in on Wang Ji and Silver Axe. Subsequently, a colossal dragon burst forth from the clouds, flames and shadows swirling around figures suspended in the night sky. Ha ha ha. Such a plethora of familiar faces, wouldn't you agree, you old bastards? Kaido emphasized the term old with particular weight, for his interest lay in treasures, though it paled in comparison to his primary obsession, the stone tablet of Arceus. They differ from those below. They seek all the treasures of rocks from the past, while Kaido is in pursuit of the treasures once aboard the ship. At this moment, Arceus remains oblivious to the presence of the stone tablet, thus Kaido requires information from John rather than searching for treasures posthumously. The sudden emergence of Kaido has once again altered the dynamics below. His indiscriminate assault is far from a cordial inquiry. The fact that they refer to him as a senior indicates he has indeed spent time aboard Rock's vessel. Even after transforming through his Zoan abilities, certain characteristics remain, coupled with Kaido's voice, leading to the inevitable conclusion of his identity being no longer a secret. Is this not the inexperienced young lad from the ship? Now, that woman is no longer here to protect you. Ha ha ha, do not jest. Even without that lingling, I can handle you all, you scoundrels. A torrent of wind blades cascaded down. Though Kaido's area of effect attack posed a challenge for Wang Ji and others, who each had their own countermeasures, it was utterly devastating for their subordinates. The earlier lightning strikes, combined with the current wind blades, inflicted significant casualties among the pirates, particularly those from John's crew, who were already contending with the combined might of Silver Axe and Wang Ji. The ensuing chaos from Kaido's onslaught resulted in substantial losses for John's crew. You have certainly acquired remarkable abilities, a mythical Zoan, perhaps? Have you allied with John? You possess boldness indeed. Enough nonsense. It is merely that John holds what I desire. Kaido, let us join forces to eliminate these two. We can divide not only that item, but also Rock's treasures. Kaido's dialogue with Wang Ji sparked John's desire to recruit him, yet only met with scornful laughter. Do you truly think Captain John would share his treasures? Ha ha ha. Are you trying to make me die of laughter? Not only Kaido, but even Silver Axe and Wang Ji joined in mockery. John, look at your credibility. Even an apprentice refuses to believe your words. It would be wise to surrender the treasure. Can either of you be trusted? We are all in the same boat. However, since you both desire the treasure, let us see what awaits Earth Reversal Gate. From the onset, he had been employing his fruit ability, but this time on a far grander scale. Initially, he intended to delay, but Kaido's appearance provided him the perfect opportunity. The entire lake bed transformed into a colossal revolving door, beginning to invert and spin, and in an instant, all present were swept into the air by the upheaved ground, revealing a peculiar space beneath the rotating gate. Ordinary individuals stood powerless against such an environment, plummeting into the chasm, while Wang Ji, Silver Axe, and CP0 members charged forward, eagerly seeking what they desired below. Kaido, I know, hold on tight. Observing the commotion below, Kaido propelled himself downward, enveloped in flame clouds. For one capable of flight, the underground environment held little terror. As the orchestrator of it all, John sported a cryptic smile as he descended into the abyss. Has this fellow's fruit ability awakened? The entire lake bed has transformed into a revolving door under John's influence, indicating an awakening within the realm of paramecia. The awakening of such devil fruits grants the ability to alter surrounding terrain, yet they still could not discern what fruit John had consumed. Beneath the inland lake lay a vast underground cavern, adorned with peculiar luminescent flora, illuminating the otherwise dim depths. Beneath their feet, instead of stone or soil, lay nothing but treasure. In essence, the entire expanse of the inland lake represented the total volume of wealth. The underground space was expansive, allowing Kaido to soar overhead, while others, upon their descent, landed in disarray, leaving only the officers conscious and focused on John. This is the treasure you seek, and also your burial ground. All present, including Captain John, shall perish here. I am off to begin a new life. Farewell, fools. With that, John prepared to open the spatial gate to depart. But at that moment, an eerie energy enveloped him, igniting an inexplicable rage within, banishing thoughts of escape from his mind. Evil Stone Tablet. Provocation. Activation successful. Provocation incites fury in opponents, compelling them to utilize only damaging techniques for a period. At this juncture, the provocation left an indelible suggestion upon their emotions and psyche. Compared to powerful skills, rule-based abilities such as provocation can often prove more formidable and elusive. In the realm of gaming, even a Caterpie or Magikarp can inflict damage upon divine beasts, yet in reality, this is not the case. The potency of skills can be enhanced through training, and sparks can unleash the might of a grand flame explosion. However, such rule-based abilities are akin to divine techniques. Once provocation takes effect, John feels a surge of anger welling within him. Initially, he intended to utilize the Door Fruit's powers to escape, subsequently altering the terrain to allow the lake to reclaim the area, ensuring that those who covet his treasure would perish within. Furthermore, no one would know he had survived this ordeal. Those aware of his abilities would meet their demise, allowing him to embark on a new life with the treasure. Yet, following the activation of provocation, his intention shifted. The fire within urged him to confront and slay these individuals directly to quell his rage. Moreover, Arceus's provocation was not solely directed at John, but extended to all except those belonging to the Beast Pirates. Captain, what did you mean by that? What do you mean everyone will die here? This is a question raised by John's subordinate. Just moments ago, John's speech did not convey an intention to take them along. Rather, it suggested a plan to bury them here and seize the treasure for himself. Provoked by this implication, the crew's anger surged, and their gazes towards their captain turned hostile. A man who sought to monopolize the treasure and eliminate them in this place could no longer be considered their captain. Under normal circumstances, John would have devised a way to placate his subordinates. However, at this moment, the provocative influence had awakened his inner brutality. What did it mean? The treasure belonged solely to him, and these wretches were destined to meet their end here. The effect of provocation varied among individuals. Ordinary folk would abandon their escape and engage in battle, while, if used skillfully, it could serve as an invigorating catalyst to ignite one's fighting spirit, akin to a rudimentary version of a motivational fruit. Yet, for those with dark hearts, deeply concealed emotions, and a lack of self-control, provocation could drive them into madness. John was such a person, now thoroughly consumed by rage. The gate was crashing down. On Rock's ship, weakness was a rarity, as infighting among crew members was commonplace. The weak would not just face other enemies, but would have already been obliterated by their own. The fact that John had risen to a position of power aboard Rock's ship was a testament to his prowess. After consuming the fruit, he had developed his abilities to the point of awakening, now exerting influence over the entire treasure space. Even without direct contact, he could unleash his powers. The door fruit opened gateways, but the door panels were equally integral to the structure. Under his control, the rocky ceiling above fractured, sending massive panels crashing downward, initiating a barrage of indiscriminate attacks. The pirates, who had begun infighting due to Arceus' powers, suffered grievously under the raining boulders, leaving the few remaining coherent souls to fix their gaze upon John. Although they were uncertain of his transformation, they realized that unless this madman was dealt with, they would all perish in this pit. The cavern beneath the inland lake of Sweet Donut Island was vast, shaped like an hourglass, with the lower space being even larger than the upper. The central divider was composed of dense rock, without the influence of the door fruit. The only passage would have been through a secret tunnel. However, under John's power, that passage had completely collapsed. The great ebb of the tide would last for 3 days, after which the lake would refill the upper area, making any attempts to breach the rock wall futile against the force of the rushing water. Ordinary individuals could not breach the passage within 3 days, but they were not ordinary. These monsters of the New World possessed the strength to create a breach, provided they first dealt with the deranged John. Silver Axe, though wounded in the abdomen, remained largely unaffected in strength. He exchanged a glance with Wang Ji, and together they launched an assault on John. Simultaneously, their respective subordinates joined the fray. Even John's men had abandoned their captain in light of the situation. Countless attacks rained down upon John, including those from the 2CP0 agents, for the treasure had manifested, and John's continued existence held no meaning. The arrival of Kaido presented a new equilibrium. As long as John perished here, his subordinates would be temporarily overlooked. John needed only to inflict sufficient damage on Silver Axe or Wang Ji, allowing Kaido to establish a new standoff, which could then be exploited to ensure the complete annihilation of these pirates. The combined treasures of rocks alongside the downfall of 4 great pirates would be an achievement beyond measure for them. As John faced the onslaught of formidable foes, he quickly succumbed, ultimately impaled by Wang Ji's massive sword, nearly cleaved in two. It was only at this moment that the influence of Arceus' provocation fully dissipated. Silver Axe also bore significant injuries. Compared to the peak condition of Wang Ji, John's attacks had targeted Silver Axe more, despite the multitude of attackers lacking coordination, resulting in friendly fire. Amidst the provocations, a larger-scale infighting erupted, and by now, few remained standing. John, do you have any last words? Last words? Do you not know that those who speak too much often meet their end? Upon hearing this, Wang Ji felt an ominous premonition, but it was too late. The earth trembled. He had not anticipated that in such a state, John would still possess the ability to activate his fruit's powers. My treasure, no one shall take it. It belongs solely to me. The earth ascending gate. John perceived the entire lake's surface as a door and manipulated the terrain to descend, transforming the once elevated central area into a depression, causing the surrounding seawater to begin to flow inward. Moreover, due to the prior battle, the area had already developed fissures, allowing the outer seawater to seep in. You bastard! Wang Ji eliminated John, yet the seawater continued to invade. While the death of a power wielder rendered their abilities null, the indirectly damaged terrain would not restore itself. John's powers had already caused the landscape to collapse. Killing him would not halt the unfolding disaster. Just as they contemplated their next move, John's corpse began to change, and several exquisite treasure chests fell from his body. This is his development of the door fruit, which signifies not merely a portal, but the expanse that unfolds beyond it. He has transformed his own body using the fruit's abilities, creating a unique space within himself, where true treasures are securely stored. This includes the riches that Rox had aboard his ship, which vanished after the battle at God Valley. With a thunderous clash, Wang Ji drew his sword to defend against an attack from behind. The collision of the great sword and the Wolf Fang Club ignited new sparks. Finally lost your composure. Apprentice, I thought you would remain hidden indefinitely. Kaido's presence had been notably subdued from the outset, scarcely engaging in the battle alongside John and the others. Both he and Silver Axe noticed Kaido lurking above, yet they prioritized John as their primary adversary, perceiving him as a greater threat than the apprentice. They did not anticipate that this apprentice would launch a surprise attack, for John had already incurred the wrath of all present. Should Kaido choose to assist John, he would find himself at odds with every pirate in attendance. However, it was only during their initial confrontation that he recognized the gravity of the situation. The power exerted was overwhelming, forcing him back a considerable distance before he could regain his footing. During this period, Kaido has not been idle. He has been diligently executing his sword dance, accumulating its layers to their utmost limit. The power of the thunderous trigrams, after 3 layers of sword dance, has reached its pinnacle. Underestimating Kaido, Wang Ji was sent flying by a single blow. Do not underestimate me, you foolish senior. Do you truly believe this is why you engage in infighting? Lacking numerical superiority, one must employ strategy. That fellow John possesses quite a skill. But now the tables have turned. In contrast to the pirates who have just endured a fierce battle, the members of the beasts in the sky maintain their peak condition, enabling them to unleash far greater strength than their weary counterparts. Flames, leaves, rocks, an array of abilities manifest here. You have indeed gathered an extraordinary group of subordinates. With so many mythical Zoan fruits, I suspect you have acquired a considerable treasure from rocks. Shayna, Quinn, Jin, and Kaido. Wang Ji perceives their transformations and elemental manipulation as indicative of one possibility: mythical Zoan fruits, and not merely one. The clustering of these rare Zoan types in Kaido's possession is astonishing, aside from the unknown treasures in Rock's hands. He cannot fathom where else such a multitude of mythical Zoan fruits could be found. This has nothing to do with you, King Kong Diao. A swordsman can unleash aerial slashes, and he too can generate columnar blasts of energy. Kaido has no intention of explaining anything to Wang Ji. He believes it is for the best that only a select few are aware of Arceus' abilities. The more who know, the more unnecessary scrutiny he invites. Rock's treasure serves as an adequate excuse, allowing those ancient beings capable of threatening him to be dismissed with this justification. Indeed, it bears no significance to me, as the fruits have already been consumed by you. However, this is beneath that lake. That rascal John has undoubtedly done something. But I suspect the area above is entirely submerged. At this moment, you choose to engage in internal strife. Do you wish to be overwhelmed when the tide rises? Those with abilities cannot swim. After 5 years apart, Kaido's strength appears to have undergone a qualitative transformation, far exceeding his expectations. He has no desire to become entangled with Kaido in such a place. He must first escape to the outside, where he and Silver Axe can. Upon this realization, he suddenly notices that Silver Axe has fallen silent. Although John's earlier counterattack inflicted severe injuries upon him, it should not have been enough to claim his life. At this moment, an overwhelming sense of drowsiness washes over Wang Ji, who finds his eyelids growing heavy. Looking around, he sees that the surroundings have become shrouded in darkness, as if enveloped by an abyss. The dark hole, depending on the version, causes enemies within its range to fall into a state of drowsiness or slumber. Originally a skill exclusive to Darkrai, it can also be wielded by Arceus, who has obtained the Evil Eye Tablet. Sleep and drowsiness are distinct states. Sleep induces a deep slumber, while drowsiness merely brings about intermittent bouts of sleep. Silver Axe, weakened from his injuries, has succumbed to sleep, whereas Wang Ji, in a relatively good condition, has merely drifted into drowsiness. However, in this state, he is met with Kaido's crushing blow. This is not a duel but a team battle. Kaido, not yet at the peak of his power, would not be foolish enough to insist on a one-on-one confrontation. Arceus has extended the influence of the dark hole throughout the underground space, ensuring that his allies remain unaffected under his control. Wang Ji naturally perceives that Arceus is the root of all this. The strange dark space is a manifestation of that enigmatic creature. He wishes to confront Arceus, but Kaido does not afford him that opportunity. Where do you think you're going? Thunderbagua. With a clang. I understand now. That inexplicable surge of anger was indeed due to that fellow, wasn't it? You certainly have many capable subordinates. Arceus is regarded by him as an ability user of the Phantom Beast variety, though in quadrupedal form, there are indeed those who prefer to employ beast forms. Anger and drowsiness, two peculiar states, have inexplicably manifested within him. If he cannot respond swiftly, he does not deserve to linger in the new world. Kaido remains silent, launching a series of relentless blows. He is still unfamiliar with the sword dance, and Wang Ji will not grant him 10 seconds to perform it. Seizing the opportunity while the effect lingers, he must eliminate Wang Ji swiftly. Just then, several previously seeping points suddenly burst open, and torrents of seawater begin to flood the cave. As Queen stares in astonishment at the deluge, he realizes that the water seems to be under someone's control, completely bypassing them. Kaido recalls correctly that there was indeed a tablet within Rock's treasure, which John had taken. After acquiring the fruit's ability, John had concealed those treasures within another space using the Dordor fruit, which is also why Arceus has been unable to sense the tablet's location. Upon John's demise and the dissolution of his abilities, the treasure fell out of that space, naturally responding to Arceus' summons. With the dark hole encompassing the area, he seizes the moment to absorb his fourth tablet, the Water Droplet Tablet. In this water-centric realm, the Water Droplet Tablet undoubtedly enhances his combat prowess significantly. With the water droplet tablet in hand, he gains the power to manipulate water, and due to John's earlier actions, seawater has already begun to seep in, which Arceus merely capitalizes on. Have you found what you seek? After being subdued by the rushing current, Wang Ji is struck again by Kaido, shattering his shoulder armor along with the shoulder beneath it. The Thunder Bagua, enhanced by the sword dance, amplifies Kaido's attacks beyond Wang Ji's capacity to endure. Each time Arceus acquires a new tablet, he gains various strange powers. The Sea of Flames released during the research, the peculiar ability that interfered with emotions earlier, and now. Control over water. Kaido has already discerned this. Upon witnessing the seawater under Arceus' command, he realizes that Arceus is nearing completion. Indeed, this fellow has created a space within himself. No wonder it was previously undetectable. It's time to address other matters. Let us eliminate those present here. Eliminate? I thought you intended to recruit these individuals as subordinates. They must be pirates emerging from the New World, likely stronger than those of the Four Seas and the Paradise. While Kaido speaks of recruiting subordinates, the beast pirates have remained fundamentally unchanged during this time. Queen protests daily, demanding the swift recruitment of personnel. However, Kaido dismisses these requests, claiming there is no one worth recruiting, believing their courage pales in comparison to that of Algia, a mere apprentice. Now that John's subordinates have mostly perished, he shows no interest in Wang Ji and Silver Axe's remaining crew. No, we should keep this matter to ourselves. There are too many treasures to carry. And if news leaks out, it could lead to trouble. Moreover, these individuals are our trusted allies. It won't be easy to subdue them. While it is regrettable, we will have to consider it another time. Jean, Queen, Shayna, prepare to withdraw. As Kaido speaks, he transforms once more into his colossal azure dragon form, casting his gaze toward the rocky ceiling. If I blast through up there, you should be able to control the remaining seawater, right? Kaido does not wish to create an exit only for the water to flood back in. Though he possesses horns, he lacks the lineage of a fighting fish. Fear not. It is merely seawater. It is not as if we are dealing with an entire ocean above us. But shall we let these individuals fend for themselves? That is a valid point. We cannot underestimate their resilience. At this moment, Shayna and the others have also managed to shake off their adversaries. Zoan-type ability users have a distinct advantage over already fatigued opponents in terms of physical prowess. Maximum Wheel. Thunder. The incoming seawater merges with Kaido's unleashed lightning, flooding the entire underground cavern with electric light. The armor adorning Wang Ji and Silver Axe, designed to enhance their defenses, becomes a burden in this environment, especially for the already severely injured Silver Axe, who has just been submerged by the current. Under the influence of Kaido's lightning, he becomes thoroughly fused with his armor, likely making it quite arduous to remove. Stop, stop, stop. Kaido, brother. After Kaido's thunderous onslaught ceases, the enemies within the cavern are rendered largely incapable of resistance. However, along with this, they also find themselves accompanied by an innocent victim, Queen. The seawater that subsequently flowed in was indeed under Arceus' control, but the earlier surge was not. Shayna and Jean managed to remain dry by utilizing their fire manipulation abilities to evaporate the moisture on their bodies. However, Queen lacks such capabilities. Thus, his braids are soaked. While they had just retreated below Kaido's form, away from the primary range of the lightning assault, Queen still suffers from collateral damage. The modifications and resistance provided by the Zoan-type abilities leave him relatively unharmed, yet he emerges as the most severely injured among them, a casualty of friendly fire. I find you much more agreeable like this. Shayna squats beside Queen, poking at his charred form, seemingly checking if he is intact. You woman. I've already said that matter was not my decision. Don't place all the blame on me. I still know a few members of MASD. How about I tell you their locations, and you can go settle the score with them? Quinn needed to resolve the issue at hand. In his perspective, diverting the conflict was the most prudent approach. Since Shayna harbored such intense disdain for the personnel of the Research Institute, why not allow her to cause trouble for others? For instance, Vince Smoke Gaji, with whom he had long harbored a distaste. However, at that moment, another voice emerged. You scoundrels! Amidst the electrically charged seawater, Wang Ji rose with a sword in one hand. His once elongated beard now resembled a battered octopus, and the shattered shoulder armor along with his bloodied visage rendered him a pitiful sight. Enhanced by the sword dance, Kaido struck him twice upon the head. That he had not perished was a testament to his formidable vitality. Indeed, a tenacious spirit, you obstinate elder, but I must insist you meet your demise here. Kaido favored the recruitment of formidable warriors, Yet not everyone was deemed worthy. The crew of rocks each bore their own ambitions, unwilling to remain subordinate. Thus, he held no interest in Wang Ji, just a mere apprentice. Youngster, do not presume that possessing great power grants you the liberty to act as you please. Shattered Tooth Assault. The enormous sword, enveloped in a fierce aura, cleaved through the surrounding seawater, causing the entire subterranean cavern to tremble under Wang Ji's onslaught. Yet, in terms of aura, he remained no match for me. Rising Dragon, Flame 8 trigrams. The fiery dragon's head, imbued with an even more potent aura, surged toward Wang Ji. His final strike failed to impede Kaido, and instead, amidst the violent explosion, he sank into the rising seawater. Wang Ji's final sentiments resonated with him. He had never slackened in his pursuit of mastering his aura. While diligence was essential, innate talent held equal significance. Some individuals could attain in mere hours what others could not achieve in a lifetime. Prepared to break free. Wait, Kaido, with such treasures. It would be a waste if the seawater were to flood in. Gazing at the mountainous pile of riches, Quinn found it difficult to part with them. One does not comprehend the value of sustenance without managing a household. As the current part-time financial overseer of the Beast Pirates, his personal treasury had long been depleted, and he was in dire need of replenishing assets. Just a mere trove. Let it remain here for now, and we shall return to retrieve it later. For the time being, let us take some of the more valuable items. They lacked the spatial prowess of John, and the location of this treasure was known only to them. It was indeed a natural treasure trove. These individuals were indeed on a quest for treasure. Equipped with sturdy bags, Quinn prepared 2 large sacks of riches, readying himself for departure. Subsequently, Arceus unleashed a devastating beam of destruction, shattering the rocky ceiling above, causing torrents of water to surge into the cavern below under the force of gravity. The treasure, the tablet, and Kaido's resolution of past grievances rendered this expedition a resounding success. Under the influence of the tablet's power, a channel formed amidst the rushing waters, and Kaido summoned a flame cloud, whisking everyone away from the site. Although his abilities could have allowed him to carry a substantial amount of treasure, the image of a colossal dragon soaring through the sky laden with riches would have drawn too much attention, prompting his decision to refrain from doing so. Is it dawn already? It appears we spent quite a while down there. The group, now back on the surface, gazed upon the newly risen sun. They had descended into the depths at midnight, and now the sun had reclaimed its dominion over the sky. After all, as pirates of the New World, our strength remains insufficient. Jean reflected on the scars adorning his shoulder, harboring dissatisfaction. Such power was inadequate if a mere pirate could inflict such harm upon him. If this were the case, he was unworthy of speaking of revenge. Though the injury appeared minor, it was a testament to the formidable regenerative capabilities born from the union of the Zoan type, Lunaria tribe, and Pokemon abilities. Shayna, on the other hand, suffered no ill effects. Her opponents had proven significantly weaker and failed to inflict any damage upon her. The final adversaries, 2 members of CP0, exhibited commendable prowess. Yet when the battle commenced, Arceus swiftly located his tablet and utilized the ocean currents to dispatch them. These 2 lacked the robust physique of Wang Ji and consequently became part of the treasure cave under the dual onslaught of ocean currents and lightning. Enough of this. I am the one who has sustained the most severe injuries here. Huh? But weren't you the one who accidentally injured yourself? Truly a hindrance. This time, it was not Shayna. Under Quinn's betrayal policy, she decided to refrain from further tormenting him. However, while this tactic proved effective against Shayna, it bore no fruit with Jean, who welcomed yet another ambush. Brother Kaido, Lord Arceus, could you perhaps consider your own people next time? Quinn lamented, sprawled atop the flame cloud, feeling somewhat forsaken by the world, questioning why he alone faced the electric wrath. Arceus remained silent. The one wielding the electricity was Kaido, not him. Yet Kaido's perspective was evidently divergent from Quinn's. Ha ha ha, Quinn, you were simply too weak. Had you been mindful of your condition and preemptively utilized Haki to interrupt the current, you would not have suffered. Once we set sail, I shall properly train you. So you may train alongside Jean and the others. Must you really? Quinn replied, apprehensive. Kaido's training was no mere exercise. Enduring blows was an essential aspect of mastering Haki, even for those who awakened it independently. Kaido's rigorous regimen was beneficial for cultivation, yet undeniably painful. Do not be modest. You are one of my crew. Kaido's decisions were not easily swayed, and thus Quinn was reluctantly enrolled in the Haki crash course. Lying despondently on the flame cloud, Quinn gazed at the lake, contemplating the essence of life. The lake's surface had been disrupted by a breach below, causing torrents of water to spiral into a massive vortex. John's awakened abilities had further altered the surrounding terrain, resulting in an incessant influx of seawater. Yet the water level showed no signs of receding. Unless a fisherman ventured down to excavate, the secrets below would remain undiscovered, as all who knew were either on Kaido's flame cloud or beneath the surface. Earlier, John's actions had triggered minor earthquakes and tsunamis. However, the evacuation vessels remained securely anchored to the ground and thus escaped unharmed. Yet the situation had changed, and the tide's retreat would likely take an extended period. At that moment, Quinn seemed to catch sight of something unusual, rubbing his eyes before retrieving a telescope. "Hey, look over there. Is that not the little brat's serpent-like lizard?" In Quinn's line of sight, a green lizard was scuttling across the water's surface, with a gaping wound in its belly, blood dripping continuously into the sea as it ran. It appeared to have spotted Kaido in the sky, incessantly roaring in their direction. This is the most peculiar place. Typically, Elizabeth attempts to stay close to Arceus, yet spends most of her time inseparable from Olga. Before their mission, they arranged for both Olga and AC to stay at that hotel, a location untouched by the recent minor tsunami. Something felt amiss with the injured person appearing there. Jean leapt down from the flame cloud, carrying the wounded Elizabeth back to its embrace. Although Elizabeth understood their words, only Arceus comprehended her speech. Hey, don't move around. I have never treated a lizard's wounds before. Bear the pain. This injury won't heal without stitches." Quinn reluctantly assumed the role of a veterinarian. While he had treated beasts before, he had never encountered a serpent-like lizard from a long-extinct species. However, it wasn't he merely expressing pain but rather calling for help. It conveyed that Olga had been taken by someone, and AC's fate was uncertain in the hotel. During the fleeting moments before the moon vanished and the sun began to rise, it also mentioned that it had memorized the scent of the perpetrator, urging them to rescue Olga swiftly. Human traffickers? How audacious to kidnap someone in the central hotel of the Nachiho Kingdom. Did they not fear becoming public enemies in the Grey World? The Nachiho Kingdom permits various gray trades, but absolutely forbids any actions that jeopardize the safety of its guests within the central hotel, which is one reason it has become a hub for such dealings. Quinn, you should return to tend to AC, then sail to our agreed rendezvous. Such a rare good mood has been utterly ruined. Kaido's previously uplifted demeanor crumbled entirely. His subordinates could fail or err, and a bit of character was inconsequential. But for his prized apprentice to be abducted was a colossal affront to him. Shayna, you should accompany Quinn as well, and do your utmost to bring AC back. Arceus also urged Shayna to join, recalling Quinn's mention of the possibility. A top-tier materials scientist like AC was not easily replaceable. Due to the prior tidal drop in the John Fruit, the surrounding seawater surged into the central area, making it impossible to set sail before dawn. The one who had taken Olga could not have ventured far into the sea yet. Kaido intended to make it clear that not everyone could be treated with such impunity. In the central hotel of the Nachiho Kingdom, the wall of their room had been blasted open, revealing AC sprawled on the ground, just as Elizabeth had described. A gaping wound marred AC's chest, and a significant slash marked his abdomen. Surrounding him were hotel security personnel and the hotel's medical staff. Hemostatic clamp. Bandages. Where are the blood packs? He has type S blood. Why haven't they arrived yet? No one is allowed to die in this hotel. That is the Emperor's command. Hurry. The doctors hurriedly attended to AC's wounds, their focus initially drawn to the sudden tsunami. The central hotel holds significant importance in the Kingdom of Nether, second only to the royal palace, to ensure that traders can stay here with peace of mind. The kingdom has invested considerable effort into this establishment. Despite the high accommodation fees, all expenditures within the hotel are complimentary, and it offers various auxiliary services including entertainment, appraisal, and medical assistance. After the incident in Kaido's room, the hotel security quickly cordoned off the area. However, aside from the severely injured Ashier and the shattered window, they found nothing else. Urgent medical attention was promptly administered to Ashier, while the hotel's security personnel went on high alert, as any misstep could lead to a crisis of credibility for the Kingdom of Nether. When Quinn and Shayna returned, Ashier had already received preliminary treatment. Upon seeing the room key belonging to Shayna and her companions, the hotel records immediately recognized their association and guided them to Ashier's location. Guests, this incident was unforeseen. The royal army is currently apprehending the assailants, and we will ensure a satisfactory resolution, the staff assured. How is he? Shayna disregarded the man's words. Arceus and Kaido were already addressing the matter. If Ashier were to escape now, it would truly be an affront. Arceus had tasked Quinn with rescuing Ashier. but her priority remained his condition. Thanks to our intervention, the patient is no longer in critical danger. The primary injuries include a penetrating wound to the chest, a stab wound to the abdomen, and a head injury from the fall, compounded by significant blood loss. His considerable girth has provided some protection to his internal organs. Yet we must remain vigilant regarding the risk of infection. Excuse me, guests, please do not move. He is still in a precarious state. The hotel doctor was startled as Quinn approached Arceus with an unfamiliar syringe, fearing that any further complications could jeopardize their hard-won recovery. You need not concern yourselves with the remaining procedures. The emergency response has been adequate. Now, allow me to take over. Please procure additional blood of the same type. He requires further transfusions. Are you a doctor, sir? The staff inquired. If so, then there is no issue. However, may I trouble you to vacate the room? We will fully reimburse the costs incurred. The presence of a physician among Arceus's companions was fortuitous, as long as they willingly departed. The rest would be of no consequence to them. Soon thereafter, they transported the unconscious Arceus to the vessel Quinn had previously secured. The payment had been settled, and upon opening the dock, they were free to depart. Yet, as they tended to Arceus, Quinn exhibited a sense of pride. You see, I told you that being a bit overweight has its advantages. Had he not been stout, the outcome might have been dire. But you previously claimed to be all muscle. Will he truly recover? What nonsense! Such injuries are trivial to me. Even if he were cleaved in two, as long as he draws breath, I can save him. With that, he administered his concoction into Arceus's body. The doctors here possess commendable skills. Arceus is not in grave danger. You go and lower the sails. I cannot maneuver this vessel alone. Quinn and Shayna expertly navigated the new ship toward their predetermined destination. Meanwhile, at the island's edge, Valfrit, accompanied by Olga, was preparing to leave the island. Uncertain of the fate of CP0, he felt little concern, as his focus lay on the matters regarding alchemy that involved Olga. Initially, he had assumed that abducting a child would be a simple task, but as he proceeded, he realized his error. Olga was unlike any ordinary child. Having undergone extensive training under Kaido for several months, which had significantly enhanced her physical capabilities, this rendered his abduction attempts utterly futile, and he was soon discovered by Ashi. An individual who was not accustomed to physical exertion like Ashi was no match for him. A member of CP9, he was swiftly brought to the ground. The same fate befell the lizard creature lurking in the corner, attempting a surprise attack. However, he was acutely aware that such actions constituted a transgression against the taboos of the Kingdom of Nartho, and it was likely that the kingdom was already in pursuit of him. While it would be relatively easy to resolve this matter given his CP9 affiliation, he had no desire to expose his identity. If the Kingdom of Nartho escalated the situation, the truth about Olga's identity would inevitably be revealed, thwarting his ambition to claim sole credit for this achievement. Thus, he had no choice but to render Olga unconscious and discreetly depart from the Kingdom of Nartho. As long as he could return to Mariehua and deliver her, his accomplishments would suffice. Nevertheless, he needed to ascertain one crucial detail, the precise connection between this young girl and alchemy. Should he convey to the celestial dragons that he had unearthed information, only to later discover it was false, he could not bear the consequences of trifling with the celestial dragons. In the safe house he had prepared in advance, Wilfried released Olga, who had been confined in a bag, and roused her from slumber. Yet, as soon as she regained consciousness, she lunged at Wilfried's face. You bastard! You killed my father and Elizabeth. I will not forgive you. I'm going to kill you. I swear I will. One was a father, recently opened up after a century of estrangement, and the other was Elizabeth, who had been her companion for over 100 years. Witnessing both fall before her, despair engulfed her heart. Now, he expected to extract further information from her. She could only conclude that Wilfried was delusional. Father? That man was your father? The excessively overweight Ashi bore little resemblance to Olga aside from their hair color. He had not perceived the connection, merely viewing him as a mere passerby. Had he known that man could also be linked to alchemy, he would have refrained from taking action. However, this sentiment did not manifest on his face. Instead, he smiled at Olga. I did not kill them, you see. We merely played a game. Uncle didn't he use any weapons? Who could possibly punch through a door, right? This was all arranged with your father. I will take you away, and when they come looking for you, as long as they cannot find you, we win. In stark contrast to the corpulent Ashi, Olga, who survived solely on fruits, was somewhat malnourished, considering that girls typically grow faster than boys. Wilfried mistakenly perceived her as a child of 5 or 6 years. In his eyes, such a small child would be easily deceived. He merely believed she was connected to alchemy, failing to realize she was the daughter of the pure gold creator, and certainly not grasping that she was a girl who had lived for over a century. As for employing such methods based solely on suspicion, disregarding the lives of others, this was not unusual behavior for a member of CP9. The lives of ordinary people were of little consequence as long as the mission was accomplished. However, Olga regarded Wilfried's words with a disdainful smile. A true child might have been easily fooled, but she was different. Not only could she crush stones with her bare hands, but such feats were hardly extraordinary for her. After months of correction from Shayna, she had overcome her tendency to speak her mind, instead glaring fiercely at Wilfried. You? A good person? Yes, Uncle is a good person. I work for the world government. How could anyone working there be a bad person? Only pirates are the real villains on the seas. The statement itself poses no significant issue, however, for the average individual. Pirates are indeed regarded as villains, save for those born into pirate families. It is rather peculiar that this sentiment is expressed by Wilfried. Moreover, AC had previously cautioned Olga against divulging any information regarding alchemy and pure gold, irrespective of whether it pertains to pirates, the Navy, or the world government. At present, the beast pirates have exhibited a degree of cordiality towards them. He does not dare to gamble on the fickleness of human nature with a potential future. He is well aware of the immense temptation that pure gold represents, and he harbors a certain skepticism towards the world government. As for Shayna, she bears an unresolved grudge against the world government, and under the influence of her and AC, Olga has developed a profound distrust for its representatives. Furthermore, having witnessed Wilfried's actions, she is no fool. The tone in which AC fell and Elizabeth's anguished cries do not seem feigned. Bah, if you were a good person, there would be no pirates on the sea. Do not be so certain. Uncle hails from Alchemy Island as well. If you do not believe me, look at this. Now, do you believe? He pointed at the patterns on Olga's dress and recited their meaning, attempting to earn her trust in this manner. Yet, unbeknownst to him, over a century has passed since alchemy existed within the lanternfish's belly, and there are no other living souls on the island. His actions only serve to reinforce Olga's belief that he is one of those who covet pure gold, as described by AC. However, her gaze shifted, and a new thought emerged. Uncle, are you truly from alchemy? Or were you merely jesting with my father and the others? Of course, I never lie. If I were to deceive, I would swallow 1,000 needles and be consumed by fire. However, I have long since departed from alchemy. You were not yet born then. When I returned, everyone had vanished. Could you tell Uncle where they have gone? All right, but this is a secret, and I can only tell you quietly. Upon hearing this, Wilfried leaned closer to Olga, realizing that delivering news to the celestial dragons would pale in comparison to returning with pure gold as an achievement. Yet, the next moment, Olga bit into his ear. Ouch! Olga clutched her jaw and fell to the side, feeling as though she had bitten into an iron block, resulting in the loss of a tooth. You little rascal are quite disobedient, but it matters not. You are indeed connected to alchemy. Realizing he could not deceive her any longer, Wilfried's smile faded. Olga's reaction was far less favorable than he had anticipated. As for why Olga felt pain in her tooth, it was due to the 6 styles, iron block. Mastery of the 6 styles is a fundamental requirement for formal members of CP9. Although the iron block technique generally leads to misfortune for those who employ it, save for its originator. However, in confronting a child, he believed she would not face dire consequences. Had she not exerted such force, she would not have lost a tooth. Ordinary children would lack such vigilance. And her resistance indicated that, even if unrelated to alchemy, she harbored numerous secrets. He had not intended to be excessively harsh, but her blatant disregard left him no choice but to resort to certain methods. Extracting information from enemies is a crucial lesson for them. Even adult men may falter under such tactics, and he was confident that within minutes he would have Olga speaking. However, before he could make a move, a tremendous crash reverberated from above the safe house as a massive azure claw broke through the wall and pinned him down. What do you intend to do to my apprentice? Just a lackey of the world government. A dog must understand its place. Subsequently, Elizabeth slid down from Kaido's arm, her hastily stitched wounds still oozing blood, yet she managed to nuzzle against Olga. Elizabeth, you are alive. If you do not let go, she will truly perish. Arceus, who had also descended through the breach, addressed Olga. She was nearly hanging off of Elizabeth, fearing that she would come undone. Lord Holy Beast, Captain Kaido, how did you find us? Upon hearing this, Olga released Elizabeth, marking her first time addressing Kaido as captain. In that moment, she suddenly felt that being a pirate was not so bad after all. It was Elizabeth who brought us here. Without her, we would not have arrived so swiftly. In contrast to Olga's awakening, Wilflet's mind buzzed with confusion. Why was Kaido here? The presence of such individuals here must indeed be linked to John's treasure. Kaido, what brings you here? Huh? Did you not hear how this little brat addressed me? I am her captain. Who do you think you are to take away my chosen apprentice? Kaido's dragon claw seized Woolite, drawing him close, and then a fierce blaze ignited upon his talon. Under the dual onslaught of monstrous strength and searing flames, Woolite emitted piercing cries of agony. While he could flaunt his bravado against ordinary pirates, he found himself utterly incapable of resistance before a creature like Kaido. Ultimately, as he clung to the last vestiges of life, Kaido cast him back before Olga. Kill him. Little brat. Let me witness whether you are prepared today. Kaido's intentions were not to create a mere play-acting adventure crew. The life of a pirate is merciless, with slaughter being but the most fundamental aspect. Previously, when Olga had yet to resolve her determination, Kaido had merely been honing her physical prowess. However, when she uttered the word captain, it signified a transformative shift. To embrace the identity of a pirate is to accept the awareness that accompanies such a choice. Should she falter, the consequences would be minimal. Nonetheless, she would receive Kaido's guidance until she could acclimate to this brutal world of piracy. Yet, the antique knife that once belonged to Olga had been cast aside, and though she was just a child, Woolite did not dare let his guard down, ensuring the removal of any lethal weapons from his opponent. Woolite found himself devoid of any capacity for resistance against Kaido, but for Olga, the task of slaying him with bare hands remained an insurmountable challenge. Without a weapon? A weapon? Little brat, there is no time to search for one on the battlefield. Excluding stones and planks, even your teeth and nails can serve as weapons. Even if it means biting, show no mercy to your enemy. Otherwise, it will be you who meets your demise. However, amidst the debris strewn about, resorting to such primal means seemed unnecessary. Olga seized a broken table leg from the side and swung it forcefully towards Woolite's head. This ordeal inflicted upon Woolite has endured for quite some time. Had it been Kaido who took action, ending his life would have been a mere trifling matter. However, with Olga, the scenario proved to be quite different. Despite Kaido having dealt him severe injuries, the resilience of his body, honed through rigorous training in the Six Styles, endowed him with remarkable vitality. Olga's attacks failed not only to deliver a fatal blow, but even to render him unconscious momentarily. Each strike merely served to torment him further. Kaido's blow had nearly shattered every bone in his body, leaving him to helplessly witness the relentless descent of Olga's wooden club. It was akin to a torture session, continuing until the leg of the table in Olga's grasp finally splintered, marking the end of Woolite's life. How utterly feeble! It appears that significant time is still required for your growth. Nevertheless, a club is ill-suited for you. You possess no aptitude for such weaponry. Kaido's mastery of blunt instruments is evident, and Olga's execution with the weapon reveals her utter incompatibility with it. As the dust settled, Kaido, now transformed into his dragon form, led everyone to the designated location, aboard a vessel considerably larger than the previous patrol ship. This is a steam-powered sidewheel vessel, which is notably more efficient to operate than traditional sailboats. Father, it is such a relief to see you unharmed. The pain, it hurts. Oh, Olga, please descend first. His injuries are far more severe than Elizabeth's, and the human body's self-healing capabilities pale in comparison to those of serpentine creatures or lizards. He is not a Zoan-type ability user. Merely being able to move at this point is a considerable feat. Many matters have reached a temporary conclusion, and Arceus has momentarily lost track of any new stone tablets. The world is vast, and given his current sphere of perception, aimlessly searching for the tablets seems nearly impossible. According to available information, the world government may possess some, yet as the actual rulers of the ocean, on the Grand Line, the Red Line, and the vast seas, this extensive domain renders any initiative unmanageable. Shayna and Jean can only make rough estimations of the whereabouts of the lost tablets based on the conversations of their kin, but thus far, no substantial news has emerged. Thus, the focus has shifted to the locator mentioned by Quinn. I have a general understanding of the craftsmanship involved. Some details, however, require experimentation. It is impossible to rely solely on my efforts, and the rudimentary equipment aboard the ship is insufficient. At the very least, a research facility is needed. He requires more apparatus. Although he has fashioned numerous items through sheer ingenuity, this does not imply he can substitute machinery with his bare hands. Whether for experimentation or other endeavors, additional manpower is essential. Previously, Kaido's actions were directed toward the pursuit of stone tablets. The next phase must pivot toward expanding territory and manpower. Kaido has no intention of lingering in the paradise. His sights are set on the New World. Silver Axe, Wang Ji, and John. These are notorious pirates with established territories in the New World, and their demise has created numerous vacancies across vast regions. Pirates can be categorized into two types: those who engage in widespread plunder, regarded as mere fodder among pirate crews, and the grand pirates of the New World, who transcend the conventional definition of piracy, resembling warlords in their own right. Besides their formidable strength and the direct leadership of their crews, they command numerous pirate factions, amassing thousands of followers who govern extensive maritime territories. At this juncture, pillaging has become the least efficient means of operation. They rely on tribute to sustain the functioning of their grand pirate organizations. Any business conducted within their territorial waters is subject to taxation. And outside the jurisdiction of the world government, brute force has become the sole rule. From legitimate enterprises such as cargo trade, harbor docking, food services, and entertainment to illicit venues like gambling houses, all forms of economic activity are intertwined with the actual wielders of power in these waters, even without other considerations. The cost of merely displaying a flag holds immense value. It takes hundreds of millions of berries to acquire such a banner. If one lacks adequate means of self-defense, utilizing a flag becomes the most prudent strategy. However, such expenses are typically worth it. In the chaotic New World, new pirates arrive daily, even hourly. And the locals harbor greater fear for these fresh-faced newcomers than for those who have been navigating the treacherous waters for some time. Those who remain oblivious to the essence of true strength often engage in irrational conduct. However, not all pirates are mere hotheads. A considerable number seek refuge under the banner of formidable pirates upon entering the New World. Kaido, no longer a novice, does not intend to tread the path of those newly embarking on their maritime journeys. Seizing the territory once held by John and his cohorts is undoubtedly the most prudent course of action, rather than contesting with other pirates in the New World for dominion. It is far wiser to occupy this unclaimed land and bolster our forces. This is the maritime chart, and the domains of John and his companions do not adjoin. Thus, we can only initially lay claim to one area. Let it be John's territory. If my memory serves me correctly, that island is referred to as the Island of Industry. Observing the map presented by Kaido, Queen proffered his suggestion. This illustrates the advantages of the newly chosen vessel by Quinn, a steam-powered sidewheel ship that, with proper control over the boiler pressure and direction, can temporarily enter an unmanned navigational state. The territories of the New World are no secret. It is almost common knowledge, easily mapped out within the underground world. In the so-called Grey Kingdom of Narder, intelligence operatives often receive information even before the world government. Understanding the domain of the formidable pirates is a trivial task, compared to the era of the Four Emperors that unfolds years later. The current landscape of the New World is markedly different. 5 years ago, the Rock's pirates stood as the indisputable strongest force. In the wake of their disappearance, the captain of the flying pirate crew, the Grand Fleet Admiral of the Golden Lion Pirates, Shiki, commands the largest faction in the New World. The powers granted by the fruit provide Shiki's fleet with a significant advantage in naval warfare. However, despite its size, it falls short in strength compared to Whitebeard, whose crew remains a leading force in the New World, unimpeded by injury. Following them are the Roger Pirates, who roam in search of the ultimate destination, devoid of a fixed territory. These three factions can be considered the most formidable pirates in the current New World. The remnants of Rocks, including Charlotte Lin and John, along with Silver Axe, constitute the second tier of power. With such a considerable power vacuum now evident, word will spread rapidly, drawing countless pirates like sharks sensing blood. However, for news of John and his crew's demise to propagate, it may take a considerable amount of time, presenting an opportunity for Kaido and his associates. Let us proceed. But first, there is a matter to address. Kaido gazed at the sails atop the masts. Though this vessel was a steam-powered sidewheeler, it retained two main masts and sails, currently devoid of a flag to represent Kaido. Pirates place immense value on their flags. To damage a flag signifies a declaration of war, and flags serve to assert territorial claims. The earlier small boats and naval patrol vessels could be overlooked, but this ship now truly belongs to the Beast Pirates, necessitating the addition of a flag. Then, a new dilemma arose. Is anyone among you skilled in drawing? Kaido had fought in the Kingdom Army since the age of 10. Although the army taught literacy, the art of drawing depended solely on innate talent, rendering him somewhat challenged in creating a well-structured pirate flag. Arceus, too, lacked expertise in such matters. After absorbing the 4 tablets, his overall power significantly increased, allowing him to wield attributes beyond mere singular skills. The power of the Thousand Zeo bracelet was fully activated, enabling him to manipulate a single element, such as water or flame. The intangible water could serve as a substitute for an arm, proving far more convenient. He was not a mere cartoonist. Not all concepts can be effortlessly translated into art. Otherwise, the world would not be rife with frustrated artists. As for Shayna and Jean, they had only one purpose since birth: survival, rendering them virtually useless in artistic endeavors. They had witnessed Olga's graffiti skills, eliminating the need for inquiry, and as for Asher, asking him to draw a pirate flag would be an undue burden. Ultimately, the task fell to Quinn. We need to recruit Boss Kaido. Even if they are just cannon fodder, at least they can handle the menial tasks. With a paint bucket in hand, Quinn voiced his grievance. Despite Kaido's persistent insistence on bolstering their ranks, the individuals encountered thus far were either too weak or unsuitable, leaving Quinn still at the bottom of the ship's hierarchy. Olga and Asher were incapable of heavy labor, requiring hours to accomplish what should take mere minutes. Under Kaido's rough sketch guidance, a ghostly skull appeared on their flag. As the ship continued its voyage toward the New World, Kaido and Quinn began to inventory their treasures. The items stored by John were indeed genuine treasures, comprising not only priceless artifacts but also several boxes. Is this not the necklace discarded by the celestial dragons years ago? I recall it stirred quite the uproar. Quinn observed the object in his hand through a magnifying glass, recalling the bloody events of years past. It was no surprise. More than one celestial dragon had fallen into Rock's clutches, suggesting they had not recovered all their possessions. John, as always, had a penchant for collecting valuable items. Kaido showed little interest in the necklace and shifted his attention to another box, his expression brightening significantly upon revealing a devil fruit nestled within. Quinn, what does your encyclopedia say? What kind of fruit is this? This appears to be, the dog fruit, though I cannot specify which variant it belongs to. Big brother Kaido, this is merely a rubbing, and the original does not catalog all varieties. About this fruit, there is only half a page. Never mind. As long as it is Zoan type, it seems that little brat possesses his own abilities. Meanwhile, Arceus was undertaking new alteration attempts, though his subject was not Olga, but rather Elizabeth. Following the enhancements granted by Shayna's abilities, Jean's fruit modification, and Quinn's unpredictable transformation, Arceus resolved to embark on a fourth endeavor, the modification of animals beyond the human realm. This world is home to a myriad of peculiar creatures, and among those endowed with sufficient intelligence, some are formidable in their own right. Take, for instance, the baboons of Eagle Eye Island and the kung fu manatees of Alabasta. Elizabeth's intellect is akin to that of a human child, and given her previous selfless efforts to convey messages, it would be quite feasible to alter her. The snake-like lizard shall suffice for this purpose. The power of the water droplets and stone tablets enveloped Elizabeth, and amidst a radiant glow, her arms began to elongate. Her spine straightened, and her skin transformed from green to blue. Indeed, modifying animals proves to be far less laborious than altering humans. Perhaps it is due to the differences in their anatomical structures. Furthermore, transforming animals requires even less effort than merely altering a devil fruit. If one were to negate its ability to shift forms, the energy needed would diminish even further, thus sparking new ideas in Arceus. However, species like Elizabeth, who possess substantial intelligence yet are not overly large, are quite rare. Elizabeth appeared somewhat bewildered, oscillating between her original form and the newly acquired one, seemingly attuned to the changes in her body, which astonished Olga nearby. Great beast, what is happening to Elizabeth? It is a newfound power. Her species should now be referred to as the thousand-faced avoider. Elizabeth's ability to transition between two forms is the most significant distinction between modified animals and humans, as the latter possess only their original and Pokemon forms, devoid of any hybrid beast forms. This is likely the reason for reduced consumption. Furthermore, permanent transformations incur even lesser consumption, while the creation of something from nothing results in significantly greater expenditure. The chameleon Pokemon, a special attacker, belongs to the trio of water-type starters from the Galar region. Water-type Pokemon generally derive their moisture from external sources. Each possesses unique water storage organs and conversion methods. In environments devoid of water, moisture from the air can also be transformed into water through special means, including the use of their own stamina. However, with few exceptions, water-type Pokemon typically inhabit areas near water bodies. The most common method is to store and utilize external moisture. as controlling existing oceanic waves is far simpler than generating colossal waves independently. Moreover, pyrobrine particles permeate every corner of this world, which means that even water generated by water-type Pokemon here is subject to certain constraints imposed by these particles on the abilities of fruit bearers. Arceus stands as the sole exception. It can create pure water devoid of pyrobrine particles using the water plate, allowing even the bearer of abilities to experience the sensation of swimming anew. The eyes of the chameleon Pokemon possess a special membrane that endows it with extraordinary capabilities, aiding in the detection of its opponent's weaknesses. It also features unique wing membranes on its back that enable brief gliding, while its tail conceals blade-like structures. However, its primary ability lies in its inherent sniper talent. Theoretically, the chameleon Pokemon can expel stored water at a velocity of Mach 3 from its fingertips. Although Elizabeth may not achieve such speed, high-velocity water projectiles can be lethal to most individuals. Even ability bearers may find themselves at a disadvantage against Elizabeth if they lack the power to freeze or evaporate seawater, as water-type Pokemon possess an innate advantage over them. Crucially, Pokemon transformation significantly enhances intelligence. The chameleon Pokemon ranks among the more intelligent species, and at this juncture, Elizabeth is poised for a markedly different developmental trajectory. Olga, perhaps you could endeavor to teach it to speak. Teach it to speak. I attempted that over a century ago. It was rather dull inside the belly of the sea creature. Of course, Olga tried. But while Elizabeth could comprehend her words, she could not articulate human language. But now, things have changed. Initially, Meowth from Team Rocket was merely an ordinary cat. Yet the enchantment of love enabled it to walk upright and learn human speech. Theoretically, with determination, it is not impossible for Pokemon to acquire the ability to communicate in human language, excluding mythical and legendary creatures, the uniquely shaped Rotom, and the ancient Jengar from the Girl's Gorge. They too can articulate human speech, indicating that learning to speak is not an isolated phenomenon. With sufficient instruction, it is likely achievable. Observing her newly formed fingers, strikingly similar to those of a human, Elizabeth began to explore her abilities and attempt to refine her sniper skills. However, her results fell short of expectations, as the water projectile she fired lagged significantly behind the recorded Mach 3 speed. Moreover, as a newly emerged sniper, Elizabeth struggled to control her abilities effectively. Her hands resembled auxiliary tools, with the primary muscle groups concentrated in her lower body. Consequently, she had difficulty managing the recoil from her shots, leading to an errant aim when targeting the ocean's surface. Gurgle, Quinn, who had just ascended the nearby stairs, swallowed hard upon witnessing the water projectile strike the handrail beside him, feeling a sudden chill in his groin, due to his height. The section of the handrail struck by Elizabeth's projectile aligned closely with Quinn's waist. A slight leftward deviation could necessitate prosthetic modifications for him. Murder. Are you attempting to commit murder? What is this blue lizard? Had Arceus not been present, he might have rushed forward to confront Olga about this matter. However, Arceus maintained his composure. Quinn, you're in the way. Kaido pushed Quinn from behind, water stains visible on his shoulder, indicating that the water projectile had splattered on him afterward. Nonetheless, the current force posed no threat to his physical integrity. Elizabeth, transformed, was now in view, despite her drastic change in form. Kaido still recognized the saddle-like apparatus on her back. Is that lizard? Your application of abilities is rather extensive. Kaido realized he had underestimated Arceus's capabilities, as the scope of its powers appeared broader than he had anticipated. There is still much to explore. What brings you all up here? We've discovered something interesting. He tossed a fruit to Olga. Catch it, kid. A white fruit arced gracefully through the air, landing precisely in Olga's hands. Huh. Olga stared at the white melon in her grasp, still unsure of the situation. The sea's treasure, the devil fruit. You should know what this is, right? There are quite a few ability bearers aboard this vessel. This is the Inu Inu no Mi, but we remain uncertain of its specific type. You might gamble on what its ability is. No need to worry. After all, Arceus is present. At the very least, it possesses abilities comparable to that of legendary creatures. Quinn explained the nature of the fruit, acknowledging that the unidentified devil fruit indeed posed a challenge, though its future potential depended on the extent of its development. However, fruits are inherently ranked in terms of strength. The ability to elevate a mundane power to its zenith implies that acquiring a more potent ability naturally raises the ceiling for potential. Before Arceus's emergence, ordinary Zoan-type creatures held the lowest status among devil fruits. Their physical enhancement during transformation paled in comparison to the powers of Paramecia and Logia types. Only after rigorous physical training could a Zoan-type's augmentation lead to a qualitative change. However, with Arceus's presence, the landscape shifted. Arceus had no intention of direct alteration. For unidentified Zoan types, if they were inherently mythical, conventional modifications might prove unsuitable, necessitating thorough preparation. Why do you seem hesitant? Are you uninterested in ability bearers? No, it's just that. I've heard this thing is notoriously unpalatable, and after consuming fruits for over a century, I must confess that the sight of fruit now makes me nauseous. Nevertheless, after a brief moment, she pinched her nose and took a bite, her face turning a shade of green as a fluffy foxtail sprouted from behind her. With pointed snout and round ears, its limbs slightly shorter. The fully transformed figure was not particularly large, yet it appeared rather endearing. Is this an Arctic fox? This world, too, possesses its polar extremes, raising the question of which is colder, the Antarctic or the Arctic, an intriguing topic that could incite a fierce clash between the two emperors. Among the classifications under the Inu no Mi, one can find foxes, dogs, and wolves, making the emergence of a fox's ability rather unsurprising. However, this Arctic fox distinctly exhibits its winter form, adorned entirely in a coat of pristine white fur. At this moment, Olga experiences an intense wave of nausea. The taste of the devil fruit eludes description, and her inherent aversion to fruit only exacerbates her discomfort, leaving her with the sensation that something is trying to wrench her stomach from within. After managing to quell this feeling, she, much like Elizabeth before her, begins to familiarize herself with the fruit's powers. The first ability to manifest is that of beast transformation, while the changes in the faceless evader are minimal. Olga's perspective undergoes a dramatic shift upon her own transformation. Gazing at Kaido beside her, she cannot fathom the source of her initial audacity to abduct him. Subsequently, she hears words that provoke her ire. Though she is indeed a fox, one must wonder if Kaido, her elder brother, has become even more resilient. Why must he be so resilient? Upon reverting from fox to human, Olga is beset by an ominous premonition, as she believes that the path to strength lies in relentless training. The process may prove arduous, yet she is fully prepared. However, this is entirely different from enduring a beating. Previously, Kaido's physical training pushed her to the limits of human endurance, leaving her with no surplus energy to concern herself with other matters. She does not fear hardship, yet she is apprehensive of pain. The potential awakened during prior vaccinations caught Quinn's attention. Do not fear, you are still quite distant from receiving a beating. First, you must enhance your physical stamina. However, you may observe how others train. Quinn exerted pressure on Olga from the sidelines, but soon, the pressure reverted back onto himself. Very well, let us commence with you. Kaido's voice reached Quinn's ears, causing him to shudder. Kaido, I need to set sail. Training is rather inconvenient at the moment. Hasn't the course already been determined? Indeed. And the steam pressure remains stable, does it not? Precisely. Then worry not. I will moderate my strength, leaving you some stamina to monitor the ship's condition. Quinn initially believed he was the sole guardian of the ship's status, presuming Kaido would not allow him to train. Yet reality proved him mistaken. Olga required physical training, but Quinn was different. Despite his rotund figure, he had nearly completed his physical conditioning. The development of his fruit abilities was his own responsibility. All that remained was mastering haki. Enduring blows is invariably a crucial aspect of haki cultivation. Whether it be the defensive prowess of armament haki or the perceptive capabilities of observation haki, both can be progressively strengthened through the process of taking hits. The aim of training is not merely to receive punishment. As long as one meets Kaido's requirements, dodging attacks with observation haki and enduring them with armament haki, one will not face a beating. However, achieving such proficiency directly is evidently impossible. Once Olga acquires her abilities, Kaido will undoubtedly adjust her training intensity, lest he squander the formidable recovery capabilities of her Zoan fruit. Nevertheless, training is not on the agenda just yet. The forthcoming phase is the eagerly anticipated ability transformation segment. Although Olga consumed the fruit prior to her transformation, this time Arceus opted against the unpredictable mutation Quinn had experienced, instead harnessing the power of the evil face stone tablet. With the stone tablet at hand, directed guidance is decidedly superior to random mutation. The uncertainty of random mutation lies in the fact that the fruit's ability may not represent its final form. Special transformations akin to Mega Evolution and Gigantamaxing can be developed based on the fruit's awakening. However, fruits are not Pokemon, and achieving self-evolution is improbable. Such a feat would necessitate a secondary transformation, which is precisely why his modified abilities are all in their ultimate forms. Based on the Arctic fox, a novel transformation began to manifest within Olga, and a standing spirit fox materialized before the onlookers. The spirit fox Pokemon, Zoroark. The Arctic fox's winter-white coat transitioned to a summer gray-black, yet her golden locks remained intact, while the red mane of Zoroark morphed into gold. Compared to Blaziken, Tropius, Aerodactyl, and the elusive Ditto, Zoroark's abilities were not as immediately apparent. Even Kaido and Quinn, at that moment, could not discern Olga's powers until Zoroark's figure became ephemeral, subsequently transforming into another Quinn. She then proceeded to slim down in front of Quinn and even pulled out a mirror to inspect herself. "Uncle Quinn, your slimmer appearance seems rather unimpressive. You scoundrel, change back at once. You are besmirching my dignity. I do not look like this when I slim down." The ability to disguise oneself as another through illusion is a unique trait of the Zoroark species. Not only can Zoroark mimic humans, but it can also assume the forms of other Pokemon, though this necessitates a sufficient understanding of them, which Olga lacked. Thus, she could only imitate others' appearances. Subsequently, Olga continued to hone her abilities. Zoroark's powers extend far beyond mere transformation, as this represents only one of its fundamental capabilities. The pirate ship continued its voyage, and Olga's life was meticulously structured, involving cultural lessons and various knowledge sessions with Ashi and Quinn, physical training personally supervised by Kaido, and assistance from Shayna in developing her fruit abilities, alongside teaching Elizabeth to speak. Approximately a month later, a newsbird brought forth an incomprehensible announcement. Death drama prelude. Bounty of 500 million berries, only live. This fellow is deceased. How can the bounty still increase? Are those Navy fools utterly inept? Gazing at the day's newspaper, Kaido appeared perplexed, his own bounty having escalated to 15 billion. However, this was unrelated to the matters of the Nata Kingdom. It was entirely due to his escape from the research facility. Jean and Shayna had yet to be issued bounties, indicating that the previous events were highly confidential. Yet, why had Prelude's bounty risen, accompanied by the peculiar condition of requiring him to be captured alive for the reward? Unbeknownst to him, all of this was attributed to Spandam, specifically Spandane. Previously, his displeasure had led to a ruckus in Spandan's office, resulting in a minor fire, during which Prelude's life card was incinerated. Coupled with the disappearance of Wolf and CP0, more personnel had been dispatched to the Natter Kingdom. Furthermore, due to Spandan's erroneous intelligence, a series of misjudgments ensued. Spandane, should such occurrences repeat, do not contact me again. Resign with a clear conscience. Yes, I am truly sorry. My sincerest apologies. I appreciate your understanding. Faced with the wrath of the telephone bug, Spandam adopted an exceedingly humble demeanor, as this unexpected turn of events compelled him to leverage numerous connections to resolve the situation. Previously, he had sought to monopolize the majority of the accolades for discovering the treasure of rocks, thus concealing certain key figures and directly contacting higher authorities. To his dismay, the treasure remained elusive, and both Warlord and two members of CP0 encountered unforeseen calamities. The situation with Warlord was manageable. After all, CP9 was under his purview, and Warlord was not the strongest among them, as reserve personnel could easily fill his vacancy. In the background, the CP organization possessed a dedicated island for nurturing talent. However, CP0 was entirely different, comprising only the elite, whose unwavering loyalty to the government made their unexpected losses a matter of accountability. Before Spandam set fire to his office, Preelt's life card remained intact, and after its damage, Spandam completely lost control over the circumstances in the Kingdom of Natter. CP0 would not reach out to him, and the last report from Warlord indicated that all was well. Although the two members of CP0 faced adversaries, they were unlikely to be matched by John's prowess. However, it was reasonable to assume they could retreat without issue. The life cards from Mariewa had already confirmed their demise, and others had been dispatched to investigate the situation further. In this context, Spandam was left with no choice but to divulge all pertinent information. Given the value of his intelligence, he managed to cultivate several connections, allowing the matter to be set aside. Nevertheless, in his efforts to placate those involved, he incurred significant losses, and as a result of the information mishap, Spandam found himself under the fervent care of Spandam, who remained bedridden until now. Following Spandam's erroneous intelligence and the subsequent investigation into the Kingdom of Natter, they concluded that Preelt was the principal architect of these troubles. This individual astonishingly deceived everyone, stealthily coveting the treasure of rocks, which is the reason for the emergence of such a peculiar bounty. The matter remains unresolved, as government officials have conducted a more meticulous investigation in this area. Subsequently, investigators from the Kingdom of Nado have made new discoveries. Unless one is privy to the secret of Lux, no one could have fathomed the vast space beneath the central lake of this island. Their ability to uncover some clues can be attributed to John. His awakened powers have resulted in alterations to the topography of the Kingdom of Nado. Following their departure from Kaido, this region experienced minor seismic activity. A fissure in the underground caverns opened, and after some bodies and a small amount of treasure were swept away by the currents, the fissure ultimately collapsed during the aftershocks. The robustness of these individuals is evident not only in life but also in death. Astonishingly, their bodies have remained uncorrupted for an extended period, allowing for the identification of their original identities. Ultimately, they reached a conclusion. These individuals, driven by avarice for treasure, succumbed to internal strife, ultimately perishing at the hands of unknown assailants. Continuing the investigation yielded little in terms of results, and under the urging of the Kingdom of Nether, they planned to conclude this inquiry. The Kingdom of Nether had lodged numerous protests, as their operations were inherently dubious. A cadre of naval and governmental personnel was dispatched to investigate the situation. Coupled with the recent earthquake and the unusual, drastic low tide, the national economy had suffered grievously. Should further delays ensue, they would soon be unable to meet their financial obligations. Nevertheless, among the evidence collected, there lay an antiquated dagger, precisely the one that Olga had initially lost. Not everyone possesses knowledge of ancient scripts. It was merely a coincidence that Wolfit recognized the alchemy inscriptions. These investigators merely compiled evidence, leaving the analysis to other personnel upon their return. Simultaneously discovered was Wolfit's corpse, which had already been taken into custody by the Kingdom of Nether, unlike the unidentified remains of the CP0 agents. Although the Kingdom of Nether has regulations, the presence of pirates who perish in brawls is a familiar occurrence, and they have long been desensitized to such incidents. Severely burned, with most of his bones fractured and his head bearing the marks of prolonged blunt force trauma, it appeared he had endured interrogation. What he had uncovered remains unclear. Let the higher authorities conduct their investigations at their own pace. We ought to depart, as the King of Nether has already placed several calls to Mariewa. Following this, a group of specialists commenced what they termed an exploration of the recovered clues, and the dagger originating from alchemy drew their attention. Under the fervent assurances of Spandane, the world government misinterpreted the situation, believing that Prilt had orchestrated the entire affair. It was either that Rox had discovered pure gold, or that Prilt had unearthed new leads pertaining to alchemy, ultimately placing a unique bounty on Prilt. This is also the reason why Spandane was able to operate successfully without even a demotion as punishment. Nevertheless, they lacked the capacity to capture a single corpse from the vast ocean, leading those responsible for the matter into a stalemate. Based on a multitude of erroneous intelligence, their suspicions fell upon alchemy. They believed that if they could locate the missing alchemy, they would inevitably find Prilt. After several months of navigation, their fleet finally reached the archipelago of Shambordi. This vessel has become a sanctuary for a minority of races. Among the survivors of the alchemy, 2 members of the Lunaria tribe remain, alongside the long-extinct serpent-like lizard species. However, the crew's demeanor has recently taken an unusual turn. Each individual bears marks of bruising. But more precisely, it is only Quinn who displays these contusions prominently. As for Ashier, he is not within the training regimen, as he was never a combatant. Olga has just concluded her physical training and has yet to enter the phase of enduring strikes. Jean has wrapped himself securely, and Shayna appears similarly concealed. Even if they bear injuries, they are not visible. Quinn, however, stands apart. His larger stature, coupled with Kaido's rigorous instruction, has left him with numerous bruises, despite possessing animal-like regenerative abilities. Nevertheless, there has been progress. During this period, the hockey levels of several individuals aboard have notably improved. Concurrently, Olga has made modifications to her wardrobe, removing the conspicuous alchemy script from her collection of identical garments. The lesson learned from the last incident made her realize that such exposure of information is detrimental. She has never seen Shayna and Jin's true faces, as they have shown no intention of removing their masks or reverting from their transformed states, at least not for now. However, Ashier harbors certain suspicions, like the alchemy. It is something best kept concealed. Over a century ago, the Lunaria were far more numerous, and the government's efforts to capture them were even more intense. News of the bounty on Lunarians circulated across various islands, and Ashier had encountered similar reports, yet he had little interest in discussing them. Rather, he found such matters rather amusing. Both the Pure Gold and the Lunaria maintain an evasive stance towards the world government, thus binding them together as true allies. Quinn, however, feels a sense of joy, for after several months, Kaido has finally recruited his first batch of followers, replenishing the majority of the beast pirates. Yet, these individuals do not truly count as Kaido's subordinates. They are merely expendable forces, as he does not pursue a singular elite path. Numbers are a part of his requirements. Currently, those aboard have joined voluntarily, a common occurrence in the pirate realm, where strength commands respect and powerful pirates often attract a following. Following the update of Kaido's bounty, he has become a formidable pirate even within the New World, let alone in Paradise, making it unsurprising that some would seek to align themselves with him. Over the months, they have come to understand that, aside from Kaido's drunken escapades, they are mostly safe, and he seldom intervenes in affairs aboard the ship. The management of various matters primarily falls to Quinn and Jean. Quinn oversees the mundane affairs, while Jean addresses broader issues. However, anything relating to Arceus invariably draws Shayna's attention. Through her decisive actions, Shayna has made it clear what Arceus' standing is aboard the vessel. The last individual to speak out of turn narrowly escaped being reduced to ashes by her fury. Yet, at present, a minor issue has arisen aboard the ship. The captain of this ship, Kaido, the governor of the beast pirates, has gone missing. More precisely, a few days ago during a banquet. He indulged excessively in drink and subsequently transformed into a colossal dragon, flying off to an unknown location. Such occurrences have happened before, but he typically returns of his own accord after a couple of days, thanks to the life card that Quinn provided him. Initially, the crew would panic, but they have now grown accustomed to Kaido's periodic disappearances. Generally, the frequency of his absences correlates with the frequency of his feasts. However, this time, the duration has exceeded the norm. Kaido remains absent, and the direction indicated by his life card is rather peculiar. It wasn't until this morning's newspaper arrived that the crew grasped the gravity of the situation. Lord Beast, are you present? It appears Kaido has encountered some trouble. He has been captured again. Shayna held in her hands the newspaper just delivered by the newsbird. The report detailed how the Navy's G4 branch detected an unidentified creature entering their cargo hold, which upon inspection turned out to be the wanted Kaido. He is currently detained and is to be transported to the underwater prison, impelled down. G4 branch, who commands there now? The former G4 Vice Admiral has retired, and currently, the branch is overseen by Rear Admiral Hadra from the Navy headquarters. The branches along the Grand Line are designated with GX names, with G4 situated near the Sabaody archipelago, unlike the East Blue branches, which are demoted by 3 ranks. The ranks within the headquarters and those along the Grand Line are equivalent, thus presenting no substantial difference. Just as one can assess a pirate's strength through their bounty, the Navy's prowess can also be gauged by their ranks. However, there are always exceptions, such as the notorious Carp, who refused promotion. Hadra, a name I have not come across. Excluding the anomalies within the Navy, Kaido is not one to be easily subdued. After all, the strength variability at the Vice Admiral level is considerable. A name that elicits no recognition from him likely suggests a diminished probability of Kaido's defeat. Given Kaido's character, Arceus speculated that he might have been indulging in another round of drinks in the Navy's warehouse, resulting in his capture while still inebriated. Based on his prior encounters, though the specifics elude him, Kaido's instances of capture are certainly numerous. If fortune favors, he would likely escape on his own accord after a while. At that moment, Arceus distinctly sensed a change in the ship's course. The heading has altered? Indeed, you shall hear for yourself. As Shayna gestured towards the deck below, she declared, "We must rescue our captain. Oh, let's show those Navy officers our might." Oh, the crew was evidently spirited. Did they truly comprehend the implications of facing a Navy Vice Admiral? Although Kaido's crew was formidable in their own right, attempting to rescue him from the branch was akin to throwing stones at a mountain. Their exuberance highlighted their naivete. Yet such innocence is never in short supply among pirates. Shall we intervene, Lord Beast? There is no need. After all, it is a cooperative relationship. Their desire to rescue their captain is entirely reasonable, albeit they stand little chance of success. Consider it a training exercise for Olga in stealth. It is utterly unrealistic to expect these individuals to rescue Kaido. At best, they can merely operate a ship, fire cannons, or put on a show of intimidation against ordinary soldiers. One could either launch a strong assault to seize Kaido or unlock his handcuffs, allowing him to escape on his own. Arceus believes that Kaido could manage to free himself, although it is highly likely he has been shackled with sea prism stone cuffs. If the purity of the stone is insufficient, he may still freely utilize his abilities. Sea prism stone, a unique mineral from Wano, had kept the country isolated from the outside world before Kaido's ascension to the position of shogun under Orochi. Despite some leakage of sea prism stone, the quantity is limited, and most of it resides in Impel Down, where the purity may not significantly affect Kaido. If the concentration is inadequate, he will naturally extricate himself once he sobers up. Nevertheless, to be on the safe side, a visit is deemed necessary. The current collaboration is progressing splendidly, and he has no intention of seeking new allies. Olga has made commendable progress in developing Zoroark's abilities, perhaps due to her temperament, as she demonstrates greater proficiency with illusionary powers while only grasping a few offensive skills like Evil Wave. She has yet to master her former race's exclusive skill, Dark Explosion. In a sense, having lived over a century, practical training is essential. In the future, when searching for ancient tablets and gathering intelligence, such training will be inevitable, which is precisely why Arceus chose Zoroark in the first place. The ability of the Illusion Monarch is not to be squandered. Isn't it a bit early for the Holy Beast? Should I go instead? He mused. No need to worry. If anything goes awry, I will ensure her safety. Your temperament is ill-suited for such tasks. The ship of the Beast Pirates steered towards G4, with the distance to the Sabaody archipelago and the G4 branch base being relatively short. They arrived swiftly at their destination under full sail, waiting until nightfall for Elizabeth to lead Olga into this infiltration mission. Even at night, the G4 branch of the Navy is illuminated by high-powered searchlights, as the age is never short of pirates daring enough to provoke the Navy. Except for the recent debacle caused by John, the branches of the Four Seas have remained relatively uneventful for some time. Relying on sturdy fortifications and coastal artillery, the Four Seas branches can handle most local pirates. However, after John's incident, all branches have heightened their vigilance. The branches within the Grand Line possess even greater firepower as they face formidable foes. And John's event served as a wake-up call for the entire Navy, with no one wishing to become the next disgrace. Moreover, this incident seems to have triggered certain pirates' ambitions, as some seek to make a name for themselves by challenging the Navy, leading to heightened security at the G4 branch. In addition to the powerful searchlights directed at the sea, there are even beams of light piercing the sky. Traditionally, the Navy would not maintain vigilance against aerial threats unless facing exceptional adversaries. The technological advancements in this world are somewhat skewed, producing war machines like the Pacifist, yet lacking in large-scale airships. The world government operates similarly, and aside from the Golden Lion, no pirate possesses significant aerial capabilities. Therefore, the branch base does not waste manpower or resources. However, given the current situation, they have added a few searchlights for aerial monitoring. Yet, these sparse lights will not obstruct Elizabeth. Jean provided them a small favor, as the ability of the Thousand Faces to evade is one of gliding rather than flying, requiring sufficient altitude. Jean acted as the aircraft for their aerial drop. Elizabeth soared high above, utilizing the sea breeze to navigate the night sky while evading the Navy's searchlights, landing within the G4 branch. This captain truly is a source of concern. The crew refers to Kaido by various titles. Olga prefers to call him captain, while Arceus addresses him by name. Others like Shayna and Jean occasionally use terms such as sir, boss, or big brother. The newly recruited crew members express similar sentiments. At this point, Kaido has yet to establish a hierarchy or nomenclature within the crew, but even when he does, it is unlikely he will be particularly concerned about it. Over there, Elizabeth spoke, having made modest progress in her learning over the past few months, successfully mastering a new language. Though she is still unable to construct lengthy sentences, typically expressing herself through mere words. The life card is a remarkable item, not easily destroyed, as previously amended in Spandam's context, allowing her to effortlessly locate Kaido, preventing her from aimlessly wandering within the Navy base. Activating her ability. An illusion enveloped the two of them. Zoroark's illusion does not alter its shape like a ditto, but rather cloaks itself like a holographic projection. Olga has only a rudimentary grasp of her abilities. The application of illusions is straightforward. Kenbunchika Haki can detect her difference, but no Navy personnel would continuously release their Haki within the base. Olga casually pinched the faces of two passers-by, confident that within the bustling Navy base, no one would recognize all their comrades. The next step involves locating two isolated individuals to replace them. The pirate ship still has sentries on watch, and such a large base must have patrols at night, possibly with passwords. Olga and Elizabeth navigated the Navy base, occasionally encountering clipping issues. While Olga can alter her appearance to that of an adult Navy soldier, her physical structure remains unchanged, and her perspective is still that of her original form, leading to unintended collisions with various structures. The illusion lacks a physical presence, and the phantoms she creates do not dissipate upon such contact, resulting in these glitches. The efficacy of illusions depends on the wielder's strength. Zoroark's illusions are so convincing that they can deceive cameras and manipulate perception, ensnaring even beings like Nei, Sukun, and Reiku within false illusions, a principle that even Quinn has yet to fully comprehend. Olga cannot influence an entire city, yet she manages well within a smaller scope. She and Elizabeth followed a patrol team with a similar direction, leading the two individuals at the back of the group astray. Concealed against the wall, Elizabeth swung her tail, akin to a predator hunting, directly dragging one individual into a corner, followed by Olga's two swift strikes post-transformation, to fully unleash the potential of her Pokemon abilities. Complete transformation is the optimal choice. Although Olga currently appears as a Navy soldier, her true form beneath the illusion is that of a golden-haired Zoroark. Initially, Asher did not wish for Olga to engage in combat. Even upon joining Kaido's crew, he envisioned her as a researcher rather than a fighter, intending for her to learn technical skills from him. He made efforts toward this end, but the prodigious child does not necessarily possess the same brilliance, as Olga lacks talent in this area. Moreover, she preferred training with Kaido over listening to Asher's lectures. After the incident at the hotel, she concluded that her strength outweighed the technical knowledge in her mind. However, she does possess a certain aptitude for combat, provided she does not use weapons like a wolf fang club, as she excels in unarmed or dagger combat. Together with Elizabeth, she stealthily replaced the original phantoms at the rear of the patrol, accompanying the soldiers deeper into the base. Meanwhile, within the G4 base's prison, Kaido was bound tightly, resembling a rice dumpling. Yet this did not hinder his deep slumber. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a makeshift prison, originally a wine cellar, as evidenced by the scattered barrels surrounding them. The Navy base does not prohibit alcohol. It is common for off-duty sailors to indulge, and even those on duty may partake, albeit in limited quantities. Cigarettes and alcohol are essential commodities within the base, as personnel rely on them to vent their emotions, knowing that pirates are ever present, with the possibility of death looming at any moment. Admiral Hadra, perhaps you should rest. You have not slept in 3 days. An elderly man sat on a chair in front of the temporary prison, having personally guarded the area ever since Kaido's inexplicable arrival. No, this was a pirate with a bounty of 573 billion. You cannot contend with him. Isn't there Seastone handcuffs? If he is an ability user, he should be incapacitated. However, the purity of those handcuffs was too low, and their overall quantity insufficient to fully restrain him. After all, he was a remnant of rocks. The prison ship dispatch from headquarters would arrive tomorrow. Once this matter concluded, I could apply for retirement upon my return to the base. The flag was thus planted, and his concerns were not unfounded. The purity of Seastone could be adjusted by altering the proportion of pyrobroin within it. Yet, this technology was a closely guarded secret of Wano, known only to its artisans. Seastone was extraordinarily hard and challenging to process, with the mineral's content being random. The purity of the Seastone handcuffs in the Navy's possession depended on the purity of the ore. G4, being situated in the first half, had a previous base commander who was a staunch hawk, advocating for extermination rather than capture. Thus, most of the Seastone handcuffs in the base had been sent to support Allied units. Ability users were not common. Often, several months could pass without encountering one, leaving only 1 or 2 for emergencies. Commodore, are you being overly cautious? This is a Navy base. What could possibly happen? Have you forgotten the lessons from Branch 277 so quickly? Commodore, that was a branch of the 4 Seas. This is the Grand Line. We are not like them. Besides, I've doubled the sentries. You can rest assured. Yet, they failed to notice that with the arrival of new soldiers, 2 individuals who should not have been present had entered Kaido's prison. As for how they got in, this was a temporary prison modified according to Kaido's physique. With arms thicker than Olga's waist, The makeshift prison designed to confine him was no different from being unguarded for Olga. However, at this moment, beads of sweat began to form on her brow. Using her devil fruit abilities required stamina. Though her true age was over 100, her physical form was still that of an 8-year-old. Maintaining such an illusion for an extended period was already commendable, creating an illusion of Kaido still bound. She gestured to Elizabeth to unlock the chains. This ability was granted after her transformation. While she was affected by Sea Stone, Elizabeth was not, as it bore no influence from the devil fruit. Confronted with Kaido's chains, Elizabeth gathered a stream of water on her fingertip and directed it into the keyhole. With a series of clicks, the chains began to loosen significantly. Conversely, Olga encountered a new challenge: how to awaken a drunken man. She had only two options for retreat: either awaken Kaido and have him charge them out, or declare the mission a failure and await Arceus' rescue. Unbeknownst to her, Arceus had a plan to have most of the beast pirates learn the technique to awaken Kaido, so he wouldn't remain in slumber. Indeed, drunken slumber was still slumber and equally effective. She was nearly pulling Kaido's beard out, having pried open Elizabeth's locks, yet Kaido showed no signs of waking. Ultimately, she had no choice but to notice some leftover barrels of alcohol nearby. Although Kaido reeked of liquor, suggesting he was inebriated, she could only resort to poison to combat poison. Carrying a barrel of liquor to Kaido, she doused him with it. This proved effective. Burp. Kid, what are you doing? Do you want a drink too? Kaido belched, then leaned against the wall, sitting up while disdainfully glancing at the chains binding him, before continuing to drink. Captain Kaido, could you consider the occasion? This is a Navy base, not a place for you to indulge in alcohol. The tension was palpable during their first official operation at a Navy base, yet she had long since honed her skills. Once timid, she had endured over a century inside the belly of a sea king, experiencing myriad challenges: dinosaurs, poisonous plants, acid tsunamis, and carnivorous flora. Surviving was no small feat. Olga's words seemed to rouse Kaido from his stupor. Observing his silence, she hoped he comprehended the situation. All right, Captain Kaido, the Navy outside has yet to discover my illusion. Let's hurry back to the ship. To her, leaving now was paramount, as a whole base of Navy personnel awaited outside. Moreover, her illusion would soon expire. However, in the next moment, she noticed Kaido in tears, and a sense of foreboding washed over her. When Kaido drank too much, he either passed out or became a drunken fool, a fact well known among the crew. One of the most prominent signs of his drunken antics was his emotional outbursts, which included fits of crying. The next instant, he hurled the barrel of liquor with great force, shattering it against the external bars. Ugh, I truly am useless. Captured by the Navy and needing a rookie to rescue me. Damn it, he exclaimed, beginning to smash the surrounding walls. Hey, Captain Kaido, if you continue like this, my illusion will fail to hold. Under Kaido's drunken rampage, Olga's stamina could no longer sustain the illusion. In truth, it served little purpose to maintain it. As Kaido smashed the barrel against the bars, the Navy outside became aware of the commotion. Who goes there? How did you get in? Several firearms were aimed at the temporary prison, with a few cannons turning their barrels in their direction. For ordinary Navy soldiers, firearms provided the greatest sense of security. In contrast to the unexpected appearance of Olga and Elizabeth beside Kaido, Hadro focused on the chains scattered on the ground, indicating that Kaido was now unbound. An illusion, an ability user? Damn it. An unrestrained Kaido would undoubtedly wreak havoc here, yet to his surprise, Kaido seemed disinclined to unleash chaos. Instead, he grasped Olga and Elizabeth in each hand, transforming into a colossal dragon and soaring out of the prison, leaving countless Navy soldiers in his wake. Your base's liquor is quite good. Farewell, you scummy Navy. There was no reason, only an impulse. He acted solely on his whims. Previously, he had wreaked havoc in the research facility, yet this time he had no intention of destruction and even took Olga and the others with him. While Olga's infiltration displayed her capabilities, she was still unqualified to confront an entire Navy base alongside Kaido. Just because he wished to leave did not mean the Navy shared his sentiment. Gunners adjusted their cannon angles, and a hail of bullets was unleashed upon him. Seriously, you bastards, I just want to leave. A great column of fire erupted from Kaido's mouth, causing several cannon munitions to detonate in a chain reaction. Watching the Navy scramble to extinguish the flames, Kaido departed with satisfaction. Upon their return to the ship, they were met with a raucous celebration from the crew, who saw this as a testament to Kaido's strength. However, one individual remained unaffected, Arceus. While the pirates below reveled in their jubilation, Arceus sought out Kaido alone. What benefit do you derive from this? Aside from wasting time, what have you gained? What significance does this behavior hold? Kaido's expression still bore the traces of inebriation. Yet his gaze remained remarkably clear as he uttered a phrase that Arceus found somewhat perplexing. Do you believe in prophecies and fate? I do not. Oh. Not even a hint of hesitation? Arceus's straightforwardness momentarily caught Kaido off guard. Although he had never broached such topics with anyone before, one would typically exhibit some degree of uncertainty, wouldn't he one? No, prophecies and fate are the most ethereal of concepts. The past is immutable, and the future is beyond your control. Everything hinges upon the present. Once you become aware of future events, whether you accept them or not, seizing the present is your imperative. However, he did not state this definitively, for the power of time and space is one of his abilities, albeit one he could not wield in his current state. Furthermore, altering time is unnecessary unless absolutely essential. Who can foresee the dire repercussions of meddling with the past, even if just for a moment? Not to mention that, aside from this rule-bound force, the psychic realm possesses the peculiar skill of foresight, albeit limited to predicting an opponent's trajectory and setting up an ambush for their imminent arrival. This differs significantly from true temporal manipulation. Once one's observation haki reaches the level of future prediction, the strong among them can achieve such feats. Two individuals capable of foreseeing the future may appear to engage for but a fleeting second, yet their minds may be embroiled in a labyrinth of countless stratagems. Are you contemplating the meaning of life under the influence of alcohol? How could someone like you believe in such so-called fate? Ha ha ha, of course not. That is precisely why I aim to prove that such fate is utterly nonsensical. I was born in the Walk Kingdom, a place that places significant weight on prophecies. At that time, someone foretold my demise on the battlefield, which compelled me to become the kingdom's mightiest soldier by the age of 10. To this day, I am still very much alive. Kaido leaned against the railing, adopting an air reminiscent of a great philosopher. So, you ventured to the Navy base. Simply to court death? Rest assured, I shall not perish in such a manner. If I must die, it shall be with a grand exit. Nevertheless, you are absolutely correct. Ethereal prophecies are hardly worthy of belief. Truly, you are my worthy partner. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, he produced a flask from seemingly nowhere, evidently intent on continuing his revelry. In a state of intoxication, one's actions are often governed by the subconscious. Thus, while Kaido's behavior may seem reckless, it remains within a controlled sphere, whether it be during his past indulgences on prison ships or this latest excursion to G4 base for libations, all firmly within his manageable realm. The distance from here to Marineford is not particularly far. If he truly wished to end his life, he could simply plunge into the Navy headquarters or leap into the sea, or even consume a devil fruit. On one hand, this serves to express his disdain for prophecy. On the other, it is a means of self-training, as those possessing Zoan-type abilities often grow stronger through enduring persistent blows. Some Zoan users only attain true awakening during the throes of battle. However, when he raised his gourd of wine, he discovered that no matter what, the liquor would not flow. There is no point in wasting time. Had it not been for your inexplicable delay of 2 days, we should have already completed our coding and emerged in the new world. Once we've conquered that mechanical island, you may resume your drinking. Kaido's actions have indirectly hindered his quest for the stone tablet, and since the primary ingredient of wine is water, it naturally falls within his control. Never mind. He has had enough to drink for now. He can wait until next time. He had already indulged sufficiently at the naval base. A brief pause would not matter. Prepare yourselves, my comrades. We are setting sail for the new world. The perils of the new world require no verbal elaboration. Yet these pirates face the uncertainties of the future with a singular exhilaration, their words laced with a hint of excitement. I heard we must pass through Fishman Island. Indeed, it is teeming with mermaids, beautiful mermaids. If only we could. Silence. The captain despises such talk. Do you desire to incur her wrath? The rules aboard Kaido's ship are unmistakable. Power speaks volumes. He can accept Arceus' decision to limit his drinking, but apart from himself and Arceus, the current strongest is Shayna. Moreover, Jean is her only kin, and while Olga is mainly focused on study and training, she also shares her life with Shayna. There are few women aboard. Presently, the 4 of them comprise the senior officers. Kaido understands the significance of skill, which is why he grants special treatment to Asai. Additionally, although Olga is nominally an intern, she may also be regarded as a reserve officer. The recruits that followed later could hardly be considered true crew members. They resembled more like ancillary forces. In terms of life perspectives, Quinn displayed a certain indifference, showing a disregard for life, while Jean shared a similar disposition. Albeit Jean did not engage in active slaughter, but rather acted in accordance with the wishes of Arceus and Kaido. Shayna, on the other hand, held a profound respect for life, with the exception of enemies, and the same could be said for Ashi. Consequently, the current regulations of the Beast's pirates were relatively numerous. Among the things Shayna detested the most were human traffickers, the Navy, agents of the world government, and traitors. Initially, the affiliated pirates were not so obedient and even reported to Kaido that Shayna was plotting to usurp his captaincy. However, he made two significant errors. First, he reported to the wrong person. Although Shayna was now considered an officer on the ship, she remained loyal to Arceus. Should Arceus decide to leave one day, she would undoubtedly be the first to respond. Arceus had allied with Kaido for the sake of leveraging his reputation, which was why he permitted Shayna to temporarily join Kaido's crew. Secondly, Kaido was indifferent to such matters. His solution was straightforward: engage in a fight, and the victor would claim Shayna's officer position. Thus, he became the proverbial chicken to serve as a warning to others, and thereafter, the crew exhibited significantly more compliance. As for Quinn's opinion, he had none. As long as he was not at the bottom of the hierarchy, he was content. And if he could not contend with those above him, he would simply prey upon those weaker than himself. Despite working in an illicit research institution, he was a lawful citizen in public until the disbandment of MADS thrust him onto the path of being a wanted man. Although their illicit desires concerning mermaids were extinguished, this did not prevent them from harboring fantasies about these ethereal beings, the most exquisite creatures of the sea. Yet, as they dreamt of the enchanting mermaid island, Kaido swiftly extinguished their hopes as the flame clouds enveloped the massive ship and the Beast's pirates soared into the sky. "Captain, are we not heading to Fishman Island?" "What do you mean Fishman Island?" "We are flying directly over it. Fishman Island lies 1,000 meters beneath the sea and serves as a crucial passage to the New World, specifically. It is an essential route for most pirates seeking to reach the New World. The Red Line divides the Grand Line into two, and as the bastion of the world government's might, the Red Line is fortified, particularly with the celestial dragons residing in Mariawa, where security is exceedingly stringent. Illicit pirates lack the privilege to traverse this area, leaving them with no choice but to take risks by opting for the depths of Fishman Island. In this world, submarines exist. However, most pirates cannot access such advanced technology. The sole means of entering Fishman Island is through coding. Yet, humans ultimately are not creatures of the ocean. The depths of the sea harbor countless threats, whether from sea kings or underwater volcanoes, which pose lethal dangers to vessels. Should the coating sustain damage, it signifies doom for both ship and crew, as the immense water pressure would instantaneously claim the lives of the majority. Moreover, the coating process requires technical skill. In the initial phase, only the Sabaody archipelago is home to skilled coating artisans. Among them, the ranks are mixed. Some are genuinely proficient craftsmen, producing coatings that are safe and reliable, while others are deceitful charlatans, whose coatings are but a countdown to calamity, fraught with the risk of rupture. If the coating fails shortly after descent, it is unfortunate. However, should it shatter in the deep sea, the consequences are unbearable. Not to mention, there are inherently land-bound ability users. Even Kaido, should he sink to the ocean floor, would find himself helpless. Thus he harbors no intention of traversing to Fishman Island. Fishman Island serves as a requisite passage for ordinary pirates. However, he is no ordinary pirate, but one with vast aerial capabilities, akin to the flying pirate crew of the Golden Lion. Yet, when the Golden Lion personally embarks, he invariably soars through the sky aboard his own vessel. Kaido operates under a similar principle. Although they cannot cross the Red Line like the Navy or common folk, they can glide above it, albeit with a slight detour, avoiding direct passage over Mariawa. Above the clouds, the Beast's pirates took a shortcut across the Red Line, carrying with them a cadre of pirates disheartened by their failure to glimpse a mermaid. After nearly a year of travel, having departed the research facility, they finally reached the New World. In contrast to the paradise of the first half, these waters are fraught with peril, and the climate is exceptionally capricious. The Beast's pirates were first confronted by a thunderstorm in the skies, an authentic tempest characterized solely by lightning, devoid of rain. Darkness enveloped the heavens, and the sounds of colliding charges echoed incessantly. The dense lightning struck the ship's deck like torrential rain, instilling profound fear in these pirates, new to the New World. They soon comprehended the extraordinary power possessed by Arceus, who unleashed a beam towards the sky, dispersing the storm clouds and restoring the brilliance of a clear day. In the realm of piracy, strength is revered. Previously, they had submitted to Arceus due to Shayna's formidable might. Now, they were utterly captivated by Arceus's ability to alter the weather, their reverence for the holy beast magnified exponentially. Establishing authority requires the right moment. Unlike Kaido, who bears a hefty bounty, Arceus does not wish to flaunt his power like a performing monkey. This moment is perfectly timed, marking his first display of divine prowess before others. Furthermore, the relentless thunderstorm had disrupted his rest. As for the enhancement of abilities, these individuals have yet to qualify for his transformative power. Even Kaido has refrained from broaching the subject, as such enhancements are reserved for those of true strength. These individuals must hone their skills within the current environment of the New World for a considerable period, or possess some esteemed and exceptional abilities. The clarity he achieved is of an entirely different caliber compared to that which Jean utilized. Even the most formidable weather conditions in the New World are trivial matters for him. However, as the Beast Pirates' vessels departed from this location, the dense thunderstorms once again enveloped the sea. This brought a sigh of relief to the inhabitants of a nearby island, as the sale of umbrellas constituted a vital source of income for them. Without this economic lifeline, fulfilling their tributes would become exceedingly challenging. The ship of the Beast Pirates soon docked at this island, necessitating a resupply of materials, including the uniquely essential record pointers of the New World. Due to the peculiar magnetic fields of the Grand Line, traditional compasses and navigational instruments lose their efficacy, rendering record pointers indispensable for navigation in these treacherous waters. These devices can capture the magnetic signals of the next island and retain this information until arrival. Thus, the direction indicated by a record pointer remains unchanged prior to reaching a new destination. Consequently, each time a vessel arrives at an island, it may require hours to months to fully charge the record compass with data before embarking on the next leg of the journey. This necessity contributes to the delays faced by Arceus in his quest for the stone tablet. Navigating the vast ocean is inherently arduous, and encountering islands with prolonged signal storage times only exacerbates the inefficiencies. After all, islands with eternal pointers are a rarity. Such challenges are already evident in the earlier segment of the Paradise, and they become increasingly perilous in the New World. The magnetic fields of the New World exhibit even greater turbulence than those of Paradise, as evidenced by the earlier tempestuous weather. Moreover, bizarre phenomena such as falling icebergs or even knife-like clouds are not uncommon. Even in the absence of adversaries, traversing the New World is fraught with danger. While record pointers may allow ships to navigate the earlier waters safely, their reliability diminishes significantly upon entering the New World. However, this does not daunt those who make their living at sea. An upgraded version of the record pointer was thus conceived. At first glance, it bears little distinction from the ordinary record pointer, save for the addition of 2 dials and an increase in the pointers from 1 to 3, thereby providing a greater array of options to choose the safest route. The more secure the route, the lower the frequency of fluctuations in the record pointer. Typical pirates tend to select a relatively safe passage. Each island in the New World has its own hidden masters, and most pirates, in the absence of a desire to provoke conflict, adhere to local customs, even the most notorious of them, as failure to do so would signify a declaration of war. At this juncture, the Beast Pirates exhibited no inclination to initiate hostilities. Still in their developmental phase, the funds exchanged for John's treasure came into play here, enabling the procurement of a substantial quantity of supplies, including several record pointers. This item is an essential provision for unforeseen circumstances, to prevent damage caused by winds and waves. Ships often stockpile several spares. Unwavering are the news birds soaring in the sky, their newspapers consistently conveying fresh tidings. Brother Kaido, esteemed leader of the Beast Pirates. There is new information in the newspapers. The bounty for Kaido has reached an astounding 16 billion berries, regardless of life or death. The news they bring is not particularly shocking. It merely pertains to an update on the bounty notice, which has now been rounded to 16 billion berries, accompanied by a new photograph and a prefix identifying him as part of the Beast Pirates. It appears that, in the eyes of the Navy, Kaido's escape from the branch base is no longer regarded as a significant event. This matter is also somewhat related to Olga, for Kaido did not escape on his own accord this time, but was rather rescued. Although Olga and Elizabeth merely unlocked a door, the Navy perceives the situation differently, attributing a significant portion of Kaido's escape to Olga. The rationale is quite straightforward. Allowing a pirate to escape from the custody of a branch commander is fundamentally different from him being rescued by others. While both scenarios are certainly embarrassing, a prison break is far less disgraceful than a prisoner fleeing on his own. This incident also reflects the operations of Hadro, a lieutenant general on the brink of retirement, who finds himself in a rather helpless predicament. Had the coastal defense artillery refrained from firing and allowed Kaido to depart unimpeded, the base would likely have suffered minimal casualties. However, Kaido's retaliatory actions in the face of aggression inflicted considerable damage upon them, with prisoners escaping and the base sustaining damage. It is only natural that the chief of staff must bear the responsibility for such outcomes. Consequently, his retirement benefits were downgraded from the rank of lieutenant general to that of major general, which, in the grand scheme of things, hardly constitutes a severe punishment. This is related to his definition of the matter. He categorized Kaido's escape as an intervention by external factors. The consequence of this is that both Olga and Elizabeth now possess their own bounties. In this realm, the most formidable agent is neither the CP-0, renowned as the strongest shield of the Celestial Dragons, nor the lesser-known CP-9. Even the detectives of the underground world pale in comparison. The most formidable among them are undoubtedly the photographers employed by the world government and the Navy. Bounties necessitate photographs, and the majority of these images are sourced from these adept photographers, capturing everyone from the petty criminals to formidable beings like rocks. Anyone targeted by the world government is unable to evade the lens of these photographers, whether amidst the clouds of Skypiea or beneath the depths of Fishman Island. One can always find their presence. In the realm of clandestine photography, they are unequivocally the strongest in the world. Unless in rare circumstances where a photographer forgets to remove the lens cap, no one can escape their gaze. Thus, the images of Olga and Elizabeth have graced the wanted posters. However, these photographers are not omniscient. At least the true appearances of Olga and Elizabeth remain concealed. They are merely depicted as two figures standing atop Kaido's flame clouds, with the Navy unable to bring Kaido down, but successfully capturing the photograph. These events were not captured by the surveillance phone bugs within the previous base. Rather, the footage recorded by those bugs depicted illusions conjured by Olga's powers. It was only when Olga's stamina waned that she was finally captured in her transformed state. Due to the Beast Pirates' prior inactivity, their wanted notice bore no names, merely indicating them as jailbreakers, with both individuals carrying a uniform bounty of 50 million. Olga refrained from direct confrontation, and the Navy personnel were left bewildered as to the origin of the illusions. Is this merely a trivial matter? For Kaido, the update of the bounty notices holds little significance. He has long surpassed the age of reveling in the thrill of a wanted status. No, the remaining matters fall into the hands of the Navy. The family of Admiral Zephyr, the Black Arm, has been slain. No sooner had he spoken than an energy hand composed of malevolent energy snatched the newspaper from his grasp. The death of Zephyr's family stands as one of the pivotal events in Arceus's memory. This signifies a profound transformation in the mindset of a once mighty admiral. Although he retained his rank due to the entreaties of his superiors, he subsequently withdrew into the shadows, assuming the role of the Navy's chief instructor. And in the ensuing years, he nurtured a multitude of foundational figures for the fleet. The interplay of fire and water rendered the handling of paper items exceedingly cumbersome, while Four-Stone tablets gradually honed his abilities, allowing him to wield various energy forms with remarkable finesse. Zephyr, indeed, embodies a certain impotence. The newspaper reports detailed the unfortunate assault on his family, with the world government expressing its profound condolences and announcing that the perpetrators had been apprehended and dispatched to impel down. Adhering to his principle of sparing the lives of pirates, he found himself bereaved of his entire family by their hands, a poignant testament to the cost of his convictions. Moreover, the fact that the relatives of a fleet admiral received inadequate protection, falling victim to obscure pirates who were not even dealt with on the spot, is indeed a more outrageous circumstance. Perhaps Zephyr had offended certain individuals, leading to this conspiracy, and his standing within the world government was undoubtedly precarious. The seas are teeming with pirates, and there are numerous candidates worthy of serving as warlords of the sea. Yet they chose to elevate someone who had suffered a severed limb and the loss of his disciples, a true salt in the wound. Any rational mind would refrain from such actions. Impel Down is universally acknowledged as a place of suffering. Yet the ethos of blood for blood dictates that only by vanquishing one's enemies can one find solace. Zephyr's intentions to adhere to the Navy's regulations to such an extent leaves him with little recourse but to feel despondent. Such is the Navy, a labyrinth of rules, a mere puppet to the celestial dragons. Though the provisions aboard the prison ships are indeed commendable, Kaido harbors a bias against the Navy, a sentiment that is entirely understandable. One cannot expect a pirate to extol the virtues of the Navy. People invariably seek justifications for their actions. Initially, his resistance to the Navy was not as pronounced until the king of the Wak Kingdom compelled him to participate in the Navy's global conscription, a rebellious impulse that ultimately charted his course, culminating in his formative years aboard the Rock's ship. At the outset, he questioned his compatriots, wondering why they would serve as hounds for the celestial dragons, why they would surrender their hard-earned treasures. The demise of Zephyr's family rang a clarion call, striking a severe blow to the Navy's reputation. As the highest combat strength of the Navy, his family's safety was not guaranteed, resulting in a notable decline in enlistment. However, this pertains primarily to the lower-ranking soldiers. Some gifted individuals, recognizing the chaos of the seas, opted to venture forth as pirates, while others pursued their ideals by joining the Navy. That said, the potency of the abilities one is granted varies significantly. As he dispatched his subordinates to transport supplies, Kaido posed an unexpected question. Of course, those you see now are relatively strong. If I had to assert, Queen is likely the weakest, as his ability requires the least effort. What of it? Nothing significant. I just need to locate 14 more. Remember to reserve a more potent ability for me. Are you impatient? The cost of your transformation is excessive, and given your current strength, an inadequate enhancement would be counterproductive. Arceus assumed Kaido sought to augment himself. The Azure Dragon is already a premier mythical beast, and ordinary powers would hardly suffice. Moreover, the transformation of mythical beasts demands greater effort. They possess unique abilities, allowing the retention of their original powers while incorporating new ones, a technical endeavor. Although Arceus had never undertaken such modifications on mythical types, he had formulated an estimate based on Kaido. If one were to transform a mythical beast, it would not merely be a modification, but rather an enhancement of abilities. Manifesting externally as a special dual fruit user, Jean can currently only transform into a fossilized pterosaur and lacks the ability to morph into a toothless pterosaur. If he were a mythical type, he could revert to his original form as well as assume his modified appearance. No, that is not meant for me. My current ability suffices, and I cannot rely solely on it. The enhancement from the sword dance will serve me well for a considerable time. I merely intend to prepare an ability for my future offspring. What? Arceus momentarily struggled to comprehend Kaido's line of reasoning, which had suddenly veered into discussions about future children. Zephyr's child perished, yet ultimately, it was his family's weakness that sealed their fate. Had his child possessed the strength to resist, the outcome would have undoubtedly differed. But he was merely a 3-year-old child. I was not that weak at 3. In any case, my offspring cannot be like Zephyr's. I must ensure they commence their training early, so arrange for a more formidable ability, akin to Shayna's. Abilities vary in strength, and the method of bestowing them also varies. Without a doubt, Shayna received the most formidable gifts, and Kaido was acutely aware that her abilities would not be undermined by seawater or sea prism stone, which grants her a significant advantage. The subordinates are inconsequential. The best must be arranged for the progeny. We shall discuss this further when you have children. Yet your training methods, can children endure that? Olga is an exception. Rest assured, I have my limits. Besides, my bloodline cannot possibly be of the weak. So be it. Yet the strength of the abilities depends on the stone tablets of these past years. Ha ha ha, fret not. Once we seize that island, I shall promptly arrange for Queen to commence his research, while we also begin to bolster our ranks and increase our manpower. As long as that artifact is not hidden away, it will inevitably be found. Young ones, hasten your pace. We are setting sail. Zephyr's retreat marked the dawn of a new era in the Navy, while the world of pirates mirrored this transition, albeit in a far more brutal manner. The weak falter, the strong ascend. The power dynamics of the new world are in a constant state of upheaval. The world government, guided by its collated intelligence, announced the causes of death for pirates like John, emphasizing that Prylert might have absconded with all the treasures, hoping to lure him out. However, while the individual remained elusive, the seas of the New World descended further into chaos. The islands of the New World are predominantly owned, and the absence of 3 major pirates has left a void, prompting many to vie for a share of this newfound territory. The Golden Lion refrained from involving himself in this matter, as the territories of those 3 were too distant for him. Among them, Wang Ji's domain fell into the grasp of Whitebeard, while Silver Axe's territory was occupied by Charlotte Linlin, who struck first while Silver Axe was still unaccounted for. Well, Kaido, you have indeed done me a great service. In the present day, Charlotte Linlin peruses the newspaper in her new territory. The news reported by the world government, coupled with Kaido's prior communication, casts doubt in her mind, for she perceives no connection between them. However, currently, she finds herself in no conflict with Kaido, rendering the necessity of divulging such matters unnecessary. Furthermore, she has recently devised a new plan for childbirth. As for the remnants of John's territory, its unique location, nestled amidst several powerful factions, has resulted in major forces refraining from intervention, thus designating it as a buffer zone. Ironically, it has incited a frenzy among a group of newcomers and pirates without fixed territories, all vying for control. Almost every surrounding island has found its claimants, leaving only the main island undecided. Presently, the nearby pirates have largely divided into two factions, one comprising newcomers who have recently arrived in the New World, oblivious to its harsh realities, including several supernovas with bounties exceeding 100 million. The other consists of those who have lingered here for some time, possessing adequate knowledge of the New World but lacking sufficient strength, unwilling to align with other powers, thus relegating themselves to a life of roaming the seas, still without a stable domain. Within this realm, there exist individuals born in the New World, alongside pirates who have traversed from distant seas in years gone by. The island witnesses a collision of diverse abilities, capable warriors, swordsmen, and powerful artillery, as factions vie for dominion over its territory. Concurrently, a third-party force has emerged, a self-formed militia established by the island's adults to ensure the safety of its inhabitants. Although their strength is modest, the island boasts a thriving heavy industry, notably housing a military factory. The arms trade is not uncommon in the New World, with weaponry serving as a vital currency, beyond conventional firearms. They have even procured coastal defense artillery from the military factory. This has afforded them a measure of security, for no one wishes to engage in conflict with rival pirate crews only to have cannon fire rain down upon them. However, the island's food supplies are dwindling. Being a winter island, it heavily relies on external provisions, and with the onset of hostilities among pirates, the transportation of resources has come to a halt. The meager profits coupled with escalating risks have deterred any from pursuing such ventures. Honestly, they yearn for a cessation of the pirate skirmishes. Ironically, the very actions of the pirates align with their hopes, as both factions discover their inability to best one another. They commence negotiations, intending to forge a larger pirate alliance, uniting to endure the harshness of the New World. Thus, from this day forth, our pirate alliance is established. Yet before the celebratory wine is raised, a distant sound resonates, followed by a series of explosive blasts drawing ever nearer. Tension fills the negotiation table, as both factions find themselves in a standoff. Eolia, are you still so obstinate? Enough with the foolishness, Mayor. If I truly wished to eliminate you, it would not require such convoluted methods. Nevertheless, neither side relinquishes their weapons. It is evident that trust is absent, even in the pursuit of an alliance, as suspicion lingers. At that moment, the exterior door is forcefully pushed open, and a figure stumbles in hurriedly. And no, Captain, we're under attack. Before the warning could fully escape his lips, the half-open door is violently hurled aside, embedding itself in the wall behind them. From this day forth, this island shall be mine. With the door shattered, a frigid wind rushes into the room. Here lies a winter island, yet this winter island experiences the passage of 4 seasons. However, its summer is often more frigid than the winter of summer islands, with the biting cold wind seeping into their collars, causing involuntary shivers. To be precise, this chill is not solely attributable to the weather. It also bears a significant connection to Kaido. Without transforming into his dragon form or his colossal dragon guise, Kaido has single-handedly made his way here in his human form. Human actions necessitate a certain impetus, and Kaido embodies this principle. He is on the verge of a phase reaction. Due to his previous misjudgment of drinking at the naval base, Arceus assigned him a modest goal: to abstain from alcohol until he had established a solid foundation. At that time, still inebriated, he found himself pondering the abilities his future child might possess, and rather muddled, he agreed to this notion, leading him to the brink of a craving for alcohol during this period. While he may not always honor his word to outsiders, he takes the promises made to his own people quite seriously. Although he and Arceus do not share a superior-subordinate relationship, they are undoubtedly close allies. His current thoughts revolve around eliminating these adversaries and then hosting a grand feast to indulge in copious amounts of drink. Even before the ship has docked, he has already charged ahead alone, though these individuals are fiercely battling here. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that no prominent pirates from the New World have set their sights on this place. Whether they are the young newcomers to the New World, oblivious to the vastness of their surroundings, or the failures struggling to survive in the crevices of this realm, they are all of the same ilk, weaklings. Now, this island is under my dominion. Do any of you have objections? This is the rendezvous point for the two pirate factions, and naturally, an abundance of liquor is present. Having arrived at this juncture, he deemed it sufficient. His agreement with Arceus was to seize this island, and now that he found himself here, he tacitly acknowledged his dominion over the territory. Thus, indulging in a drink seemed inconsequential. Moreover, he felt no sense of threat from those in attendance. Therefore, before these pirates, Kaido seized a nearby wine barrel, clearly marked with a prominent character for liquor. Without regard for those around him, he raised the barrel high and began to drink voraciously. The atmosphere grew somewhat peculiar as the pirates stood in stunned silence, until it was abruptly shattered by the sound of a gunshot. Observing Kaido's Adam's apple move as the liquor flowed down, one individual raised their flintlock. Whether due to poor aim or excessive nervousness, the shot went awry. However, after the gunfire, all that remained in Kaido's grasp was a shattered wine barrel, with a significant portion of the liquid spilling onto the ground. The gunshot reverberated as a signal, and in the next moment, the room erupted in a cacophony of gunfire, with some even shouldering artillery. Kaido's position was enveloped in smoke from the explosive powder, and it was not until their ammunition was exhausted that they finally ceased their onslaught. Is he dead? Surely he must be. A person who can withstand such a barrage of cannon fire cannot possibly be as deranged as he is. But why did we fire upon him? He came in alone. I don't know. When you started shooting, I just followed suit. Fragmented conversations emerged, as many were bewildered by Kaido's seemingly bizarre behavior. However, as the smoke cleared, they beheld Kaido and scathed. It appears you do not consent to my claim over this island, and you even spilled my drink. Do you have any idea how long it has been since I last had a sip? The spiked bat swung forth, and an unseen force struck the first shooter, sending the mangled body soaring through the air like a rag doll before it ultimately landed upon the fire pit that warmed the room. Flames ignited the clothing, and the flesh carbonized under the intense heat, releasing a foul odor that quickly dissipated in the brisk wind. The pirates present had no time to attend to the deceased, for they faced the wrath of an enraged Kaido. Whether it was the previously lofty captain or the sentries stationed at the entrance, in the face of Kaido's assault, none could withstand his might. This is a chasm of disparity in power. Kaido has attained a peculiar form of equality among these individuals through sheer force. How could this be? How could such a monstrosity exist? The question arises from the pirates who have just arrived in the New World, who, lacking a comprehensive understanding of this realm, initially encounter foes that fall within their grasp of comprehension. Although formidable, these adversaries can still be vanquished. Yet, in the face of a creature like Kaido, swords shatter, and cannonballs merely leave behind a trail of black ash. Even those previously arrogant individuals aboard the ship meet a similar fate when confronted with Kaido's onslaught. Fear spreads among the crowd as thoughts of escape take root. Those on the periphery begin to seek refuge from this land of death. Kaido does not impede their flight. This time, he is no longer a solitary commander. Outside lies a multitude of pirates sprawled upon the ground, casualties of the devastation wrought by Kaido's advance. He runs unevenly across the soft snow, glancing back intermittently, yearning for the ship docked at the harbor, eager to flee this cursed place known as the New World. Kaido's physical prowess has shattered his preconceived notions. Ahead, a corner beckons. Just beyond it lies the harbor by the sea. However, he collides with a pillar, only to discover that it is no mere column, but an extraordinary brontosaurus standing resolutely in his path. The area where ships once lay anchored has descended into chaos. Kaido's earlier speed left the remaining members of the beast's pirates far behind, and now they begin to address the scattered pirates left in the wake of the turmoil. These pirates, in comparison to those within the venue, are considerably weaker, yet their numbers are far greater. The primary utility of the cannon fodder subordinates recruited by Kaido lies in their ability to bolster the ranks or operate the ship's artillery. In terms of foundational combat prowess, they do not surpass the pirates here by much. However, at the cadre level, The high-end combat strength is overwhelmingly superior, completely crushing the pirates present. There is no need for Arceus to intervene. The devastating capabilities of flames, massive boulders, and the leaf-blade phantom beasts deliver catastrophic strikes. And most of the enemy's cannons have fallen silent. Under Elizabeth's precise marksmanship, the gunners hardly have a chance to fire. Even those hiding within the ship's cabin find that the water bullets fired by Elizabeth are sufficient to pierce the wooden hull. Although a single strike of punitive light from Arceus could obliterate all pirate vessels, it is unnecessary. These individuals are subordinates, not esteemed guests. If they prove utterly ineffectual, what purpose do they serve? Moreover, they harbor no objections to such matters. For these pirates, engaging in battle is a most ordinary affair. If one were to inquire whose heart is most complex aboard the entire ship, it would undoubtedly be AC. Olga, too, finds herself amidst the fray. Though she does not engage in one-on-one confrontations with entire ships as Shayna does, that is still beyond her at this stage. She fights alongside the lower ranks of the beast pirates, contending with those ordinary pirates. Despite being over 100 years old, for AC, the years spent within the belly of the Sea King have rendered time effectively stagnant. To him, Olga remains the little girl who has yet to celebrate her 10th birthday. This was not meant to be her life, yet she found herself compelled to accept it. Ever since the hijacking incident, Olga seemed to have matured significantly. She recognized the importance of power and began to yearn for it. However, acquiring such power comes at a cost, and her current experiences were a part of that price. Ashi felt a twinge of guilt about this. He believed that it was all Pure Gold's fault. Yet without Pure Gold, Olga, who had endured for over a century, would not have survived the Emperor of the South Sea's fervor. Ultimately, it was the individual who leaked Pure Gold's information who bore responsibility for these consequences. He was not idle either, as he carried a crate of shells towards a cannon operator. Life had taken such a turn, and lacking any direct combat abilities, he could only find ways to assist. Use this. Ashi, a cadre of the beast pirates, had some standing, and due to his expertise in research, Kaido forbade any of his subordinates from threatening his safety. He was already a top-tier scholar in chemistry and materials science. During his time away, he reacquainted himself with his knowledge and adapted to the changes the world had undergone over the past century. With Quinn's assistance, he modified the gunpowder based on existing formulas, enhancing the shell's potency. However, since these were still in the experimental phase, there were not many of them available. Wow, Ashi, these shells are incredibly powerful. The cannon operator exclaimed in genuine admiration while observing the blast radius. Fire a few more shots in that direction. After issuing a few instructions towards Olga's direction, Ashi returned to the cabin, realizing that his presence outside would only complicate matters. Despite being outnumbered, their firepower was overwhelming, their elite combat strength was superior, and they held aerial advantage. The resisting pirates were swiftly eliminated, with the majority choosing to surrender. The minions of the beast pirates played a crucial role in overseeing these captives. Some pirates attempted to escape to the meeting point to find their captain. Quinn had just pursued those fleeing, and one pirate happened to collide with him. Surrounded by foes, this newly formed pirate alliance was on the brink of collapse. Yet from the distant sky came the sound of a shell soaring. A shell, significantly larger than the usual ones, was headed their way. For the formidable beings in the pirate world, dealing with such projectiles was not a daunting task. The humanoid form of Jean soared through the air, his metallic wings shining as he effortlessly split the massive shell in two, grasping the halves and hurling them away to destroy an incoming projectile from behind. The transformed human beast form was far more convenient than the abilities of traditional avian devil fruit users. After all, upon entering their beast form, their hands became wings. That direction. It cannot be the pirate's stronghold, can it? Indeed, Lord Sacred Beast, that area is where the island's civilians reside. Shayna, you and Jean go and persuade them to cease their resistance. Use gentle methods with the civilians. After all, this will soon be our territory. Civilians differ from pirates. They are the island's original inhabitants, and it is unthinkable to exterminate all the people on the island. Moreover, development is necessary for the future, as population is the foundation of the economy. Thus, they should not be treated like other pirates. Understood. We will handle it, Jean. Let us go. A red and gray figure flew towards the direction of the incoming shell, quickly disappearing into the sky. Now, let us see how Kaido is faring. The remaining individuals, aside from those left to guard, followed Arceus to Kaido. Gaber, who ordered you to fire the cannon? A conflict erupted in the area where the island's civilians lived, triggered by the captain of the guard who, without the village chief's consent, fired the coastal defense cannon towards the direction of the pirate encampment. Do you realize how much effort I expended to persuade those pirates to abandon their attack on us? Even if you do not care about this, are you unconcerned for little Gaber and your mother's safety? A bearded man was pushed aside as the village chief stood in front of the cannon, his tone laced with anger and helplessness. This is an opportunity. Those pirates seem to be embroiled in a significant conflict. If we can take advantage of it to eliminate them, we will be free. Our food can only last for one more day. We can no longer afford to ration it. Just look at what we have been eating these past few days. Gaber pointed at the pot beside him, which contained boiled potatoes with more water than substance. They had been subsisting on such insipid fare. Gaber, those are pirates. I know, but we have weapons. Why not rise against them? They are not as powerful as John. They will fear our cannons. We have the capacity to resist. The civilians' primary goal is survival. And even with a glimmer of hope, the majority would choose to yield, which was why this island had previously belonged to John. However, the current pirates' aggression was almost forcing them to their doom. He then gestured to a few individuals standing behind him, participants in the cannon fire who shared his sentiments. They are still fighting. We still have the strength to resist. If we wait a few more days, and they do not reach a resolution, outside merchant ships will not approach here. Are we to starve to death? Taking advantage of their fierce struggle, they could catch them off guard. Once they dealt with them, this conflict would come to an end. Gaber, you are too young. Those are pirates. They merely compromised with us to avoid being ambushed. If you push them into a corner, once they set aside their dispute to deal with us, what will you do? In that case, let them take me to quell their anger. But now is our chance to resist. We cannot place our hopes on the pirates. If such a thing occurs, Chief, remember to look after little Gaber and my mother. Those willing to resist, pick up your guns and follow me. However, Gaber soon noticed something unsettling in the gazes of those around him. They seemed transfixed by the sky. When he turned around, he beheld Shayna and Jean soaring above. You were responsible for the cannon fire, weren't you? This island now belongs to the beast pirates. We can overlook the cannon incident, but now, drop your weapons and cease resistance. In the sky, the figures of Shayna and Jean evoke a sense of dread among many. Their beastly visages and soaring wings surpass the bounds of humanity in the eyes of the populace. The inhabitants of the New World are not necessarily well informed. Many among them are frail, and the perilous seas combined with the conflicts among various pirates have rendered communication between the islands increasingly insular. The perspectives of the islanders depend significantly on the caliber of their occupiers. Some islands still lead a primitive tribal existence, where those with abilities are even revered as deities. Although John is an empowered individual, he has never revealed his capabilities in front of outsiders, and in his past life, he was a notorious pirate, seldom facing incursions on his territory. Most inhabitants of the island have scarcely encountered a handful of empowered individuals in their decades of existence. Furthermore, they are merely ordinary civilians, and dealing with them does not necessitate the intervention of those with abilities. A few common pirates wielding blades and firearms suffice to intimidate them. Those with extraordinary powers typically occupy positions of leadership within pirate crews, their unique abilities granting them greater standing. Unless the residents of their territories instigate a significant rebellion, these empowered individuals tend to refrain from interference. Yet, both the man known as Gaber and the village chief are no strangers to those with abilities. Their ascent to leadership is largely due to their broader experiences and superior problem-solving skills compared to the islanders. Is the beast pirates new to this island? The war that has erupted here has persisted for a considerable duration, and during this time, the newsbirds have not approached, for they instinctively avoid perilous situations that threaten their lives. Consequently, the islanders have remained somewhat uninformed about external events, lacking awareness of the recently emerging beast pirates. Kaido's previous conduct did not provoke the Marines. His singular focus on venturing into the New World, coupled with the incident of drunkenly straying into a Marine base, has thrust the nascent beast pirates into the public eye. Traditionally, the beast pirates could be perceived as an emerging crew. Had Kaido's pirating career not spanned so long, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a genuine supernova among this new breed of pirates. Even without familiarity with the beast pirates, Gaber and his companions discern one crucial point. There was no crew by that name among the previous pirates, and the flag they bear is adorned with an entirely new design. This island has indeed suffered greatly. If you possess the ability to deal with other pirates, We may accept your rule, but we shall never relinquish our weapons." Before the village chief could finish his statement, Gaber interjected, tightening his grip on the short firearm in his hand. To him, the safety of the island must not be entrusted to an outsider. They must retain sufficient military strength to fend off any potential transgressions by pirates. Gaber, silence. Gentlemen, you appear to be misapprehending the situation. We are not here to negotiate or consult with you, but rather to inform you that you have only two choices: acceptance or forced acceptance. Arceus' demand is for them to cease their resistance, with the stipulation that the methods employed be somewhat lenient. Otherwise, their previous act of cannon fire could be interpreted as a declaration of war. However, gentle methods do not imply a cessation of intimidation. Appropriate displays of force are also indispensable. Thus, Shayna's gaze shifted toward the massive cannon, her fiery right leg delivering a powerful kick to its body. The formidable weapon that had previously intimidated the islanders was sent flying by her kick, with traces of melting evident upon the cannon's barrel even amidst the winter chill. The island's cannon crafting technology is indeed impressive. No wonder Queen holds such high regard for the mechanical prowess present on this island. I thought you had held back. I did not exert my full strength, yet it did not yield the results I anticipated. I initially believed I could shatter the cannon's body outright. Jean and Shayna quietly assessed the island's technological capabilities, while those present, apart from the resolute Gaber, began to lower their weapons. Shayna and Jean are on an entirely different level compared to the previous pirates. However, in Jin's eyes, Gaber represents the last vestige of defiance. Over the course of more than a year, the nutritionally advantaged Jean has experienced rapid growth. For an ordinary person, a height increase of several centimeters within a year is remarkable, yet Jean has surpassed 1 meter in height, transcending the realm of ordinary humanity and exceeding 3 meters. Shayna's height has not exhibited such extremes. She currently stands around 1 meter 90, and despite being of the same kin, their genetic differences are considerable, leaving ample room for growth even at the age of 15. While many individuals possess exaggerated heights, the majority remain of average stature. Size does not inherently denote strength, but it does imply a greater capacity for intimidation. Moreover, clad in black, Jean appears far more menacing than Shayna. Unlike the fiery bird, the fossilized pterosaur does not possess a built-in mask. Although his human-beast transformation alters his appearance, remnants of his original features remain. Jean has chosen to don a tightly fitted uniform, just as he did in the original timeline. Gaber, let it go. Didn't we once come this way ourselves? Indeed. They are akin to the monstrous beings under John's command. We cannot contend with them. Those surrounding Gaber began to counsel him, their resolve inherently fragile, having only risen to resist under Gaber's persuasion. Such individuals, when confronted with insurmountable cognitive factors, naturally tend to retreat, especially when ample escape routes have been provided by figures such as Shayna and Jean. The notion of an island being governed by a pirate is hardly an extraordinary concept in the New World. Indeed, some individuals are willing to invest considerable resources to enter the territories of formidable pirates, as this often signifies a more secure living environment. For instance, Big Mom's territory, Whole Cake Island, though she has yet to conquer several islands, already boasts a foundational populace. Owing to the abilities granted by the Soul Fruit, she mandates that the residents of her domain surrender a month's worth of lifespan every 6 months as a unique form of tribute for her protection. Coupled with the sporadic outbreaks of the craving for souls, her territory is fraught with peril. Big Mom forbids anyone who joins Tato Land from leaving. Thus far, those who have attempted to depart typically find their lifespans drained. Nevertheless, when calculated, the lifespan within Tato Land tends to exceed that of the outside world. For under Big Mom's protection, few pirates dare to cause disturbances within her domain. The Winter Island follows a similar narrative. The flames of rebellion exist, yet the majority choose to acquiesce. Had it not been for the previous conflicts among pirates that rendered these individuals nearly unable to survive, they would have never entertained the notion of resistance. Jin's advance would not waver due to their hesitation. He had already approached the crowd. With each step Jin took forward, others retreated, and by the time he stood before them, only Gaber remained, embodying the last vestiges of defiance. If he could handle this individual, the others, despite any rebellious inclinations, would be quelled by fear or other factors. In Jin's view, the most straightforward course of action was to eliminate this daring dissentient. After all, those unafraid of death are but a rare few. Under the overwhelming force of oppression, Violent rule is a path many pirates choose to tread. This will sow the seeds of hatred and rebellion. However, as long as force remains capable of maintaining suppression, the possibility of resistance will not materialize. This may not be the most optimal approach, yet it is undoubtedly the swiftest method. To the Ignis, all but the Lunarians are considered outsiders, and he shows no mercy towards these foreigners. Arceus's demands spared his life. Gentler measures are ill-suited for outright murder, but should he persist, that may not hold true. Ignis's large hand grasped the barrel of his flintlock, twisting it into a tangled mass as if it were mere dough. Such a toy is utterly useless. No one is willing to stand by your side, and your resistance will be in vain, bringing only sorrow to your family without yielding any reward. Flames ignited in Ignis's palm, the heat not matching that of Shayna, yet sufficient to extinguish a life. Wait. Gaber is the finest craftsman on this island. Your conquest of this land must surely be for its factories. Should you kill him, no one else can match his skill. As Ignis prepared to strike, the village chief hesitated but ultimately interposed himself, offering a most reasonable argument. The munitions produced by the factory are the island's primary export and the target of most pirates who occupy this territory. Gaber possesses unique expertise that the chief could conceive as the sole bargaining chip. Being a village chief in a pirate territory is no easy task, especially since this land was once under the notorious Captain John's dominion. Reasoning with him is futile. Only interests hold sway. I will persuade him to work for you. Eliminating him offers you no advantage, does it? Unlike Gaber, he harbors no fierce spirit of defiance. He merely wishes for the islanders to live peacefully, indifferent to who governs them, as all pirates are of the same ilk. In his view, the firearms in hand are insufficient for trade with pirates. What truly entices them is the expertise they possess. Those intricate machines are not easily operated by just anyone, and most pirates do not engage in production. They require a sufficient workforce. Thus, the island's masters change repeatedly, yet the residents remain largely unaffected. Who are you? I am the village chief. I was responsible for matters here even during Captain John's administration. You had best fulfill this task. If you harbor such thoughts when the rest arrive, you will truly meet your demise. The atmosphere had been sufficiently charged. It was evident that this chief was the true authority, as revealed by the reactions of those around him during his speech. The distant sounds of gunfire gradually diminished, signaling that the battles, both on the periphery and with Kaido, had concluded. The fighting is nearly over. I shall grant you 2 hours to assemble the people here, and then a few shall guide us to the remaining pirate encampments. I will accompany you. I am well acquainted with all their locations. Gaber, you. Do not worry. Chief, my presence here would not assuage their concerns, would it? Please look after my family. His knowledge of the encampments stemmed from planning the bombardment, mapping all the pirates' docking sites. His desire to go was not out of ambition, but from a lack of trust in these pirates. The villagers had been reticent to rebel because, during John's reign, those who attempted to resist met grim fates. Even with their commendable skills, the chief's assurances did little to convince him that Ignis would spare him. Thus, it was prudent not to jeopardize his family. Gaber emerged from the safe house amidst the wind and snow. All believed he would not return. Yet, 2 hours later, he was brought back unscathed, albeit with a somewhat dazed expression. Some pirates had also delivered provisions. The island's food supplies had been nearly depleted, while the pirates' vessels still brimmed with ample resources. As pirates, they possessed far more channels for provisions than the islanders. Following their defeat, these supplies naturally became their spoils. Now that the island was under the dominion of the beast's pirates, it would be intolerable to let these people starve. After delivering their goods, the pirates departed for a feast, as Kaido, who had long abstained from alcohol, could no longer contain himself. Gaber, how are you? What did they do to you? Once the pirates had retreated, many gathered around Gaber, probing him with concern. His vacant demeanor led them to believe he had endured torture, resulting in his current state. I am fine. It is merely, I witnessed some extraordinary events. Shayna and her companions had not harmed him. They had effortlessly dispatched hundreds of pirates and 2 pirate ships, returning unscathed. The elite fighting force of the pirates had been entirely neutralized by Kaido, leaving only the weaklings who posed no threat to them. This realization struck Gaber, illuminating the futility of his resistance. His cherished ideals of freedom were nothing but empty words. It is a relief to hear you are well. Chief, there is food here. It seems these individuals are stronger than the previous ones. Let us share it. For at least today, we may fill our bellies. The islanders were fortunate to have a hearty meal, while the beast's pirates commenced their own banquet. The pirates who had originally vied for dominion over the island suffered significant losses, particularly the upper echelons of their crews, who were all left unscathed. Kaido, having smashed a wine barrel with considerable force, unleashed his wrath in a thunderous fury, and by the time Arceus and his companions arrived, the battle had long concluded. The treatment of the surrendered pirates was brutal. Those severely injured were swiftly dealt with, showing no regard for medical resources. Among the remaining, those willing to surrender were temporarily accepted as laborers on the island, while those refusing capitulation faced immediate execution, deemed unworthy of further consideration. Now was the time for the beasts to solidify their stronghold, as these individuals would later form the foundational manpower of the beast's pirates, which could not be solely comprised of captives. Within a few days, the island underwent a rudimentary reorganization, and the long-idle factories resumed operations, albeit under drastically altered policies, with islanders voluntarily returning to work. Although Kaido was the captain, it was not uncommon for such figures to delegate management duties. Currently, the most adept at personnel management within the beast's pirates was Asai, a former overseer of alchemy, possessing considerable experience in this realm. Unlike the ruthless pirates, he did not resort to oppressive tactics against the islanders. Instead, he functioned as a proper administrator, offering modest wages, albeit lower than those found externally, which were effectively considered as taxes owed by the island's residents. Furthermore, he established regulations to curb the arbitrary harassment of residents by pirates. Initially, this met with resistance, as many pirates found it unfathomable. However, their objections were inconsequential. Kaido remained indifferent, and Asai's actions received Arceus's backing, indirectly garnering the consensus of all the higher-ups. Queen regarded this matter with indifference, as his interest remained intact. Asai, being pragmatic, understood that these pirates were not typical enforcers of law, thus imposed stricter regulations on the islanders, effectively delineating their societal roles. Surprisingly, the residents did not react negatively to these demands. Rather, they felt relief, as Asai's policies were a vast improvement over John's regime. During John's rule, they were compelled to work in factories without compensation, their labor merely ensuring survival. John's territory had no use for those deemed valueless. If they failed to demonstrate their worth, his crew would withhold sustenance. In Winter Island, such a fate was nearly fatal. Presently, while Asai's labor requirements were still obligatory, they included a modest salary alongside essential provisions, a monumental shift for the islanders. The captured pirates, however, occupied a status even lower than that of the civilians. Besides arms trading, the island was also engaged in mining, which under the harsh climate of Winter Island proved to be a formidable task, thus assigned to the more vigorous pirates, also serving as an outlet for the beast pirates to vent their frustrations as overseers in the mines. The beast pirates' flag flew high above the island, providing a semblance of stability. Subsequently, centered around this island, Kaido initiated an expansion to the surrounding territories, implementing a straightforward policy. Those who willingly surrendered were accepted as subordinates, while those who resisted faced the prospect of being dispatched to nearby islands' mines and farms, unless Kaido saw potential in them, in which case he would offer a chance for redemption. Winter Island, though reliant on external support, could integrate with nearby islands to forge a comprehensive industrial chain encompassing mining, manufacturing, and agriculture. Shayna and Jean accompanied Kaido to seize territory, while Arceus took Queen and Asai to the island's factories to explore the intricacies of stone tablet radar technology. "Do you remember how that was crafted?" Arceus inquired, observing the surroundings and comprehending the island's strategic significance. Factories existed across islands, but the presence of a highly sophisticated machine tool capable of producing finer components here was remarkable. This location had once served as one of Madza's secret bases, and this equipment was a remnant of that legacy. With this, can you replicate it? I'm somewhat uncertain. Vegapunk managed only to create an experimental machine, and that was merely a prototype. However, I grasped the concept and, with time, I should be able to reproduce it. Pure gold's conductivity should suffice for our needs. I have not forgotten how to create pure gold, but there is a complication. Upon review, many of the materials required are currently classified as contraband, and bulk procurement could attract government scrutiny. Rest assured, this world is replete with gray markets. Even the world government cannot monopolize the entirety of the underground economy, especially not in the New World. Indeed, I won't mention the common materials, but here are some rare resources. See if you can procure them. Asai handed Queen a list of materials, devoid of ratios or synthesis methods, making it clear that merely possessing the list was insufficient, yet he was unperturbed by potential exposure. Upon examining the materials list, Queen broke into a sweat. Lord Arceus, it seems, our plan may not proceed as smoothly as anticipated. What troubles you? These materials are exceedingly difficult to acquire. Fresh branches and leaves of the Adam tree, eggshells of the island turtle, while rare and costly. There are means to procure them with time. The issue is that some materials have long been extinct. Over a century had passed since he last produced pure gold, and during that interval, numerous events transpired, including the fall of the South Sea Emperor, a significant medical milestone. However, many species of flora and fauna had become extinct during this period, complicating the synthesis of pure gold, which required both mineral and biological components. Does this mean that the ring contains the last of the pure gold? It appears so. Perhaps remnants exist in the ancient island or within certain individuals' reserves, but Queen fell silent. There was little he could do about materials that had vanished. Previously, a sea king had been found with considerable pure gold in its belly. But he had taken little heed at the time. That sea king had likely since become sustenance for other creatures, and with the passage of time, the pure gold could have been swept away by ocean currents to the depths of the sea. Searching for those remnants of pure gold would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. It would be more practical to seek the stone tablet instead. Let us compile a list of those materials and gradually seek them out. For now, let us experiment with what we have on hand. This news disheartened him somewhat. Yet he refrained from expressing his emotions towards Axie or Quinn, for it was, after all, an uncontrollable factor. As for utilizing the power of time and space to return to the past in search of materials, by the time he possessed such abilities, he would have already regained his former glory, rendering such pursuits unnecessary. With the assistance of Arceus, Quinn and Axie spent several months in this laboratory, and their efforts during this period were not in vain. They successfully constructed a radar slab with a detection radius of approximately 1 kilometer. However, Arceus was dissatisfied with this outcome, as this distance fell significantly short of his own perceptual range. Axie and Quinn were aware that this achievement was rather mediocre, yet they found themselves powerless to improve it. We are at our wits' end, Lord Arceus. Although you have aided us in resolving the issue of the reconnaissance waves, the core component of this radar is crafted from pure gold. Only the properties of pure gold can ensure the proper functioning of this device. Unfortunately, our supply of pure gold is limited. Axie and I have exerted ourselves to extend its dimensions, but this is the utmost limit of our capabilities. A skilled artisan cannot work without materials. He managed to produce the original experimental machine and refine it. Axie addressed the core component issue, yet without the raw materials. Even possessing complete technology would be futile. This is all they can offer as a satisfactory response. Even if they are dissatisfied, they find themselves at a loss. Months have not only been spent mastering the technology here, but have also uncovered many truths. For instance, certain materials have vanished from the world, to the extent that even the black market cannot procure them. Now, in addition to the stone tablets, the beasts are tasked with searching for the fabled island of antiquity, as only in such an environment might there be a glimmer of hope for preservation. During this period, they attempted to fish with pure gold, hoping to uncover any luck that the Sea King might have had, only to find that such luck was non-existent. Nevertheless, with the radar in hand, they could at least conduct a dual operation in the quest for the slate. Lord Arceus, we can barely manage to create a smaller version with the remaining materials. A 1,000-meter detection range is ideal, offering the best cost-effectiveness. Beyond this, increasing the range would require more pure gold, while the remaining pure gold cannot extend the range. With some modifications, we might be able to produce a smaller radar with a few hundred meters of range. Are you suggesting to eliminate the precise positioning function and retain only the general sensing ability? Indeed, while it won't provide exact locations, a few hundred meters should suffice for a thorough search. Following Ashia's advice, the dual operation evolved into a 3-line operation. Arceus was unconcerned with pinpointing exact locations. He only needed approximate information relayed to him. He proposed disassembling the initial design to create 2 lower-spec versions, but due to the proportion of pure gold, it was impossible to produce 2 from the disassembly, resulting in 1 large and 1 small radar as the final products. Where has Kaido gone? According to Brother Kaido, he should be expanding his territory. Nearly all nearby islands are under our control now. Ashia's policies have proven effective, and the island's inhabitants are quite cooperative, showing increased enthusiasm for work. That is to be expected. Relentless exploitation only breeds resentment. Even if tensions do not erupt immediately, they will eventually, especially when our forces encounter issues. Exchanging a portion of profits for the islanders' sense of belonging is essential for better governance. By the way, Lord Arceus, Shayna wishes to create a statue in your honor. Forget it. I have no interest in such matters. What of the newly recruited pirates? He had no desire for a statue. He needed no faith of that sort. He was far more concerned with the recruits, for they were the ones venturing out to gather intelligence. Even without a radar, sheer manpower might yield information about the slate, albeit at the mercy of fortune. The pirates are somewhat unruly, but generally acceptable. That is certainly true. Asia, you still do not grasp the nature of pirates. Quinn echoed this sentiment. Despite his lack of expertise in internal affairs, he understood pirates well. As long as you can assert dominance through force, even if your will conflicts with theirs, they will comply with your commands. Your arrangements can proceed smoothly. Thanks to Kaido, your kindness undermines your authority. The laborers can be tolerated, but one should maintain a level of cordiality with one's own men. You wouldn't want them scheming rebellion daily. Quinn dismissed this notion. But Arceus countered, asserting that while he could treat enemies or captives as he wished, he should at least regard his own people as more than mere expendables. Even if they were, in essence, expendable, they deserve to be treated like ordinary subordinates. Pirates who disregard the lives of their crew typically meet grim fates. John serves as a prime example. His callousness led to his crew's betrayal, resulting in a dire end. During the war with Wano, the beast pirates faced a significant rebellion among their ranks. If blame were to be assigned, it would involve Shiyu's fruit abilities and the artificial devil fruits created by Caesar, which led to many being controlled. True Zoan fruits merely grant the powers of beasts without transforming humans into beasts. As for the remaining issues, the blame could fall on Quinn, who was a catalyst for the rebellion. Once the radar research concluded, they naturally would not linger in the laboratory. Yet, as they emerged, the villagers, who were not working, parted ways, their faces reflecting both respect and a hint of fear. Asia continued to address internal matters on the island, while Quinn and Arceus headed toward the shore. Why do I feel their expressions toward me seem so peculiar? Well, Lord Arceus, you might want to inquire with Shayna. Although no statue is being erected, she has instilled in these villagers the significance of your position. Disrespecting you might lead to being cast into the mines. Though perplexed, Arceus felt it unwise to criticize Shayna, whose actions were meant to uphold his status. Initially intending to wait for Kaido's return, they stumbled upon a gathering of pirates loading crates of ammunition onto a ship. What is the situation here? Brother Quinn, Lord Saint Beast, have you completed your tasks? Kaido has encountered a troublesome group, and we are delivering ammunition. Kaido had been expanding his territory, and for the low-ranking pirates, managing artillery was a primary duty. After seizing an island, they faced new adversaries, leading to a shortage of supplies. Who has proven troublesome for Kaido? The Walled Pirates, led by the man known as the World Destroyer, Bandit King. A nearby pirate respectfully provided this information and produced a bounty poster. The image revealed a man adorned with a Viking-style horned helmet, sporting a somewhat naive smile. World Destroyer, Bandit King, bounty of 200 million berries. Gazing at the poster, Arceus recalled certain details. Although the specifics eluded him, this individual was indeed a notable pirate at sea, albeit the bounty seemed rather exaggerated. In this era, the bounties for the New World's notorious pirates typically exceed 1 billion berries, particularly those remnants of the infamous rocks. Although the incident involving rocks is something the world government and navy strive to conceal, rocks inadvertently bestowed a formidable boon upon these remnants, resulting in exceedingly high bounties placed upon them by the world government. Among Bandit King's illustrious achievements are encounters with the likes of Whitebeard, Gold Lion, Roger, and Zifa, who personally led fleets before retreating into the shadows. Of course, the nature of these battles may contain a modicum of embellishment. Engaging in close-quarters combat for 3 days and nights could be deemed a victory, just as firing a few cannonballs from a distance might also be classified as such. In most instances, his confrontations were brief before he made his retreat. Had he truly bested these legends, his bounty would be far greater, and he would not have been able to sail unimpeded for so long. It is likely that the government would have treated him similarly to rocks, mobilizing a formidable force to eliminate him. Nevertheless, his continued dominance upon the seas after engaging with these powerful figures attests to his formidable prowess. The world government has labeled him as a world destroyer precisely because he poses a significant threat to their established order. naval warships, formidable pirates, and innocent civilians alike fall prey to his assaults. His existence appears to be solely dedicated to chaos, lacking any discernible purpose. How is it that his bounty stands at a mere 200 million? It seems I once overheard in a research group that the government is intentionally downplaying his existence, resulting in no increase in his bounty since his entry into the New World. The world government prefers to maintain a precarious balance among the pirates of the sea. Their greatest disdain is reserved for those who dare to disrupt this equilibrium, Rocks being a prime example. Unlike other pirates who stake their claim as the local overlord, Wald engages in aimless destruction, leveraging the power of his duplication fruit to amplify the size and velocity of his cannonballs by 100-fold, rendering his pirate ship's firepower superior to that of an entire naval fleet. Coupled with his unpredictable rampages, he is not only despised by the Navy but also loathed by fellow pirates. Such pirates easily incite public panic, prompting the world government to halt the increase of bounties. Moreover, Wald is not a remnant of Rocks. His notoriety has only surged in the past 2 years, lacking any significant backing. As long as his bounty does not escalate further, more pirates will seek to challenge him, thereby exhausting their strength in internecine conflict. Many pirates aspire to establish their names, and the most effective means to do so is to rise above others by stepping over their corpses. It is exceedingly rare for one to challenge a foolhardy pirate with a bounty in the billions. Wald's bounty of 200 million is just right for the New World. Quinn, what year is it? It is the year 1491 of the sea calendar. Is there a problem, Lord Arceus? After several months of diligent effort, time has indeed reached 1491, and his bananas have regrown. This time, he refrained from consuming them, intending instead to cultivate new bananas in a suitable location. Nothing of concern. Let us see how Kaido's battle fares. He recalled that Bondi Wald was imprisoned due to a significant infiltration of CP agents aboard his ship, subsequently besieged by pirates and the Navy. Calculating the time, it seemed to be around this moment, Arceus and Quinn boarded a supply transport vessel, heading towards the distant battlefield. Wald and Kaido's conflict rages on at this moment. Wald has not endured 30 years of freezing, and his physical condition remains at its peak. The power of the double fruit amplifies his speed to its utmost. According to Paulusolino, a mere recruit in the Navy, speed equates to strength. After enhancing himself, even Kaido struggles to gain the upper hand in a direct confrontation. Currently, Kaido has transformed into his hybrid beast form, clashing fiercely with the fully armed Wald. The battleground has been completely cleared, the ground marred by cracks and deep craters, indicating that neither side will yield easily. However, it is evident that Wald appears somewhat distracted, while he can hold his own against Kaido. His pirate crew faces an absolute disadvantage in their skirmishes. The disparity among the officers is stark. The beast pirates, hindered by a lack of ammunition, have rendered their ships' cannons nearly silent, while Wald's cannons fail to make any impact, all projectiles intercepted by Shayna in the sky. Under Shayna's cover, the beast pirates draw near. With no ammunition to maintain distance, they can only endure attacks and must engage in close-quarters combat. On Wald's ship, a diminutive figure commands the battlefield through a transponder snail. Bondi Bingek, Wald's elder brother, is frail and lacks combat prowess, serving as the first mate and strategist, orchestrating the ship's maneuvers. Typically perched upon Wald's shoulder, he is not brought along in the face of formidable foes. Fall back. Maintain distance. Avoid close combat. They lack ammunition. So we must maximize our firepower advantage. Sebastian, find a way to neutralize that devil fruit user. A single devil fruit user has entirely nullified their firepower advantage. Sebastian, a crew member aboard Wald's ship, is a fish giant of considerable size, being a hybrid of fishman and giant. Though blinded in battle, his observation haki compensates for this deficiency. Following Binjek's orders, Sebastian prepares to use fishman karate against Shayna in the sky. However, events do not unfold as he anticipated. The ship suddenly jolts as numerous stone spikes pierce the deck. Jean has breached Wald's ship. Nearby pirates swiftly brandish firearms at Jean, for firearms can yield unexpectedly significant results. Many strong adversaries have fallen to seemingly inconspicuous bullets. Yet, when faced with a precise and vigorous individual, bullets typically prove ineffective. Wings adorned with a metallic sheen shield him from the pirate's concentrated fire. Haki and abilities both demand stamina, while Jean, a Lunaria and a modified Pokemon user, possesses ample stamina. It is not boundless. Thus, judiciously managing energy in battle is crucial. Jean then stomps his foot on the deck, unleashing a barrage of sharp stone spikes that sweep the surrounding pirates away, many impaled by the protrusions. The sudden emergence of Rock and the draconic features of his form lead to only one interpretation for ordinary folk, a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit user. Another mythical Zoan that makes three. Where are they sourcing so many mythical devil fruits? Watching Jean wreak havoc, Binjek's forehead beads with sweat. Engaged in battle with Wald, Kaido, and Shayna blocking all cannon fire, Jin's unique abilities leave him perplexed. The mythical Zoan, reputed to be rarer than Logia types, should not be appearing in such numbers at this moment. Yet, he has no time to ponder such inconsequential matters, regardless of how the beast pirates acquired these abilities. It is now a fait accompli, and their focus must remain on combat. Having cleared the surrounding adversaries, Jean refrains from destroying the ship's cannons and instead charges towards the helm. Not good. His target is the engine room guy. Stop him. Sebastian, deal with that woman. Currently, Wald's pirate ship, buoyed by superior power and ample firepower, is in a tug-of-war with the beast pirates. Although their cannons pack more punch, they are out of ammunition and are attempting to close in for close-quarters combat. Binjek, unwilling to squander their firepower advantage, has kept both sides circling this maritime territory. Should Jean succeed in sabotaging the engine, and the enemy closes in, their prior advantage would dissipate entirely. Guy, the shipwright of Wald's crew and a formidable fighter, shares the title of the ship's strongest officer with Sebastian. Although appearing somewhat lackluster during the 3D2Y timeline, this is significantly influenced by shifts in temperament. The strength of Haki can be seen as a manifestation of the heart's power. The youthful Moria dared to confront the young Kaido, yet after losing all his comrades, he transformed into a mere recluse relying on zombies and fruits. His strength diminished significantly. Crocodile, in his youth, challenged Whitebeard and even crossed blades with Barrett. But after losing a hand, he too underwent a profound change, seeking the legendary Pluton, ultimately falling to the Straw Hat's might. Having spent some time in Impel Down, he managed to regain his composure, returning to the formidable figure he once was, capable of standing against any challenger. At this moment, the Wald pirates were significantly stronger than they would be 30 years later. At that time, not only had Wald's prolonged freezing diminished his power, but even his subordinates had suffered in strength due to aging. Furthermore, Wald harbored resentment towards those who had abandoned him, which severely weakened the combat capability of the Wald pirates. Nevertheless, the world government bypassed the navy and directly summoned the 7 warlords, with Fleet Admiral Akainu leading a mission to express the seriousness of the situation. The Wald pirates of this era were far more formidable, both in terms of Wald himself and his crew. As Binjak's words fell, a man shouldering a large square hammer, with his hair styled into 2 angular horn-like braids, surged from the crowd and clapped his hands against the deck. Square space. Lines of light appeared on the deck as it fractured into individual squares, forming a barrier directly in front of Jean. He was a user of the superhuman square fruit, capable of transforming any object into a cube and manipulating them. However, Jean possessed the ability to fly, which significantly diminished the effectiveness of the square space. Air cube. Several cubes formed from compressed air were hurled towards Jean, exploding as they approached him. The surrounding pirates were utterly helpless. Under Jin's indiscriminate assault, the nearby cannons fell silent, indirectly alleviating Shayna's burden of intercepting cannonballs. Amidst the chaos, Jin's flames ignited the sails. While his flames were not as intense as Shayna's, merely igniting certain materials sufficed. By the time they extinguished the fire, the sails were nearly destroyed. Although the ship was not solely propelled by wind, its speed visibly diminished without the sails, and Kaido's vessels drew ever closer. In the sky, Shayna formed an impenetrable barrier, deflecting all cannonballs that dared cross her defense. Yet, a sudden sense of danger surged in her mind, prompting her to instinctively tilt her body. Several massive boulders whizzed past her at an exaggerated speed. One struck her wing, causing her altitude to drop significantly closer to the sea. At that moment, Sebastian, who had just submerged, seized the opportunity to emerge from the water. Great shark. A shark formed from swirling water appeared alongside him, although it failed to strike Shayna. The turbulent currents enveloped her, and he charged forward wielding his weapon. While the abilities of the users were formidable, the sea was their nemesis. Their flames were nothing against the vast ocean. The water was the domain of the fishmen, and even Sebastian, being half fishman, was no exception. After unleashing the great shark, he used fishman karate to summon waves, attempting to drag Shayna into the depths. However, the speed with which he charged was matched by the rapidity of his retreat. as the immense force sent him crashing back to the seabed. When he resurfaced, a charred scar marred his shoulder. Is there not enough water? He pondered, believing that the volume of water he summoned was insufficient to weaken Shayna. Little did he realize that his actions had ignited her fury. I detest the feeling of being drenched. Shayna was soaked from head to toe, yet the gaze behind her mask was anything but benevolent. Her flying posture was also somewhat awkward. The earlier sudden boulders had affected one of her wings, making her movements appear strange. Sebastian's form gradually became ethereal in the water, ultimately entering a state of invisibility as he submerged, launching surprise attacks on Shayna from various angles. The two engaged in a battle of observation and perception. Nevertheless, he successfully occupied Shayna's attention. If she neglected him, he could easily assault Kaido's ships, turning them into sitting ducks. Previously, he had attempted such sabotage but was thwarted by Shayna. Consequently, only Jean was left to execute the offensive operations, ensuring that this fishman giant did not compromise their vessels. Shayna, though she disliked water, was unafraid of it. Hence, she remained to protect the ships while Jean targeted the enemy's vessels. Sebastian had also tried to sabotage the ships, but was consistently intercepted by Shayna, whose flames would thwart him even from below, though the flame's potency was diminished by the seawater. Her destructive laser was still sufficient to strike targets submerged in the ocean. After extensive training, the recovery time following her use of the destructive laser had become nearly negligible. After several futile attempts, he returned to the walled pirate ship as instructed by Benjack, initiating a kite strategy. Benjack had not anticipated that Shayna could deflect such a barrage of cannon fire. Thus, he dispatched Sebastian again. As long as he kept Shayna occupied, it would suffice. Full speed ahead. Just charge forward to victory. While utilizing her observation to track Sebastian's position, she commanded her allies from the beast's pirates behind her. With the enemy's speed reduced, their vessels were capable of closing the gap. Leave it to us, Captain. Everyone, full speed ahead. Kaido has promised a special reward for the best performer in this battle. Sebastian could indeed retreat by diving into the deep sea, where Shayna could do nothing to stop him. However, whenever he aimed to sabotage the beast pirate ships, he would invariably be intercepted. His attacks were insignificant before Shayna. Meanwhile, the crew of the beast's pirates gathered their resolve. The prow of their ship successfully collided with that of the walled pirates, igniting a fierce boarding battle. Yet, the true turning point of the conflict lay on the island, where Kaido was seething with rage. Just moments ago, Wald had audaciously attacked Shayna in the sky. The massive boulder hurled at Shayna had been enhanced by Wald's powers, and its amplified speed and force had given Shayna considerable trouble while alleviating Sebastian's pressure. To Kaido, however, this was a blatant provocation. Interfering in another's battle while succeeding at it was unacceptable. You bastard, you truly underestimate me. I had intended to recruit you, but now it seems you deserve to perish. Thunder Bagua. In his beast form, Kaido raised his kanabo high and swung it down towards Wald's head. Recruitment? What a joke. I am. Bondi Wald. Multiplication, 30 times speed. The fruit's power acted upon itself, enhancing Wald's speed to an unprecedented level, and with this newfound swiftness, his strength burgeoned as well. Cloaked in a dense aura of dominance, Wald, now fully armed, transformed into a formidable figure, his fists aimed squarely at Kaido's head. He anticipated that Kaido would surely defend himself, unwilling to absorb such a blow. Yet, to his astonishment, Kaido opted for a reckless exchange, eschewing any defense. The multiplication fruit would not bolster his defenses, but Wald believed his punch would surpass Kaido's in potency. If Kaido desired this confrontation, Wald was determined to demonstrate the consequences of such a choice. The mace collided with Wald's face, and despite being enveloped in armament, he coughed up blood, along with several teeth. In contrast, Kaido wore a smile as Wald's fist failed to land, intercepted midair by an invisible barrier. Although it drained considerable stamina, this ability proved remarkably effective. With a swift turn, Kaido's mace swung upward, propelling Wald into the air. As Wald rose once more, he discovered that his horned helmet had vanished. He rolled clumsily to evade Kaido's relentless assault. Each clash between titans bore immense significance, and he now found himself ensnared in Kaido's rhythm. After being struck twice, his mind swirled in confusion, leaving him disoriented. The mysterious force that had thwarted his punch caused his wrist to swell. The reciprocal nature of force revealed that the unknown entity had nearly rebounded all of his power. The capabilities of the mythical Zoan were truly capricious. He had not anticipated that Kaido possessed a barrier ability, and shockingly, the 30-fold amplification had failed to breach that barrier. This was not merely Kaido's skill, but rather Arceus's power. Arceus had imparted two abilities to Kaido. One was the Dance of the Sword, which significantly enhanced his attack power, akin to a spear. The barrier he had just conjured served as a shield, representing an absolute defense. Although it consumed more energy than the Dance of the Sword, its efficacy was markedly superior. Wald's full-force strike failed to even rattle the barrier created by this defense, the recoil causing damage to his wrist. In addition to its propensity for failure with continuous use, this defense proved more formidable than the barrier fruit that required specific gestures to activate. Multiplication, 20-fold shot. Wald seized the gravel from the ground, enhanced it, and hurled it at Kaido, only for the projectiles to be intercepted by Kaido's sword dance, which had been honed over months of development. He had adeptly infused his haki into the sword dance, allowing him to move while unleashing attacks and simultaneously defend from a distance. With the Dance of the Sword empowering him, flames erupted from Kaido's mace, and the thunderclap struck once more at Wald. The scales of victory began to tilt decisively in Kaido's favor. Meanwhile, on Wald's ship, both sides had engaged in fierce combat. Shayna intermittently provided support from afar, while Sebastian struggled to fully restrain her movements, at best managing to delay her involvement in battle. As time passed, her formidable regenerative abilities allowed her wings to heal, soon rendering Sebastian incapable of hindering her any longer. The battle aboard the ship raged intensely, yet some individuals lingered in the shadows, making phone calls. "Hello, Commander. The situation has changed. Wald's pirate crew is locked in fierce combat with the beast pirates and will likely be unable to reach the ambush zone within the expected time frame." The seas were rife with pirates, some even stronger than Wald. However, the world government had recently targeted Wald with a similar strategy. The rationale was simple. Wald's actions posed a significant threat to the world government. Unlike other notorious pirates, he operated like a warlord, maintaining an unusual stability over a territory. The world is vast, and each allied nation requires the might of a navy. Although the overall strength of the navy is formidable, it is inevitably drawn into various global affairs, while also allocating a portion of its power to serve the celestial dragons. As for the world government, it has historically adopted a laissez-faire approach to such matters. The presence or absence of grand pirates in the New World does not disrupt the functioning of their established rules. Each year, the heavenly tribute is collected as usual, and pirates often serve to divert conflicts. In fact, the world government benefits from the commercial activities in the territories controlled by these notorious pirates, as the slave trade and arms trafficking. These murky businesses are heavily reliant on their existence. Unless a situation poses a significant threat to their foundation, the world government tends to refrain from excessive interference, merely striving to maintain what they perceive as a balance. Many issues are mere annoyances to the world government, yet as long as they do not involve the enigmatic D-Clan or Joy Boy, they are not deemed significant troubles. Rox has amassed considerable power and harbors ambitions to upend the world, further complicated by the presence of the mysterious letter D in his name, which prompts the government to take action. Similarly, Garp also bears the D in his name and currently holds a stable position as a naval hero. As for Waldo, despite the absence of D in his name, his actions bear no significance to the balance of the world government. His initial purpose of sailing the seas with his elder brother has long since deteriorated. He has become lost in the pursuit of power, destruction, and the overthrow of the current world government, with the quest for ultimate freedom becoming his sole objective. Waldo does not command vast territories or fleets and engages in indiscriminate attacks against pirates, navies, and civilians alike. No vessel is spared from his onslaught, leading to his inclusion on the government's exclusion list. His presence in these waters aims to construct a formidable cannon, believing that, combined with his abilities, it would suffice to overturn the world. His subordinate, Gyram, possesses notable mechanical talent, and designs are already in development. However, they require the technological resources from Kaido's island and numerous special materials. These plans have long been reported to the world government by spies aboard Waldo's ship. According to his course, he is bound to traverse a specific sea area to acquire those materials. At this juncture, the Navy has already set an ambush in the vicinity. Yet the unpredictable nature of the sea has shifted control to Kaido, who has engaged in combat with Waldo, thereby completely derailing the initial plans. They are instructed to act prudently, concealing their identities unless absolutely necessary, while consistently reporting their findings. Indeed, the clash between Kaido and Waldo presents an opportunity. Yet there is no intention from above to dispatch troops, which is why they arranged ambushes mid-journey. The territories around here are divided among the likes of the Golden Lion, A hasty deployment of fleets could disrupt the current equilibrium. The world government is reluctant to provoke a large-scale conflict and will await the conclusion of the pirate skirmish before dispatching appropriate personnel based on the outcomes. There is more than one agent infiltrating Waldo's ship. A skilled team has disguised themselves as mere crew members. The higher-ups will not interfere with lower-tier battles until they have dealt with their own adversaries, making it quite simple for them to remain inconspicuous. Zoan-type devil fruit users are not averse to protracted battles. The longer the fight endures, the more advantageous it becomes for them, as their formidable recovery capabilities only enhance their fighting spirit. Sebastian, a hybrid of fishman and giant, enjoys the home field advantage provided by the ocean, allowing him to evade most attacks. Meanwhile, Shayna has maintained a fluid combat style with him, preserving her stamina. In contrast, Gyram, engaged in combat with Jean, finds himself at a disadvantage. His fruit lacks strength in direct confrontation, while the flames behind Jean are intensely fierce, indicating that his defense is maximized. The rock-type's rugged physique renders Gyram's attacks ineffective. Moreover, Gyram is compelled to engage Jean directly, as the beast pirate ship has already docked, eliminating the necessity to continue targeting the engine room and shifting focus onto Benjak instead. His conspicuous position on the bridge as the commander makes him a prime target. Naturally, the combatants aboard the ship are tasked with protecting him, especially since he is Waldo's elder brother. The ship's doctor, Nachin, has also joined the fray. Together, they manage to impede Jin's progress. Nachin, the only female officer on Waldo's ship, excels in traditional herbal martial arts, occasionally deploying medicinal substances to disrupt their foes. The battle here could have persisted for a while longer, but reinforcements from the beast pirates have already arrived. Muhahaha, taste the might of your Lord Queen. A torrential downpour of bullets descends, causing numerous members of Waldo's pirate crew to fall, though some from the beast pirates also succumb to the onslaught. This is not Quinn's indiscriminate assault. Under the persistent request of Arceus, he remains attentive to such matters. However, amidst the chaos of the battle, collateral damage is inevitable. From an overarching perspective, Quinn's offensive has effectively neutralized the majority of adversaries, with only minor injuries inflicted upon his allies. This outcome is less detrimental compared to allowing further bloodshed among them. Quinn's expertise in human augmentation has always been rather extraordinary. Initially, he had installed a machine gun within his oral cavity, but after acquiring the abilities of the tropical dragon, he undertook modifications, eliminating the original ammunition feeding mechanism and replacing it with a specially crafted barrel. Through this bespoke barrel, he can amplify the potency of his seed machine gun and imbue the bullets it fires with a unique toxin. Due to concerns about collateral damage, there was no toxic infusion this time, yet the figure soaring in the sky could unleash relentless firepower. It was Quinn. Our reinforcements have arrived. Charge. The appearance of ships in the distance and Quinn in the sky completely turned the tide of battle. The morale of the beast pirates soared, while the walled pirates began to retreat, gradually losing control of their vessels. Indeed, that was the case. Everyone advanced. Quinn let out a maniacal laugh, but it was short-lived as a heavy punch landed squarely on his face. Wald, who had been engaged in combat with Kaido, suddenly appeared here. Quinn's massive form plummeted downward, crashing onto the deck of the beast pirate's ship, which failed to contain his immense bulk, causing him to plunge directly into the sea. You useless fools. Retrieve him. Yes. Quinn exited the scene at an accelerated pace, leaving Jin, who was fighting aboard the ship, utterly speechless. He could only send someone to rescue him, as Quinn, being a devil fruit user, was unable to swim and was still embroiled in battle. Fortunately, the beasts had the advantage, allowing them to spare a few men without issue. Moreover, Quinn's actions contributed to this advantage. The pirates freed up by his defeat of the enemy could dive in to fish him out. There were hardly any pirates among them who couldn't swim, as swimming was a fundamental skill for those who made their living at sea. The only one capable of knocking Quinn into the water was Bandit King himself. As the skirmish among the ship's officers subsided, Jin cast a wary glance at Wald in the sky. That was the technique of the moonwalk. Wald had somehow acquired this skill. His condition was dire. One eye was swollen shut, and the hockey enveloping his body had dissipated, a clear sign of exhaustion. Though he gasped for air, Jin remained vigilant. A dying camel is larger than a horse, and even in a near-death state, such monstrous pirates could unleash a final, desperate strike. Judging by his ability to knock Quinn into the sea, Wald, despite his frailty, had not yet lost his combat effectiveness. The crucial question remained: what had become of Kaido, who had been battling Wald? However, Kaido's immediate pursuit dispelled Jin's concerns. Hey, Don't run away. I was just getting started. It had been a long time since he encountered an opponent worthy of his full strength. Previously, he had barely engaged with John, merely reaping the benefits. After John, he had not encountered enemies of this caliber again. Were it not for his ability to counter such formidable foes, he would have exerted significant effort against Wald during this period, likely extending the fight for days on end. Although Kaido had been pressing Wald in their earlier clash. At this level, if the opponent was intent on fleeing, capturing them proved exceedingly difficult. Not long ago, Wald had feigned an attack, applying the maximum doubling technique to himself, thus extricating himself from combat with Kaido. In such circumstances, Kaido could not match Wald's speed. Wald's physical condition could no longer withstand a second application of the maximum doubling technique. He opted for this course of action not only out of uncertainty regarding whether his attack would be thwarted by Kaido's defenses, but also due to his subordinate's precarious situation. Thus far, he had not experienced betrayal, still holding some affection for his crew. If this continued, even if he overcame Kaido, his pirate crew would be left in ruins, including his elder brother. Therefore, he decided to retreat. Having spent many years together, Benjack understood Wald's intentions. Sebastian, return quickly. Gyram, emergency plan. Kaido was unaware of Benjack's emergency strategy, but he was determined not to let him succeed. Igniting flames upon his body, he charged directly toward Wald's ship. Guardian, fire dragon torch. The flames were augmented with a defensive barrier, utilizing its indomitable properties for offensive purposes. As the beast's pirates witnessed this, they hurried back to their original ship, and Jin swiftly disengaged from battle to evade. However, Wald showed no sign of retreat in the face of the colossal dragon barreling toward him. I am Bondi, Wald. Maximum doubling. His body could no longer endure the intensity of this enhancement. Such a degree of amplification was a burden on his physique, which was one reason he had trained extensively with hockey. Faced with Kaido's strike, he had already pushed his body to its limits. Without even making contact, his skin began to crack, and blood flowed from his mouth and nose. As his fist collided with the massive dragon's head, a momentary stalemate ensued, culminating in Wald being struck down. Yet, he had successfully blocked Kaido's blow. Just as Kaido intended to continue his assault, a significant transformation occurred aboard Wald's ship. During the brief exchange between Kaido and Wald, Sebastian had returned, and Gyram activated the cubic space, instantaneously reconfiguring the ship's structure. Maximum doubling, 50-fold speed ship. The ship's engines roared to life, propelling it forward at an astonishing speed, leaving only a white trail upon the sea's surface in the blink of an eye. This is the emergency plan devised by Benjack, as well as the retreat strategy for the Wald pirates. Gyram has fortified the ship's structure with his abilities, enabling it to withstand the burdens of acceleration. Subsequently, the engine operates at full capacity, propelling the vessel to safety. However, this comes at the cost of being limited to a straight course, which may inflict irreversible damage upon the hull. Even the powers of the Golden Lion could not retain Wald, who, relying on this ability, consistently evaded the encirclement of the Navy, inciting growing animosity towards the Wald pirates. With fewer numbers, they could not be defeated. With more, they could not be contained, especially since Wald was notably powerful and fervently destructive. Observing the fleeing Wald pirates, the members of the Beast Pirates exchanged glances. Was this a victory? What nonsense, of course it is a victory. Prepare for the feast, my subordinates. Kaido, having transformed back into his human form, chastised his subordinates while simultaneously seizing upon the opportunity to celebrate. Despite the casualties sustained during battle, such occurrences were commonplace among pirates. After all, who among them had not faced death? They would feel sorrow, yet would not languish in it. For a feast is always a splendid avenue for the release of emotions. Among the officers, there were no significant casualties, merely a depletion of stamina, at present. The most unfortunate appeared to be the waterlogged queen, who was so heavy that it took a multitude of underlings considerable effort to hoist him back aboard. The supply ship from Arceus also approached, yet it seemed the supplies would not be needed for the time being. After several months, you have finally emerged. Has that thing been completed? It has, but I shall share the details only after the feast. If I tell him now, I would have to reiterate it once he sobers up, hence Arceus wasted no time. Meanwhile, the Wald pirates had retreated to a safe distance. Yet compared to the Beast pirates, their condition was considerably worse. Wald had collapsed, and several officers were grievously injured. As they sought to recuperate, the sound of gunfire erupted, adding several bullet holes to the already wounded Wald. What are you all doing? A group of cloaked figures had appeared on the ship, and many of the remaining crew members stood alongside them. At this moment, the walled pirates found themselves divided into two factions, led by a member who had recently joined their ranks. Although their interactions had been relatively amicable, it was unfortunate that we are not your allies. Guns pointed. After ensuring that the fallen walled would not rise again, these individuals exhaled in relief. The situation had changed dramatically. The previous directive to infiltrate the walled pirates and lead them into a trap had shifted to an opportunistic approach, assessing whether they could seize the severely injured walled. This presents an opportunity. Should he recover from his injuries, it is likely that capturing him will demand an even greater price. The covert agents aboard the ship, having observed the situation, believe that the walled pirates are currently in a rare state of vulnerability. The captain is gravely wounded, and the two key combatants, Garam and Sebastian, are also injured and severely fatigued, leaving only the ineffectual Benjak unscathed. This prompted the rebellion to be initiated prematurely. How dare you? Allowing agents of the world government to infiltrate our vessel. What was the reason for your betrayal? You have been aboard for quite some time. Are we not comrades? Benjak's tone was steeped in despair. The newcomers, being agents, acted within reason, yet the remaining crew included some of their earliest companions, who had shared many years together. It was unfathomable that they too chose to rebel, even brandishing their weapons against their former allies. I am sorry, Brother Benjak, but Captain Wald has lost his sanity. He intends to annihilate the world government. Such a feat is utterly unattainable. The remaining words seemed to evoke a sense of shame, rendering him momentarily speechless until a nearby CP agent interjected. Moreover, we assure you that should we apprehend Wald and his officers, the rest will be absolved of their transgressions. If you wish to avoid suffering, it would be prudent to surrender. In light of his brother lying in a pool of blood, Benjak, despite his wounds, proclaimed, "As the acting captain, I hereby declare the temporary dissolution of the walled pirates. Our sole objective is survival. Each of you must find your own escape." The walled pirates, having just breached a safe location, descended into chaos once more. Severely fatigued, Sebastian and his comrades struggled to fend off their rebellious subordinates. Herbal fist technique, ginseng vitality. As the ship's doctor, Nathan scattered medicinal powder among his allies, briefly invigorating their bodies, although they would inevitably pay a price for this boost. There was no time for hesitation. With his remaining strength, Sebastian embraced several officers, leaping into the water despite sustaining numerous injuries, relying on his fishman endurance to flee into the distance. Though the officers managed to escape, Wald was ultimately captured. This operation had proven to be a significant success for them. "Sir, we have executed your orders," one agent reported. "Ah, you refer to the matter of amnesty. We shall fulfill that promise." With that, a gunshot pierced through his chest, and the remaining CP agents commenced their actions. Faced with these superhumans cultivated by the world government, these mere foot soldiers stood no chance. Their primary objective was to bring Wald back. Without him, his officers posed no threat. These traitors were deemed unstable elements and would certainly be eliminated after the operation concluded. The government would never extend mercy to pirates. There are always naive individuals who might believe such foolishness. Is this not advantageous? The more fools there are, the smoother our plans will proceed. Yet, it is not an absolute certainty. After a few more years, the Shichibukai system will be proposed. Pirates selected as Shichibukai are granted the legal right to plunder. Yet such pirates must demonstrate their worth. Ordinary lackeys, devoid of any standing, possess no qualifications to negotiate with the world government. How is the collection of photographs progressing? After binding Wald with sea-stone handcuffs, the agents advanced toward their target location. Once Wald was delivered to the prison ship, their mission would be deemed complete. Simultaneously, the leader of the agents posed a question to his subordinate. As an intelligence agency of the world government, they also double as photographers, capturing images of certain wanted criminals. Most of the officers have been photographed, and these as well. We shall leave the arrangements to the higher-ups, he indicated towards a suspiciously small camera, exuding confidence in his capabilities. Days later, the banquet of the beast pirates concluded. They had seized control of the nearby archipelago, establishing a territory in the New World. With the celebration behind them, it was time to address pressing matters. The small island where Kaido and Wald had clashed had been reduced to desolation, while Arceus transformed the site into the graveyard of the beast pirates, marking the resting places of their fallen comrades with gravestones. For most pirates, this is indeed a rare occurrence. Many pirates meet their demise through maritime burial. Adrift upon the vast ocean, they are inherently without a home. Few would take notice of the ordinary subordinates who perish in battle, let alone arrange for a burial site. This behavior has slightly enhanced the sense of belonging among the beast pirates, leading them to believe that the chaotic rules of the crew are indeed worthwhile. With the banquet concluded and the deceased laid to rest, the majority of the injured have received medical attention, leaving only the matter of rewards promised by Kaido. The most fundamental form of reward is wealth, which is precisely what most pirates crave. Whether it be for liquor or other goods, they must spend money to procure these items within their territory. Ashi has established a policy allowing crew members to purchase goods at cost price, while firmly opposing any form of exploitation. Similarly, even those who wish to indulge in certain pleasures must still part with their coin. As the entertainment industry thrives on the seas, he understands that such matters cannot be entirely eradicated, with the Navy unable to prohibit them either. He can only enforce regulations against harassing ordinary civilians, a task that proved cumbersome at first, but improved significantly after Shayna dealt with a few emblematic cases. However, it is crucial to balance punishment with reward. The rules previously deliberated with Arceus and others now come into play. Only those who have maintained a record free from infractions for a sustained period are eligible for the ultimate reward. The first individual to ascend the deck of the walled ship happened to be such a person, and he was the first to leap down and retrieve Quinn, thus becoming the first beneficiary of the beast pirates. Babanuki, come forth. Today you shall understand why he must be revered as the Lord of Beasts. Quinn, inexplicably, procured a microphone from somewhere. Although he managed to create a lively atmosphere, Arceus couldn't shake off the peculiar sensation reminiscent of a roadside lottery. This was primarily due to the fact that a genuine prize was placed atop the makeshift platform. This reward marks a beginning rather than an end, as such occurrences will become increasingly frequent. The accolades for the principal contributors require no elaboration, yet there remain numerous smaller skirmishes. The individuals eligible for rewards may well include lesser-known pirates. After all, strength varies, and it is only natural that they would not match the prowess of their superior officers, nor possess abilities on par with them. People seldom harbor jealousy towards those who are significantly more accomplished, yet they often envy those of comparable standing. There are always individuals who find it more distressing to witness others prosper while they themselves incur losses. It is not the scarcity that troubles them, but the inequity. To address this latent discord, a lottery wheel has been devised, where the abilities one acquires are dictated solely by fortune, leaving no room for dispute. Babanuki, the future overseer of the quarry for the beast pirates, is still a mere youth at this juncture. Come now, what you acquire is entirely dependent on your own luck. Queen presented him with a small dart, while the enormous wheel was divided into several segments. Although he recognized the characters, he was unaware of what each one signified. Brother Queen, what do these all represent? These are all quite practical abilities. With a stroke of good fortune, you might even land a power akin to those of the officers. The abilities of the officers hold particular significance within the ranks of the beast's pirates today, as they are uniformly composed of mythical zoan types. The term mythical zoan is prominently featured on the wheel, albeit in a rather limited proportion. As for the issue of missing the target, they are pirates. If one cannot even throw a dart accurately, it would be best to reconsider their career choice, for this line of work is ill-suited for them. The diameter of this roulette is comparable to the height of the current embodiment of Jane, ensuring that even a child would not be left empty-handed. Were he to find himself in another realm, Quinn would likely excel as a charismatic television host, particularly in a comedic variety show, for indeed, a host's appeal often hinges upon their appearance. Presently, the emotions of the pirates gathered below were fervently stirred by his presence. As the roulette spun with great velocity, Babanuki cast his dart, and upon confirming its successful strike, Quinn halted the rotation of the wheel. Yet, fate can be quite peculiar. The dart lodged precisely on the dividing line, with the terms ki and super strength representing the opposing sides. Choose wisely, Babanuki, for such an opportunity may not present itself again. Super strength it is. He lacked proficiency with a sword, and the term ki evoked a notion of a slicing strike, which he deemed of little utility, thus opting for the simpler, more straightforward interpretation. By the way, have you had enough to eat? Yes, I have had my fill. I consumed quite a bit at the earlier feast. Babanuki was perplexed by Quinn's sudden inquiry regarding his appetite. But in the next instant, Arceus had approached him, a strange force surging within his being, and Babanuki found himself drawn into the realm of learning. The so-called reward seems to be more bluster than substance for the moment, as these ordinary pirates remain oblivious to the reason behind Babanuki's sudden slumber. Do not fret, my little ones. Once Babanuki awakens, the truth of the matter will be revealed to you. However, there is something of greater importance at hand. Queen instructed someone to bring forth a slab, a replica of the Arceus tablet. To the untrained eye, an unactivated tablet appears as such, indestructible, yet devoid of any distinguishing features. Remember this size and shape, should you find it, even if merely through rumor. Once authenticity is confirmed, you may present a reasonable request. But heed this, the information must not be false, for the repercussions of disseminating falsehoods are dire. Furthermore, all the aforementioned materials are eligible for rewards. Queen illustrated examples of materials that have long been extinct, interspersed with unrelated items. Aside from AC, none could discern the true purpose of these objects. Thus began a protracted period of anticipation. Though the celebration had concluded, for pirates, hosting another feast posed no great inconvenience. Until Babanuki awoke. The members of the Beast temporarily resided here, and Queen seized the opportunity to hold a personal concert. While opinions on its musicality may vary, it seemed that the members of the Beast thoroughly enjoyed it. Meanwhile, Arceus continued to engage Kaido in serious discourse. The device has been created, regrettably. Its efficacy is not as anticipated. This is yours. Remember to observe its reactions when you venture out. It possesses a locator and operates on a foolproof basis. He tossed the tablet radar to Kaido, cautioning him not to misplace it, as a second could not be readily fashioned. The leather wristband, adorned with a delicate gauge, was crafted from the hide of a special sea creature, boasting remarkable resistance and elasticity. Even the transformation into a zoan-type would not rupture it. The specialized structure ensures that the pure gold within does not impede the bearer, preventing any growth issues. Understood, but how much longer will Babanuki be out? Uncertain. The duration largely depends on individual aptitude. Subsequently, Arceus handed another radar to Shayna. Shayna, this is yours. Its detection range is somewhat smaller than Kaido's. But that is inconsequential given your lesser strength. Upon gathering information, your first priority is to inform me. Do not act recklessly. As you wish, Lord Sacred Beast. 2 days elapsed without Babanuki stirring, until someone sought out Queen. Following a fierce battle, there were casualties and injuries, while Queen often exhibited a light-hearted demeanor. He was indeed the ship's doctor, capable of addressing both surgical needs and viral concerns. The clash with the walled pirates resulted in numerous injuries, one of which was particularly severe. This individual had surged forward alongside Babanuki, yet fortune favored Babanuki, who emerged with nary a fatal wound. While his comrade suffered grievously, his right arm severed and his face extensively burned. Although his life was saved, he was rendered nearly incapacitated. Initially assigned to logistics, he made a request to undergo Queen's human modification process. In the pirate's realm, being relegated to logistics after injury often meant a life of destitution, an outcome they could not abide. He had earned his place through valor and sought to exchange his battlefield contributions for a chance at transformation. Queen, eager to apply his modification techniques, readily consented. Many harbored reservations about human modifications. A rotating machine gun replaced his arm, metal components substituted for joints. And with specialized neural connection technology, Queen completed the transformation in merely a day. While Scorch's physique became bulkier post-modification, he retained combat efficacy, given his inherent capabilities. This enhancement bolstered his strength. Not everyone in the New World masters Haki or possesses the ability to slice through steel. Mechanical augmentations often prove invaluable. Yet, those willing to modify themselves remained few, with the majority's attention focused on Babanuki. How long has Babanuki been asleep? 2 days and nights. This marks the 3rd day. Who knows what ails him? The ordinary pirates transitioned from curiosity to confusion, and now to rampant speculation. They had anticipated that Babanuki would emerge with vast treasures or other rewards, but the outcome appeared disparate. Finally, at noon on the 3rd day, after 60 hours of slumber, Babanuki opened his eyes. Hey, brothers, Babanuki has awakened. The surrounding pirates gathered eagerly, inquiring, it has been 3 days. What did you achieve? Let's discuss that momentarily. Is there anything to eat? The duration of learning varies with talent. Shayna mastered the sword dance in 7 hours. Kaido took even less time, while Babanuki required 60 hours, equating to 2 months of practice, merely reaching the beginner stage. Alongside this was the mental fatigue and physical hunger. The other pirates had continued feasting, albeit less extravagantly than at the outset, yet sustenance remained plentiful. He approached a side table and began to devour food, only standing once again under the urging of his comrades. Do not rush. Let me show you what I have acquired. He surveyed his surroundings, seemingly searching for something suitable. Ultimately, a massive stone half buried in the ground caught his eye. He approached it and wrapped his arms around it. Are you out of your mind? Do you intend to uproot it? The stone's exposed portion towered above him, and its subterranean extent was uncertain. It might even be anchored to the underlying bedrock. They knew well of Babanuki's capabilities. Such an endeavor was impossible. Yet, in the next moment, Babanuki's muscles appeared to swell dramatically, and with a fierce roar, he forcibly wrenched the stone from the earth, hoisting it overhead and hurling it towards the distant sea. Fortune smiled upon him. It was merely a fragmented boulder, not deeply entrenched in the ground. Witnessing the astonished expressions of the surrounding pirates filled Babanuki with a unique sense of satisfaction. To possess newfound strength without the opportunity to display it would diminish its impact significantly, though employing such brute force drained more stamina. The resultant power was well worth the cost. Previously, he would have been incapable of casting such a stone so far, let alone one buried in the ground. Did you see that? To attain such strength, you must engage in battle and seek out what we require, as long as you can bring back these items. Each of you has the chance to gain this power. Treasure may be lost, yet strength endures. Those who embark upon the perilous path of piracy seldom bemoan the abundance of their might. The remarkable display by Babanuki has ignited a fervor anew, elevating Arceus to an even loftier status. Not every pirate possesses the audacity to embrace death without trepidation. Indeed, many harbor their own ulterior motives. Given that the source of power is Arceus, and that Kaido merely engages in discussions with him without the authority to command, it follows that if one earns Arceus's recognition, they too can attain strength. Thus, within the Beast Pirates emerged a unique faction, one that epitomizes the spirit of sycophancy, albeit directed solely towards Arceus. Under their encouragement and the allure of power, Arceus's position within the Beast Pirates has surged, solidifying his status as an object of veneration. Centered around Shayna, a nascent religious organization has begun to take shape among the early members of the Beast Pirates. Concurrently, certain information has infiltrated the black market. The pirate underworld is rife with chaos, characterized by intricate relationships, and one may even encounter notices seeking the heads of naval commanders. They are audacious enough to disseminate any news, though whether anyone dares to act upon it is another matter entirely. Information regarding the beast has also emerged, targeting various minerals, Zoan-type devil fruits, and uniquely shaped tablets. However, the black market is inherently unreliable, and Arceus's current policy is akin to casting a wide net, prompting him to offer bounties of considerable sum. Within this clandestine realm, hard currency remains gold, alongside stable assets like devil fruits and atom wood. Even the value of berries pales in comparison. The bounties set forth by the beasts are denominated in berries. Furthermore, the complexities of black market transactions abound, rife with treachery, fraud, and entrapment. One can scarcely conceive of the myriad occurrences that transpire here. The most crucial assets in the black market are dependable strength and keen insight. As for intermediaries, they serve as brokers when power balances. However, should one enter this voracious market with an imbalance of strength, surviving and departing freely becomes the greatest fortune. The Beast Pirates remain in a developmental phase, with Kaido, Arceus, and Shayna each pursuing leads on tablets from nearby islands, as Kaido must solidify his territory and avoid straying too far for the time being. Simultaneously, the Beast Pirates are fostering economic growth. Recognizing that many challenges cannot be resolved solely through brute force, and berries hold significant value. For instance, materials required for shipbuilding, such as high-quality timber for constructing a robust keel, command a hefty price in the black market, as they can determine a vessel's longevity. With Babanuki as a prime example, the members of the Beasts have become increasingly ferocious in battle, particularly Babanuki himself, who, having acquired the power of monstrous strength, often charges into the fray wielding heavy weaponry. Progress has been relatively smooth until the arrival of the newsbirds, which, in addition to newspapers, brought forth the latest bounty notices. It was this very bounty that ignited Shayna's fury, setting ablaze not only her spirit but the very room itself. Each member of the pirate crew must establish their own role. Shayna serves as both a religious figure and a disciplinary officer, and without Arceus's explicit mandate, Kaido is powerless to command her. Although Arceus and Kaido share a cooperative relationship, the depth of their collaboration blurs the lines between partnership and mere nominal association, in essence. His actions can be perceived as those of a genuine member of the Beasts. After all, Arceus's involvement permeates the developmental blueprint of the Beasts, and alongside AC, they constitute a rare breed of rational individuals, having established a distinct order. Presently, the residents within the Beast's territory have come to accept their dominion from the depths of their hearts. As long as they complete their designated tasks in the prescribed areas and remit a portion of their earnings as protection fees, They may continue to thrive in this domain without the specter of life-threatening peril. This bears little distinction from the environments of certain kingdoms in terms of overarching policy. Arceus has, to some extent, adopted the developmental framework of Noxus. In this realm, as long as one can demonstrate their worth, regardless of the nature of that worth, they are afforded ample status. This proposal is indeed more suited to the current circumstances, however. It remains a testament to the dominion of pirates, rendering any notions of charity utterly implausible. The beasts can provide for those injured in battle, extending support to the families of their workforce, but they will never extend care to unrelated individuals. As captain and governor of the beasts' pirates, Kaido often neglects his duties. Yet it is not unusual for a captain to remain uninvolved in the day-to-day affairs. Under Kaido and Arceus, Shayna currently possesses unrivaled combat prowess, having unequivocally demonstrated her capabilities in battle, placing her on par with Jin. She is merciless when dealing with rogue pirates in moments of fury. These pirates instinctively retreat to avoid incurring her wrath. However, this time, her temper has flared excessively. "Sis, please calm down. This situation is beyond our control." Yet, such entreaties fell on deaf ears, and none dared to impede the wrathful Shayna. "What should we do? Shouldn't you go? What a joke. None of us can restrain a furious captain. Where are Kaido and Arceus? They just left a couple of days ago. You know that." They then turned to their leader, who, despite being accustomed to enjoying elevated privileges as the captain of a small squad, now bore the weight of responsibility in this crisis. But why is the captain angry? Someone enlighten me. He had been taxing supply ships at the port, a customary practice. When docking in another pirate's territory, one must pay, or it would signify a declaration of war. Unexpectedly, chaos erupted shortly thereafter. A newsbird had just delivered the latest bounty notices, and upon reviewing them, Shayna had erupted in rage. He retrieved several new bounty notices, following the conclusion of the battle between the walled pirates and the beast pirates. Nearly all the beast pirates officers were now on the bounty list, with Kaido's bounty raised to 1.8 billion, effectively incorporating Wald's bounty into his own. As he sifted through the documents, Arceus's bounty notice materialized before him, unveiling the cause of Shayna's fury. An unidentified creature, a pet of the beast pirates, had a bounty of merely 5,000 berries. Shayna was naturally impulsive and sometimes reacted in extremes. She approached tasks assigned by Arceus with utmost caution, ensuring not a single misstep, often appearing before him precisely on cue. Yet, when faced with derogatory remarks, she could spiral into a furious rage. To insult Arceus in her presence was akin to disparaging a nun before Big Mom, defining Arceus merely as a pet. Coupled with the lack of a proper name and the paltry 5,000 berries bounty, effectively trampled all over her last nerve. The Navy and the world government possess the authority to set bounty amounts, typically determined by the perceived threat level of the pirate in question. Lesser pirates are often evaluated directly by local branches, while notorious figures are assessed by the world government. At times, the rationale behind the bounty amounts is baffling, with figures that seem arbitrary. In certain instances, they merely reflect the current situation, such as a deer that debuted with a bounty of 50 berries, which doubled to 100 following various major events. For non-human entities, they frequently assign peculiar bounties, including but not limited to Chopper's 50 berries, Beppo's 500 berries, and now Arceus's 5,000 berries. The accompanying image depicted Arceus at the bow of a ship, seemingly captured by agents aboard Wald's vessel when he arrived alongside a supply ship at the battlefield. The reasoning behind his inclusion in the bounty remains unclear, as no pertinent information was gathered, leading to the imposition of this strange designation. In a sense, a bounty of 5,000 berries signifies considerable attention, equivalent to the initial bounty of 100 choppers. However, it remains insufficient for even a modest meal, and combined with the labels of unknown creature and pet, it is little wonder that Shayna was incensed. While the source of the problem has been identified, an actual resolution remains elusive. Let us contact the Holy Beast Chief. We're unlikely to dissuade the captain. Captain, what do you intend to do? Observing Shayna's intent to depart after venting her frustrations, he felt an unsettling premonition. What am I going to do? I intend to slay the one responsible for setting this bounty. No, Captain. Please, calm down. We have no idea who determined this bounty. Also, the Holy Beast opposes slaughter, and your current duty is to remain here. Shayna's strength lies in her ability to channel her fury without resorting to indiscriminate violence, having endured a life of hardship on the run, often opting to throw only the least valuable items in a fit of rage. This time, it was truly a matter of losing control over the flames. resulting in the house being set ablaze. Subsequently, I found myself venting my frustrations upon the stones and other objects outside. Presently, there are individuals engaged in extinguishing the fire. My subordinates urged me to remain calm, and coupled with the requirements of Arceus's task, the two extremes have somewhat balanced each other out, allowing me to regain a semblance of composure for the moment. I wish to issue a new bounty in the underworld, seeking to uncover the identity of the individual who named this bounty. This matter is far from resolved. Furthermore, who among you is willing to spar with me? Upon uttering these words, the pirates collectively retreated a step, for they were accustomed to being on the receiving end of blows during their training sessions with Shayna, let alone in this moment of peril. However, fortune favored them as a certain individual made his entrance. Wahaha, what seems to be the matter? Why have you set the house ablaze? Quinn, who had fortuitously arrived at that moment, pushed past his subordinates and beheld the menacing gaze emanating from beneath Shayna's mask. Have I arrived at an inopportune moment? A primal instinct warned him of the imminent danger, not solely from Shayna, but from the surrounding minions who were also fixated upon him. Brother Quinn, I beg your assistance. The members of the Beast Pirates suddenly formed a line, bowed to Quinn, and swiftly retreated to the side. The relationships among the cadre of the Beast Pirates are peculiar, and it is no secret to ordinary people. While they exhibit remarkable synergy during combat, their interactions in a non-combat setting can be described as quite eccentric. For instance, whenever Jin meets Quinn, they engage in a war of words. Despite their fierce arguments, they seldom resort to physical confrontation. Conversely, Shayna, in her current state, is able to communicate with Quinn without quarreling, provided she is not in a fit of rage. However, should her mood sour, an encounter with Quinn invariably results in a bout of combat, typically with Quinn on the receiving end of her blows. Consequently, Quinn must carefully choose his days to venture out. If he happens to coincide with one of Shayna's ill-tempered days, he will certainly be nowhere to be found within several dozen miles. Before Quinn's arrival, the members of the Beast were apprehensive about being called upon as sparring partners. But with Quinn's presence, they felt a sense of security. After all, when Shayna is angered, Quinn is often equipped with the buff of sarcasm. As I observed the little brothers hastily distancing themselves, an ominous premonition washed over me. Suddenly, it occurred to me that there were unfinished tasks in my laboratory. I shall take my leave now. Feel free to burn these houses if you wish. This is the most significant cargo island within the territory of the Beast Pirates, where nearly all transactions of supplies occur. He came here because the equipment he ordered had arrived. Currently, the Beast's domain encompasses 5 major islands. Winter Island, home to arms manufacturing and research facilities. This trade island, where Shayna resides, enjoys the climate of Spring Island, alongside 2 islands primarily focused on mining and 1 summer island dedicated to agriculture. In addition, there are several unnamed smaller islands surrounding these, designated only by numbers, marking a modest achievement. Quinn originally came to collect a package and enjoy the lively atmosphere, but unexpectedly found himself in a precarious situation. I say, Quinn, it's been a while since we've had a spar, hasn't it? Care to practice? The wind is too strong. What did you say? I didn't quite catch that. If you have something to discuss, it would be better to seek out that interrogator, Jean. As he spoke, 2 pairs of leaf-like wings sprouted from his back, ready to depart. However, just as he turned, he found Shayna standing before him. Since you're already here, you might as well stay. Otherwise, wouldn't that be quite embarrassing for me? Wait, fighting is fine, but you must give me a reason. In terms of speed, he knew he could never outmatch Shayna. And since evasion was futile, he at least desired clarity on his impending fate. My hands are itching. I wish to spar and assess my recent training outcomes. The simplicity of her reasoning left Quinn momentarily speechless. I can fight back, you know. Of course, it's merely practice. Otherwise, I might as well hit a punching bag. With no means of resistance, Quinn was forcibly taken to the island's training ground by Shayna, leading to a one-sided beating. Quinn did not hold back, yet he genuinely could not keep up. After some time, Shayna's fury was spent, and Quinn had undergone yet another rigorous training session, feeling that if this continued, he might even surpass his current level of hockey. Soon he noticed the younger members serving tea and refreshments outside. Big brother Quinn, you've worked hard. Their gratitude was sincere. Had Quinn not fortuitously appeared, they would have been the ones dragged into the training ground. Although he always emerged from these sessions with considerable gains, the pain was very real. Quinn had spared them from this crisis, and they were rightfully thankful. Why is she so angry? Which of you has offended her? He believed he had discerned Shayna's habits well enough. If he simply avoided her during that specific week and showed more respect to Arceus, he would be safe. Since the last time he sold information about Gaji and the others to Shayna, it had been a while since he had faced any punishment. Big Brother Quinn. It's because of this bounty notice. Upon glancing at the bounty for Arceus, Quinn's face involuntarily twitched. The leader had placed a bounty to find the individual responsible for drafting and photographing the notice, and had doubled the reward. What? I said to double the price. If it weren't for that scoundrel, would I be in such misfortune? Is this fellow blind? What sort of person could utter that word? He pondered for a moment but ultimately refrained from voicing the term pet. If Shayna were still around, it would not be a delightful affair. It was not only Shayna who had seen the bounty notice from Arceus. However, the members of the Beast Pirates feigned ignorance, never daring to bring up the matter in Arceus's presence. One may choose to disregard certain matters or engage in self-deprecation, yet some words, if spoken by others, could take on a different meaning altogether. It was only Kaido who, upon glimpsing the bounty notice, emitted a cryptic chuckle. Following that, the price of any item within Kaido's territory never reached the sum of 5,000 berries. Meanwhile, Olga and Jean, accompanied by members of the Beast Pirates, made their appearance on another island, where they sought to procure supplies from the black market. The crafting of pure gold is an arduous task. Not only are the materials from extinct species exceedingly rare, but even those that still exist are not easily found. Upon receiving word from the black market, it was only natural for them to come here. However, they were not presenting their own flag, but rather that of Prelter. The world government, misled by Spandam's erroneous information, misjudged the situation regarding Prelter, mistakenly believing that Captain John S. treasure was intricately linked to it. Concurrently, due to the discovery of clues related to pure gold on that island, they also attributed the matter of pure gold to Prelter. Kaido and his associates were among those most privy to the circumstances surrounding Prelter. The actions of the world government in the New World were not entirely covert, and due to their inability to locate Prelter, they began to broaden their search network, inevitably leading to the leakage of information. The efficacy and value of pure gold are exceedingly convoluted. Neither Arceus nor Kaido desired to attract the world government's scrutiny at this juncture. Thus, after careful consideration, they resolved to create a new smokescreen for the government. With Olga's abilities, they disguised the members of the Beast Pirates as those from Prelter. Since the misunderstanding had already been established, they decided to amplify it further. One should never place excessive trust in the integrity of underground merchants. While they might fear retribution enough to refrain from outrageous actions, much like the Nardo Kingdom, which manages to maintain trading security within its borders, selling the same information to multiple parties is a commonplace occurrence in the underworld. Expecting them to keep secrets is rather unrealistic. Jean, Captain Prelter, we have arrived. They were still unaccustomed to addressing Jean in that manner, as Prelter's original crew had long since vanished. However, their appearances had been altered through disguise, ensuring that as long as the illusion remained, no one could identify them. On an unknown island in the New World, the members of the Beast Pirates arrived at the trading venue. Great kingdoms like the Nardo Kingdom are exceptions. Underground trading markets in the New World rarely make their presence known and always have reasons to conceal themselves. For instance, this island is not recorded on any nautical charts and can only be located through special navigational pointers. Although the existence of underground markets is almost tacitly acknowledged by the world government, they also remain a target for the Navy. Not all gray transactions have the protection of a member state like the Nardo Kingdom. They're an illegal organization, and this gathering of pirates has long been a target for naval enforcement. They found a secluded corner nearby to conceal their vessel. Although theoretically undetectable, the pirates were still cautious about hiding their ships. Encountering pirates on the high seas is not unusual, nor is encountering patrolling naval forces. To avoid crossing paths with overly righteous naval commanders who would capture pirates at first sight, no one would boldly anchor their ship in the harbor without an eternal pointer. Finding this place is nearly impossible, yet one cannot rule out the chance of unexpected visitors passing through. From the outside, it appears to be an ordinary island. Even upon landing, one would see only legitimate businesses. Olga ensured the team's secrecy, while Jean addressed matters of security. His strength was sufficient to handle most pirates, and even in the event of unforeseen circumstances, he could adequately escort Olga to safety. The radiance of pure gold over the centuries has caused certain side effects. Although they have distanced themselves from its influence, their appearances remain unchanged since they first emerged from the Sea King's bellies 2 years prior. According to Ashier's analysis, this phenomenon may persist for a considerable duration. They had come here, of course, armed with ample information. The island features a town that appears ordinary. But when Jean uttered the secret code within a tavern, they They were led to the underground trading post. The individuals within bore a variety of expressions. Some concealed their faces with hoods and masks, while others strode boldly, their confidence emanating from the emblems of their respective pirate crews. Pirates hold their flags in high regard. If an outsider were to unlawfully appropriate a pirate crew's insignia, it would likewise constitute an act of war. However, such instances are rare. Impersonating another's pirate flag comes at a cost. It may deter weaker pirates, yet it would also attract stronger ones. Pirates without concealed faces are typically members of major pirate crews, such as the Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and Big Mom, whose symbols are all visible in this marketplace. Presently, the flag of the Beast Pirates also possesses a degree of intimidation. Yet to further obfuscate their identity, they all bore the insignia of Prelter. This underground trading market, however, made Olga feel rather uneasy. Here lies the true shadowy facet of existence. During her time in the kingdom of Nather, she remained ensconced within the confines of a hotel, shielded from the grim realities that now confront her. Minerals, timber, gold, and human beings all are laid bare before her eyes. Within the cages, individuals of various races are visible, the long-armed, the fishfolk. Whether they belong to minority ethnicities or are commonplace folk, they are not in short supply. There are also some gruesome organs, seemingly extracted from their hosts not long ago. Intermittent screams and wails pierce the air, yet no one pays heed. They continue to engage in jovial business discussions. This is the most sordid, or perhaps the most authentic, aspect of this world. These individuals were once pirates or members of non-affiliated nations. Some have been abducted from affiliated countries, but now they are merely commodities. This world is a harsh one. Having embarked on this path, the only way to survive is to continuously grow stronger. Shayna and Olga have developed a good rapport. Observing Olga's rather grim expression, Jean felt compelled to speak a few more words. Ordinarily, he would not concern himself with others. The group illusions created by Zoroark are remarkably vivid, and the changes in their expressions are reflected in the illusions. With her mastery of her abilities, the consumption of these illusions has diminished significantly. Conceal your sympathy. Here, you cannot assist them. Such expressions will only attract the attention of the hunting hounds lurking in the shadows. To have everything unfold according to your desires, one must possess the power to match it. Soon, Jean located their trading partner, cloaked entirely in black robes, rendering their visage unrecognizable. Even though there are those who maintain order within the underground market, revealing too much can lead to being targeted after departure. It is always prudent to exercise caution. The transaction utilized real currency. This was not a one-time deal, and thus, a modicum of credit was essential. Should the illusion be discovered, it would lead to dire consequences. Olga's ability has a range limitation. If the illusion were to masquerade as currency, it would not be long before it is uncovered. The trading process proceeded smoothly. The bounty of 500 million priere is sufficient to intimidate some. Although pirates may forge their own bounties for specific purposes, those that make it to the newspapers are genuine. With the exchange concluded, Jean and his companions gathered their belongings and left the area, under the guise of illusions. There were no longer any priere individuals present, only the personnel of the Beast Pirates remained. And no one could fathom that these were the very individuals who had just engaged in trade. However, after a circuitous route, they returned to conceal their items with illusions, this time presenting themselves as the Beast Pirates. They used the identity of priere to purchase special materials, while some ordinary materials were acquired under the Beast identity. Once priere departed, they would vanish, so whether arriving or departing, the ship would always fly the Beast flag. Returning empty-handed from such a place would defy reason. The Atom Tree is one of their targets. The current Beast Pirates lack a true flagship. The construction of the ship can wait, but quality materials must be stockpiled in advance. Beyond trading, this place is rife with entertainment facilities. Once their disguises are lifted, they are liberated from many restrictions and gain some freedom to act. They have also collected a fair amount of spoils from previous battles. Few pirates are inclined to save. The majority indulge in immediate pleasures, as this is a profession where death lurks at every corner. Olga intends to accompany Elizabeth to peruse a slave or two, as she finds it uncomfortable to do nothing. Yet, a commotion arises in the distance, amidst the crowd. A boy with a peculiar red nose and another with red hair seem to be embroiled in a dispute. The Arctic is colder. No, the Antarctic is colder. Clearly, the Arctic is colder. Shanks and Buggy, at the tender age of 8, are apprentices aboard the Roger Pirates, having been on Roger's ship since early childhood. Their argument escalates from debate to quarrel, ultimately leading to blows. However, the crew of the Roger Pirates appears accustomed to such antics, showing no signs of surprise. All right. You two. You were arguing about this on the ship. Why not just check both sides to see the result? Yet, this moment is clearly not one for fighting. Behind them, Rayleigh delivers a punch to each, fairly resolving the matter. Now is not the time for your squabbles. Focus on resupplying. We are about to set sail. Following the God Valley incident, the bounty of the Roger pirates has remained unchanged. In the reports from the world government, the credit wholly belongs to the Navy, who personally created the naval hero, Garp, elevating him as a symbolic figure to enhance the Navy's prestige. While Garp's prowess is worthy of a hero's title, the world government has also played a significant role. As a first-hand witness to the events, Garp has pursued the Roger pirates whenever their whereabouts are discovered, almost treating Roger as a fated adversary. However, Garp is not fond of the world government's efforts to conceal the truth, and coupled with his disdain for the celestial dragons, he has consistently refused promotions to admiral. Becoming an admiral would diminish his autonomy, as they must be stationed at specific locations to address special incidents. In contrast, captains have greater freedom to act. To better pursue Roger, Garp steadfastly declines the admiral position. This situation places considerable strain on Sengoku. As the mechanism for the three admirals has long been established, yet the positions remain vacant. Zifa has transitioned to the background as the chief instructor, and Garp's refusal to ascend has left Sengoku exceptionally busy. Every time Sengoku encounters Kong, the current fleet admiral, he cannot help but complain about the matter. Their generation of the Navy lacks anyone capable of filling the admiral roles, thus maintaining the status quo. After the defeat of Rox in the God Valley battle, the seas have generally become much calmer. Sengoku manages to juggle his workload, knowing that once the new generation matures, the admiral vacancies will be filled naturally. It is preferable to leave these positions unoccupied than to force unqualified individuals into them. The Roger pirates, having recently evaded Garp's pursuit, must swiftly gather supplies to prevent being tracked again. Apprentices also have their duties. Shanks and Buggy have items to procure. After being reprimanded by Rayleigh, the crew of the Roger pirates disperse to attend to their tasks. At this moment, Olga is engaged in haggling, showing no interest in the nearby squabble. She has no desire for pirate slaves, nor does she require laborers. Having chosen the path of piracy, one must be prepared for all eventualities. Thus, her aim is to acquire ordinary individuals, who are also the least expensive types in the slave market. Human trafficking here is a legitimate business, though it is seldom acknowledged in member nations, often disguised under euphemisms like employment agencies. In contrast, here, the prices are clearly marked. Criminals and nationals from non-member nations are fair game for trade, while citizens from member nations are not. Only non-member nationals end up captured here. A mere facade aimed at concealing the reality of human trafficking. Nearly 2 centuries ago, the Ryugu Kingdom of Fishman Island became a member of the world government. Yet mermaids consistently fetch the highest prices. Their appearance at auction guarantees a hefty bid. Olga and Elizabeth possess a total of 10 million berries, a substantial sum in terms of pocket money. There are price regulations in human trafficking, according to prices decades later. The starting bid for an ordinary human at an auction is 500,000 berries, though the opening price is typically much lower than the item's value. The individual's Olga is interested in average about 1 million berries. She merely wishes to take a few, prioritizing quality over quantity. Look at these people. They are so emaciated. And this one, he looks as if he is on the brink of death. How can you even justify asking that price? Since the conclusion of the abduction incident in the Kingdom of Nather, she has altered the patterns on her attire, now donning a t-shirt emblazoned with the emblem of the Beast Pirates. It is precisely this design that afforded the slave trader across from her the opportunity to patiently elaborate. Pirates who possess territories in the New World are not inclined to offend, and Kaido has now joined their ranks. Miss, this price is already quite reasonable. Just look at these individuals. Although they appear somewhat emaciated, their health remains intact. A few days of care will suffice. 8 for 10 million berries is an excellent deal. They are capable of work, he asserted. 15, firm price. These are hardly premium goods, and they are worth this amount. You are making this difficult for me. I can offer you 13, but only if they are children, and I shall include a gift. In the slave market, the price of females typically exceeds that of males, with young adults commanding higher prices than the elderly or the very young. Olga held no interest in those formidable pirate slaves. Thus the determining factors for pricing were age and appearance. As Olga articulated, there are no so-called premium goods here. Such individuals have already been dispatched to auctions, and what remains has undergone a preliminary selection. He happened to have 13 such youths left, unremarkable in appearance. At the tender age of 12 or 13, neither suitable for adult labor nor old enough to cultivate into loyal subordinates. He was eager to rid himself of this burdensome lot. Retaining them would only incur losses, and seeing Olga's inclination to negotiate, he resolved to proceed. Deal. And what is the gift? Here you go. It is said to be a treasure map, though I cannot ascertain what it conceals, the merchant replied as he handed Olga a nautical chart. Accompanied by a chain of the kind typically used for slave collars, far too extravagant for this venue. These individuals are merely shackled by ordinary chains. Hey, you too. Stop wandering around and keep an eye on them. I bought them with my own money. Olga commanded the members of the Beast Pirates. Though she is indeed an intern, she is not just any intern. She belongs to the Cadre Reserve. Understood. Leave it to us, they replied. The Pirates of the Beast are well aware that as Olga matures and her strength increases, she will undoubtedly ascend to a higher position within the ranks. A certainty dictated by both her inherent fruit abilities and her interpersonal connections. Moreover, interns and pirate crews typically enjoy a favored status, cherished by the captain. Besides, they cannot possibly overpower Olga. While her combat prowess may not be exceptionally formidable, she can still defeat 1 or 2 adult pirates in direct confrontation. However, her physical limitations place her far behind monsters like Jean and Shayna. The crux of the matter lies in the chaos of battle. The enemy can never ascertain whether they are truly attacking Olga. Without exceptional observation skills, numbers become meaningless to her, leading to infighting amidst illusions. After receiving the chains, they paid little heed to the slaves, who, bound by chains, could not stir up any significant turmoil. Moreover, slave traders typically inflict preemptive torment, making those who persist in resistance a rarity within the enslaved populace. Shanks, did you hear that? A treasure map. It's a treasure map, exclaimed Buggy, clutching a sack of potatoes and brimming with excitement. If Buggy were to choose an idol among pirates, excluding those from Roger's crew, John would likely top the list. This pirate, who has always been driven by wealth, resonates deeply with Buggy. Acquiring all the treasures of the world is one of his aspirations, and his perceptiveness, particularly regarding valuables, is well known. The Roger pirates, too, are pirates who plunder, but their targets are not civilians. Roger's code forbids attacking the common folk. Those who provoke them are dealt with separately. As for the Navy and pirates, they show no mercy in battle. Did you hear that? What is the matter? She just pulled out 10 million berries. 10 million, Buggy exclaimed, having clearly seen the thick bundle of cash when Elizabeth retrieved it from her side pouch. Following Olga's orders, the pirates took the individuals she purchased and moved to one side, leaving only Elizabeth, the lizard, beside Olga, clearly a solitary figure. Captain Roger forbids attacking ordinary people. Are you blind? Can't you see the skull pattern on her clothes? She is obviously a pirate. Besides, who would come to this place if not a pirate? The allure of the treasure map was irresistible to Buggy, and under his persuasion, Shanks was eventually convinced. Let us be clear, our objective is solely that treasure map. Don't worry, she is just a little girl. A mere scare will surely compel her to hand it over. Leave it to me, Buggy, he declared. Make sure to act quickly, or else Rayleigh will return and you'll be in trouble. If one were to overlook the fact that Buggy was 2 years younger than Olga at this moment, his words might carry some weight, but considering the stagnation of age, it was not merely a 2-year difference. At this moment, Olga, with her back turned to Buggy and Shanks, found herself exasperated. Elizabeth, do you think those two are fools? Are they speaking so loudly because they take me for a deaf person? Initially, Buggy and Shanks were quietly discussing, but it gradually escalated into a quarrel. Although they did not come to blows, their volume was uncontrolled. The animal-based powers hidden within their bodies, even without transformation, enhanced their senses to a considerable degree. Thus, Olga distinctly overheard their entire plan. Let us go. Before we leave, I'll play with these two brats for a bit. Life aboard the ship is dreadfully dull. She promptly turned towards a fork in the path. However, when Buggy and Shanks followed, they found that the person before them had vanished. Where did she go? I don't know, but why is there no one here? Are you looking for me? A pair of hands landed on their shoulders, startling Buggy into a loud yelp, while Shanks, more composed, swung his fist backward, only to strike nothing but air. He was still a fledgling pirate. Far from the pirate emperor he would become decades later, and at this stage, he had yet to master even the basic forms of hockey. In battles of lower ranks, fruit abilities often manifest their greatest effects, and Shanks and Buggy were thoroughly outwitted by Olga's illusions. This was also Olga's most glorious feat, manipulating 2 emperors of the sea as if they were mere playthings, marking her debut at the pinnacle of her prowess. You two think you can steal the treasure map? Pathetically weak. Olga did not even lift a finger, while Shanks and Buggy, lacking the ability to see through illusions, mistook one another for Olga, igniting a fierce internal skirmish. Olga, Brother Jean is calling, Elizabeth handed over the din mushy. He had already mastered most human languages but still struggled with continuity, managing only to utter a few words at a time. Olga, gather the crew on the ship. We must retreat. The Navy is coming. Briefly stating the situation. Jean hung up. Upon hearing this, Olga ceased paying attention to Shanks and Buggy, mounting Elizabeth and departing the scene. Once they had fled, the effects of Olga's abilities dissipated, just as Buggy and Shanks were unleashing their most potent strikes. Upon seeing one another's figures, they found themselves unable to halt their actions. When Rayleigh arrived to escort them, he chanced upon the sight of both with black eyes. What on earth happened to you two? Hurry, we need to leave. That guy Carp is on our tail. There would always be personnel left behind on the ship. And they had relayed the news that the Navy was approaching. This island would not typically attract the Navy, but the Roger pirates, replenishing their supplies here, had inadvertently drawn Carp's attention. After a frantic chase, the Roger pirates successfully evaded Carp once more. But the black market traders and other ill-prepared pirates on the island met with unfortunate fates, all falling into Carp's grasp. Once safety was assured, Rayleigh pulled Shanks and Buggy before him. Now, explain why you two are fighting so fiercely. They had clashed before, but this time it seemed to have ignited genuine anger. Shanks and Rayleigh recounted the events, prompting a wave of laughter to erupt aboard Roger's ship. These two little brats were outsmarted by a little girl. Indeed. Hey, you two aren't jealous, are you? If one of his crew members were to be insulted, Roger would undoubtedly seek retribution, yet circumstances must be considered. Shanks and Buggy had taken the initiative, only to be outwitted by an adversary, who turned out to be a mere girl. Thus, it was hardly a matter of great significance, but rather a source of amusement. If one could deceive them with illusions, one could also extinguish their lives. It was evident that their opponents had shown restraint. Consequently, Shanks and Buggy became the subject of jest. Leading Roger to impose a new rule, they must remain in the company of Rayleigh or Jabba during their outings, forbidding them from acting independently. Meanwhile, aboard the Beast Pirates vessel, Jean scrutinized the group of slaves that Olga had procured. His gaze instilled a chill in their hearts, causing them to huddle together on the deck. You are responsible for these individuals. How you choose to handle them is your affair. I shall not assist you. Ah, I understand. I can simply drop them off at any inhabited island. Purchasing their freedom is an act of charity. I have no intention of wasting time returning them to their homelands. Nor do I possess the means to do so. Olga, it seems you are overly naive. What? Nothing. You will comprehend in due time. Jean spoke only half the truth. Reality often surpasses ideals, and one must experience the former to grasp the chasm that separates them. Upon returning to Kaido's territory, they needed to dock for supplies. Jean had already freed the slaves from their chains, yet when the beast pirates lowered the gangplank, none dared to depart. Go on, you are free. They hesitated. The scars adorning their bodies were remnants of past whippings, suggesting they had languished under the thumb of slave traders for an extended period. The mark of slavery was inscribed not only upon their bodies but etched deep within their souls. If Jin's intuition served him correctly, others had likely promised them freedom before, only to threaten them with dire consequences should they dare to flee. Jean was well acquainted with the merciless tactics of those traders. He had survived similar experiences, albeit with one of those merchants meeting his demise at his hands. The life of a fugitive was fraught with misery. From the expressions of these individuals, Jean discerned whether their hope had been utterly extinguished. The longing for freedom was an indelible truth, yet their eyes betrayed no flicker of emotion, revealing that their spirits had long since withered. Jean refrained from descending to procure supplies, prioritizing the cargo on board. Be it the precious atom wood or materials for crafting pure gold, he deemed it imperative to guard them personally. After merely replenishing their freshwater supply, the ship, shrouded by Olga's capabilities, continued its voyage, resembling a phantom vessel upon the vast ocean, undetectable by outsiders. Olga, my dear sister, you need not concern yourself with such matters. Releasing them may not be a benevolent act. On a pirate ship, hierarchy dictated interactions. The ordinary members of the Beast Pirates were oblivious to Olga's century-long existence. Save for Queen, the upper echelons of the Beast Pirates each had their own illustrious backgrounds. Nonetheless, her status warranted the title of sister. This is the new world. Should you set them free, they may soon find themselves ensnared once more or perish in some forsaken corner. Indeed, since they have already been purchased, sister, why not retain them as servants? It is not uncommon for ordinary pirates to curry favor with their superiors. The personalities of the current cadre within the Beast Pirates were rather peculiar. To this day, no one could ascertain the true appearances or temperaments of Jean and Shayna. In contrast, the preferences of Queen and Olga were easily discernible, and their casual remarks cost them nothing, allowing them to express their opinions freely. This is so vexing. What should be a simple matter has become exceedingly complicated. Ultimately, these individuals were taken back, tasked with tidying up the current residence and attending to various menial chores. Olga's training intensified, and the accumulation of small tasks fueled her desire for greater strength. After some time, the ship carrying Arceus returned, yet he had garnered no significant rewards. The islands explored yielded nothing of value. As the vessel approached the shore, the island was already prepared to receive him. "Welcome back, Lord Divine Beast." He did not inquire whether Shayna had acquired anything. Had she made any discoveries, the transponder snail would have surely relayed the information. Now, it was merely a matter of awaiting news from Kaido. Has Kaido not returned yet? Lord Divine Beast, have you not been reading the newspapers recently? No. I have not encountered any newsbirds during this period. He had seen the bounty notices. The pirates aboard had been rendered speechless, terrified. For Arceus had just vanquished a sea king before he obtained the newspaper. However, he did not exhibit anger, at least not in the eyes of the pirates, who then proceeded to act as if nothing had transpired and continued their journey. Arceus was not particularly irate. In fact, he had anticipated this turn of events. The individuals who set the bounties were not known for their sound judgment. If one were to identify the unluckiest among them, Blackbeard would undoubtedly top the list. Having labored in the shadows for decades, yet his bounty had never exceeded 3 billion. Suddenly, 3 individuals with bounties of 30 billion emerged overnight. Furthermore, the dynamics among the 4 emperors underwent a significant transformation. Aside from himself, the other 3 were all interconnected, rendering the situation absurd. Considering the bounties placed on Chopper and Beppo, the world government's decision came as no surprise to him. Such matters are not worthy of his time. However, should the opportunity arise, he would address them along the way. Subsequently, they encountered the newsbird no more. Well, you would understand upon seeing it. Shayna organized the recent intelligence. Once again, Comrade Kaido graced the front page of the newspaper, having encountered difficulties during his outing. This time, it was not the Navy, but rather a formidable pirate from the New World. Arceus had not heard of this flag, hence he paid it no mind. Moreover, the news did not report on his capture. Rather, it detailed how he wreaked havoc in the opposing territory. With his extraordinary skill, which could be likened to a game-breaking ability, inflicting a fatal blow on Kaido before his stamina was entirely depleted seemed nearly impossible. Neither side could best the other. Yet the home team of pirates was clearly at a disadvantage. Days passed, and Kaido returned, marking several new red crosses on the map, signifying the absence of stone tablets in those locations. However, this did not imply that these areas could be entirely disregarded. Indeed, while the tablets would not relocate, one could never tell if they might be taken to islands that had already been searched. The task of searching remained a daunting endeavor. Kaido could not remain absent from his territory indefinitely, and for the time being, he would not venture out again. Previously, Queen had been preoccupied with his plantation plans and, through diligent effort, successfully obtained seeds from the tropical dragon's bananas. The tropical dragon's bananas were a unique variety, possessing degenerated seeds that were not entirely lost. Within each banana, there still existed a viable seed for planting. After considerable effort in seedling cultivation, the first batch of banana sprouts emerged. However, the soil on the farming island within Kaido's territory was unsuitable for banana cultivation, prompting him to seek out a new island. After a day of training, Olga approached Arceus with a treasure map she had received as a gift. "Lord Sacred Beast, shall we go treasure hunting? Perhaps there is something among the riches that you desire," she proposed, holding the treasure map aloft. Although it was a complimentary gift, upon her return, she had compared it with nautical charts and confirmed the existence of the locations indicated on the map on a certain island in the New World. Her instincts suggested that there was something valuable to be found, and she held great confidence in her intuition. Having survived for so many years inside the belly of a giant lanternfish, on the island, she had successfully avoided poisonous wild fruits, encountered the affable Elizabeth, evaded attacks from dinosaurs, and navigated the perilous tides of gastric acid. Moreover, treasure hunting was one of the primary occupations of pirates, and she held a modicum of interest in it. Yet, she was acutely aware of her limitations. Venturing out alone to seek treasure would be a futile endeavor and might even cause trouble for others. Approaching Kaido was not an option, as he would likely acquiesce to her request. However, true to his character, he would undoubtedly cast her into solitary challenges. Shayna was also not a viable choice. Such trivial pursuits would be deemed a waste of time in her eyes, and she would likely think Olga too idle and drag her off for extra training. After much contemplation, it became evident that only Arceus would be amenable to her request. Furthermore, she spoke no falsehoods. Arceus's objective was to locate stone tablets. Yet he was unaware of their whereabouts. Thus, every island in the ocean could serve as a potential target for him. With the stone tablet in hand, the vast sea would become his domain, free from concerns of encountering any troubles. Months rolled by with little in the way of discoveries. Since Olga had produced a so-called treasure map, it would be unwise not to investigate further. Perhaps fortune might smile upon them and lead to genuine findings. Olga had meticulously marked numerous locations on the treasure map, effectively determining the route and objectives. Treasure hunting. Why not? Let us test our luck. Have Shayna prepare the ship. We shall set sail tomorrow. Very well, Lord Sacred Beast. I shall inform Sister Shayna at once. Arceus designated a new destination, and the necessary personnel were promptly assembled. Meanwhile, Queen welcomed the first harvest of bananas. The tropical dragon's bananas were no ordinary fruit, thanks to Queen's cultivation. These banana plants grew at an astonishing rate, transforming from seedlings to a harvestable state in merely 6 months. Although the fruits had not yet ripened completely, Queen was already aware of his success. Bananas must be harvested before they fully ripen, as only those situated in the cultivation area could savor the fully matured fruits. Previously, Queen had sampled them ahead of time. Although they could not compare to the original, their sweetness surpassed that of typical bananas. Moreover, he was astonished to discover that these bananas had a longer shelf life, which was undoubtedly beneficial. However, his banana plantation faced certain challenges. In the New World, most inhabited islands had their proprietors, yet at the intersections of various powers lay uninhabited islands, which served as a sort of boundary marker. The island Queen selected was one such place. He had previously brought a portion of the defeated pirate captives here to establish the banana plantation. Compared to mining in a cave, cultivating bananas appeared to be a more leisurely endeavor, as the workers could at least enjoy sunlight daily. Thus, many were eager to come here. Very few were born as pirates. Many were once ordinary farmers, merchants, or fishermen who, for various reasons, be it the allure of desire or external coercion, ultimately embarked on this path. For some, cultivating bananas was merely returning to their roots. However, on this day, a battle erupted on the island, and the cause was none other than the bananas. This morning, the island's inhabitants began their routine care of the bananas, with dozens of members from the Beast's pirates overseeing the operations. This was originally an uninhabited tropical island, where Quinn had only cultivated a portion of farmland. Thus, only a segment of the island was inhabited. There was no need for vigilance, but recently, Quinn discovered that several boxes of bananas he had harvested prematurely to hasten ripening had mysteriously vanished. This incited a profound rage within him, prompting the pirates on the island to intensify their patrols. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the island, another pirate ship made landfall. This vessel exuded an air of youthful charm, adorned with an array of confections, while its flag featured a skull adorned with lipstick, complemented by crossbones replaced with elongated candy-like objects. It was none other than the Big Mom Pirates, led by the eldest son of the Charlotte family, Charlotte Perispero. As the firstborn of the family, Perispero bore a significant responsibility. Recently, when Big Mom's ship approached a nearby isle, Charlotte Lean's insatiable hunger had flared up unexpectedly. Her condition was indeed a matter of fortune. Should she fail to acquire her desired sustenance, she would unleash destruction upon the surroundings. The last episode of her craving fixated on banana mousse, compelling the Big Mom pirates to scour the area for ingredients. Coincidentally, a few crates of bananas had just been removed, and the island's pirates, lost in slumber, were oblivious to the impending theft. Charlotte Lin was ultimately captivated by the aroma of banana mousse, leading her to dismiss all other bananas as unpalatable, inspiring her children to contemplate seizing control of the island. Their previous nocturnal visit had gone unnoticed by the local pirates, but now they arrived brazenly in broad daylight. Upon witnessing the emergence of the Big Mom crew, the plantation pirates were taken aback. "Who are you?" they exclaimed. "Kukuku, we are here to claim this island. From now on, it is our territory. As long as you pay an annual tribute of sufficient bananas, you may fly our flag." Outside of Totoland, the islands under their dominion only require the use of their flag, without the need to surrender their lifespans. However, a quarterly tribute of adequate offerings was mandatory, lest they face devastation. Though they were not particularly skilled in cultivation and lacked sufficient manpower, they relied on the locals to serve their needs. While Perospero's words served as a declaration, they bore a more ominous tone. What nonsense! Who do you think you are, brat? This is, before he could finish. A torrent of candy enveloped him, muffling his voice. This is not a negotiation, it is an order. Does anyone have any objections? Suddenly, a threat descended from above. Perospero conjured a wall of candy to shield himself from the aerial assault, as seeds embedded themselves in his sugary barrier. So it was indeed you who pilfered my bananas, he remarked, his anger palpable. Queen, furious at the theft, had devoted considerable effort to nurturing those bananas, just as he was on the verge of harvest. Thieves dared to steal from him. No, this was not mere theft but brazen robbery. Queen, a prominent figure within the Beast Pirates, held a rank equivalent to that of Arceus and Kaido, with Shayna and Jean ahead of him in command. However, as a senior officer, he was not without his temper. Moreover, he harbored considerable resentment, given the frequent squabbles among the officers, particularly between Shayna and Jean. Yet, his origins and research rendered him vulnerable to unforeseen repercussions. While they generally coexisted peacefully, incidents occasionally arose, such as the unfortunate bounty incident. He found himself at a disadvantage against the older officers, while the younger ones were too inexperienced. Should he enlist Olga for practice, it would not be long before Shayna and Kaido would also seek to train him. The role of a trainee often attracted favoritism. On another note, the Beast Pirates had recently tightened their internal regulations, allowing Queen to only reprimand subordinates for their mistakes. As for experimentation, it could only be conducted on those obstinate pirates who refused to surrender. Kaido, being astute, preferred someone capable of managing the crew efficiently, allowing him the freedom to pursue his own interests. As long as he steered clear of a drunken Kaido, the Beast Pirates faced minimal peril. A transformation occurred within Queen. The abilities of the tropical dragon empowered him with numerous enhancement options. By combining various skills, he developed an array of combat techniques. Some experiments morphed from necessities into personal hobbies. So it was you lot who stole my cultivated bananas, he declared as the Beast Pirates rallied behind him. Confronting the big MOM crew, dragging along the pirate who had previously been silenced by candy. With their superior physiques, they were far from incapacitated in such a brief confrontation. The presence of Queen instilled confidence among the crew. Lick, lick, this is what Mother desires. You should present it with gratitude, Perospero mused, licking his candy scepter. Having dismissed Queen's seed attack as inconsequential. President? Who do you think I am? You'd be better off vanishing from this island. Let your bodies serve as fertilizer to compensate for my lost bananas. Queen began to expand, a towering humanoid tropical dragon materializing before them. As green energy coalesced in his mouth, culminating in an energy sphere expelled with force. As the green orb hurtled toward them, Perospero conjured a formidable wall of candy from the abundant syrup in his hands. Being a personification of the licklick fruit, he could craft various forms of candy and syrup, capable of eroding other objects to transform them into confections. The hardened candy he fashioned was robust enough to withstand cannon fire. Although the energy sphere created cracks in the sugary barrier, it was not obliterated. However, the resulting shards of candy that flew outward damaged the nearby bananas. As they tumbled to the earth, split in two, both Queen and Perospero's expression soured. Queen's displeasure stemmed from the destruction of his beloved bananas, while Perospero shared a similar sentiment, having confidently assured Big Mom that he would return with those bananas. Moreover, to showcase his prowess, he had opted to come alone with a few pirates, leaving his siblings behind. There is no pirate flag hoisted here, initially. Quinn's notion was that there would always be individuals eager to establish their renown by specifically challenging the territories of other pirates. This place was originally a deserted island. As long as the pirate flag was not hoisted, it should be safe from any unwelcome visitors. Initially, the crew of Big MOM merely sought wild bananas for emergency use. But through a series of unforeseen circumstances, they found themselves directly in the midst of Queen's plantation. The young Charlotte Linlin was utterly captivated by the aroma of these bananas. The thought of either failing to take them back or destroying them sent cold sweat trickling down Perospero's forehead, as he couldn't bear to envision such a fate. In matters of failed missions, Big Mom's patience paled in comparison to Kaido's. Even her own children were not exempt from this principle. The notion of swiftly and discreetly neutralizing their adversary flickered through the minds of both Queen and Perospero. Previously, their quarrel over bananas had ignited a battle, during which they had overlooked each other's insignias. Now, however, the same bananas compelled them to pause and recognize the symbols adorning their foes. The tattoo on Queen's right shoulder and the emblem on the chest of the Big MOM pirate crew were unmistakable. Yet, This revelation did little to alleviate the tension. Queen was aware from past communications that Kaido and Big Mom shared a certain rapport. Even back when Kaido was aboard the Rock's ship, Perospero had already been born, and he too understood the connection between Kaido and his mother. However, such ties were insufficient to halt hostilities between the two pirate factions if their interests clashed. Even Kaido and Big Mom would not hesitate to sever old ties. Nevertheless, they refrained from further combat, for the aftermath of their skirmish would undoubtedly ruin the precious bananas. Queen was reluctant to part with them, while Perospero was equally unwilling to jeopardize his own safety. Should the bananas be lost, Queen could wait a mere 6 months to cultivate new seedlings, but for Perospero, the consequences were far less certain. With different motives in mind, neither party took immediate action, each calculating their next move. For instance, beneath Perospero's feet, syrup was beginning to seep quietly. This is what mother desires, he thought. And since this is the territory of the beasts, how about I procure these bananas at a premium? He was not intimidated by Queen, but rather fearful of Big Mom's wrath. However, Queen showed no inclination to grant him any favors. Not a chance. All these bananas belong to me. No one shall take a single one from my grasp. Such a pity, he muttered before unleashing a torrent of candy waves. A deluge of viscous syrup surged forth, rolling like a tide towards Queen. His earlier words were sincere. Matters that could be resolved with a mere exchange of currency were hardly problematic. Yet, with Queen's refusal, Perospero was left with no choice but to resort to this method to obtain what he desired. A smirk of disdain crept across Queen's face. Perospero had failed to notice that the leaves he had gathered behind him were shimmering, as the power of the sun gradually coalesced within them. As he planned to outmaneuver Queen, Queen harbored similar intentions. The candy waves, being liquid syrup, were intended to ensnare Queen and his crew, allowing Perospero to abscond with the bananas. Unfortunately for him, while he discreetly summoned his powers, Queen was likewise engaged in a covert display of strength. The backlight obscured Perospero's vision, becoming his greatest oversight. The sun's energy, harnessed through the leaves on his back, surged into him, channeling the devastating move of grass-type Pokemon, Solar Blaze. This attack required a moment to charge and was influenced by the weather, but if successfully unleashed, its power was formidable. Although it was a grass-type skill, the energy drawn from the sun imbued it with considerable heat. Though the devil fruit was inherently fantastical, it adhered to peculiar rules. Candy produced from the lick fruit was as hard as steel yet vulnerable to high temperatures. Perospero could withstand the explosive heat generated at the moment of impact. But the sustained heat from Solar Blaze was another matter entirely. The candy waves he released were swiftly evaporated by Queen's fiery assault. The pirates accompanying Perospero gazed in horror at the approaching Solar Blaze, desperate to flee, yet their bodies felt unnaturally heavy, rendering them immobile as they watched the inferno draw nearer. Despite Perospero erecting a candy barrier for defense, it melted upon contact with the searing heat of Solar Blaze, leaving their previous defenses in tatters, and they were sent flying by the blast. At just 19 years of age, Perospero, despite consuming the lick fruit, was still in a phase of growth regarding his strength. Though he was the eldest son, he was not the strongest fighter. Conversely, Queen, at 25, had developed a more comprehensive skill set, and it was unsurprising that his charged Solar Blaze overpowered Perospero's abilities. Yet, he still lamented the loss of some bananas. He wished it were different, but there was no alternative. He would not concede to Perospero. These bananas were his, and should anyone attempt to seize them, he would rather obliterate them than allow such a transgression. He could only strive to mitigate the damage as much as possible. Perospero's crew was entirely caught in the onslaught of Queen's Solar Blaze. It was not that they lacked the will to evade, but their bodies had grown sluggish and unresponsive. At that moment, a sweet aroma permeated the air. It was neither the fragrance of ripening bananas nor the scent of Perospero's candy, but rather the sweet essence released by Queen, an ability capable of diminishing the enemy's evasion rate. Mwahaha! This is the fate of those who dare to steal from me. Now do you recognize my might, Queen? That Shayna woman is nothing. Had I not shown her leniency, would she stand a chance against me? As he spoke, a sense of satisfaction washed over Queen, accompanied by an unexpected surge of confidence. Brother Queen, what are you fools dawdling for? Hurry and bind them. Then let's harvest the bananas. We cannot linger here. A change of location is imperative. Though he had successfully cultivated his first batch of bananas here, the presence of Big Mom's crew had become a concern. Given the distance from the beast's territory and the strategic insignificance of this location, occupying it held little merit. Thus, he resolved to find a larger site for a new plantation. Wait, Brother Queen, Isn't it inappropriate to speak ill of Big Mom behind her back? Humph. Behind her back? I would say it to her face. She's merely a woman. As he spoke, he produced a cigar to relax, all the while keeping a watchful eye on Perospero. After all, he was the eldest son of the Charlotte family, even if he was at a disadvantage. He could not be so weak as to be felled in a single blow. While seeking a light for his cigar, a hand, engulfed in flames, appeared before him. Queen felt no sense of alarm as he lit his cigar, but after a brief moment, he recognized that hand. You carry yourself with great confidence, do you? Quite commendable. And what do you think of me, this woman? Gulping, Queen swallowed hard, his head turning stiffly. His eyes widened in disbelief. What are you doing here? In Quinn's line of sight soared Shayna, the very one who had just lit a cigar with her hand. An ominous feeling surged within him as he calculated the days. Her period of ill health had long since concluded. Yet, regardless of how he reasoned, Shayna ought not to be present here. Could it be that she traveled such a distance solely to confront me? No, the divine beast is on a quest for treasure. I am merely her companion. Our passage here was merely incidental, as our destination lies nearby. They intended to resupply before setting off again, and upon hearing the sounds of battle, Shayna came to ascertain the circumstances. Ah, that makes sense now. However, my resolve has shifted. We initially planned to rest here, and seeing your confidence, let us commence shortly. Wait, you must have misheard. I have said nothing of the sort. Ask them if you doubt my words. Quinn gestured towards his subordinates behind him, and Shayna followed his gaze, shifting the pressure squarely onto them. After a brief moment of hesitation, they unhesitatingly betrayed Quinn, revealing that Shayna had arrived long before him. Unbeknownst to Quinn, their denial could not alter the outcome. They had merely ignited their own peril. I am truly sorry, Brother Quinn. They aligned in a queue, bowing, apologizing, and distancing themselves. His subordinates laid bare the reality, marking the situation as irrevocable. They had no desire to offend the disciplinary committee of the pirate crew. You spineless wretches. Though he lacked the standing to utter such words, it did not impede his inner disdain for them. Well, I believe it is more crucial to address the enemy first. He fervently hoped that Perospero had not lost his fighting spirit, for that would allow him to divert the conflict. Perospero did not disappoint, rising once more, accompanied by several pirates who had yet to succumb. Quinn, having had little opportunity to shine of late, and having been relegated to the background during the previous battle against Wald, had yet to earn a bounty. Shayna, however, was in stark contrast. She and Jean had been embroiled in combat almost continuously, her reputation now firmly established. Lord Perospero, that woman is, the Flame Claw Princess. It seems their reinforcements have arrived. I am not blind. We must prepare to retreat. Yet, what of Mother? There is no other choice. I shall report the events here truthfully. She should comprehend. Or so I hope. He himself harbored doubts about that hope, but it was all he could do to console himself. Shayna enjoyed a commendable reputation within the territory, serving as the disciplinary commissioner of the beast pirates, adhering to the rules set forth by Arceus and Asher, while also maintaining order within the ranks of the beast pirate crew. This instilled a profound sense of respect among the residents of her territory. While ordinary pirates harbored some trepidation, they were predominantly filled with awe. As long as the red lines were not crossed, Shayna was an admirable leader, fiercely taking the brunt of battles and tackling the hardest challenges head-on. However, to outsiders, she was known solely by her fearsome reputation, known as the Flame Claw Princess. Countless hostile pirates had perished at the hands of her blazing claws. Her prolonged maintenance of a hybrid form had solidified such a title. The presence of Queen was already a significant obstacle for Perospero, and the addition of Shayna made them formidable opponents. Yet, retreating was no simple task, as many were reluctant to engage with the beast pirates on the open sea. From captains to subordinates, nearly all possessed the ability to fly. While both flying and hovering serve the same purpose, their implications are starkly distinct. Temporary hovering techniques pale in comparison to innate flying abilities. The ocean served as their sole stronghold, unless one belonged to an aquatic race like the fishmen. Falling into the sea represented a substantial disadvantage for any pirate. Even non-devil fruit users would find their strength hindered by the ocean's resistance. And the beast pirates exploited their aerial dominance to the fullest extent. Faced with an adversary capable of flight, escaping was a daunting challenge, especially since Perospero's abilities were effectively countered by Shayna. Queen's skills merely produced a sustained high temperature, whereas every attack from Shayna was accompanied by fierce flames. Their physical prowess was not on the same level. When Queen's power was rendered ineffective, Perospero found himself at a distinct disadvantage against his foes. However, circumstances took a peculiar turn. Just as Shayna was preparing to strike, an unexpected hindrance appeared. Having been subjected to Shayna's blows, no, rather, having engaged in amicable exchanges with her on numerous occasions, Queen was well acquainted with her attack patterns. The flames that flickered from her lips revealed her imminent intentions. According to her usual tactics, she was preparing to unleash a massive fire explosion. However, the question arose as to whether there were limitations on skill usage in this locale. While she possessed numerous abilities, utilizing a grand fire explosion on the open sea posed no issues, yet this was his banana plantation. Upon contemplating the potential aftermath of Shayna's grand explosion, Queen mused over Perospero's fate, uncertain as it may be, but he was certain his banana crops would be beyond salvation. No, this cannot happen. His body reacted instinctively, wrapping around one of Shayna's legs, causing her to lose balance mid-flight and thwarting the release of her fiery attack. What are you doing, you fool? Shayna's other leg came crashing down upon Queen's face. While devoid of flames, it nonetheless contorted his visage slightly. Release me, you traitor. Shayna knew that Queen could never betray them. He was simply too cowardly. Not only was he incapable of besting her, but he was also acutely aware that Arceus was nearby, preventing him from making such a foolish decision. Yet, aside from that term, she struggled to comprehend what error Queen had committed. No, allow me to analyze this carefully. Letting them go might not be such a bad idea. What nonsensical talk is this? Think about it. They are part of Big Mom's crew, and it seems that Kaido and Big Mom share some connections. Thus, we cannot simply eliminate them. If we capture them, we would need to spend time safeguarding them, which would delay Lord Arceus and his treasure hunt. Wouldn't that be undesirable? Instead, we could let them leave, thereby saving both Kaido and Lord Arceus valuable time. Doesn't that sound reasonable? Queen adopted a demeanor as if he were considering Shayna's interests, feigning service to Arceus. However, while Shayna prioritized Arceus, it did not imply her intelligence would diminish upon hearing his name. Do you take me for a fool? If they return with reinforcements, you will undoubtedly be outmatched, and the outcome will remain unchanged. No, it will be different. This way, I will have ample time to relocate the bananas. If you act, this entire banana grove will be destroyed. Queen voiced his true thoughts, causing a shift in Shayna's expression. You scoundrel. I'll deal with you later. Very well, I shall adopt a more measured approach. I recall your recent mastery of hockey. You had better hope it is sufficient. Wait, what are you planning? A foreboding sensation washed over Queen, but Shayna ignored him. Utilizing her waist as a pivot, her leg muscles engaged, and Queen became merely a burden, failing to hinder her movements. With a swift motion, she delivered a powerful kick, propelling Queen through the air. Queen bowling. She decided to name this technique after him, for he was the very projectile of her attack. Initially, Perospero and his crew were hurriedly retreating due to the peculiar internal strife within the beast pirates. Yet escaping in such a brief window was evidently impossible. Queen's body soared like a bowling ball, hurtling towards Perospero and his crew. Attempting to halt this human bowling ball-esque approach with candy, Perospero mistakenly believed it to be a unique collaboration between Queen and Shayna. However, the candy projectiles he conjured were instantly melted by the intense heat from Shayna's flames. Faced with the imminent collision with Queen, he had no choice but to prioritize his own safety. Candy armor. Enveloping himself in armor forged from candy, Perospero resembled a bowling pin. Queen occupied a considerable amount of space, and in the blink of an eye, Shayna rushed in, delivering swift kicks to the surrounding pirates, sending them hurtling towards Queen's trajectory. Under the impact of Queen's bowling charge, all members of Big Mom were either knocked aside or crushed to the ground. Shayna achieved a flawless victory, subsequently delivering a final kick that rendered Perospero unconscious, concluding this encounter. In this battle, Perospero's side faced total annihilation, while the beast pirates sustained only one unconscious and one injured member, unconscious due to the lack of oxygen caused by Perospero's candy and injured from friendly fire. The peculiar manner of combat left the onlooking subordinates utterly astonished, prompting one to pose an absurd question. The leader had kicked the object. Could such an action truly be deemed bowling? Would it not be more appropriate to call it a goal kick? No one ventured to answer this query. Regardless of whether it was football or bowling, the outcome remained the same. Quinn, somewhat dazed, continued his endeavors, his body fortified by countless hours of rigorous training and the protection of his hockey. The bowling assault spared his bananas from the flames, and despite colliding with several banana trees, the fruit was salvageable. Quinn deemed his efforts worthwhile. What are you all standing around for? Quickly bind these fellows and gather the bananas. Dig up the banana plants for transplantation. He bellowed orders at his subordinates, who were captivated by the bowling display. The spherical attacks posed little burden to him. His enhanced physique was remarkably resilient, the hockey shielding his vital areas, and his body was almost spherical in shape, rendering the weight manageable. In a plantation devoid of sea-stone handcuffs, solutions outweighed challenges. The pirates excavated a pit near the shore, ensuring it was filled with seawater, and buried Perospero within, leaving only his head exposed. In his incapacitated state, he lacked the strength to escape the sandy confines. The damp soil created a quicksand-like effect, binding him with tremendous force. The salty taste of the seawater constantly stimulated his taste buds, causing distress to one who relished sweetness. Meanwhile, Quinn was engaged in a discussion with Shayna regarding how to handle Perospero. Among pirates of equal stature, relationships were not merely about violence, but also about social intricacies. Until a complete rift occurred, they typically adhered to a policy of mutual non-interference. At this moment, Perospero was defeated. To slay him would mean irrevocably severing ties with Big Mom. Considering the ambiguous connection between Kaido and Big Mom, Quinn hesitated. Nevertheless, he had commanded his subordinates to relocate the banana trees overnight, leaving only a handful of them on the island. As Shayna had observed, whether they released or detained Perospero, he would ultimately become a nuisance, the degree of which depended on Kaido and Charlotte Leanlean's sentiments. Lord Arceus, would you kindly offer us your counsel? In a moment of uncertainty, Quinn deferred the decision to Arceus, only to be met with Shayna's swift reprimand. Do not burden the divine beast with your troubles. If you had not established the plantation here, we would not be facing this mess. Despite utilizing Quinn's bowling technique, her resentment towards his last-minute reluctance was palpable. Shortly thereafter, Perospero's snail phone rang, awakening him from his stupor. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the sight of Quinn being relentlessly pummeled. The ringing of the snail phone prompted Quinn to recognize an issue. Wait a moment, he asked the troublemaker. Why are you hitting me? You should be addressing him. This was a case of proximate accountability. The troubles he brought forth reflected upon Quinn, indirectly leading to his own predicaments. Having served as a disciplinary officer for an extended period, Shayna was well acquainted with Arceus's regulations, and her creativity allowed her to entrap Quinn in mere words. Hey, you don't want to incite Big Mom's wrath, do you? If not, hurry and bring me the snail phone. Perospero, buried underground, shouted at Quinn. His tone not one of threat but genuine concern for Big Mom's temper. If he failed to return by the designated time, she would undoubtedly discover the situation at hand. However, Perospero was disheartened, for upon Big Mom learning of his defeat, the consequences he would face would be severe. The ideal scenario would be for those present to relent and allow him to take the items back. For Big Mom would not concern herself with the injured or deceased pirates, provided he remained silent about it. As her eldest son, he understood all too well the fury of Big Mom, particularly when she was deprived of her desired food. The thought of encountering her hunger pangs left him trembling. Regrettably, events did not unfold as he had anticipated. The snail phone was retrieved, yet it was not handed directly to him. Shayna placed it before him instead. What do you mean by this? Figure out how to answer the call yourself. Your tongue should suffice for that. With that, she intended to depart. This was Quinn's solution to the predicament. Since the matter was so troublesome, let Kaido handle it alone while they continued with their own affairs. If the troublesome situation was not theirs, then it could not be deemed a hassle. After leaving the snail phone behind, Shayna and the others exited, leaving a group of pirates buried in sand. The snail phone continued to ring, and with great effort, Perospero managed to lick the receiver. Spyro, why haven't you returned? Mom is already angry. Hearing the voices of his siblings on the other end, Perospero sighed with relief, but the next moment, Big Mom's voice sent him into a panic. Perospero, why haven't you returned? Did you not say it would only take a few hours? Though the snail phone operated on principles akin to a telephone, it offered video call capabilities, allowing the person on the other end to clearly see who was answering. The snail phone mimicking Big Mom nearly caused Perospero to bite his own tongue. And no, Mom, let me explain. This was merely an accident. I encountered unforeseen circumstances. No need for explanations. Those who fail must accept the consequences. However, we shall discuss this later. I am coming to find you now. The telephone bug emitted a busy tone, and Perospero's countenance turned ashen as he felt that his life had lost all prospects. Simultaneously, Quinn's expression mirrored his pallor, fixating on the telephone bug, where Kaido awaited on the other end. Through a method of conflict displacement, this dilemma was thrust upon Kaido. Although it caused him a modicum of inconvenience, it paled in comparison to the troubles typically arising from drunken escapades. Nonetheless, the grave responsibility of informing Kaido fell upon Quinn, who received no further instructions, merely a notification that upon his return, he was to assist in enhancing Quinn's mastery of haki, as Quinn's combat prowess had lagged behind that of his peers. Fearing misfortune upon his return, Quinn sought to join Arceus' treasure-hunting crew, intending to postpone his return, believing that Kaido would likely forget this incident after a bout of drinking. After Quinn departed with Arceus and his entourage, Perospero and the others remained ensnared in the heavy, waterlogged sands, which proved too burdensome for ordinary pirates to escape. For Perospero, the surrounding seawater served as a constraining force, and it was only when other members of Big Mom arrived that he was finally extricated. Perospero, "Compote, is it you?" he exclaimed, recognizing Charlotte Compote, the eldest daughter of the Charlotte family. A sigh of relief escaped him, for her presence indicated that it was not Charlotte Linlin herself, suggesting that her wrath was still within manageable bounds. "Mother is indeed quite upset, but Perospero, you need not fret excessively. Your punishment should not be too severe, perhaps," she replied. "What transpired?" "Mother intended to come personally, but she had a phone call prior, and this matter may no longer be ours to resolve. Moreover, Tato Land currently hosts guests of Mother, which is why she could not come herself. However, your failure to procure the bananas she requested will certainly result in some form of retribution." Perospero sank down in despair, realizing that not too severe likely meant he would not face the extraction of his lifespan, though the specifics of his punishment remained uncertain. Lord Perospero, in truth, they did not confiscate all the bananas. Upon their return from the banana grove, these individuals brought back a sense of mild delight to Perospero, as they had salvaged bananas affected by the prior skirmish, some with charred skins, others mangled by shards of candy, and a few utterly crushed. After loading all the bananas and saplings onto the ship, the hold was filled to capacity, leaving no room for the prisoners and other pirates who also needed to be taken aboard. Thus, the damaged fruit was discarded here. Gazing at the spoiled bananas, Perospero's emotions were quite complicated. The reasons behind Charlotte Linlin's fury were partly food-related, and assuaging her wrath seemed simple enough. Find her something to eat. Yet, these were all bad fruits. "Compert, you would be willing to assist me, wouldn't you?" "Perospero, what do you intend to do?" Compared to their mother, the siblings of the Charlotte family exhibited a remarkable solidarity, especially during Big Mom's cravings. Not every member of the Charlotte family excelled in culinary arts, particularly the sons, but the daughters often possessed a knack for desserts. Compert, in particular, was skilled at creating candied fruits, cooking chopped fruit, and blending it with sweet spices and syrup, a method of preserving fruit akin to canned goods. Depending on the cooking time and the amount of sugar added, the resulting dishes varied greatly. Sensing Perospero's intent, Compert seemed to grasp his purpose. "Perospero, do you mean to cut away the spoiled parts and process it to bring back to Mother?" One can never truly ascertain the conditions or ingredients under which consumed food was prepared, as long as it tastes delightful and remains undisclosed. It is hardly a matter of consequence. Big Mom does not place much emphasis on food safety. Her homies, infused with her essence, scurry about daily and during her cravings. She has been known to devour entire houses made of food, yet there have been no reports of her suffering from indigestion. As for the bananas that went awry, he merely needed to explain that they had been acquired during the previous conflict. When it comes to food, her intellect tends to diminish significantly. Whether to deceive his mother or expose Perospero, Compert chose the former, deeming it a trivial matter as long as they kept silent. Only those who accompanied Perospero were privy to this knowledge, and Compert's companions were not present, leaving Perospero unconcerned about any potential whistleblowing. "You all know Mother's temperament. If I face punishment, your lives may very well be at stake. To survive, it is best to work diligently according to Compert's guidance. As for reporting to Mother, I trust you are not foolish enough to do such a thing. Rest assured, Lord Perospero, we fully understand. The Big Mom pirates do not adhere to the principle of equivalence in transgressions. At most, they might reduce a 50-year penalty to 40 years of plunder. Even if they did nothing, they would inevitably face punishment upon their return, so aligning with Perospero's crew seemed the better option. After a simple processing procedure, they managed to procure a considerable quantity of seemingly intact bananas. Although not fully ripe, they were perfectly suited for this purpose. Perospero's fruit ability could yield copious amounts of high-quality syrup, which, while cloying to some, had little adverse effect on Big Mom. After processing, they ended up with a large bowl of candied fruits, the primary ingredient being those bananas, complemented by other fruits. The ingredients posed no significant issues. They had merely encountered a few minor misfortunes earlier, thus Compote remained unfazed and sampled them herself. The flavor, it is no wonder that it piqued Mother's interest. However, Perispero, if Mother becomes addicted to this taste and insists on us procuring this banana in the future, what shall we do? We shall cross that bridge when we come to it. For now, let us focus on overcoming the immediate challenge. It is a matter of patching one wall while neglecting another. He had no time to ponder the consequences of the Western Wall. For the moment, the priority was to salvage the Eastern Wall. With a heart full of trepidation, Perispero and Compote embarked on their journey back to Totland. Not long ago, the principal isle of the Totland Kingdom, Cake Island. Following the conclusion of the last bout of the craving, the big MOM pirates had returned to this very place. Perispero had failed to bring back the bananas within the stipulated time, and the others had not found any substitutes for this particular variety. They had experimented with various bananas within Totland, yet none could match the sweetness of this banana, which uniquely harmonized the sweetness of other fruits, intricately blending them together. This has certainly tested Big Mom's patience. Initially, she intended to confront Perispero personally, but a call from Kaido interrupted her. Are you saying that your people are on that island? Indeed, Lin. Your people are intruding upon my territory, which is rather inappropriate. Ho ho ho, Kaido. It seems you have been faring quite well lately, but I am quite intrigued by that particular item. However, that belongs to my subordinate. If he does not consent, you shall not take it. It appears we cannot resolve this matter over the phone. Worry not, I have already arrived. With that, Kaido hung up, and Big Mom heard commotion outside her door. Mama, this is bad. Something is coming. A massive azure dragon soared above Cake Island, startling both the residents and homies. Stepping outside, Charlotte Lin gazed at Kaido in the sky, a peculiar smile gracing her lips. Ho ho ho, the little brother has grown up. Yet he is no longer adorable. Kaido's fruit was a gift from her, so she recognized the beastly form he had taken. Kaido's appearance here was driven by a desire to protect his territory from disturbance. Lin was occasionally a madwoman, and Kaido was well aware of this. However, the matter at hand involved Queen's possessions, and he knew how much effort Queen had put into cultivating them. Since Queen did not intend to part with them, no one shall take them. To prevent Lin from wreaking havoc in his domain, Kaido directly came to Cake Island, intending to clarify matters. Knowing that any destruction would ultimately fall upon Lin's territory, thereby safeguarding his own. It had been nearly 8 years since Kaido had last seen her. He never anticipated she would seek him out for such a trivial matter. John's territory had already been seized by her. And surely that treasure had fallen into her hands as well. What are you talking about? I never found John. I merely took that territory. Whoever considers Kaido a fool is truly the fool. This fellow is cunning, and no matter who inquires about Captain John's affairs, he would never divulge anything. That was the financial secret of the Beast Pirates. Many of the policies established by Ashi are costly in the early stages, but they rely entirely on those treasures for sustenance. Even now, despite lacking funds, they can always retrieve from there. Ho ho ho, is that so? John was rather unfortunate to have perished in internal strife. However, since you are here, let us have a thorough discussion. After 7 or 8 years, these two notorious pirates were reunited due to some bananas. Kaido's presence here clearly indicated a desire for conversation. If negotiations were possible, it meant that the matter was not unattainable but rather required a certain price. Since it is your territory, I shall purchase it. Every year, bananas must be delivered to me. That is impossible, Lin. At most, I can allocate a portion after expanding production. Moreover, I have no interest in money. To be precise, selling bananas merely fetches a little money, and he had no investment in such matters. He was here to act as an intermediary. If Charlotte Lin attempted to seize forcibly, he would never acquiesce. He has always maintained a favorable attitude towards his valued subordinates and would not compromise simply because the other party was Lin. However, trade was a different matter. No matter how gluttonous Queen might be, there are limits, whereas the cultivation of bananas knows no bounds. As the cultivation area expands, he naturally would have surplus bananas to sell to Lin. Yet, these bananas were exclusively his. In his monopolistic position, he would not settle for mere belly. What he sought was Lin's intelligence network. All great pirates possess their own intelligence networks. If they were to rely solely on newspapers, they would eventually fall victim to that rascal Morgan's. He indeed dares to report on major incidents, Yet he has also frequently indulged in sensationalizing false news to capture attention. Among the numerous pirates in the New World, Charlotte Linlin maintains the closest ties with the Grey World. She requires various high-quality ingredients and seeks to gather diverse races and other beings in Wano. All of this necessitates the intelligence network of the underground world. Kaido intended to leverage Linlin's network to gather information about those stone tablets, using them to exchange for formidable powers from Arceus. In dealings with Linlin, where fruits serve as payment, this intermediary could be said to profit immensely. Utilizing the intelligence network is not a significant concern for Linlin. Kaido was confident she would not refuse. An intelligence network? What exactly do you seek those items for? That is of no concern to you. You obtain what you desire. And I obtain what I desire. Why complicate matters? However, I currently require those bananas. I believe I have indeed heard whispers of what you seek, the indestructible peculiar stone tablets. If your information holds truth, we might reach an agreement. He would not compete with Quinn for such matters. Yet if the information proves to be accurate, Quinn would likely choose to compromise, as Shano would undoubtedly engage in amiable discourse with him upon learning the truth. In light of this, I shall retrieve the items for our transaction, Kaido. I extend you a courtesy, and I shall only require half of the bananas from that island. Very well. Although Quinn may incur losses, as long as he possesses the stone tablet, Arceus would undoubtedly be willing to assist him in recouping those losses. The original bananas, in contrast to the second-generation ones, possess an unmistakably superior flavor. However, following the agreement between Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, an unexpected disruptor emerged. Linlin, who is that? What are you doing? How can you be drinking? Charlotte Linlin, a pirate in her own right, and Kaido, also a pirate, were well acquainted. Thus, it was entirely normal for them to share drinks after reaching an agreement. At this juncture, Charlotte Linlin was still under 40. Her appearance in her youth starkly contrasting with her visage in her 60s, where she displayed a more resolute demeanor. Prior to reaching the age of 48, her beauty was quite striking, aligning with the preferences of Boss Chow. It is well known that Charlotte Linlin not only has many children but also numerous husbands, and the individual questioning her is her latest spouse. At this moment, she was still with child, yet her pregnancy did not impede her combat prowess. Her monstrous constitution set her apart from ordinary individuals. In a sense, her first husband was quite formidable. When her current husband observed Charlotte Linlin sharing a drink and camaraderie with a younger man, he felt a surge of agitation. Moreover, he often erred by overestimating his significance in Charlotte Linlin's eyes. While she valued capable offspring, to her, a husband was merely a tool, typically discarded once the children were born. Unbeknownst to her current husband, his tenure was nearing its end, though he might have had a few months left. His interruption of Charlotte Linlin led her to perceive him as an encumbrance. Thus, when he approached her with his grievances, he was met with a merciless slap, rendering him the shortest-serving husband of Charlotte Linlin. Kaido's arrival temporarily spared Perispero, preventing Big Mom from seeking him out personally. Had Perispero encountered the irate Big Mom, the outcome would have been uncertain. Quinn, too, was concerned about his captain's demeanor, yet he felt a degree of ease compared to Perispero's trepidation. In the worst-case scenario, he would endure a few days of punishment. He had long since become accustomed to such treatment, though admitting it felt somewhat pitiful. The treasure map was in Olga's possession, as she directed the navigators and helmsmen aboard the ship to correct their course. While there are few brilliant navigators, many possess a basic understanding of navigation. The reason Olga was in command was that others could not decipher the text on the map. The script used on Alchemy Island, which vanished over a century ago, differed significantly from modern writing and belonged to an ancient script. Though the pirate world shares a common language, each island boasts its own dialect and local script, contributing to a rich tapestry of cultures. These writings also exhibit some similarities. The patterns on the treasure map represent a form of ancient writing, which, while distinct from alchemy's script, also employed pictographs. Leveraging her knowledge of alchemy's characters, Olga could translate the text with reasonable accuracy through educated guesses. The character for cinnamon had multiple variations in ancient script, a common occurrence in such writings. Recognizing even half of the text allowed her to approximate the pronunciation and meaning. And while discrepancies might arise, the general direction would remain intact. Previously, a merchant had dismissed this item as a mere gift, for they were wholly unfamiliar with such artifacts. Anything ancient was something the world government sought to suppress. Alchemy Island had long since disappeared, and it was not the only one. Many similar islands had vanished, resulting in numerous lost texts. Only a few specialized historical research institutions could interpret them. However, the ability to translate these writings did not hinder the examination of the nautical map. By comparing the positions of islands and currents, one could ultimately discern the route, though literacy would render the process more efficient. "This map looks awfully suspicious to me," Quinn remarked, casting a skeptical glance at the parchment. He had boarded the ship under the pretense of being a treasure expert. How could he prove such expertise? By stirring up trouble. If he failed to raise any concerns, what kind of expert would he be? "Please, old man, if you cannot even read these characters, how can you assert their authenticity? We're merely gambling on chance here. Why not take a look? You're still too young, kid. You have yet to grasp the world's perils." Among the crew, AC was the only one who would not clash with Quinn, as they shared many traits, such as narcissism and blind confidence. Of course, AC was no match for Quinn. His combat prowess was akin to that of an ordinary lackey. It is somewhat inaccurate to assert this. Rather, it should be stated that he is inferior to ordinary foot soldiers. He has yet to shed his excess weight, and his physique offers little advantage in combat. Coupled with his status as the beloved of the trainees, Olga navigates the 100 Beast crew with considerable ease. Nevertheless, what exactly is inscribed here? I find it difficult to comprehend, yet it appears to suggest the ultimate treasure of immortality, if I interpret it correctly. The ultimate treasure of immortality? Such a notion seems more akin to a deception. Whispers of this nature often surface upon the vast ocean, tales of golden apples, and the like, mere fabrications. While the pure gold of Ashier represents one possible pathway to achieving this, the limits of pure gold remain an enigma. The immortality surgery derived from the surgery fruit is currently the most reliable known method. However, only those with such abilities, or individuals who have undergone the immortality procedure, truly grasp the specifics. Many treasure maps tend to boast an extravagant allure, promising treasures that could purchase the world or unveil the great secret of immortality, claims Quinn has encountered before. Yet, he merely indulges in idle talk. He has no desire to return and endure Kaido's rigorous training just yet. The pirate ship, adorned with the banner of the 100 Beasts, sails across the ocean. In the waters of the New World, the pirate flag serves as the finest passport, provided that the crew's strength is formidable enough. As long as they refrain from provoking other pirates or encountering reckless newcomers within their territories, they can generally coexist without incident. This exemplifies the unspoken understanding among pirates. Incessant skirmishes yield no advantage to either territory or oneself. In the absence of crossing certain boundaries, many matters are open for discussion. Much like the banana negotiations between Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, where mutual needs are met. Relying solely on conflict to resolve issues is the hallmark of the most primitive pirates. After a considerable voyage, Arceus and his companions approached their destination, the sky now veiled by clouds, yet these were merely clouds, showing no signs of impending rain. In ordinary waters, such extensive cloud cover often heralds a storm, but in the New World, all navigational conventions are upended. At this moment, Olga was seeking assistance from Ashi, as there were several characters she simply could not decipher. She had only been 8 when alchemy disappeared, and having not fully learned alchemy's complex script, she was unfamiliar with certain intricate characters. After alchemy's departure, Ashi ceased to instruct her in those matters, instead guiding her through new forms of writing. With Ashi's external aid, she finally unraveled the meaning of the final phrase. The wings of midnight pierce the clouds. The moonlight guides the final direction. Midnight? Moonlight? Must we wait here until the stroke of midnight? It seems so. This treasure map has gaps, while it indicates the location of the final island. It only directs one to the nearby waters, followed by this solitary phrase. Thus, they resolved to wait. Having journeyed this far, an extra evening was of little consequence. Anchoring the ship, the beast pirates awaited the arrival of midnight. The dense clouds obscured the moonlight, but as midnight approached, the sky split open, allowing a beam of moonlight to illuminate the distance. Faintly, something seemed to glide through the clouds, creating this very rift. No matter how many times one witnesses it, nature remains a marvel. Observing this peculiar phenomenon, Olga expressed her wonder. However, Kaiwen's focus diverged from Olga's. He sensed an oddity within the clouds, which did not appear to be typical formations. At that moment, a mournful cry echoed through the air, followed by the descent of a shadow upon the beast pirate's vessel. The shadow fell directly on the deck, startling the nearby pirates, yet they quickly regained their composure. With 2 officers aboard, a reserve officer and her partner, along with Arceus present, their confidence surged. A few pirates, emboldened, approached, but before they could be reprimanded, a roar erupted. revealing a pair of crimson eyes glinting with menace in the dark. As the ship's spotlight illuminated the deck, a bizarre creature materialized. Its dorsal side was green while its belly was white, resembling a western dragon, yet covered in long fur, with forelimbs fused with wings and massive bird-like talons for hind limbs. A lengthy tail sprawled across the deck, its estimated length around 8 or 9 meters. However, it appeared quite frail, a massive black arrow piercing its wing, similar injuries marring its body, the source of its fall. Moreover, the arrow was tethered to an iron chain, the end of which was affixed to a heavy object, suggesting intentional capture. This creature is a Millennium Dragon? Kaiwan's extensive knowledge of biology allowed him to quickly identify this species, a unique creature known as the Millennium Dragon. Despite its name, its appearance is more akin to a blend of an Archaeopteryx and a dinosaur. They are dubbed Millennium Dragons due to their extraordinary longevity. Brother Kaiwan, what is a Millennium Dragon? A legendary creature, it is said that its bones can grant immortality, though this is merely a myth. His knowledge stemmed from the fact that MADS had once researched such legends. The study of genetic factors encompasses a plethora of bizarre creatures, while Millennium Dragons are rare. The world government invariably uncovers leads on any species existing within this realm. The ideal resting and birthing ground for a Millennium Dragon lies beneath the depths of Dragon Island in the East Sea, which surfaces only once every millennium. However, not all Millennium Dragons meet their end there. Some perish or are born outside, and through basic research and experimentation, it is evident that the notion of immortality is a fabrication. Moreover, if such a thing were true, one would scarcely encounter a Millennium Dragon in the wild. For the world government would not allow such beings to roam freely, regardless of the resources expended. They would hunt this species to harvest their bones and keep a few under their control. The so-called secret of immortality is but a mere tale. If the bones of a Millennium Dragon truly facilitated eternal life, it would render their own aging and mortality illogical. Nevertheless, it remains clear that some still cling to this myth. Otherwise, there would be no reason to hunt them. As for how he arrived at this conclusion, the wounds on the Millennium Dragon spoke volumes. Only humans or hybrids would employ such devices. Kaiwan endeavored to educate those around him, showcasing his knowledge. But as he recounted certain experiments, the injured Millennium Dragon roared in response, causing it to bleed even more profusely. What is this creature doing? Is it reckless? It seems to convey its fury at the harm inflicted upon its kin. Daring anyone to approach, it would gladly take a bite out of them. Or so the sentiment goes. Kaiwan heard Elizabeth's fragmented voice in his ear. With further study, she would soon communicate as freely as a human. Mature Millennium Dragons can comprehend human speech, yet they cannot articulate it, and humans cannot decipher their roars. However, it is well known that all terrestrial creatures, aside from humans and hybrids, in the pirate world speak a singular language, as evidenced by Chopper's translation abilities, regardless of whether it be camels or birds. Even peculiar creatures like kung fu manatees, he comprehends them all. In Water 7, the likes of Brook could understand the common speech of regular sea beasts, although he seemed unable to communicate with fish, suggesting a divergence in the languages of fish and other animals. As for the Sea Kings, only the reigning Sea Emperor and those possessing the ability to hear all things can comprehend their speech. The language of this millennia-old dragon resonates with that of Elizabeth. Thus she serves as the translator. Otherwise, only Arceus aboard the ship would comprehend its words. Misunderstanding my intent, I meant to convey that I have studied the materials sent by others. This is the first living millennia-old dragon I have ever encountered. Quinn is not elucidating matters to the dragon, but rather explaining to Shayna, who harbors a profound disdain for the so-called experiments of the world government, not merely those inflicted upon her and Abel, but also those conducted on other races. She would not approach Quinn's laboratory, and he would refrain from broaching such topics in her presence. However, this time he became somewhat carried away, thus breaching their tacit understanding. Recently, Shayna has been by Arceus's side each night, seemingly gaining considerable strength, and she has even contemplated developing Quinn's bowling invention, which makes Quinn wary. The secret to immortality. It appears Olga did not misinterpret the translation. The direction indicated on that treasure map likely leads to the island where this millennia-old dragon resides. Quinn attempted to shift the conversation. Yet his method was rather clumsy and ineffective. Just as he experienced a headache, someone lent him assistance. A cannonball struck the ship's hull with a resounding blast. The resulting spray drenched the deck near Arceus, and Quinn's eyes gleamed with intensity upon witnessing this. Lord Arceus, how dare anyone disturb your tranquility? This is unforgivable. I shall bring them to you at once. Quinn transformed into a tropical dragon, soaring into the air towards the approximate direction, leaving the crew of pirates bewildered. Can this fool be any more theatrical? Shayna, you should accompany him. I deem him unreliable. As you command, Lord Sacred Beast. I shall deal with those who fired the cannon. With that, she unfurled her wings and pursued the already airborne Quinn, while Arceus approached the millennia-old dragon. Given its extensive lifespan, it might possess knowledge of ancient events. The slate could have found its way into the belly of a sea king. Thus it may also reside in the nest of a millennia-old dragon. The earlier struggle was the last vestige of the dragon's strength, and it now lay feebly on the deck. Ship's doctor, extract whatever is inside it. By now, the beast's pirates had more than one ship's doctor. Although Quinn remained the most skilled healer in the crew, he was but one man, and the beast's pirates were not a small crew like the Straw Hats. He could not manage alone. While renowned physicians are hard to come by, finding ordinary doctors is relatively easy. Their skills need not be exceptional. Merely capable of addressing common ailments such as colds, food poisoning, and wounds would suffice. As these are the most frequently encountered issues aboard the ship, Lord Sacred Beast, if we extract it, it may die instantly. Such sharp objects, once embedded, cannot be removed directly. Even pirates would know this, having seen enough television dramas to understand the principle. The black arrow piercing its body was as thick as an arm. Adorned with massive barbs, the dragon's struggles in the air had already caused the wound to tear, and it was seeping blood. Although the bleeding had lessened, it was merely because the organ's ability to produce blood could not keep pace with the loss. I understand. You need not concern yourself with anything else. Just extract it and prepare to stitch the wound. Understood. He felt pressed into action. He had previously witnessed a veterinarian being compelled to treat humans. Yet he was the first doctor forced to attend to a millennia-old dragon. Soon, a greater challenge arose. They could not sever the black arrow. With its large barbs at the tip and a long iron chain attached to the rear, it would require cutting to extract. Yet they could leave no trace on the arrow. Ultimately, it was Elizabeth's water blade that severed the black arrow, after which Olga assumed the role of an anesthetist. Soroyak's illusionary abilities transcended mere fantasy. They could deceive both cameras and biological perception, allowing her to cast a false illusion of painless existence upon the millennia-old dragon. Subsequently, the two pirates combined their efforts to pull the black arrow free. The wound was grotesque, revealing shattered organs and bone fragments. Even if he were not a veterinarian, he could pronounce a death sentence upon the dragon. Then, a sphere of water emerged from Arceus, crashing down upon the millennia-old dragon. A wave of energy rippled across the deck, and the energy from the droplets surged into the dragon's body, not only healing it, but also mending the minor wounds of the surrounding pirates. The drops of life water, a new skill acquired after obtaining the slate, possessed the rare ability to restore vitality to allied beings, enhancing their self-healing capabilities. However, this ability could do nothing for severed limbs unless the species inherently possessed such a capacity. The void left by the black arrow was too vast, necessitating sutures. In the ship doctor's eyes, the necrotic portions of the dragon's body seemed to regain vitality. Divine power. The monstrous strength acquired by Babanuki left them in awe. As this ability resembled a form of cultivation, akin to Babanuki receiving augmentation. The act of resurrecting the millennial dragon from the brink of death is imbued with greater divine power, especially for someone like him, who possesses a rudimentary understanding of medicine. This formidable healing ability almost guarantees an increased chance of survival for them in the future. Do not linger in it days. Quickly stitch up its wounds. The exertion required for such a vivid illusion is also substantial for Olga, as it involves not only shielding visual perception but also the sense of pain. Observing the dazed ship's doctor, she urged him, prompting him to regain his composure and hastily begin suturing the injury. The millennial dragon lacks hard scales, which is fortunate. Otherwise, the needles and threads prepared for humans in his medical kit might have proven ineffective. Now, all that is needed is to shave off the excess fur to facilitate the stitching. However, this task was entrusted to the ship's cook, as the doctor was too slow. And the dragon's resilient fur made the process cumbersome. The cook was far more adept. With the combined efforts of the cook and the doctor, the dragon's wound was treated. And by the time Olga dispelled the illusion, the millennial dragon had regained its vitality. Although the wound would still ache, it was a tolerable degree for it. It seemed perplexed, looking at its newly shorn belly with a bewildered gaze. How do you feel? Roar. Is that so? That's good. Have you encountered anything similar? Roar. Following this, communication between Arceus and the millennial dragon ensued. However, aside from Elizabeth, no one present could decipher the dragon's words. Elizabeth, what is that dragon saying? It claims to be merely 200 years old, unaware of many things, but it can take us home to consult its father, who has lived for over 600 years and is still expressing gratitude. Olga's illusion did not obscure certain aspects. The dragon recognized that Arceus had saved it, but it had never seen the tablet Arceus sought, having never ventured beyond its vicinity. However, it knew that its father had flown from other seas, and it should possess some knowledge. Sensing Arceus's goodwill, it was willing to take him home for a look. The millennial dragon may not speak the human tongue, but it is not foolish. It can discern who holds authority on this vessel. Were it humans, it might not have trusted them, even if they had rescued it. Yet, Arceus's appearance inspired its trust, particularly due to the aura he emitted and the extraordinary power he possessed, which deepened its faith. Roar. It states that it is hungry and inquires if we have any food. This was conveyed by Elizabeth, and upon receiving Arceus's nod, the cook was given a new task. Fortunately, this task was quite simple, as the millennial dragon required only raw fish to satisfy its hunger. Meanwhile, Quinn was expressing his gratitude to those who had rescued him from despair by using a seed machine gun to fire upon the deck. Cannon fire upon the ocean signifies a declaration of war. Since they had fired, conflict was inevitable. Furthermore, this was his intent in coming here. Doing nothing would have been the true trouble. The oceans teem with countless scattered factions, and the best way to identify them is by their flags. However, the insignia on the ship before Quinn was peculiar. The sail bore neither the pirate skull flag nor the world government's cross emblem, nor the Navy seagull banner, but rather an odd surgical scalpel and a spherical symbol. This emblem was not unfamiliar to Quinn. They were among the most notorious groups at sea, the Organ Trafficking Assassination Syndicate. The Organ Trafficking Assassination Syndicate primarily operates within the Grand Line, with a presence in both the first half, Paradise, and the latter half, the New World. Members of this organization occasionally appear in the Four Seas, constituting a part of the underworld. Their infamy surpasses that of pirates, while pirates adhere to certain codes, and the territories of great pirates have their own regulations. This group engages in indiscriminate assassination. As the name suggests, the Organ Trafficking Assassination Syndicate's business revolves around human organs, with their source being assassination. They hunt selected targets, harvesting their organs for sale, often leaving victims in the hands of human traffickers who may not die immediately. While this group directly dismembers their targets, assassination is executed to preserve the integrity of the organs to the greatest extent possible. Where there is demand, there is a market. Wealthy nobles, when ill, require transplant surgeries, and some prefer human organs over mechanical substitutes. To produce suitable specimens, this syndicate may hunt countless targets to fulfill their transactions. They also pursue individuals of strength or notoriety, as their organs fetch higher prices. The very individuals who had just hunted the millennial dragon were indeed part of this syndicate. The dragon's bones are integral to its being, and as an organ trafficking assassination group, hunting the millennial dragon falls well within their operational scope. Their ultimate objective, of course, is to amass greater wealth. While many are aware that the notion of the millennial dragon's bones granting immortality is but a rumor, there remain numerous believers. For the allure of longevity is immense. As deceivers, they need not be particularly astute. It suffices that there are those who are even more foolish in their eyes, and they delight in such naive yet affluent buyers. The wealthiest yet frequently foolish group in this world is none other than the celestial dragons. Although within their ranks there exists a minuscule number of benevolent individuals and a fraction of capable persons, the likes of Charlos far outnumber them. Organ trafficking assassination syndicates, in pursuit of lucrative business, maintain a robust network of informants within the underground black market. They are acutely aware that celestial dragons are willing to procure the bones of ancient dragons at exorbitant prices. Moreover, to authenticate that these are indeed the bones of a millennium-old dragon, one must present an entire specimen. This group has been tracking these ancient dragons for nearly a year, and upon finally securing one, they discovered that the ancient dragon lay upon the ship of the beast pirates. Due to their angle of approach, they pursued the beast pirates' vessel from behind and failed to notice the flag, leading them to open fire indiscriminately. Even had they seen the flag, it is uncertain they would have ceased their assault. This organization has existed for a considerable duration, fostering a sense of blind confidence among its members. Had events unfolded according to the original timeline, this organization would have dared to strike at Big Mom during her tea party, targeting her and her offspring, along with influential figures from the shadowy underworld. For Charlotte Lin, the tea party is of paramount importance, and when she holds such an event, her children and officers typically return without fail. To provoke Big MOM at this juncture equates to a declaration of war against the entire Big MOM pirates. Thus, it is not surprising that reckless actions are undertaken, and now they are facing the consequences. Seed machine guns, flying blades, and tempestuous assaults. Queen has fully unleashed his firepower. Due to his modifications, aside from his mouth, Queen's tail, mechanical arm, and even the large braid at the back of his head can all unleash attacks, transforming him into an aerial fortress. Mwahaha, perish, you scoundrels. This is the price of provocation. Under the relentless barrage of his firepower, not a single living member remains visible on the deck, only sharp blades and countless bullet marks. As the area was nearly cleared, Queen descended in his hybrid beast form directly onto the deck, resuming his path of destruction. This time, he managed to restrain his tongue, refraining from uttering words that ought not to be spoken. He had sensed the gaze belonging to Shayna behind him, a skill honed after his indiscretion in the plantation. However, a hint of resentment was evident in his actions. Come out, you bastards. What are you hiding for? He did not venture into the cabin, but instead bombarded the deck with energy spheres, uncertain of the ship's structure. Recklessly entering a confined space would be detrimental to him. As night fell, the intensity of sunlight diminished, leading him to forego the more potent solar flare. Yet, just as he continued his indiscriminate assault, all the lights on the deck abruptly extinguished. It appeared that he had not disrupted the wiring. Rather, someone had intentionally severed the power supply. Subsequently, several powerful beams of light emerged, likely from high-output searchlights, aimed directly at Quinn's face, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. Though I know not who you are, we shall take your organs. I have a fondness for livers, but this hefty swine may have fatty liver. Regardless, I desire his eyes. I hope they have not been blinded, for he should be able to compensate for our losses. Several iron chains ensnared Quinn's neck, which, in his beastly form, resembled that of a tropical dragon, deemed a weakness by them. The sound of slicing air echoed. Even without sight, he was aware that they were swinging blades toward his neck. However, the outcome was not as they had anticipated. Quinn's neck remained unscathed by their strikes. How is this possible? This is an attack imbued with Conqueror's hockey. Hockey. With such feeble attempts, can you truly call it hockey? Mentioning this seemed to ignite a fire within Quinn, who seized both assailants with one hand each. Compared to the countless hardships I have endured to cultivate my hockey, what you possess is mere child's play. With a forceful downward motion, the combination of his immense weight and inertia drove their heads into the deck, and he subsequently grasped the chain around his neck, snapping it effortlessly. Are you all fools? I wear sunglasses. What use are these lights to me? Wiping his eyes, Quinn revealed a disdainful smile as he glanced at those retreating back into the cabin. Seemingly struck by a new idea, he rummaged through his belongings and produced a purple fruit, notorious for its singular characteristic, high toxicity. The fruit soon vanished in his hand, replaced by a surge of green energy. Typically, he had no opportunity to utilize such an ability. Let me demonstrate the novel plague bomb born from the fusion of my capabilities and techniques. The blessing of nature, with varying effects based on the carried fruit, allowed Quinn to develop this unprecedented ability after injecting toxins into the fruit. The MADS organization tends to congregate to study similar subjects, such as genetic factors. In this domain, Quinn, Judge, and Vegapunk each have their unique research focuses, revolving around genetic factors. Beyond this, they each possess distinct areas of expertise, and Quinn excels particularly in weaponizing viruses. He refers to his research outcomes as plague bombs, with different variants corresponding to the virus types. This specific variant he dubbed vegetative state. By injecting toxins into the fruit and carrying it with him, he could unleash it through the blessing of nature, making it more challenging to evade than bullets or cannonballs. The vegetative state was his most successful combination, as those affected by the blessing of nature would gradually lose control over their bodies while remaining conscious. Without an antidote, they would succumb to unconsciousness after a period, eventually becoming true vegetative states, as evidenced by his experiments on defeated pirate foes. Moreover, this method of release held another advantage. By simply substituting another fruit, he could swiftly concoct an antidote. The blessing of nature rapidly spread throughout the ship, prompting those within the cabin to sense something amiss and hastily don gas masks. In their routine operations, they frequently employed large-scale anesthetic gases, as the organs of the deceased fetched a lower price than those of the living. To ensure superior quality, they typically opted for captures. If they were to kill their adversaries, they needed to extract their desired items swiftly, commonly releasing anesthetic gas before engaging in combat, a well-established modus operandi. However, the blessing of nature was not a gas, but a unique form of energy. Even if the gas masks filtered the air, their bodies still came into contact with the blessing of nature. Within a minute, their bodies began to stiffen, one by one collapsing within the cabin. Meanwhile, Quinn counted down on the deck, waiting 3 additional minutes before heading toward the cabin, when a shadow suddenly dropped before him. "Hey, what are you doing?" "A stray fish. I see your armament hockey appears quite solid, but your observation hockey is lacking." The shadow was one of Shayna's discarded foes, a member of the organ trafficking assassination group, who had taken refuge in the lookout tower upon sensing impending danger. Quinn's blessing of nature targeted the lower cabin, neglecting that corner. After all, it was not a gas and would not drift upward without cause. Yet, while he evaded Quinn, he could not escape Shayna. "You speak so lightly." At this moment, Quinn's armament hockey surpassed his observation hockey, a result of his training. The most effective method for honing either was through combat. Furthermore, enduring blows was also a form of training, though the nature of the blows differed between armament and observation hockey. Armament hockey required one to enhance their defense without evasion, while observation hockey necessitated predicting and dodging incoming attacks. However, Quinn's sparring partners were somewhat extraordinary, making it difficult for him to evade their strikes. Over time, in a bid to avoid becoming a mere punching bag, he focused more on honing his armament hockey, ultimately leading to the current situation. "But what brings you here?" "Lord Sacred Beast fears you may falter, so I was sent to observe as well. Let us wrap this up and return." "Wait, don't be hasty. These ruffian ships should be laden with spoils. It would be a pity to leave them behind." As Quinn prepared to scour for treasures, he had scarcely descended when he returned. There is something you ought to see." "I'm not interested in such things. Hurry up." "No, it's not easy to explain. You should come down and see for yourself." Under Shayna's persistent persuasion, she followed Quinn deeper into the vessel, which boasted a surprisingly pristine environment. The cabin was immaculately clean, permeated by the scent of disinfectant. Within several compartments lay large petri dishes, containing various organ-like objects submerged in an unclear liquid. These were the wares of an organ trafficking assassination syndicate, their nefarious products stored within. Descending further led to a more gruesome slaughterhouse and prison. Yet Quinn had no intention of venturing down that path. Instead, he gestured toward the wall ahead, where a pair of black-winged specimens hung. "This, if I'm not mistaken, should be." Quinn's words trailed off as he stepped back, fully aware that he was among the top 3 individuals who understood Shayna best. He could assert, without boasting, that even Arceus would pale in comparison to his comprehension of her. At that moment, Shayna was teetering on the brink of fury, yet exerting a forceful restraint. "Find me a live one and administer the antidote. I have a few matters to clarify." The black-winged specimens were rare, and although Shayna could not identify the owner of those wings, she recognized them as belonging to her kin. Quinn's recognition stemmed from his awareness of Shayna and Jin's true lineage, having previously tended to their wounds and thus familiarized himself with certain characteristics of the Lunaria race. The wings of the Lunaria were an integral part of their anatomy, and their presence here signified a blood debt. Quinn was reluctant to recount what followed, having discovered that a woman's wrath was far more formidable than a man's. He referred to Jin as a perverse interrogator, yet compared to Shayna's recent fury, his method seemed almost innocuous. There were no significant findings. The wings had been acquired decades ago simply because they were aesthetically pleasing and had been placed aboard the ship as decoration. Another pair of such wings resided in their base within the New World, sourced from an auction held by the world government. Though they were an organ trafficking assassination group, they maintained their own dealings with the world government. The origin of those wings lay in the remnants of deceased Lunarians, exploited and sold by certain officials within the world government. Ultimately, Shayna incinerated the wings with her Lunarian flames, for their funeral rites were inherently pyre-based, and only their own flames could achieve complete cremation. In pursuit of the Millennium Dragon, this vessel harbored no one beyond the organ trafficking assassination group. It merely contained some merchandise, as they might encounter clients at any moment, facilitating Shayna's subsequent endeavors. Fiery embers coalesced at her lips, erupting into a blaze, consuming all in its path. The entire ship was engulfed in flames, including the members of the organ trafficking assassination group. The vendetta against the organ trafficking assassination group was firmly etched in her mind. The enmity with Mary Ahua had long been established, yet now another adversary had emerged. No survivors were left aboard. She demanded information about the wings, heightening the risk of exposure. Silencing them was the only option, especially considering they were all members of the organ trafficking assassination group. This is a group more detestable than pirates. Thank you, Quinn, for this time. Upon uttering these words, Quinn nearly dropped his sunglasses into the sea, contemplating the necessity of acquiring a cochlear implant for himself. Will you still express gratitude? This statement is inaccurate, to be precise. It is utterly absurd for Shayna and him to utter such words. However, Shayna's subsequent remarks confirmed that she remains unchanged, still very much herself. Do not misinterpret my sentiments. I still harbor disdain for you so-called researchers. Nevertheless, one must separate issues. Should I feel compelled to strike you next time, you may mention this matter. On the subject at hand, Quinn reminded her that a simple thank you is indeed warranted regarding the matter of those wings. Yet it is impossible for her to alter her stance based on that. A free pass from punishment? No, but I shall consider being somewhat lenient. Quinn and Shayna returned to their original vessel, having resolved their affairs with remarkable efficiency. After all, the entire ship had been reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind. Only the microorganisms in the ocean might salvage something from the remnants. How could such erasure at the physical level be executed flawlessly? Oh, Lord of the Sacred Beasts. There may be more than one vessel pursuing the Millennium Dragon, yet we have not detected their presence in the surrounding waters. This intelligence was previously acquired. There are 3 vessels hunting the Millennium Dragons, and the remaining 2 are pursuing other dragons. However, she and Quinn have circumnavigated the nearby waters extensively without sighting any ships. The pursuit? How is it possible? The Millennium Dragon possesses the ability to fly. Unless this particular dragon is injured, it would be impossible for a sailing vessel to catch up, as not every Millennium Dragon is wounded. As long as they maintain altitude, ordinary artillery cannot harm them. We do not possess that knowledge. But, oh, revered beast, where shall we go next? To the home of the Millennium Dragon. It shall guide us. The injured Millennium Dragon stood at the bow of the ship, its wings gracefully waving toward the moonlit direction. Midnight's wings sliced through the clouds, and the moonlight illuminated the final path. This is a sentence previously translated by Olga. Now it seems that the moonlight truly guides the direction of the 1,000-year dragon's abode. The clouds in the sky are still gathering, the moonlit path gradually fading away, while the vessel of myriad beasts continues to sail forward, following the guidance of the 1,000-year dragon. However, upon reaching the end of the moonlight, no islands appear before them. Nothing at all? Could this dragon have led them astray? No, it had just declared that they had arrived at their dwelling, which is right above us. Elizabeth translated the words of the 1,000-year dragon, while simultaneously casting a disbelieving glance upward. Above, an empty island? The empty island, one of the treasures of the pirate world, is a collective term for islands found in the sky, not referring to a singular island. Both the paradise of the first half and the new world of the latter half host such aerial islands. For pirates and inhabitants of the New World, empty islands are not entirely unfamiliar. This is not solely due to their greater prevalence in the New World, but also because the Golden Lion had created some floating islands. Albeit not as elevated as natural ones. Though man-made, they are still considered a part of the empty islands. The so-called wings of midnight slicing through the clouds now offer a more detailed answer to the direction illuminated by the moonlight. This group of Millennium Dragons resides on the floating islands, where their primary source of sustenance is the aerial fish. The term aerial fish refers to the species that inhabit the ethereal waters of the sky. The clouds here are diverse, ranging from iron clouds, as solid as metal, to rope clouds, suitable for tethering, to marsh-like swamp clouds, and the most common of all, sea clouds. The unique sea formed by these sea clouds is referred to as the White Sea, where the cloud layers, akin to the ocean's surface, allow vessels to navigate upon them. And peculiar fish species inhabit these ethereal waters. The heights of the floating islands vary. The loftiest among them typically reside above the White Sea at an altitude of 10,000 meters, while others hover at several thousand meters. There are 2 routes to ascend to the floating islands. One can either seek out their concealed passages and climb the stairways formed by sea clouds, or one may pursue the soaring currents of the sky. These sky islands, inhabited by ancient dragons, are among the lower floating isles. However, from below, the changes above are imperceptible. The so-called wings that pierce the clouds on the treasure map refer to the ancient dragons when they hunt sky fish. Their wings momentarily part the sea of clouds, allowing moonlight to penetrate and illuminate the sea's surface, with the destination being directly beneath that sky island. Yet, this ancient dragon made a grave mistake. Though its path was not erroneous, it was the route home for the dragons, not the landing point for human vessels. The ancient dragon could ascend merely by flapping its wings, but human ships faced far greater challenges. The soaring currents of the sea are not inherently linked to the sky islands. Some regions near certain islands experience these currents, while others do not. Thus, even though the beast pirate ship rests directly below the dwelling of the ancient dragons, the only means of ascent is through flight. Everyone, something appears to be falling from the sky, shouted the lookout aboard the ship. As the moonlight began to fade, he could barely discern a few dark silhouettes amidst the remaining glow, but much remained obscured. The shadows descended rapidly, followed by the sound of splashing water. It was not solely human corpses that fell. The bodies of ancient dragons and fragments of ships plummeted as well, indicating that a fierce battle raged above. Upon witnessing the dragon corpses, the ancient dragons aboard the ship seemed to go mad, disregarding their freshly stitched wounds as they soared skyward. What shall we do now? Lord Arceus? Of course, we ascend. Everyone, hold on to something secure to brace yourselves. With that, Arceus stamped his foot, channeling a surge of energy through the vessel into the ocean. Soon, the sea appeared to boil with fervor. Just as the members of the beast pirates secured themselves, a powerful current erupted from the depths, propelling their ship skyward. In this realm devoid of soaring currents, he summoned forth a torrent of his own creation. The droplet upon the stone possessed the power to manipulate the flow of water, and thus the celestial current conjured by Arceus propelled the vessel skyward. Above the clouds, on an uncharted aerial island, some individuals engaged in the pursuit of millennial dragons. Numerous smaller boats were launched into the sea from two grand vessels, their occupants armed with specially crafted harpoons, advancing towards the ancient dragons. Diversity among races presents individual variances, and such is the case with the millennial dragons. Those inhabiting the East Sea encounter a significantly lower probability of peril, preying upon weaker quarry, which ultimately results in a diminished overall strength. However, this is the New World, where treacherous climates compel its inhabitants to evolve into more formidable beings, adapting to the capricious weather. The climatic conditions here influence not only the Azure Sea, but also the ethereal White Sea above. Even though these millennial dragons dwell in the skies, their prowess vastly exceeds that of their kin residing in the East Sea. Lacking any extraordinary abilities, their speed, strength, and physical resilience are markedly superior to those of their brethren in the East Sea. This has rendered the hunting endeavors of these individuals considerably more challenging. Initially, their objective was to capture these millennial dragons alive, for a living millennial dragon undoubtedly holds greater value than a deceased one. However, millennial dragons are not easily subdued. Even a sizable domestic goose can elude capture, let alone creatures bearing the name dragon. Typically, millennial dragons exist in small tribes scattered across various seas, converging only when the dragon island emerges from the depths every 1,000 years. The millennium dragons here are scarce, scattered in small numbers, with only a handful being juvenile specimens. Those possessing wings hold a distinct advantage in flight, seemingly capable of fleeing this place. However, the reality is far more intricate. Members of an organ trafficking assassination group have captured several millennium dragons, provoking them into choosing combat over escape. Moreover, millennium dragons exhibit a profound sense of territoriality. Faced with these intruders, they opted to fight for their homeland rather than retreat. The fallen bodies of millennium dragons and the wreckage of ships in Qinghai stand as testament to this struggle. It is rather foolish of them. Had they chosen to flee, their losses would have been mitigated. After all, they are mere beasts. Despite being referred to as millennium dragons, they are simply rare creatures. Isn't it preferable? Indeed, it is, but such a choice renders much preparation futile. Nevertheless, there is no time for such thoughts. We must swiftly dispatch a team to recover the bodies. The sea clouds here are too thin, and those corpses have sunk directly below. The deceased hold little significance for him. In this new world, manpower is abundant. However, losing the bodies of the millennium dragons would be a significant setback. A team has long been dispatched, rest assured. At that moment, a millennium-old dragon suddenly emerged from the depths of the sea, overturning a small boat that they had dispatched. The millennium-old dragon here preys upon the ethereal fish, possessing the remarkable ability to maneuver briefly within the sea mist. Its long, flowing fur remains impervious to moisture upon entering the mist, instead binding closely together to form a unique membrane that repels water while simultaneously reducing resistance. Observing the majestic emergence of the millennial dragon, the crew aboard the vessel is filled with visions of wealth, for a single dragon bone, after meticulous crafting, can fetch an astronomical price. Should one find no effect from consuming it, the fault lies not with the dragon bone itself, but rather with the method of usage. Furthermore, with dragon bones commanding such high prices, one can only imagine the value of dragon blood and dragon flesh. This group excels in the trade of organs, and to them, a millennia-old dragon is akin to a treasure trove. You lot, hasten to capture it. How dare another millennia-old dragon present itself to meet its demise? Several small boats advanced. Yet before they could execute their plans, a powerful current surged forth, accompanied by another vessel, one previously dispatched for salvage operations. Their descent was executed in an unusual manner. They released a prepared membrane from the ship to facilitate submersion, and upon breaching the mist, they deployed a colossal parachute for a safe landing. However, just as they descended halfway, they encountered Arceus, the master of the surging currents. Little ones, show these intruders the extent of our might. This situation requires no extensive explanation. It is evident that they have allied themselves with the millennia-old dragons. With the enemy clearly identified, the onset of conflict demands no further justification. Arceus looms behind them, and the experiences of Babanuki remain vividly etched in their memories. Once mere ordinary members, Babanuki has ascended to a minor leadership role through sheer strength. Who would not desire a higher status and formidable power? While the outcome of a lottery may yield disappointing results, pleasing Arceus could potentially grant them even greater strength. Although their initial objective was treasure hunting, they were equipped with an arsenal of weapons and artillery. Upon receiving the command to engage in battle, they demonstrated absolute firepower dominance. Despite possessing only a single ship, their artillery's range surpassed that of their adversaries by nearly a third. In naval warfare, cannon fire remains an indispensable element. Applicable to both navies and pirates alike, only a select few can match the destructive capabilities of artillery through mere human effort. For the majority, the intimidation factor of cannon fire far outweighs that of physical might. Since their previous encounter with Wald, during which they faced a shortage of ammunition and were forced into a boarding battle, certain members of the Beast Pirates seem to have developed a phobia of inadequate firepower, ensuring their ammunition holds are brimming before each voyage. Where on earth did this band of pirates emerge from? The sudden barrage of cannon fire left the members of the Oregon Trafficking Assassination Group bewildered. Despite having numerous adversaries, this operation was conducted with utmost secrecy, investing considerable time to locate the cloud ladder leading to this sky island. How could they be ambushed here without provocation? To complicate matters further, their primary objective was the capture of a millennia-old dragon alive. Thus, they predominantly carried harpoons, nets, and potent tranquilizers, with ammunition being only half of their usual stock due to prior consumption during the journey. Though they faced a different foe, the members of the Beast Pirates experienced a reversal of fortunes. They had indeed prepared several contingencies, but all were specifically tailored to counter the millennia-old dragons. The unexpected intervention of the Beast Pirates disrupted their entire strategy. Moreover, their forces were exceedingly dispersed, rendering them incapable of mounting an effective counterattack. The complications did not cease there. The millennia-old dragon, previously rescued by Arceus, let out a thunderous roar, its voice cutting through the chaos of exploding cannonballs. Reaching the ears of other dragons, the message was simple: these are our allies, here to assist us. With the Beast Pirates' involvement, the battle became exceedingly arduous. The physical prowess of the dragons far surpassed that of humans, with only the harpoons launched from the main ship's heavy launchers capable of piercing their flesh. Yet, these heavy launchers, which bore a resemblance to artillery, were swiftly met with devastating counterattacks. While cannon fire may lack precision, sniping does not. The more intricate the mechanism, the more precious it is, with increasingly stringent requirements for usage. Although these heavy launchers were not entirely incapable of withstanding the elements, they had evidently lost their firing capability after sustaining multiple breaches in their barrels. With such compromised launchers, they could not ascertain where their projectiles would land. The root of this chaos lay in Elizabeth's precise sniping. Silent water bullets became the unseen assassins on this battlefield. The recent battle yielded no prisoners and persisted until every enemy was eradicated. The Millennium Dragons, though not human, do not initiate attacks against mankind. However, when their homeland is threatened and their kin are harmed, they show no mercy. Several Millennium Dragons were stained crimson, a mix of dragon's blood and human blood. The true embodiment of ferocity was Shayna, a remnant of the trauma she and Jean endured in their past. In their daily lives, they appeared as normal individuals. Yet when they entered a phase of emotional release, they became excessively volatile, Jean resorting to interrogation, while Shayna embraced slaughter. Typically, her confrontations with Quinn resulted only in the administration of suppressants, but the emergence of those wings unleashed her repressed nature, leading to an unrestrained onslaught. The residents of the beast territory regarded Shayna as a benevolent figure, primarily because she never unleashed her brutal side upon her own people, Quinn being the sole exception. Her attire predominantly consisted of red or black, chosen to conceal the blood she accumulated. However, this time, her garments had become irredeemable, perpetually absorbing the blood of her foes, subsequently scorched dry by her own flames, bringing them to the brink of disrepair. Presently, within the domain of the beast pirates, 3 professions are held in high esteem: technicians in the military-industrial sector, whose wares not only bolster their combat capabilities but also serve as primary trade commodities. And the other 2 are doctors and tailors. Their cadre consists of Zoan-type devil fruit users, rendering flexible clothing a necessity. Even Kaido is not exempt from this need, resulting in a high demand for skilled tailors. Who are you? Why do you attack us? Why assist those beasts? There are always individuals who remain uninformed. Apart from Rocks over a decade ago and later Roger, no pirate has achieved universal recognition. Even the current figures like Whitebeard and Golden Lion are unknown to some communities. Shayna is still some distance from widespread notoriety, even within the organ trafficking assassination syndicates, where there are those who disdain the news. Beasts, compared to them. Aside from your outer layer of human skin, your actions likely fall beneath even that of a beast. With another charred body in hand. After facing overwhelming high-end combat power and ranged fire, the outcome of the battle was devoid of suspense. These individuals would merely become refuse of the Sky Island, gradually swept back to the Blue Sea by the currents of the White Sea. The losses among the Millennium Dragons were significant, with 7 perishing in battle, and the remaining adult dragons were all wounded. This outcome is the result of the other party's desperate attempts to capture them alive. However, under their fierce resistance, even potent anesthetics proved difficult to take effect, forcing those individuals to resort to lethal measures. 7 may not seem like a substantial number, yet among the ancient dragon kin, there are only 27 in total. A few had been previously captured, and after the young dragons were expelled, only a dozen remained to fight. A loss of nearly a quarter can indeed be described as devastating. Roar. Elizabeth, what are they saying now? They express gratitude and offer apologies. The leader of the ancient dragons, who has never encountered the divine beast, mentioned that inquiries could be made among their kin on the Day of Return. The Day of Return is the occasion when all ancient dragons gather on the mysterious island of the East Sea, a mere 30 years away from the next assembly. The leader of the ancient dragons believes that there will undoubtedly be kin who have seen these things. You mentioned relocating? Roar. Indeed. This place has been discovered. It is time for a change of scenery. Where do you propose we go? Who knows where these ancient dragons plan to move? Nor what encounters await them. The gathering lasts only a day. Should they miss it, they must wait another millennium for the ancient dragons to convene again. Moreover, they are called ancient dragons precisely because the island surfaces only once every 1,000 years. Due to individual variances, some ancient dragons may perish prematurely. Thus, abducting them back to prevent unforeseen events is the wisest course. There remain 20 ancient dragons, specifically 20 along with 3 eggs. The leader is notably larger, exceeding 10 meters in length, sufficient to form a small aerial squadron. As for whether the ancient dragons might cause trouble, that is entirely unlikely. They have merely adopted a new appearance. Arceus conferred with the leader of the ancient dragons for a while, and the previously rescued young dragon provided assistance. Its father is the leader, and given the disparity in strength, the ancient dragon chief acquiesced to Arceus's request. It had witnessed Arceus manipulating ocean currents. In the future, the beast pirates will protect these ancient dragons, who will aid the beast in the capacity of aerial cavalry, gathering information for him on the day of the assembly in over 20 years. Transforming animals requires less effort than transforming humans, and the ancient dragon's appearance necessitates minimal alteration. Their internal powers will reshape their genes, giving rise to a new form, the primordial bird. For the ancient dragons, this new visage is readily accepted compared to their original form. The primordial bird resembles a simple haircut with a new dye, a change that younger dragons find quite appealing. The elder dragons may disapprove of this transformation, but for the sake of their kin's safety, they too altered their appearance, mirroring the Lunaria's intent to conceal their true forms. There is no space for them aboard the ship, but that is inconsequential, for the primordial bird is capable of flight. Kaido's preferences extend beyond Zoan-type abilities. He harbors a fondness for various creatures. Arceus surmises that Kaido will find excitement upon encountering these ancient dragons, a delightful surprise for his ally. Concurrently, Kaido shares a similar sentiment. He had just exchanged half of a banana with Big Mom's crew for a hefty stone tablet, which he tested and found indestructible. Likely the item Arceus desired. Surely, he would be quite pleased. X2. Although his small radar reacted to the stone tablet brought by Big Mom, he sought further confirmation. It was improbable, but what if Queen's creation malfunctioned? Simpler methods often yield more direct results. Rather than employing complex technology, assessing hardness is an excellent choice. Arceus and his crew ventured out on a treasure hunt, a vital activity for pirates. Kaido instructed his subordinates to plan a new feast, as in non-combat scenarios. A pirate crew's greatest additional expense is the cost of banquets. Nonetheless, all pirate crews maintain this tradition, albeit varying in scale based on financial capacity and customs. It is not uncommon for festivities to last several days, with most pirates opting to indulge heartily. Big Brother Kaido. Big Brother Arceus' ship has returned. They bring back a group of peculiar large birds. Large birds? On the main island, Kaido received news of Arceus' return, yet what they brought back was unexpected. Upon arriving at the port and observing the large birds spiraling in the sky, a spark of interest ignited in his gaze. What are those? They are ancient dragons. The destination of our treasure hunt was their homeland. We have reached an agreement, and henceforth, these ancient dragons will reside here under our protection. While the adult dragons will serve as partners in aerial cavalry. Aerial cavalry? An air force? Ha ha ha. Indeed, collaborating with you was a wise decision. After a moment of contemplation, Kaido erupted into laughter. The presence of these ancient dragons implies that the beast pirates can establish an aerial force. It is no issue for the adult ancient dragons to carry 4 or 5 individuals. Although there are only a dozen adult dragons, they suffice as a formidable surprise force. Apart from the Golden Lion, no pirate crew has yet achieved large-scale aerial combat. By the way, I have also discovered something valuable. I can sense the aura of the stone tablet. TCH, how boring. I forgot that you can perceive the essence of your belongings. Kaido initially regarded this as a surprise. But a dilemma arose. Arceus could sense his stone tablet from a certain distance, implying that once the tablet was brought back, it could not be concealed from Arceus. The outcome remained unchanged, yet it felt as though something was amiss. Nonetheless, this was not a significant issue, and the beast pirates seamlessly transitioned into their familiar celebratory phase. At this banquet, a group of ancient dragons emerged, and the pirates of the beast pirates displayed great enthusiasm towards these magnificent creatures. Kaido had already announced plans to establish an aerial cavalry, for flight is one of humanity's most cherished dreams, even if one cannot soar through the skies oneself. Being able to ride upon another's wings is a splendid alternative. However, the number of adult ancient dragons is limited, and thus only a select few elite individuals can compose the aerial cavalry. Consequently, the compatibility with the ancient dragons will undoubtedly influence the selection process for this elite unit. And astute individuals have already begun to cultivate relationships with these dragons. To mitigate potential complications, these ancient dragons have henceforth been designated as primordial birds, and all insiders have been instructed to maintain discretion and refrain from indiscreet discussions. Those chosen by Shayna for the ship are members of the Arceus sect. Their loyalty having been rigorously tested, such a requirement is hardly excessive. Furthermore, Arceus has reclaimed its 5th tablet, the Thunder Tablet, and at that moment, the skies above the island resonated with the sound of thunder, as the power of lightning returned under Arceus' dominion. Lightning is often perceived as a divine calamity, a force of nature that, when compared to fire, is more akin to a catastrophic disaster. Next came the eagerly anticipated lottery segment. When his dart struck a blue character representing Jump, the pirates below ceased their raucous uproar. What abilities might this individual possess? It remains uncertain. That fellow Babanuki wields his incredible strength with remarkable ease. Could this character leap as high? Who can say? Babanuki took 3 days. How long might this one require? 2 days, perhaps? Unlikely. It would take at least 4 days. He pales in comparison to Babanuki. One pirate even initiated a wager regarding how long this fortunate individual would take to master the skill. Ultimately, he too achieved mastery in 3 days, equaling Babanuki's record. Upon emerging, he, like Babanuki before him, indulged in abundant feasting, yet when other pirates urged him to demonstrate his newfound ability, he did not exhibit the same enthusiasm as Babanuki. Under the group's encouragement, he approached the shoreline, then took a bold leap onto the surface of the sea. Indeed, he leapt upon the water's surface. To him, the water was as solid as land, transforming into a medium for propulsion. The skill represented by that blue character was Splash Jump. Splash Jump, an eccentric ability characterized solely by its leaping nature, grants peculiar enhancements upon mastery. The power of his legs has increased, enabling him to leap higher and farther than ever before, and he has acquired the ability to bound upon the water's surface. The extraction of skills is entirely based on fortune, devoid of any underhanded dealings, thus he felt somewhat disoriented upon receiving this skill. Is there potential in Splash Jump? The answer is affirmative. In this water-dominated world, the ability to traverse the surface of water significantly enhances agility, allowing for free movement over the waves. Yet, it lacks the immediate impact of the strength-enhancing abilities. Nevertheless, it serves its distinct purpose. A group of individuals brainstormed various applications for his Splash Jump, while Quinn recruited local inhabitants to produce dried bananas. The tropical dragon's bananas possess an extended shelf life, and while Quinn's cultivated bananas inherit this trait, they too have their limits. Ripe bananas can last half a month without rotting, and if harvested while still green and properly stored, they might endure for 2 months. Yet this is the extent of their preservation. While impressive for bananas, it pales in comparison to consumption rates. Currently, Quinn is transforming the ripe bananas into freeze-dried banana chips for preservation. Simultaneously, he is cultivating new seedlings. For the 5th tablet was ultimately acquired through the trade of his cultivated bananas. In light of the substantial inventory he sacrificed, Arceus provided him with a form of compensation. He also modified the seeds of other fruits, supplying Quinn with a selection of fruit seeds, citrus fruits, peaches, and mangoes. Albeit this batch of seeds has been stripped of their original effects, retaining only their flavors. The complete versions of these fruits are no longer mere edibles. They have evolved into strategic resources for cultivation. Big Mom's action served as a reminder to Arceus that such fruits can command high prices. Quinn's cultivated fruits can be regarded as second-generation fruits. Even devoid of their anomalous effects and restorative properties, their nutritional value and flavor far surpass those of ordinary fruits. Fruits are an indispensable component during maritime voyages, and in this world, resources are concentrated in the hands of a select few. These fruits can also generate revenue. Moreover, Big Mom's extensive connections in the underworld present a significant advantage. Notably, she places great importance on sweets and suffers from a condition that compels her to crave food. Anything she has tasted may trigger her insatiable appetite. The fruits exported fall under the category of third-generation fruits. With slight improvements, these third-generation fruits will lose their reproductive capabilities, thereby ensuring that the fruit resources are firmly under the control of the beast pirates. Kaido's strength continues to rise, as does the development of the beast pirates. Eventually, even the big MOM pirates may find themselves incapable of contending with the beast pirates. While Big MOM may overlook certain matters, her offspring cannot. To prevent her from being unable to procure the desired fruits or desserts during her episodes of craving, they must maintain a stable trade relationship with the beast pirates. Consequently, this will facilitate the utilization of her connections. Kaido stands to profit immensely through intermediary dealings. Kaido gains power, Big MOM secures sustenance, and Arceus exploits the channels, allowing each party to fulfill their desires. Though the values of these commodities differ, they hold unique significance for each of the 3 parties involved. As night falls, the beach remains illuminated by the glow of bonfires, signifying the conclusion of the pirates' revelry. Most pirates have succumbed to drunkenness, while the one who has acquired the Splash Jump ability frolics exuberantly across the surface of the sea. A few close companions row vigorously in pursuit, anxious that he might plunge into the depths and drown. Meanwhile, Quinn immerses himself in his laboratory, cultivating his new crops, experimenting with grafting in hopes of producing unusual fruits. Arceus is busy integrating new tablets to restore greater power, while Kaido has wandered off to an unknown location. When he indulges in drunken antics, no one can predict his whereabouts. Despite Arceus's constant admonitions about the perils of excessive drinking, it seems inappropriate to chastise him now, as he has just recovered a tablet through his connections. Jean has just returned after handling a minor issue. With their own territory established, the pirates of the New World are now responsible for collecting taxes and ensuring the safety of their domain. A new group of daring newcomers has recently arrived from Fishman Island, and Jean was tasked with managing this bold cohort. Although he missed the banquet, it bears little consequence for him. Have you finished addressing the matters? Shayna's voice called from nearby. To facilitate their daily lives, Kaido has allocated a designated area on the island for Shayna and Jean. Apart from a few senior officers, no member of the pirate crew or ordinary resident is permitted entry without explicit orders. This consideration is also for their sake. Occasionally, Shayna would revert to her beast form, and Jean would sometimes remove his mask. One could say they are doomed to be seen. Those who lay eyes upon their true forms are swiftly silenced. Oh, merely a few audacious newcomers, youthful in age. Yet to Jean, these pirates who have just ventured into the new world are indeed novices. Shayna, aware of Jean's recent return and the chef's absence due to the banquet, brought him a late-night snack. Slices of flying fish sashimi, his favorite delicacy, something that requires no chef, as she had managed the kitchen when they first set sail. Preparing fresh slices of flying fish is a rather simple task. And what of you? Has the Lord of Beasts found what he seeks? Not yet, but there has been some progress. However, I currently have other matters at hand. She handed Jean a stack of documents, all pertaining to the organ trafficking assassination group. What is this? Previously, we encountered individuals from the organ trafficking assassination group. And aboard their vessel, I discovered the wings of my kin. Shayna recounted the events that transpired and the information she had extracted from the enemy. Their headquarters should possess another pair of identical wings. The remains of my people are not mere artifacts of their craftsmanship. Do you have a plan? Knowing Shayna's character, Jean surmised that since she had brought this matter to his attention, she had likely devised a strategy. No need for a plan. Such individuals should be obliterated directly. Lord of Beasts? Before Shayna could articulate her plan, Arceus promptly dismissed it. I have stated that this debt will be repaid gradually, and my agreement with the 1,000-year dragon encompasses this matter as well. Originally, she intended to collaborate with Jean on an assassination mission to eliminate the leader and reclaim the heirlooms of her kin. However, the plan has shifted. It remains an assassination. Yet the approach is entirely different. It is well known that the objective of an assassination is to eliminate the target without anyone being the wiser. Thus, if all witnesses are eradicated, the act will indeed remain unknown, qualifying it as an assassination. Lord of Beasts, will this not interfere with your plans? Of course not. Moreover, this is a matter I have pledged to fulfill. A promise must be honored, and I see that certain individuals are already eager for action. Wouldn't you agree, Kaido? Arceus's mention of Kaido momentarily stunned Jean and Shayna. Then, as if recalling something, Shayna dashed towards the back of the room, where she had excavated a wine cellar and, in accordance with Lunaria clan traditions, had brewed some wine. This liquor is referred to as fire wine by the Lunaria tribe, primarily due to its singular characteristic of being exceptionally potent. The consumption of beverages by the beast pirates has always been substantial, depleting their stock with each feast. Kaido, with his extraordinary constitution, seems to possess no limit when it comes to drinking. Having gone a considerable time without indulging, he sought out more liquor after exhausting their reserves. Upon their arrival at this location, they indeed found Kaido in the wine cellar. Although inebriated, Kaido remained attentive to Arceus's words. It appeared he had not engaged in combat for quite some time. With little else to occupy his time, he decided to prepare for it. As a pirate, many actions do not require justification. He acted solely on his whims. However, it seems they would have to wait a couple of days. For Kaido's post-drinking emotions were notoriously unpredictable, oscillating between tears, laughter, rage, and slumber. Months prior, the timber procured by Jin had been fashioned into the hull of their flagship, which was now poised for its maiden voyage. In the world of piracy, shipbuilding is a cornerstone industry. The vast oceans and the perilous Grand Line necessitate vessels for navigation. As for bridge construction, the world government has toiled for years, yet the kingdom of bridge remains unfinished. The thriving shipbuilding industry enables the availability of skilled shipwrights in numerous locales, particularly in the New World, where talented craftsmen find ample opportunities under various factions. The New World, with its capricious maritime climate, presents a high probability of vessel damage. Nearly every island along major trade routes possesses the capability for ship repairs, and pirate territories are no exception. Due to the search for stone tablets, the beast pirates had an elevated demand for ships, while Kaido could soar through the skies. The stamina of his crew still relied on vessels. After months of labor, the flagship, the Beast King, was completed. Initially, Warlord had come to this island with the intention of utilizing its craftsmanship to forge a formidable cannon, resulting in the ship's firepower reaching saturation. Its onboard artillery rivaled that of any navy's flagship. Today marked the Beast King's inaugural voyage with a full complement of 650 personnel. Aside from chefs and auxiliary personnel, the roles of sailors and combatants were interchangeable. Early the next morning, new operational orders were issued, prompting the island's inhabitants to prepare supplies for their expedition. Given the frequent skirmishes among pirates, a peculiar system was established to mitigate any resentment from the island's residents towards the beast pirates' external conflicts. Those providing supplies were granted a share of the spoils upon victory in battle. No amount of eloquent persuasion could surpass tangible benefits. In this context, Although it might not incite every resident to join the pirates, it ensured a lack of opposition to the beast pirates' external endeavors. This is akin to an investment. Should one incur a loss, naturally, there would be nothing to show for it. However, given that the Beast Legion has experienced more victories than defeats in their external engagements, the inhabitants within the territory tend to express considerable support for this endeavor. The elder of this island has witnessed numerous eras, and the ownership of the island has changed hands multiple times. To date, the beast pirates have provided the highest quality of life for its inhabitants. The brutality of the New World surpasses that of other seas. Without a formidable ally for protection, this island inevitably becomes a den of lawlessness. Be it pirates, human traffickers, or even the world government, they all regard it as their own pasture, with the residents merely treated as livestock. The celestial dragons are the deities of this world. Nations and islands that refuse to join the world government enjoy no rights whatsoever. The exorbitant heavenly gold serves to distinguish social hierarchies. The world government deliberately cultivates inferior beings, enhancing the satisfaction of member states by belittling those from non-member nations. It is precisely the negligence of the world government that has birthed formidable pirates, thereby shaping the living conditions of the new world over time. 3 days hence, all preparations aboard the Beast King have been completed, though the crew numbers only 200. Not fully laden. Led by Arceus and Kaido, along with the 2 highest-ranking officers, Shayna and Jean, this vessel, despite its incomplete crew, boasts an undeniable combat prowess. Accompanying them are the Thousand-Year Dragons. Upon learning that this organization had previously attacked them, the leader of the Thousand-Year Dragons eagerly requested to join the fray. Kaido had no obligation to board this ship, yet he is not one to remain idle. He often wanders far from his territory, assisting Arceus in the search for the whereabouts of stone tablets while pursuing his own endeavors. Recently, there have been reports of him being captured by other pirates, only to escape unscathed. Arceus is baffled as to the source of Morgan's information. According to the involved parties, the details in the newspaper are largely accurate, albeit embellished with a degree of literary flair. Furthermore, as this marks the maiden voyage of the flagship, Kaido, now the governor of the Beast Pirates, naturally joins the expedition. Indeed, with the growth of the Beast Pirates, his role has crystallized as governor, alongside the prominent positions of Jean and the others. Although Shayna does not belong to the prominent ranks, she stands on par with them. The sea breeze billows the mainsail, and the Beast King sets forth on its inaugural journey. On a certain island in the New World lies the headquarters of an organ trafficking assassination group. Despite its name, the organization engages in a multitude of businesses. While organ trafficking is their primary enterprise, their services also encompass assassination, mercenary work, and similar trades. They resemble a band of illicit bounty hunters. It is, in fact, quite inaccurate to assert otherwise. From both humanitarian and legal perspectives, they are undoubtedly an illegal organization. However, when viewed from the standpoint of the world government, they do not qualify as an illicit entity, as this organization has not been placed on any wanted list. Through clandestine connections with the world government, they present themselves as legitimate on the surface. The organ trafficking assassination group engages in numerous dealings. Yet they do not partake in human trafficking, as they solely sell organs rather than living individuals. Within the confines of their underground headquarters, a significant number of individuals are held captive, subjected to scientifically tailored diets and mandatory exercise. In their eyes, these people serve merely as living vessels. Should a compatible organ become available for trade, these individuals are executed and their organs extracted, although the blood types here are more complex. The robustness of the individuals simplifies the matching process. Their network of business connections spans the globe, resulting in daily fatalities within their operations. In an ostensibly tidy office, a man clad in a suit chews gum, oblivious to the fact that he's the notorious leader of this organization. Manager, isn't the cost of our actions rather excessive? The manager, self-proclaimed leader of the organ trafficking assassination group, perceives himself as a legitimate businessman and insists that his subordinates address him as such. In order to establish connections with the celestial dragons, I have exhausted all possible favors. If we do not reap rewards, the losses for them will be substantial. Patience, co-coding. This is a significant business transaction, and waiting is worthwhile. Given the inconvenient maritime routes, a journey can take over 10 days, which they anticipate when hunting legendary creatures such as the Millennium Dragon. Has the new product found a buyer? Indeed, a king from the West Sea has expressed interest. His son has been frail since childhood and seeks a stronger organ. He is particularly intrigued by the fur tribe. The individual has arrived at the designated trading spot on the Red Earth continent. We are merely awaiting our goods. Excellent. This transaction promises tenfold the profit of standard dealings. Proceed without delay. Should that individual become erratic and harm himself, it would be disastrous. The fur tribe, a race dwelling upon the back of the massive elephant Zao, resembles a fur-covered beast man, rarer than the fishmen. The world of pirates hosts numerous rare species, including those resembling humans, such as the long-arm and long-leg tribes. Alongside the fur tribe and fishmen, though not human, their blood and certain organs are indeed compatible. Many harbor prejudices against these races, deeming them beasts, however, at auctions. Their prices often exceed those of humans. Having resided on Zao for generations, the fur tribe has no fixed location as the great elephant traverses the seas. Accessing Zao is possible solely through a life card, although fortunate individuals may encounter Zao in nearby waters. Typically, members of the fur tribe do not venture beyond Zao. Yet exceptions exist, some desiring to leave, and others inadvertently falling off and losing their way home. The market value of the fur tribe is notably high in the black market. The organ trafficking assassination group, while differing in outcome, follows a process similar to human traffickers. They also acquire unsold slaves to resell their organs. Due to the compatibility of organs and blood, there is interest in these subhuman species organs, with rumors suggesting their bodies possess superior strength. The king from the West Sea is swayed by such tales, hoping to utilize fur tribe organs to strengthen his ailing child suffering from congenital organ failure. Coveted escorts the manager to the holding area for the fur tribe. Unlike other rooms, this one features soft furnishings, and within, a white wolf-like member of the fur tribe is bound tightly, resembling a zonzi. Since being captured and learning of their operations, this young fur tribe member has attempted self-harm, though her youth renders her largely incapable of resistance. To prevent any future incidents, the organ trafficking assassination group intends to expedite her sale. Notify the surgical team. Preparations for extraction can commence. The heart and kidneys are paramount in this transaction. No mishaps are permissible. Understood, manager. He turned to organize the surgical team, but a sudden tremor caused him to lose his footing and fall to the ground. Debris fell from the ceiling, and the manager, grimacing, glanced at his shoulder, now dust-covered. An earthquake? Coveted, still on the floor and bewildered, was soon interrupted by frantic individuals rushing in. Manager, a grave situation has arisen. We are under attack. How is that possible? Though their reputation is infamous, this was the first instance of someone daring to storm their stronghold, as their location is typically concealed and difficult to locate. Moreover, they possess sufficient strength to conduct such business. Dismantling their operations would require considerable effort. The world government had established connections, ensuring their safety from naval sieges, as no pirate would undertake such a thankless endeavor. The manager is quite astute, refraining from engaging with formidable adversaries. For the first time in many years, they found themselves besieged at their doorstep, the continuous bombardment indicating the formidable presence beyond their defenses. The ships of the beast pirates had already docked, their naval artillery unleashing a torrent of fire upon the structures at the island's core, while the combatants aboard surged forth into the fray. Although Kaido could have personally intervened, he sought formidable warriors rather than mere cowards reliant on protection for survival. Naturally, he would engage with worthy adversaries, yet he required his subordinates to possess the capability to fight independently. However, the battlefield unfolded in a manner reminiscent of a swift and ruthless onslaught. The organ trafficking assassination group seldom engaged in large-scale confrontations, and against such formidable opponents, they appeared rather fragile. The Dambao Emperor, with wings of steel unfurled, he soared low over the battlefield, cutting through the chaos like a blade. The enemies were utterly powerless against his rapid movements, as rock blades and fireballs dominated the scene, leaving the remaining members of the beast pirates to reap the spoils. With the troublesome foes dispatched, those who remained had lost their resolve and were incapable of mounting an effective resistance. Yet, whether they chose to fight back or surrender, their fates were ultimately the same. The objective of this operation was vengeance, with no intention of sparing any lives. When the manager emerged outdoors, the sight that greeted him was that of a blazing battlefield. The accumulated power of the organ trafficking assassination group on the island, built over many years, lay utterly annihilated. The manager's heart bled with despair. What was happening? Where had these people emerged from? I don't know. They suddenly appeared here and launched an assault on us. Judging by their flag, they belonged to the beast pirates. Beasts? When did we ever offend them? No one responded to his inquiry. Who could possibly clarify such matters? In this line of work, one inevitably incurs the ire of countless adversaries. Pulling a transponder snail from his pocket, the manager began to call for external assistance. The beast pirates had recently risen as a formidable force in the New World, with both their captain and officers displaying extraordinary combat prowess. At this level, the pirate was beyond what he and his subordinates could contend with. He required assistance. The transponder snail was swiftly connected, and on the other end was a pirate with whom he had been establishing contact recently. Although he had some business dealings with the world government, in the New World, the notoriety of such individuals bore little weight. Pirates were not bound by the constraints of governmental hierarchies and thus were unencumbered by concerns for their careers. Only equally formidable pirates could inspire a modicum of respect. Mr. Parasparrow, it is I. Do you remember me? The underworld was not devoid of commerce, and organ trafficking assassination groups were part of this illicit world. The big MOM pirates were among the most interconnected pirate factions with the underground realm, which was why he possessed Parasparrow's contact information. Ah, it's you. What brings you here? We have been attacked by other pirates, and the enemy is formidable. Previously, I mentioned my desire to borrow the big MOM flag. What do you think? The pirate flag cannot be lent without due consideration. Using another's flag without permission could lead to dire consequences if discovered. He had contemplated this matter not long ago. Yet differences over cost had hindered any resolution. To Parasparrow, this presented an opportunity for extortion. So he inquired about the identity of his adversaries to ascertain a suitable price increase. However, upon receiving the answer, his expression shifted dramatically. What did you just say? The matter of borrowing the flag. No, before that. Do you remember me? I do not recall. Who are you, and how did you acquire this number? With that, he abruptly terminated the call. What happened, Brother Paros? Observing Parasparrow's disdainful and somewhat irate demeanor, his companions were curious. Nothing of consequence. Some insignificant insects have offended the beasts. However, it appears the underground world may soon undergo a reorganization, despite the organ trafficking assassination group's established position in the underworld. They were merely lawless merchants operating outside the rules. Their existence relied on the demands for their services, and they were vulnerable to the overwhelming might of both the world government and the pirates. Should someone choose to eradicate them entirely, their own strength would prove insufficient. The New World was the domain of pirates. Even those hailed as kings within their respective underground industries were so only within their limited realms. Their very survival hinged upon their business dealings with the prominent pirates and the world government. Once their value diminished, their fate would be of no concern to anyone. Although the organ trafficking assassination group had not yet reached such a precarious state, their recent circumstances were far from favorable. Other underground enterprises maintained close collaborations with pirates, to the extent that they could even borrow flags. However, the pirate who had originally lent them the flag had recently suffered defeat in battle, leaving them without protection. Typically, the victors would assume control over the vanquished enterprises. However, this time, the victor was Whitebeard, who had no interest in such dealings. He engaged in arms smuggling, gambling, and mercenary work, but he consistently steered clear of any business related to human trafficking, valuing family above all. Thus, the organ trafficking assassination group found themselves bereft of the flag's protection, prompting the manager to seek a connection with Big MOM, while simultaneously aspiring to establish new ties with the world government through the Millennium Dragon. According to his plan, if these two tasks were successfully executed, they would secure a more stable backing. Regrettably, the search party for the Millennium Dragon had yielded no results, and the exorbitant demands from Big MOM left him indecisive. Consequently, when the beasts launched their assault, they could rely solely on their own strength. Not all assassins were of the caliber of King Hassan. Their direct combat prowess was not particularly formidable, especially in the face of the current beast pirates. Gazing at the busy signal emanating from the transponder snail, the manager's countenance darkened further. Could it be that the Big MOM pirates actually feared the beasts? In truth, he had misjudged the situation. Great pirates possess their own sense of dignity. If they had already lent their flag, it was unlikely that Big Mom would simply turn a blind eye. She would at least intervene to mediate. As fellow pirates, Charlotte Lin Lin was an elder to Kaido. It was impossible for her to cower in fear. Furthermore, this pertained to matters of credibility. If a pirate were to casually abandon their subordinate factions, their remaining followers would no longer place their trust in them. If the flag had already been lent, a conflict could very well erupt between the parties involved. The issue of face among pirates was a matter of utmost seriousness. However, at present, they had no agreements in place. Hence, Parasparrow dismissed their request outright, without even consulting Charlotte Lin Lin. As the eldest son, He possessed enough judgment to understand that now the beast pirates had seized Big Mom's tongue. To her, sustenance outweighed any trifling tributes from an underground faction. Regarding the potential reshuffling of the underground world, the resources possessed by the organ trafficking assassination group extended beyond mere organs and assassinations. They encompass supply channels, commercial scope, and a multitude of industries. Should these individuals vanish, the rest of the underground world would pounce like sharks sensing blood, eager to fill the void left behind. Thus, the manager never contemplated seeking assistance from others in the underworld. It would be fortunate if those individuals did not capitalize on his misfortune. Let us depart. While this may be our headquarters, we possess other bases. Losing years of accumulation is regrettable, yet it is far preferable to losing lives. He had already observed through his telescope that even if his subordinates chose to surrender, the opposing pirates showed no inclination to relent. Uncertain of when his men had offended the beasts, he realized that failing to flee would surely result in his own misfortune. When establishing this place, they had anticipated various contingencies, preparing escape routes. Beneath the dungeons lay a secret passage leading to a concealed harbor on the island. Once aboard a vessel, they could flee to other strongholds and seek opportunities for resurgence. Manager, what should we do now? Take a team and retrieve those rare goods. I will grant you 5 minutes. Assemble in operating room number 7 after 5 minutes. Coco Ding understood that the manager undoubtedly had a contingency plan, so he called a few individuals to gather their belongings. Meanwhile, the manager aimed to return to his office, intending to take the invaluable collectibles with him. He fervently hoped that the great iron door outside would hold for a little longer. However, just as he turned to leave, a tremendous tremor emanated from the massive iron gate. Had the pirates advanced so swiftly? The individuals behind the door swallowed hard, their legs instinctively retreating further. Since the onset of the battle, they had been in a steady retreat, finding no advantage in the open fields until they regained a semblance of safety within the building. Typically, pirates do not carry siege weapons. While the main cannons of their ships possess formidable power, their tremendous recoil renders them immobile and challenging to transport. They were unclear about the purpose of their defense, as the opposing force showed no inclination to accept surrender, which compelled them to fall back to this location. The heavy door provided them with a fleeting sense of security, albeit a fragile one, which shattered in the next moment. The grand door melted away under their incredulous gazes. As Jean and Shayna entered in succession, followed by the rocky path that Jean had conjured beneath their feet, the molten iron rendered the ground impassable for ordinary pirates. But with Jin's assistance, they managed to traverse this torrent of steel. Not a single foe was spared, they were all vanquished. Shayna cast a glance at the surrounding minions, deeming them insignificant and unworthy of her time. Her true target was the overseer of this domain, and thus she pursued deeper into the shadows. The onlookers barely caught a glimpse of a red silhouette before Shayna vanished completely. With her unique ability, she accelerated, her speed increasing with each moment until it reached its pinnacle. Brother Jean, you should join the captain. We will handle things here. This operation is evidently closely linked to Shayna and Jean, a fact that has not escaped the notice of their subordinates. While they remain oblivious to the true identity of the Lunaria clan, the beast pirates merely speculate that Shayna and Jean share a sibling-like bond. This, however, is of little consequence, for there are many eccentric strongmen. Shayna and Jean simply prefer to remain in the shadows. For the ordinary inhabitants of the beast territory, the external conflicts waged by the beast pirates present an opportunity for investment, a means by which they can determine their status within the faction. Kaido made it abundantly clear from the outset, as long as they possess courage, they may challenge even the most prominent figures, should they emerge victorious. They would claim the title of the new leading figure. Yet, aside from a handful of overly confident individuals who attempted this challenge initially, no one else dared to entertain such notions, for failure would result in a severe beating. Moreover, their promotion system is entirely meritocratic, with strength being the sole determinant. The quickest way to enhance one's power lies in the bestowal from Arceus, which can catalyze a transformation in their abilities. Thus far, those fortunate enough to draw the water splash leap have risen to become the finest scouts, with eligibility for the lottery determined by their achievements in battle being the only means to accrue such merits. Should Shayna and Jean eliminate all their foes, it would indeed pose a dilemma for them. I leave this to you, Jean remarked, before departing. The organ trafficking assassination group frequently captures various targets, even ordinary humans of considerable size, let alone the extraordinary hybrid giants, thus necessitating the construction of expansive passageways below. These corridors are sufficiently vast to allow Jean, in his beastly form, to soar freely, a decision they would come to regret. The flames behind Jean flickered almost to extinction, a testament to the Lunaria clan's peak speed. Due to the ongoing battle outside, the ordinary members were drawn out to confront the beast pirates, leaving only the upper echelons of the organization in the safe zone below. Consequently, Jean unleashed indiscriminate attacks. Shayna, faster than he, was in a state of acceleration that he could not match. The complex structure below prompted Jean to split up from Shayna. While Kinbunchaku can detect the presence of nearby living beings, these individuals posed no distinction for Shayna. Not everyone possesses the analytical prowess of Fujitora to discern the differences among those around them. She could identify the presence of a few familiar souls. Yet this place was filled with strangers. Even if she sensed nearby auras, their identities eluded her. However, as she moved at remarkable speed, she detected a group of individuals in motion, most of whom were confined within a specific space, their speed and range of movement appearing amiss. It felt as though they were directly beneath her, yet the staircase lacked any discernible pattern, making it difficult for her to find a route downward. With her Kinbunchaku range being somewhat limited, she decided to leap downwards with a swift kick. In this world, there was originally no path, however. As more individuals tread upon it, a path is forged. When one cannot find a way, it suffices to carve one out for oneself. Below her, the coveted, laden with precious cargo, was in the midst of a transfer. Following a few scattered gunshots, these individuals ceased their resistance. While they were trusted lieutenants of the manager, their strength was only marginally superior to that of the common thugs outside. For Shayna, the distinction between mere ruffians and elite soldiers was inconsequential. Why, pray tell? Have we wronged you? Why pursue total annihilation? Until this moment, Coveted remained oblivious to the reason behind the beast pirates' assault, which was executed with lethal intent and no consideration for sparing lives. He awaited a response, yet Shayna displayed no inclination to provide an explanation. Thus, the second-in-command of the organization met his end, burdened with unanswered questions. Shayna then cast her gaze towards several iron cages draped in black cloth behind her. These items, even in the event of flight, were evidently of considerable value. Beneath the first cloth lay boxes containing unknown liquids filled with various organs. Shayna merely glanced at them before covering them again. In the cages behind were individuals, robust and unblemished, regardless of gender, possessing decent appearances. Their trade was not initially predicated on aesthetics, as utility was their primary concern. Functionality was paramount. Nevertheless, the organs of such individuals commanded a higher price, as the elite of society were inclined to pay a premium in such markets. The final cage contained a lone wolf woman from the fur tribe, bound in specially crafted temperature-resistant rubber shackles. They refrained from using anesthetics or sedatives unless absolutely necessary, as it was believed such substances could damage internal organs. The fur tribe was inherently a warrior race. Even the elderly, women, and children possessed combat capabilities that surpassed those of ordinary adult males. The temperature-resistant rubber was designed to counteract their ability to generate electrical discharges. Through the friction of their fur, they could produce formidable static electricity. Although termed static, with training, its potency could rival that of lightning itself. The young member of the Fur clan, despite their youth, possesses a formidable ability that has brought considerable trouble upon them. Though Shayna seeks vengeance, she is not inclined towards indiscriminate slaughter. The iron cage that binds them is no match for her strength, as she effortlessly snaps it apart. She advises them to find a place to hide and refrain from wandering about until the chaos subsides. However, she does not linger to care for them. Having freed them from their chains, she intends to leave their fate to them, even if the Beast clan were to attack. The prison garb they wear speaks volumes of their identity. Shayna then pursues her path, yet not all heed her counsel. For instance, the wolf girl of the Fur clan, liberated from her restraints, instinctively follows the scent of Shayna. The isolationist tendencies of the Fur clan rival those of Wano, albeit in a passive manner. Due to the peculiar characteristics of Zayo, outsiders rarely have the opportunity to discover it, and even if they do, their chances of landing are exceedingly slim. The Fur clan, residing atop Zayo, remains largely oblivious to the outside world, just as the outside world remains unaware of them. Contrary to the common belief that the Fur clan harbors animosity towards humans, they are, in fact, a remarkably amiable race, perceiving humans merely as a species akin to hairless monkeys afflicted with alopecia. The young Fur tribe member departed from Zo driven by a yearning for the unknown. Her understanding of the world's knowledge still insufficient. The beastly form of Shayna seemed to have led her to a misunderstanding. As the name suggests, the Fur tribe comprises creatures adorned with fur. In the perception of the wolf-furred maiden, those living overseas are also part of the Fur tribe. While ordinary humans are merely the scantily furred monkey tribe, the Fur tribe residing in Zo consists entirely of mammals. The surface of the fire chicken is covered in feathers rather than fur. However, she remains oblivious to this fact, perceiving them as perhaps the avian fur tribe absent from Zou. Members of the fur tribe inherit the characteristics and abilities of their species, such as the rabbit fur tribe, which adores carrots. Although ordinary rabbits cannot consume excessive amounts of carrots, the rabbits here are evidently extraordinary, as their food intake is not limited. The cat fur tribe, drawn to feathered toys, and the canine fur tribe, which delights in bones, represent distinctive traits of the fur tribe. As a member of the wolf fur tribe, she has inherited the acute sense of smell characteristic of wolves. In the brief encounter, she has already committed Shayna's scent to memory. Beneath lies a vast underground prison, a place that the organ trafficking and assassination syndicate derisively refers to as a breeding ground, where the captives are viewed merely as livestock. At designated times, they release the captured individuals from their cells, allowing them a semblance of freedom to roam. During these moments, a girl from the wolf fur tribe seeks an escape route, though her attempts have been in vain. Nevertheless, this experience has afforded her a greater understanding of the subterranean environment, surpassing even that of Shayna. While her speed may not rival Shayna's, she possesses knowledge of certain shortcuts, which ultimately leads her to track Shayna by the subtle shifts in her scent. As she emerges from the narrow passage, she witnesses Shayna pinning a man against the wall with a forceful kick, flames engulfing her leg. This is the signature move of the flame chicken, a fiery kick. Shayna, already adept at kicking techniques, wields the enhanced power bestowed by the flame chicken, amplifying her strike's potency and leaving a substantial dent in the wall. At that moment, she sensed a disturbance behind her and instinctively turned to kick, only to encounter the little wolf girl from earlier. However, retracting her already extended leg proved to be a challenge. Although she drew back her flames and most of her strength, the residual force remained enough to overwhelm an ordinary adult. Yet, the wolf fur tribe girl demonstrated remarkable agility, gripping Shayna's leg in a swift motion, spinning gracefully in the air, and landing securely on the ground after 2 complete rotations to dissipate the force. How impressive! Do all the fur tribes from the outer seas possess such combat prowess? The humans must lack the ability to discharge energy due to their sparse body hair. After all, this is a skill even the children of the fur tribe can master. Shayna's flames were also perceived by her as a unique trait of the overseas fur tribes, given that no one had ever elucidated the concept of devil fruits to her. To her understanding, the fur tribes from the outer seas were distinct from those in Zou. Initially, Inu and Nico posited that there were at least 5 islands in the world, a notion she vehemently contested, asserting that there were at least 10. However, 2 years ago, those 2 ventured out to sea without her, citing her youth as the reason. They were merely 2 years her senior yet spoke to her in such a condescending manner, claiming that there were no other fur tribes in the outer seas, only humans with their scant body hair. For the past 2 years, they had been silent, and she suspected they might have perished in the outer seas. Nevertheless, her decision to secretly set sail was not to find them but to validate her own theories. Yet, within mere months, she found herself captured here, her strength rendered ineffective by the irritating rubber restraints. Shayna's arrival felt akin to discovering a new world. Instead of addressing her questions, Shayna countered, "Aren't you supposed to hide? Why follow me? You must be here to defeat that wicked manager, as all tales narrate. You're incredible! You bent those iron bars effortlessly. Are there many flying fur tribes in the outer seas?" She seemed brimming with inquiries. Her time outside had not been pleasant. The traits of the fur tribes were akin to those of wild beasts, leading many to regard her as a monster, even in this new world. Some isolated islands remained unaware of the existence of devil fruit users. To them, a talking werewolf was simply a creature of monstrosity. The organ trafficking assassination group did not fear her but regarded her as mere cargo. Shayna was the first person she encountered who neither discriminated against nor feared her, and she had rescued her from those villains. The fur tribe was known for their warm hospitality, not harboring prejudice against any race. Any extreme disdain they exhibited was directed solely at individuals. She had numerous questions for Shayna, but the latter seemed uninterested. "Listen well, little one. I lack the time to tend to you. What you must do now is to hide. The battle here will soon conclude, and then you may go wherever your heart desires." After speaking, Shayna did not linger, for the complexity of the routes had thwarted her efforts to locate the person in charge, let alone find what she sought. "I know where that wicked manager is. I can smell him," she continued. "You bird fur tribes seem to lack a keen sense of smell. And I am not a little girl. I shall become the next Duchess of Zou. I aspire to be the first female Duke of Zou." In Zou, the ruler was referred to as a duke, currently led by Duke Yonggizhan. The succession mechanism of the Zou throne was peculiar, there was no clear heir. Anyone who could gain the recognition of the residents of the Fluffy Duchy and the current Duke, coupled with sufficient strength to defeat all challengers, could ascend as the new Duke. Shayna showed little interest in the Duke of Zao, but her ears perked up when the wolf fur girl mentioned knowledge of the location of the person in charge. How do you know where he is? I memorized his scent, but it seems he has already fled. Lead the way. Shayna promptly scooped her up, requesting guidance. The Karuchu wolf fur girl leaned closer, brushing her face against Shayna's when within reach. This was a customary greeting among her tribe, a gesture of friendliness, characterized by a simultaneous face-to-face contact. She believed Shayna's act of lifting her was also an expression of camaraderie. Although she did not utter the term Karuchu, it was natural for there to be some differences among the fur tribes of the outer seas. Subsequently, she sniffed the air and began directing Shayna. Shayna, unfamiliar with the term Karuchu, nonetheless understood the gesture. The Lunaria tribe, too, was a minority with its own means of communication, such as a wing collision greeting among kin. Let the rubbing be. It matters not, she thought, yet upon pursuing, all she found were ashes and a multitude of corpses. Did you deal with them? No, that fellow escaped, but the necessary matters have been addressed. June pointed to the ashes beside them, where peculiar patterns reminiscent of Lunaria's sacrificial symbols lay. With a flap of her wings, Shayna dispelled the ashes and patterns into oblivion. Clearly, June had located the wings and incinerated them thoroughly. What transpired with these individuals? The head, the one referred to as the manager, was never present here. Those who moved his treasures and the ones we encountered earlier were merely decoys. June summarized the individuals he had encountered along the way, explaining how he extracted information from them. What about this fur tribe? I saved her along the way. She too was captured. She claims to know the location of the manager, so I brought her. Shayna hesitated, realizing that while the wolf fur girl insisted she could scent the manager's location, June had just stated that the manager was not present. What then? Had the fur girl detected that led her to pursue? Little one, are you certain your sense of smell is not mistaken? Indeed, I am certain. It is unmistakably him. That scent belongs to him. Jean followed the direction of her finger and saw the individual who had divulged crucial intelligence. At that moment, he sensed something was amiss. The wolf-furred girl spoke with such conviction. Naturally, when he pressed for information, he would not settle for just one piece of intel. A common thread among the information he gathered was that the manager was absent from this location. Moments ago, he had delivered a powerful kick to the adversary's chest, which should have resulted in death. Yet to be prudent, Jean approached once more. Upon touching the body, he finally discerned the issue at hand. Although there was no breath nor any discernible signs of life, the body exhibited rigidity, joints that could scarcely bend, and a notable drop in temperature, indicative of death. Yet, it was too sudden. Such a degree of rigor mortis could not manifest in such a brief span. He had been deceived. This individual was feigning death, nearly managing to fool him entirely. Jean swung a fist towards the man's head, eager to ascertain how one could pretend to be dead if their head was no longer intact. However, at the very moment his fist was about to connect, the man astonishingly twisted away, his form transforming as a gray fur enveloped him. This was the very reason he successfully feigned death. Zoan-type, mouse fruit, a possum form. The inherent traits of the Zoan-type led Jean to miscalculate his strength, resulting in a failure to deliver a fatal blow. The opossum's ability to play dead momentarily deceived him, for Jean held great confidence in his own strength, believing no ordinary person could withstand such a strike. Furthermore, all others present were his loyal subordinates, who had not betrayed his whereabouts, and he had cunningly transmitted false information to Jean just before disappearing. Subsequently, when Jean sought to eliminate him, he decisively chose to feign death. To the untrained eye, he appeared truly lifeless, resulting in this predicament. As the manager of this organization, he had long concealed his true capabilities. One could not ascend to such heights in the underworld solely on managerial acumen and intellect. Certain strength was essential. Damn that fur tribe brat. I should have slain you outright from the start. He had not anticipated that his exposure would stem from his own goods, which had transformed into mouse fur. Such was the power of the devil fruit. You have inadvertently aided me greatly. Shayna gently patted the girl's head and set her down. Jean had no intention of wasting time re-examining his target for assassination. The subsequent course of action would likely involve setting the place ablaze, which would afford him a chance to escape. He was acutely aware that he had just witnessed Jean dispatching the belongings of the deceased, and should he be exposed as a result, it would be a grave misstep. Yet for now, he had no opportunity to feign death again. Jean, your combat skills still leave something to be desired, he mused. It was merely an accident. A mouse that can play dead remains a mouse. I shall not grant him another chance. For massive stones materialized, ensnaring the manager and rendering him immobile. This was rock sealing, a control-type skill frequently employed by Jean. Subsequently, he drew the long blade from his waist, flames licking the edge, and as he swung the blade, a serpentine torrent of fire erupted from it, causing the temperature within the passageway to soar, much to the discomfort of the wolf-furred girl, for her kind detested high temperatures. Their fur made their ability to dissipate heat significantly inferior to that of ordinary humans. No wonder you managed to feign death. Your vitality truly is tenacious. Observing the charred but still living manager, Jean approached him with an impassive countenance. The tailor who crafted his mask had evidently devoted considerable effort. Not only was the fabric exceptionally breathable and elastic, but it could even reflect changes in his expressions, allowing one to discern the slightest shifts at the corners of his mouth. Wait, why make matters so dire? We have never wronged you. The dead need not know so much. You have committed unforgivable sins. Jean swung his blade, severing the manager's head, then incinerated both the body and the head until they were reduced to charred remains, convinced that this would ensure the man's demise. After resolving the matter, he heard the scattered sound of footsteps behind him. The ordinary members of the beast pirates had breached the lower level, indicating that the battle above had conclusively ended. Let us depart. Even if they held no interest in this island, they would still need to bring back their spoils of victory. And they had discovered a wealth of gold here. Although berries had retained their value reasonably well over the years, major powers preferred to convert their cash into gold, both for ease of storage and preservation of value. Besides gold and a selection of artworks, the most abundant spoils were humans, those captured by organ trafficking and assassination syndicates. In this instance, Kaido assumed the role of a benevolent figure, directly transporting them to a nearby island. It was not out of a desire to be overly compassionate, but rather a strategic maneuver to utilize their voices to disseminate the news of this act, an annihilation of an organization's headquarters, a feat worthy of boasting among pirates. Naturally, the beast's pirates could not escort each individual back home. They merely deposited them on an orderly island nearby before departing. However, not everyone opted to leave. The girl from the wolf fur tribe seemed to have become quite attached to them. She clung to Shayna's thigh like an ornament, stubbornly following them back. We are pirates. Do you understand? We are the villains. Observing the girl from the fur tribe who had latched onto her, Shayna felt a sense of helplessness. Despite her current identity as a pirate, a target of the world government's pursuit, she found little to commend in this status. Had it not been for that initial incident, had the relentless world government not pursued her, she might have been leading a tranquil life now. Olga was an exception. Her pure gold status nearly drew the government's direct attention, and it was her valor that piqued Kaido's interest, leading to her recruitment as an apprentice aboard the ship. The combat prowess of this fur-clad maiden undoubtedly surpasses that of the average pirate. However, her naivety is striking. It is not difficult for Shayna to comprehend why she was captured. In just a few exchanged words, a bond of trust was formed, making it all the more plausible that the little creature, who had become quite attached to her, was abducted. Such a naive little creature ought to return home to lead an innocent life rather than venture forth as a pirate. But are you not the good ones? Only the virtuous would engage in acts of rescue. The logic is remarkably straightforward, so much so that Shayna found herself momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. Good individuals can commit wrongdoings, while those of ill repute may occasionally perform noble deeds. Given the substantial assistance you provided, I shall directly escort you home. You surely know the way, do you not? If not, I've unfortunately lost the life card for Zhao, and I am unaware of the current whereabouts of the Elephant Lord. The Elephant Lord constitutes the very essence of Zou Island, a colossal creature with an unusual bodily structure. As the Fur Kingdom rests upon its back, its location remains unpredictable. Without the life card, even the Fur tribe cannot retrace their steps, at best locating the approximate area. She was not jesting. The life card had been lost when she was previously captured. If you truly wish to return her to Zou, it would require considerable effort. Or perhaps one might procure a life card for Zou in the black market. I must warn you, pirates are a notoriously ruthless lot. You lot. Cease your grinning and put on a more fearsome visage. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a few pirates transporting supplies and intended to demonstrate their fearsome demeanor to enlighten the Na'vi fur girl about the reality of the situation. However, she erred. No matter how deliberately a human might attempt to appear menacing, it pales in comparison to a wolf. In her eyes, these pirates merely made silly faces. Sister, it seems we have no means. Forget it. Go about your affairs. Ultimately, Shayna returned to the ship with this little appendage hanging from her leg. Though it would be easy to detach her, given that she had seen through the manager's disguise, she found it inappropriate to take action. Have you truly made up your mind? Indeed, I have resolved to accompany you, to grow stronger, and when I return to Zou, I shall ensure they regard me with newfound respect. As the beast pirate ship set sail back, the presence of this small fur creature was newly established aboard. Shayna, have you acquired a little follower? Lord Saint Beast, she was rescued from that island, but the circumstances were somewhat peculiar. Subsequently, Shayna summarized her situation. Let her follow if she wishes. One must take responsibility for their choices. As for the fur tribe due to punishment, the Elephant Lord had been moving within a certain maritime expanse, its information capabilities significantly inferior to that of the millennial dragon soaring across the globe. Kaido found joy in this matter, as the fur tribe is a warrior race. With minimal training, any adult from their ranks can become a formidable fighter. A faction under the beast pirates had been traversing various seas in search of the whereabouts of the stone tablets, yet due to limited manpower and strength, the results were not pronounced. The fur tribe is inherently a combat-oriented race, thus Arceus chose to visit the deck under the cover of night. This shall serve as the embodiment of the fur tribe. 5 stone tablets flew forth in succession. After some contemplation, the lightning tablet occupied the central position. Previously, he had utilized the power of a single tablet or a fraction of his own strength, but this occasion differed. He activated all the tablets. His aim was not to modify, but to create. Creation is his intrinsic ability. Regardless of whether the tablets were gathered, this capability remained, albeit he had seldom employed it. The loss of the tablets equated to the loss of a handy tool. Attempting to twist a screw by hand was exceedingly laborious. However, with the application of greater effort to the 5 tablets, attempting creation was not out of the question. A point of light materialized in midair, then began to develop like an embryo, soon revealing a yellow figure approximately 1.5 meters tall upon the ship. Indeed, creation proved to be the most laborious endeavor compared to the brief moments required for modification and empowerment. This act of creation consumed more time. Yet the results were markedly evident. Soon, the entity before Arceus opened its eyes. After slightly moving its jaw, it knelt on one knee before Arceus. Zeraora. I pay my respects, my lord. Zeraora, the thunderclap Pokemon, a mythical beast, was the first Pokemon in this world to be conjured from nothingness by Arceus, who granted it certain memories and linguistic capabilities, expending considerable effort in the process. From this day forth, your identity is that of a fur creature born overseas. Cultivate a good rapport with that wolf fur girl. Your objective is to become the new king of the fur tribe in the future. The cultivation of land is an inherent genetic trait. The Beast Pirates and Big Mom's channels, along with the Millennial Dragon, have continually expanded their reach. The combat prowess of the fur tribe is remarkable, especially that of the Moon Lion. Once a more suitable tablet is found, allowing him to create the Moon God, any fur being capable of summoning the Moon Lion shall command respect. The Fur Kingdom and Wano share an alliance. They are allies, not vassals. Had Inuarashi and Nekomamushi not inherited the throne of Zou, alongside Jack's actions on the island, the fur tribe would not be perceived as a subordinate nation. However, with Inuarashi and Nekomamushi now serving as retainers to Odin, the status of this once brotherly alliance has deteriorated. Should a different king arise, the attitudes of both sides would inevitably shift. Zeraora's appearance resembles that of an upright cat, indistinguishable from that of the cat fur tribe. Wielding the power of electricity in a similar manner, and aside from its moon lion form, it can effortlessly uphold this identity. For creatures born in the open seas are not unheard of, none can deny their existence. Subsequently, Arceus began to charge Zeraora with energy. Unlike typical electric-type Pokemon, Zeraora lacks electrical organs. However, it can absorb external electrical energy and store it for later use. The pads on its hands and feet can emit electrical currents to create magnetic fields, allowing it to fly using this magnetic force. The Pokemon created by it will not betray him. Thus, indirectly controlling the fur tribe becomes a straightforward and feasible approach. Regarding that wolf fur girl, Zou is open to the coexistence of dual kings. Hence, he instructed Zeraora to foster a good relationship with the wolf fur before they return to Zou, aiming for their bond to deepen significantly. Originally a genderless mythical beast, Zeraora was slightly modified. Should it successfully navigate this endeavor, it would not be unfeasible. This period is likely to be prolonged, as the wolf-furred maiden has no intention of returning. As night fell, the wolf-furred maiden fell into a deep slumber, prompting Arceus to summon several of his subordinates. He introduced them to Jiraiya, revealing that, aside from their awareness of Jiraiya's true identity, He would henceforth be regarded as a member of the feline fur tribe. Jean and Shayna expressed no objections. However, Shayna found the situation somewhat peculiar. Despite having arrived first, it seemed that Arceus had now acquired a new confidant. This left her feeling rather empty, and in such circumstances, a competitive behavior gradually emerged, aimed at demonstrating who could be deemed the most trustworthy subordinate. Nonetheless, this competition had yet to manifest. When the wolf-furred maiden awoke the following day, she discovered a new member of the fur tribe aboard the ship. She took a moment to sniff the air, while Shayna enlightened her about some overseas knowledge. Yet the aura surrounding Jiraiya was distinctly different from that of an ordinary human. This must be the genuine fur tribe from the open sea that she has never encountered before. Karuchu. At present, the initial interaction appears to be quite favorable. Standing at a height of 1.5 meters, she is not particularly tall in the pirate world. And although he has imparted some worldly knowledge and linguistic abilities to Jalora, he is merely a newborn child. Her rapport with the wolf fur tribe has been relatively pleasant. Everything from the open sea is a novelty for her, whether it be Kaido with his horns or Arceus. Previously, Shayna was accompanied by Orja. But now that Orja is nearly ready to venture out on her own, she has also gained a wolf fur girl and Jalora under her wing, resembling a burgeoning kindergarten principal. Nevertheless, she is quite pleased with this development, for it signifies that she still enjoys the trust and esteem of Arceus, which is why she has been entrusted with these responsibilities. Within a few days, the beast pirates returned to the main island with the spoils of their expedition. The Winter Island's environment greatly appealed to the wolf fur girl, as her tribe is averse to heat, and the mobile positions of their kind seldom tread upon the climate of the Winter Island. This was her first encounter with snow. Jalora, look. It's snow. It's truly cold. Compared to the unfamiliar, less furred humans, the authentic fur tribe felt more familiar to her, thus fostering a good relationship with Jalora. Moreover, Shayna seems to have recently acquired a touch of the mystic, under the dual influence of both her and Jalora. The wolf fur girl has subconsciously developed a sense of reverence for Arceus. Shayna, slow down. Before the ship had even come to a halt, she leapt from it. Her name being Shayna, though she is merely a white wolf. Although Jalora implored her to slow down, it seems that his words fell on deaf ears. She ran too swiftly and accidentally collided with something. Upon raising her head, she found a plump human standing before her. Fur tribe? From where do you hail? This is Quinn, who has come to collect the spoils of war to take back for distribution. Unexpectedly, before the ship had even docked, a member of the fur tribe leaped aboard, and not just one. This one is brought by me, and that one is brought by the revered beast. Do you have any objections? None, of course not. What adorable members of the fur tribe. Would you like some fruit? Just moments ago, Quinn, who had displayed palpable impatience, suddenly transformed his demeanor in the blink of an eye, producing 2 fruits from his belongings. After all, it is not unusual for members of the Beast clan to return with a child in tow. Last time, when Jean and Orgia went out for supplies, they returned with 13 children, and those little ones are still helping with the work in AC. This time, Shayna and her companions returned with 2 members of the fur tribe. Should they happen to bring back a merman next time, it would hardly strike him as strange. However, she is a wolf fur, and while she does consume fruits, she does not possess a strong inclination towards them. In the sky, the ancestral great birds in their millennial dragon forms soared towards the distant mountain peaks, which would serve as their new gathering place. Everything there was satisfactory, save for the chill in the air. This is not the first time engaging in battle. Many aspects have established a fixed procedure. Shayna went to arrange accommodations for Shayna and Jalaiah, while Jean returned to the warehouse with the treasures. Quinn took the remaining portion along with the ledger to distribute the spoils. Kaido wandered aimlessly for quite some time, accomplishing little, and upon his return, he whimsically flew off to an unknown destination. Kaido's routine disappearances meant that Arceus naturally took charge in his absence. The years of accumulated dealings from the organ trafficking assassination syndicate had found their way into the hands of the beast pirates, with the share consisting mainly of ordinary treasures, while the more precious items were securely stashed away. Arceus could not comprehend those so-called artworks, which, despite their higher monetary value, paled in comparison to the ever-fluctuating worth of inanimate objects. For pirates, the devil fruits and renowned swords hold far greater significance. However, within the beast pirates, there were no sword masters in the conventional sense. Although Jean wielded a blade, he merely regarded it as a tool, and the swords seized this time were not particularly notable. They were temporarily stored in the treasure vault, awaiting the arrival of their eventual masters. The most significant reward obtained this time is undoubtedly a devil fruit. Quinn, are you aware of the type of this fruit? Wait a moment, Arceus. This fruit is rather rare, and I must search for it diligently. The Devil Fruit Compendium, much like a dictionary, possesses a catalog categorizing fruits based on their patterns, colors, and types, such as the appearance of an apple, its green hue, or square feather-like patterns. However, this particular fruit proves challenging to classify, rendering the search quite complex. It may belong to an unrecorded variety. Ah, no, I found it. Not all devil fruits are documented in the compendium. The precise number of devil fruits that have appeared over the centuries remains uncertain, and no one can ascertain how many more undiscovered fruits exist. Nevertheless, Quinn ultimately located the record of this fruit, indicating that it had indeed been owned by a fortunate individual. Yet, as he gazed at the documentation, Quinn fell into silence, unsure of what to articulate. What is it? The human fruit, ancient type, primitive human form. Looking at the compendium's entry, Quinn hesitantly voiced the answer. Simply put, this fruit sounds utterly bizarre. Primitive human? Devil fruits vary greatly. Theoretically, any type of zoan fruit exists in ordinary, mythical, and ancient forms. The human fruit occupies a significant classification within the zoan category. However, the ancient variant of the human fruit, could it be a more robust ordinary human? Indeed, if the compendium is accurate, this is the fruit of the primitive human. Consuming it would enable one to transform into a primitive human. Quinn found this perplexing. The fundamental ability of zoan fruits is their three-stage transformation. Most zoan fruits achieve their peak in the hybrid form, allowing the individual to retain human agility while gaining the strength of a beast. Yet, the hybrid form of this primitive human fruit seems merely to enhance muscularity. Which stage of primitive human does it represent? The term primitive human encompasses a broad spectrum. If evolutionary theory holds true in this world, the more primitive one is, the more akin they are to monkeys. Conversely, the more modern, the closer they resemble humans. Moreover, this world is inhabited by multiple subhuman races, such as the long-legged, long-armed, three-eyed, serpent-headed, fishmen, furry, giant, and diminutive races. Whether these beings shared a common ancestor in ancient times remains a question worthy of exploration. If so, the potential of this fruit could be quite substantial. The compendium's description likely pertains to a more modern representation of primitive humans, resembling a robust wild man, but lacking further detailed records. A compendium of such thickness certainly contains more than mere names and appearances. It also offers a general description of abilities. Although the entry for the primitive human fruit consists only of a few phrases, the revealed image closely resembles contemporary humans. This is beyond my expertise, Arceus. I am uncertain about more intricate details. Perhaps we should seek someone to experiment with it? Never mind, let us store it away for now. After all, it is an ancient variant, and we should not let it go to waste. If all else fails, it could be given to the Millennium Dragon. Although they have undergone modifications, their transformation method still allows them to consume devil fruits, making the human fruit quite practical for non-humans. However, it would be intriguing to see the outcome if an ordinary human were to consume the most basic human fruit. Yes, I understand. How are the new seedlings I provided you with? They are thriving remarkably well. Your cultivated seeds, Arceus, are indeed extraordinary. The rapidly growing crops have already borne fruit, and the flavors are exquisite, unlike anything I have ever encountered before. Keep up the good work. Such fine rewards will surely come your way. However, do exercise caution in certain aspects. You know what I mean. Rest assured, I am already mindful of those concerns. The island's inhabitants and my crew of pirates currently hold a favorable impression of me. He understands that Arceus emphasizes his disregard for his subordinates. After long-term correction, he has managed to improve this issue, and now he treats his direct subordinates quite well. This includes, but is not limited to, sharing platters made from the special fruits freshly produced in the laboratory with them. This is a consideration for the future. Otherwise, Quinn could easily become a destabilizing factor within the beast pirates. However, at that moment, a strange sound reached Arceus's ears. Did you hear that noise? It seems like something is discharging electricity. No one should dare to cause trouble here. Is the generator malfunctioning? Please wait. I will step outside to investigate. With that, Quinn exited the room belonging to Arceus, or rather, the villa. Had Kaido not intended to remain on this island permanently, the residence might have been transformed into a palace. Recently, Quinn had been thriving in various aspects, making significant breakthroughs in his haki, and he had not suffered any mysterious attacks for some time. However, upon stepping outside, he was confronted by a swirling mass of white light rushing towards him. Though it appeared small, the sound of discharging electricity emanated from this entity, and he was quickly struck in the face. Years of experience had instilled in him a reflexive response. His hockey defense instinctively blocked the attack, and he swiftly grasped the unidentified object. "Who are you? The little rascal from the fur tribe? Well done, Quinn. Hold on to her tightly." Shayna and Jalala pursued from the side. Not long ago, Shayna had been arranging new accommodations for them, and everything had seemed fine until a gust of wind scattered the clouds in the sky, leading to the ensuing chaos. In an instant, she glanced upwards. Her tail and hair began to grow rapidly, transforming her entirely into a pure white being, plunging her into a state of uncontrollable frenzy. Initially, she began to attack nearby creatures wildly, but upon realizing she was outmatched by Shayna and Jalala, she started to flee in panic. Uncertain of the situation, Shayna and Jalala pursued her without daring to intervene until Quinn managed to seize her. Listening to Shayna's account, Quinn looked up at the moon. It was a full moon, providing clarity to the unfolding events. "You are still young. This is the true form of the fur tribe, Moon Lion. However, it seems this little one is untrained and thus has gone berserk." "Moon Lion?" "Indeed. Those of the fur tribe awaken their latent wildness upon beholding the full moon. If they can control it, their powers surge. If not, they indiscriminately attack the creatures around them until either the moon sets or they exhaust themselves." In terms of knowledge, Shayna and Jalala were indeed not as well versed as Quinn. Their life experiences differed significantly. However, Shauna appeared disinterested in Quinn's explanation. A surge of powerful electricity erupted from her being, yet nothing transpired. Jalala promptly intervened, absorbing the released electricity entirely. "Yes, he's also of the fur tribe. So let the matters of the fur tribe be resolved by them. He is different. He was created by the divine beast. Should I administer a sedative? Yet, in this state, it may not be effective." Quinn refrained from further inquiries. Arceus likely had his own plans. He simply needed to understand Jalala's uniqueness. As they deliberated on how to handle the situation, a chime resonated behind them. The healing bell. This sound brought a sense of calm to the frenzied Shauna. This state of uncontrollability undoubtedly signifies an abnormal condition, and the sound of the healing bell can surely restore tranquility. Let us return her for some rest. The curtains should be drawn thicker. Jirachi, come to me. Though Jirachi cannot transform into a Lanala, the manifestation of Lanala is characterized by a change in color to white, an enhancement in strength, and variations in fur length that differ from individual to individual. Thus, Arceus intends to grant Jirachi a skin-changing feature. A shiny white Jirachi does indeed exist. The shiny variations of different Pokémon vary in hue, possibly due to genetic factors. With a slight modification, Jirachi will possess a one-button skin change function. When it is not in use, during the full moon, one may opt to alter its fur color, unleashing a more potent electrical current while maintaining restraint otherwise. Understood. The following day, Shauna awoke from her slumber, her recollections of the previous night somewhat hazy, though she felt a slight weakness in her legs. Sitting up, she rubbed her face, and a full moon materialized in her memories. Typically, untrained young fur tribes are prohibited from venturing outside during a full moon, yet the day spent amidst the organ trafficking assassination group had muddled her sense of time, leaving her unaware that yesterday was a full moon. She had initially been reveling in the snowy landscape, but upon inadvertently glancing at the moon in the sky, everything changed. Oh no, it's the Lanala. While someone in Zoa was watching her, outside, there was none. She rather enjoyed this place. At least the villagers did not exhibit fear towards her. For the inhabitants of the beast territory, animal-type power users are far from uncommon. Thus the residents hold no particular feelings towards the fur tribes. It would be dreadful if a transformation into Lanala caused destruction that impaired her senses. Peeking through a crack in the curtains, she noted it was daytime, prompting her to dash outside, where it appeared that no battles had taken place. Shauna approached Jirachi's abode. Outsiders were strictly forbidden from nearing Shayna's residence, a point she distinctly recalled from Shayna's repeated warnings the previous day. "Jirachi, are you there? I'm right behind you. It's already noon." Receiving no response, Shauna attempted to climb through the window, only to find Jirachi appearing behind her. He had visited the tailor to procure a suitable outfit. Fur tribe clothing is minimal, but they would not go without, lest they be caught in the nude. Although fur serves as a Pokémon's attire, they do not mind an additional layer, as many Pokémon don human clothing, especially during grand contests. Did anything inappropriate happen last night? If you mean your transformation into Lanala, then indeed it did occur, but fret not. nothing untoward transpired. Oh, that essay relief. I was worried I might be cast out. But what exactly happened last night? Was the moon obscured by clouds? Untrained fur tribes do not voluntarily relinquish their Lunala form. They either exhaust their energy or the moon vanishes. However, this exhaustion does not imply merely collapsing from fatigue, but rather signifies a fatal depletion of strength. The fact that she stands here intact indicates that her Lunala state ended prematurely, thanks to Lord Arceus intervening to dispel your berserk form. Where are you headed? To express my gratitude. Don't be so hasty. This is not Zoa. You must acclimate to the customs of the outside world. Furthermore, Lord Arceus is not there. Then where is he? At the banquet, most likely. A banquet? Jirachi realized he had underestimated the difficulty of the task assigned by Arceus. After all, he was still a child himself. Shauna, newly acquainted with the world, was akin to a curious child, filled with questions about everything around her. Her understanding of the world stemmed from Arceus, who had only imparted basic knowledge, leaving Jirachi uncertain about the answers to her inquiries. However, the growl of Shauna's stomach resolved this dilemma. Let us go. I shall take you to the banquet for some food. The fur tribes are not picky eaters. Aside from hairy creatures, cattle and sheep are excluded from their diet, while poultry and marine beasts are exceptions. Although Zoa is insular, it is not devoid of spices. Yet grand scenes akin to pirate feasts are rare. A massive chicken leg was stuffed into her mouth, bones crushed and swallowed whole. The organ trafficking assassination group indulged in plentiful feasts, but she had once resorted to starvation in a desperate bid for death. Thus was subjected to enforced feeding of nutritional paste, which, while nourishing, was hardly palatable. The chef of the beast pirate group may not be extraordinary, but he surpassed the average, and the grilled dishes suited her taste well. Jirachi, aren't you afraid of it being too hot? Hot. Yes. That cat viper fellow has a cat's tongue. He cannot tolerate anything even slightly warm. This is also a characteristic of the feline fur tribe. In her view, Jalaela is also a member of this tribe, yet displays an utter lack of fear towards heat. I am quite different from him. Indeed. You are far more handsome than he is. Shauna's interest lies solely in the food. She now perceives the banquet as a delightful affair. The other pirates quickly immerse themselves in the atmosphere, as the culture of feasting has become a unique tradition among pirates. Although Kaido has yet to return, this does not hinder his subordinates from celebrating their victory in battle, except that now some individuals have found themselves encircled in the venue. Hey, your luck seems to be exceedingly good, doesn't it? Yeah, why is it that this time the credit goes to you again? There's no helping it. I am just fortunate. The recipient of this honor, Mandafii, also happened to be the one who previously acquired the splash leap ability. During this skirmish, the more formidable adversaries were efficiently dealt with by Shayna and Jean, leaving him primarily to maintain the spectacle. While contributions were indeed calculated, most individuals were merely dividing the spoils. Mandafii, due to his splash leap ability, did not participate in the frontline assault. Instead, he leapt about on the ocean's surface behind the island, fortuitously encountering some individuals attempting to flee with their ill-gotten gains from an organ trafficking assassination group. When the manager attempted to escape, he was laden only with minor treasures, while the vast wealth remained in the hands of these individuals. Consequently, after evaluation, the credit for the accomplishment fell upon him, inciting a wave of envy among many. However, they could not deny that this fellow was indeed extraordinarily lucky, hitting the smallest target with pinpoint accuracy. Quinn, bring forth the second plate. After drawing this, one must also draw attributes, and upon concluding the attributes, one must then determine the means of acquisition, ultimately culminating in the selection of the specific ability. The process is rather intricate. His luck had been quite favorable up to this point, obtaining a water attribute without relying on fruit for direct transformation. However, when it came to the final selection of the specific ability, it appeared that his fortune had been depleted. Powerful abilities such as divine beasts, phantom beasts, and demigods did not manifest here. Those were reserved for individuals of exceptional talent. Nevertheless, among the remaining abilities, there were still many commendable options, each occupying different realms based on their rarity and potency. This time, he was unable to inherit his previous stroke of luck, as the dart landed squarely on a red carp motif. Had he drawn a method of fruit transformation, he would have entered a waiting period, biding time for the beast pirates to locate a suitable fruit. However, fortune smiled upon him as he drew the direct transformation. While this eliminated his fear of water, his abilities were confined within the attributes of 5 stone tablets. The red carp, naturally, represents the renowned king carp, Its presence can be found in every body of water, and although it is relatively weak among aquatic species, often at the mercy of powerful currents, it possesses an indomitable vitality, capable of adapting to various aquatic environments. Be it freshwater or saltwater, lakes, rivers, or oceans, it thrives in all. A well-trained king carp can grow formidable, even swimming upstream to scale waterfalls. While it cannot evolve into a Gyarados through its own strength, the abilities of the king carp are nonetheless significant, at the very least, once he assumes a hybrid form. He can breathe underwater, akin to acquiring the powers of a merfolk. Individual variation persists, and with rigorous training, the king carp can indeed become stronger, albeit through a more arduous process. However, he has obtained the abilities of the king carp without transforming into one. Thus, the extent of his progression hinges entirely on his own efforts. As for whether this ability might attract any complications, few would concern themselves with the inclusion of an ordinary ability user in the ranks of the beast pirates, even if this power is somewhat peculiar. The number of ability users among those sailing the seas is an enigma, and the peculiarities of the Mandafii king carp's abilities might lead to him being mistaken for possessing merfolk lineage. The myriad of strange abilities derived from devil fruits has ingrained in the minds of the world government the notion that fruit users cannot swim. Over time, the truth about Arceus's capacity to bestow abilities will inevitably come to light. His endowments are not conducted in secrecy, but rather akin to a public display of divine favor, encouraging his subordinates to labor diligently. Currently, these individuals are reliable confidants. Yet as the beast pirates expand, the government's intelligence operatives will likely draw closer. This ability would undoubtedly pique the interest of the world government, yet it would not provoke a full-scale mobilization that would likely dispatch a few operatives to act covertly. Not everyone possesses the aquatic abilities, nor can everyone reshape their talents. The luck of Mandafii cannot be replicated in each individual. Thus, those capable of swimming will ultimately remain a minority. Moreover, abilities vary in strength, but the user's skill is equally crucial. The extent to which a fruit can be developed relies heavily on the user's innate talent. In the eyes of the world government, only those who harbor intentions to subvert the global order are deemed true adversaries, such as Wald, who escaped in the original timeline, Zephyr, who defected from the Navy, and Rox, who once kidnapped celestial dragons in God Valley, along with Dragon of the Revolutionary Army. Kaido may be regarded as a formidable pirate, yet he is not seen as a genuine threat. Otherwise, the world government would not engage in trade with him, selling him the likes of the beast tamer. Shanks can even meet the Gorosei directly. The clandestine activities of the world government remain shrouded in mystery. Compared to the capabilities of this Kingler, the true identities of Jean and Shayna would likely attract greater scrutiny from the government. Racial identities can be disguised, yet the bestowal of abilities cannot be concealed, unless those who acquire such powers choose to remain hermits, never venturing outside. However, such a scenario would defeat the very purpose of acquiring abilities. Even though there are orders for them to remain discreet in public, this merely delays the inevitable exposure. Nonetheless, there is no need for undue worry. The frequency of appearance of these individuals with abilities is not particularly unusual, given the world government's laissez-faire management style. Aside from the assassination of celestial dragons and the overthrow of allied nation regimes, other matters are regarded as trivial. The issues surrounding allied nation governance must be brought to light. Otherwise, they will continue to be overlooked. The world government's approach is to address threats as they arise. After all, their Im-sama conducts periodic purges, and that individual is the true power behind the world government. The power of Arceus flowed into Mandafii, and the effects were almost instantaneous. It could be said to be remarkably effective, as Mandafii felt that surge of energy coursing through him. Hey, Mandafii, what are you daydreaming about? You've just received something. Indeed. How is it that this happened so quickly? You're not losing your touch, are you? Observing him dazed on stage, the onlookers began to jeer, reveling in the spectacle. Stop dawdling. What ability did you gain? Show us. Silence. Mandafii retorted. I shall demonstrate my power to you all. With that, he began to channel the energy within him through sheer will. Red scales emerged upon his skin, and two golden whiskers extended from the corners of his mouth, bearing a slight resemblance to Kaido's transformation. No way. Could it be that this fellow has obtained abilities akin to those of Big Brother Kaido? Haha, wait. What exactly is this ability? The pirates shifted from shock to stupor, and then to laughter. While the initial transformation was indeed striking, everything changed once the full form of the Kingler was revealed. It was certainly the fish fruit. but his form was undeniably that of a fish. What are you laughing at? Do you possess this power? No, we acknowledge that you have gained strength. But we can't help but laugh. Is this what it means to become a fishman? Can you even swim? If he could swim, his position as a scout would be secured, perhaps only second to Elizabeth. I can, and even more than that, Mandafii leaped into a nearby fountain. Feeling no weakness in his body, he floated effortlessly. As he attuned to the nuances of his new abilities, he sensed a newfound vitality. The earlier splashes seemed to resonate with this power, and he felt capable of jumping higher, with his body becoming sturdier. Springing forth in the water, as expected, his leaping ability had multiplied several times over. He patted the scales on his body, and, drawing a small knife from his waist, he attempted to stab himself. The blade did not pierce his scales but merely slid across, leaving no mark behind. This could also be considered an ancillary ability. After all, the king of carp possesses little flesh. Aside from its innards, it is primarily composed of scales and bones. Its human animal form resembles that of a creature clad in a layer of scale-like armor, remarkably resilient. It even allowed others to strike it twice, leaving only faint marks. Yet its defenses remained intact. This signifies an exponential increase in its safety during combat, rendering the attacks of ordinary pirates ineffective. Although the long-range shots from a flintlock may inflict some pain, they can still be deflected. With this capability, it can conduct reconnaissance underwater. The currents combined with this layer of scaled armor ensure that conventional firearms cannot inflict significant damage. Furthermore, its ability to dive allows it to effectively evade most superpowered individuals. As long as it does not act recklessly, its path to growth is considerably safer than that of others. Even the most mundane king of carp possesses abilities that would evoke envy in others. The banquet has yet to conclude. Yet all are approaching it with their cups in hand, determined that it shall not leave upright today. What are these individuals doing? Do they harbor a grudge? Why are they forcing it to consume such unpalatable beverages? 2 roasted chickens, 3 grilled fish, and a generous portion of sea beast meat rapidly filled its stomach. Observing with confusion the pirates' attempts to intoxicate Mandafii. No, this must be their way of expressing camaraderie. Is that so? The outside world is indeed fascinating. Humans can transform into fish. That is the power of Lord Arceus. Do you not wish to grow stronger? Since you have chosen to stay, you should strive diligently. You too may have your chance. I do not wish to become a fish. There are many manifestations of abilities. It is merely that he has been rather unfortunate. According to the law of conservation, an individual's luck has a finite total value. He has already exhausted his fortune. Hence the last round of drawing was not particularly favorable. Is that so? Can one transform into a mightier wolf? Shauna licked the oil from her claws, seemingly anticipating something. The cat Viper and the dog Gale left Zou 2 years before her. When the people of Zou discovered their departure, it caused quite a stir. She too desired to be the center of such attention. Thus the new king of Zou became her ideal. Perhaps, but such aspirations may be premature for you. Where do you wish to go? To express my gratitude to Lord Arceus, and he can teach me to master the lunar lion, correct? The people of Zou claim I am too young to learn. The legacy of Zou is imparted by those who have mastered the lunar lion, teaching the younger generation how to control it. Since Arceus can quell her lunar lion's frenzy, he should also know how to guide her in harnessing that power. Mastering the lunar lion is the quickest way for the fur tribe to enhance their strength, although there are time limitations. Having one exceptionally powerful day each month is still quite advantageous. Do not rush. Once the banquet concludes, I shall take you there. He is a being created by Arceus, possessing his own understanding of many matters. The traditional greeting among the fur tribe is Karuchu. Shauna's choice of such a greeting towards Arceus may be perceived as disrespectful. However, this is part of their customs, and publicly rebuking her would be inappropriate. Jalora intends to return and help her gradually acclimate to external customs. By the way, Jalora, do you know how to use the lunar lion? No, you do not? I had hoped you would teach me. Then we can learn together when the time comes. Given that previous abilities were granted over the span of 3 days, the Beast Pirates banquet typically lasts for 3 days. Mandafii was continuously intoxicated by others, ultimately being carried out by his roommate, all while everyone else had regained sobriety. But he remained inebriated. Moreover, he was taken away bound by ropes. Despite being drunk, he seemed to genuinely become the king of carp in his dreams, leaping about incessantly. Meanwhile, Jalora brought Shauna to Arceus, who had previously acknowledged this matter. Arceus consented to it, although he does not comprehend the lunar lion. He is still capable of teaching how to control it. With his healing bell present, Shauna will not completely lose control. Through practice, she will inevitably master the lunar lion. This approach aligns closely with that of Zoe. Kaido remains unaccounted for, yet his life card is vibrant, and no news of his capture has appeared in the newspapers, suggesting he is in a reasonably good state. However, during these days, the news of the complete annihilation of the organ trafficking assassination group has circulated, primarily disseminated by those whom the Beast Pirates released. They are unaware of why the Beast Pirates attacked this organization, yet it matters not. The Beast Pirates rescued them. Thus their words carry considerable goodwill towards the Beast Pirates. In response, Morgans conducted an artistic embellishment, fabricating an article that even the Beast Pirates themselves found hard to believe, absurdly attributing a righteous title to them. Due to the plethora of news regarding pirates committing atrocities, unless a country is utterly destroyed, it fails to capture public attention. Thus, the emergence of a pirate group engaging in righteous deeds makes for a more captivating narrative. The outcome remains unchanged. The headquarters of the organ trafficking assassination group was obliterated. Yet the writers Morgans recruited imagined numerous reasons and processes behind the Beast Pirates' actions. It could easily be fashioned into a novel, resulting in remarkable sales for that issue of the newspaper. In the territory of the Beast Pirates, were we not meant to seize treasures? How did it come to this? Uncertain, I recall that Captain Quinn mentioned it was an act of vengeance. Nevertheless, it is all in the past now. At the naval headquarters, Sakazuki gazed at the headline in the newspaper, his expression marred by anger. Although he had only joined the Navy a little over a year ago, having just departed from Zephyr's rookie camp, he believed that pirates, regardless of their deeds, were unworthy of that designation. Morgan's newspaper elicited varied reactions from different factions. However, the most heated debate transpired within the conference room of the world government. The officials at the heart of the world government's power recognized that not every matter warranted the intervention of the elders. These governmental institutions were the true vanguards. The opposing sides of the argument could be delineated into two factions. One faction asserted that the Beast Pirates' unprovoked assaults posed a significant threat to the world and should be eradicated swiftly, as they were the ones who had forged connections with the organ trafficking assassination group. They boasted to the Celestial Dragons about the capabilities of the organ trafficking assassination group. Yet the Beast Pirates' actions had obliterated all of that, resulting in substantial personal losses. Conversely, the opposing faction was composed of beneficiaries, whose considerable income stemmed from synthetic organs and prosthetics. With the disappearance of the organ trafficking assassination group, they promptly seized the vacated market. The two factions were inherently adversarial due to conflicting interests, and although they had no direct ties with Kaido, they relished the prospect of the other suffering. Ultimately, the proposal from the former faction was not passed. Meanwhile, in the underground world, the actions of the Beast Pirates had already stirred considerable upheaval. Across the various islands of the New World, the leaders of the underground industries gathered in a prearranged room. Upon the designated time, they simultaneously lifted their transponder snails, and soon, several projections appeared before them. Faintly outlined figures emerged on the screens. They were the sovereigns of the underground realms in the New World. The underground world had undergone a major reshuffling in recent years, and these individuals had emerged victorious amidst the strife. The organ trafficking assassination group had, without a doubt, held a significant position in the underground realm, and the sudden annihilation of such a force naturally made waves, capturing the attention of these industry titans. Each individual faced 5 screens encompassing the majority of business in the underground world. The loan shark king, Duffield, was still merely an intermediary. Yet signs of his burgeoning influence were unmistakable. His primary business involved high-interest loans, controlling the flow of currency in the dark world. Almost every exchange in the New World bore his mark, and his influence was pervasive in many casinos. Big News Morgans, president of the World Economic News Agency, possessed the ability of the bird fruit model albatross. His main enterprise revolved around gathering news and publishing newspapers, commanding the flow of information in the New World while relishing in creating sensational headlines. He perpetually presented himself in the guise of a birdman, leading to speculation that he was an albatross who had consumed the human fruit, rather than a person who had consumed the albatross fruit. Stussy, the queen of Pleasure Street, remained the sole female among them, her true age a mystery. No one could ascertain how old this woman truly was. She reigned over the New World's red light district, with some legitimate entertainment industries linked to her. However, her identity was multifaceted, as she also served as an agent for the world government, often providing them with intelligence. The pirate king of maritime transport, Deep Sea Current Humid, had yet to grow out his beard, appearing rather sprightly. He managed the maritime transport industry within the underground business. Being the most widely connected individual, almost all pirates in the New World relied on his services, as he controlled several clandestine currents, ensuring a more secure delivery of goods, albeit at a steep price. The storage industry mogul, the concealer Cabosin, still sported a black beard this year. He maintained a close business relationship with Humid, one specializing in storage while the other focused on transport. Their warehouses primarily housed contraband, constituting a significant portion of smuggling operations. The items Kaido had procured earlier were also sourced from him. The Undertaker of Big Hands, Drago P. Cluo, was a young assassin who had recently entered the field. The profession of an assassin is unique. One must not become too renowned, as it would incite the vigilance of enemies, yet one cannot exist in obscurity either, for that would hinder business. However, he had now transitioned to accepting contracts, though he seldom personally engaged in the field, always carrying his scythe. The demise of the organ trafficking assassination group positioned him as the greatest beneficiary, as he siphoned off business from medical equipment firms connected to the world government. Not long ago, he had come across a lucrative contract, an assassination mission targeting Kaido, issued by the remnants of the organ trafficking assassination group. Although their headquarters had been dismantled, they still possessed other outposts. The organization had not entirely vanished, but without leadership and their original shield, they could no longer pose a significant threat. The motivations behind Kaido's assault on the organ trafficking assassination group remained unclear. Today, he could strike at them, and tomorrow he might target other factions. Even if they had protective powers behind them, it did not imply that their adversaries would refrain from attacking, even if they sought revenge later for the sake of pride. If they were already dead, what use would revenge serve? Although these individuals may not pose a direct threat to a formidable pirate, their alliance could certainly create significant complications for him. Each pirate possesses their own territory, and if they wish to avoid frequent conflicts, engaging with these intermediaries is the most prudent course of action. If they work in unison, they could effectively cut off a particular island in the New World from essential imported goods, as pirates cannot engage in legitimate trade. However, such an action would yield no benefits for these merchants unless they were faced with a situation where it is either sink or swim. Morgan, do you truly remain oblivious to the motives behind this? They are all cunning foxes of 1,000 years. There is no need for subterfuge. They are well aware of Morgan's character. Despite the sensationalism of the news article, they trust not a single word of its contents, save for the names mentioned. Nevertheless, Morgan undoubtedly possesses genuine information. With everyone gathered for the meeting, there is no need for concealment. What if I were to assert that this news is entirely accurate? This is no matter to take lightly. Piccolo shifted his posture, contemplating the implications. Should the beast fall due to such absurd reasons, his own business, which bears striking similarities, could very well be next on the list. Kaido, although not a veteran of the New World, having only recently entered its realm, has already demonstrated formidable strength, both personally and through his subordinates. While typical pirate crews price their pets at no more than 1,000 berries, the beast's pirates command a price of 5,000 berries even for their pets. This is Piccolo's internal reflection. However, should this thought leak out, he might find himself marked for elimination by the beasts. Regrettably, I too am uncertain of Kaido's motivations. Morgan, you rascal. After catching his breath, Morgan uttered the word unknown, prompting an impulse in Piccolo to strip him of his feathers. Do not be so hasty. Have you not received news from Linlin? Came a calm voice from Stussy. What news? The news regarding the tea party. If you have not yet received it, it should arrive shortly. Stussy, having a close rapport with Charlotte Linlin, often receives information ahead of others. Linlin hosts her tea parties irregularly each year, with key figures from the underground world frequently invited. They have attended several of Big Mom's own weddings. Has she married again? No, this time it pertains to your concern, Kaido. The beasts are also on the guest list. Stussy's tone grew serious. Understanding the purpose of this tea party is one of her assignments. Charlotte Linlin's tea parties, having occurred multiple times, are not secrets within the underground world. Given her children's youth, the gatherings are often held to celebrate her own weddings or the full moon ceremonies of her offspring. The frequency and purpose vary, with some tea parties merely serving her personal whims. Her passions include hosting tea parties and collecting rare creatures, with an idealistic vision of creating a realm where all races coexist harmoniously. However, her methods diverge from this noble aspiration. The principle of her kingdom is to welcome all while refusing those who wish to depart. Any attempt to escape her realm almost invariably exacts the ultimate price. Invitations to her tea parties are non-negotiable. Those who receive such an invitation and fail to attend face her wrath, which often manifests in the form of the severed heads of their closest associates. Charlotte Linlin maintains a tight-knit connection with the underground world, possessing superior intelligence compared to other pirates. Stussy and her colleagues are no strangers to Linlin's dealings and have long since grown accustomed to her tea parties, viewing them as mere gatherings. Big Mom's territory is relatively secure, provided that she harbors no ill will towards them and they have not provoked her while she is not in a state of hunger. However, Kaido's name has emerged on the list of attendees for this gathering. As a CP0 agent, Stussy is obliged to report this to her superiors, tasked with investigating the nature of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin's interaction. With the recent downfall of the organ trafficking assassination group, the timing of Linlin's engagement with Kaido raises eyebrows. Although neither can yet be considered emperors of the sea, unlike the significance of their future interactions, they are still prominent figures in the second tier of pirates, notably as remnants of the Rocks Pirates. After the dissolution of the Rocks Pirates, these remnants have seldom united. The conspiracies of John, Silveraxe, and Wang Ji starkly contrast with the collaborative discussions held at Linlin's tea parties. What are their intentions? Could this lead to greater turmoil? While the world government may not enact any policies, ignorance is not an option. Thus, Stussy's current mission unfolds, and the discussions within the underground world draw to a close. Clarity regarding these matters will surface during the tea party. As long as Charlotte Linlin and Kaido remain rational, they will not endeavor to eliminate all their foes in one fell swoop. Such an act would plunge the new world into chaos, a state that would take years to stabilize, to no one's benefit. The vacancy left by the organ trafficking assassination group will be quickly filled. However, if all positions become vacant, the repercussions would be dire. The group busied themselves preparing their gifts, for one must not arrive empty-handed at a tea party. Meanwhile, members of the Big Mom Pirates commenced their collection of tributes from affiliated islands in preparation for the upcoming gathering. On the other side, at the main island of the Beast Pirates, the elusive Kaido returned, revealing the news that he had been pursuing during his absence. To continue leveraging Charlotte Linlin's intelligence network necessitates advancing their relationship. Quinn's bananas have now entered mass production, and initial fruits from other crops have begun to bear fruit, providing an opportune moment to discuss future collaborations with Charlotte Linlin. Furthermore, the Beast Pirates must seek new avenues for trade. In the wake of the organ trafficking scandal, the underground world seems to harbor a newfound trepidation towards them. Such circumstances may hinder future development. Thus, Kaido intends to clarify matters with Charlotte Linlin during her tea party and with individuals from the underworld. In the training grounds, a group of individuals, either executives or children, are diligently honing their skills, for they represent the core members of the Beast both now and in the future. Meanwhile, Kaido and Arceus engage in a discussion nearby. The tea party hosted by Big Mom? Indeed, certain issues must be addressed during that woman's gathering, including the exportation of fruits, as the yield has exceeded our internal consumption capacity. This presents an opportunity to exchange for additional funds while also leveraging her intelligence network. Although the second-generation bananas cultivated from the tropical dragon banana have a far longer shelf life than ordinary bananas, they remain bananas nonetheless, and their preservation period is not excessively lengthy. Moreover, Quinn's cultivation yields are substantial. The quantity of fresh bananas and dried banana products has already surpassed the internal demand of the beasts. Should we refrain from selling them? We would have no choice but to convert all into dried bananas, yet even dried bananas have a limited shelf life. To avoid waste, it is imperative to expand our distribution channels. Unlike traditional banquets filled with roasted meats and strong spirits, Big Mom's tea parties feature honey-glazed meats, an abundance of black tea, and desserts. To be frank, Kaido does not relish such an atmosphere, but for the sake of future development, he must attend. What about you? Are you interested in that tea party? I have little interest, but someone has returned with new information, and I wish to investigate. That is prudent. Otherwise, confronting her could yield unfavorable consequences. Charlotte Linlin possesses an unusual obsession with rare beasts, and given Arceus's unique attributes, it is likely to pique her interest. Although she cannot steal personnel from Kaido, verbal exchanges could easily ignite new conflicts. Let Jean and Shayna accompany you this time. I will go with Quinn, allowing him to boast about his fruits. By the way, do any of you youngsters wish to join? Kaido inquired of those below. Charlotte Linlin occasionally displays kindness towards children, revealing a maternal side in specific situations. However, none could respond, as they were all preoccupied evading Arceus's attacks. Arceus's intensive training involved evasion drills against his spiked cannon, with several executives, including Shayna, having their eyes covered to develop their observation skills. Though the power is controlled to ensure no fatalities, it is undoubtedly painful. Only through experiencing pain does one engrave memories deeply. Enduring blows now is one thing, but the battlefield presents a different reality altogether. Kaido and Arceus have clearly defined roles. Kaido focuses on armament techniques, possessing greater understanding in that domain, while Arceus better controls the frequency of attacks, leaving observation skills to Kaido, timing his movements meticulously. Arceus ceased his spiked cannon fire, causing Shayna and Olga to collapse to the ground. They had not yet been instructed to blindfold themselves, but even if they could see, the attack frequency would significantly tax their stamina, a strain even the fur tribe and animal-type abilities would struggle to endure. What is a tea party? Shayna, lying on the ground, voiced her confusion first, having never encountered such a concept before. A tea party is likely a gathering where people sip tea and engage in conversation. It seems rather dull. This is the conclusion drawn by Olga. Previously, tea parties were held on Alchemy Island, where a group of adults chatted away an afternoon. Their conversations devoid of interest, which was Olga's most immediate impression. For you young ones, the woman's tea party holds a modicum of intrigue. You are to set off tomorrow. If you wish to attend, gather at the Beast King ship. Furthermore, tonight's training session is temporarily cancelled. Though Kaido has never participated in Charlotte Linlin's tea parties, it does not imply that he is entirely oblivious to them. During his time aboard the rock ship, she orchestrated similar gatherings, albeit they resembled more of a child's play than anything substantial. The pirates aboard rocks were not particularly fond of such ostentatious social gatherings. However, the various confections produced by the big MOM pirates have earned a certain fame in the New World, hence Kaido's belief that the children would find it captivating. There are indeed moments of respite during training, and this tea party can be considered one of those breaks. Yet, Kaido called out to Quinn, who was attempting to sneak away. Quinn, where are you going? To pack my things. But brother Kaido, didn't you say tonight's training was cancelled? I meant the young one's training, not yours. Take a 5-minute break. If you wish to avoid lying down, you had better put in some effort. Kaido retrieved his kanabo from behind him, the haki enveloping it, instilling a sense of danger in Quinn. Despite his harsh words, Kaido restrained himself today. At least he did not aim for Quinn's face.